of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1 Dallas Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Ball into Cooper with 46 points. A three would tie it. That's what he takes. Are you kidding me? He's got 49, and he is on a heater.
Good morning, Metroplex. That is the way we start off the Friday edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Going to try to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. Sean Sharif, Ralph James Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, and Jacob Ray is in for Pepe, who took in the Stars last night in Vegas. But we start off with the battle of the roommates. Yesterday we talked about Con Knipple and how some people have him as the rookie of the year, and they went at it last night in a classic showdown.
They did. Really got to put some knipple clamps down on that guy.
Nope.
No?
Nope.
Come on.
Been a rough week for comedy on this show.
I don't know about that. See, that if you guys don't find that funny, that's not on me. That's on the audience right there. That's a funny joke.
Time out. I think I've had a decent week of comedy. You said in one of my emails, you said being locked down has improved your comedy this week.
Yeah, your comedy attempts. Like yesterday, listening to KNC on the way home, I didn't laugh at all. It was more kind of like you just getting off on your own attempts.
Yeah, no.
And I know Kevin Hagelin didn't laugh.
Yeah, I was shooting the wheels off. That wasn't an attempt to be funny. That was an attempt to get Hagee just to break, and it didn't really work. He just got mad.
And in Bobby's defense, I also wouldn't use Hagee's humor as the litmus test for what is funny and what is not. But
I like the Hornets announcer. He calls him the con man. Another three for the con man.
He is a con man. That's a fraudulent basketball player. He's good. He's good. That's
want to get aggregated in Charlotte radio.
They don't have radio there. They don't even have fans there.
Isn't that where T-Bone is?
That's right. T-Bone, tri-tip. No, tri-tip. One of the two. Okay. T-Bone, tri-tip, whatever kind of a Denver steak. Have you heard of that? You know the Denver cut?
Yeah, it's very good.
I've heard
it's expensive.
I've heard it's fantastic. If you come across a Denver, you got to get it. But when you put up 49, that's the story. I don't care if you win or lose, and you're 18, you're 19 years old. That is the story. Because that is a performance, and that's why you don't trade him, Bobby, for Giannis.
You're welcome. Motivated him, lit a fire under him.
There you go. I like that.
That's what I did, and he was. That's the best possible outcome for every game the rest of the season. He puts up 50 and they lose. That's what I want to see. I want to see improving the draft position while also seeing development. That's the best way to get any of this done. Make it entertaining, but don't actually turn it into a victory.
I think that maybe was his dunk of the year. That was nasty, posterizing one of the Hornets. Then he hits the clutch three. Not so clean with the final possessions, as it was a rough pass, and then that shot in order to go ahead and tie and extend this thing. It's not the shot you want.
No, and obviously it's not the inbound pass you want, and it's also, the defensive player did make a nice play to get a hand on it, but that's like Bobby said, that's the good part of it. You wind up losing either way. You would like to see a better possession, at least maybe get a clean look and still miss, so you can still keep the dream alive of back-to-back overall number one picks and get yourself Cam Booth, another Duke player, or AJ, whoever you want to get. But yeah, it's not the cleanest final play.
Cooper breaks the NBA record for points in a game by a teenager. Cliff Robinson set the previous record of 45 at age 19 for New Jersey. I'm like, that can't be Clifford Robinson off the Blazers who wore the headband. I don't think.
Oh, it's who are there other Cliff Robinsons? Let me look him up. I didn't realize he was that young, though, playing in the NBA. I didn't realize he was a teenager, Cliff Robinson.
Yeah, it can't be him. But maybe it is. Flagg set...
Yeah.
Oh, man.
That's 1979.
I didn't realize we lost Clifford Robinson.
Did he end up in Portland on that stat sheet you're looking at?
No way.
No.
He was 23 years old as a rookie. That's not right.
Yeah, that's not him. So it's a different one. I was thinking of... unless my brain is going, which it has this week with many instances, Cliff Robinson on the Clyde Drexler teams.
Yeah, no, this is a different Cliff Robinson. This is the guy that was drafted in 79 as a 19-year-old.
Flagg set career highs with 20 field goals on 29 shots. That is efficiency, and also had 10 rebounds as well. But the con man gets the last laugh. Really not As Bobby said, that's what we want. The Mavs fall to 10 games under 500. They're losing now after their little mini winning streak, and the Hornets, I believe, have won 5 in a row on the night where the emotions were flowing with Mark Aguirre having his jersey retired and Isaiah Thomas there in the pregame and Rolando Blackman, the class act that joined KNC in studio, all giving them the hugs as everyone was breaking down.
It's way overdue. It's
amazing what happens with some of these teams with the verbal breakdown, the emotional breakdown afterwards. Whether it's Aguirre, we have a little hiccup here with Dirk, which hopefully Patrick Dumont is making right. I don't know the extent of Aikman and Emmett when the Cowboys run was over. Josh Hamilton or some of the steroid guys with the Rangers, Mike Modano with the Stars. It's amazing how sometimes, that bridge gets burned.
It does. I don't know, for any number of reasons why. Some of it's self-inflicted. Some of it is how the divorce happened between the franchises. And then some of it is because you bring in a general manager who just wanted to torpedo everything and make this his own mark.
Yeah, that definitely helps explain Dirk. Mark Aguirre owns a lot of that too. Like when he kind of quit on his way out of here when he got traded to Detroit.
And CA yesterday, who you brought in as a special uninvited guest to KNC.
No. Kevin Hagelin said you might as well bring CA in here too, and I said okay. So I went and got him.
And he kind of threw it out there, Mark. Maybe a unpredictable personality early on.
Yeah, and Mark Aguirre was, like I said, he quit when he left here. It was like an Ian Kinsler like exit when he was gone. Like it was bad blood. But Mark Aguirre had gotten over that a while ago, and Mark Aguirre used to get emotional whenever he'd be asked about when he was an assistant coach for a while, I think, for the Pistons, but he would come through town and people would say, hey, you think you're ever going to see your jersey retired? And he would get emotional about it because he did want to see it recognized here. He still did have fondness for Dallas, and he was an elite scorer here. He was a star here one of their first original stars, probably the guy out of all of the Blackman and Derek Harper run there. But it's good that they finally corrected that. That was one of the more encouraging things I saw when around draft time Dumont and the Mavericks announced they were going to retire his jersey. I was like, okay, they might actually be trying to look at what are some historic wrongs we've got here, and let's start trying to fix as many of these as we can.
Well, speaking of players leaving and the Nico reference from Choppy, Tim McMahon now revealing an off-the-record conversation that it sounded like he had with Nico when he was starting to think about trading 77, and Tim dropped it on his pod.
So, and this was right after the Christmas calf strain, which is Luka's 4th calf strain in a short span, like whatever it was, 18 months or so. And it was an off-the-record discussion. But, and he basically was complaining about, like, it's always the same problem. It's always the same problem, referring to Luka's conditioning. And I said, what are you going to do about it? Basically I said, hey, man, I'm tired of being the bad guy. I'm tired of being the one who's always reporting on the conditioning, and it's, y'all never putting your names on it. So if you want to complain about his conditioning, put your name on it, because I'm tired of taking all the heat.
Right.
I said, so, what are you going to do about it? And I swear to you, Mike, he said, if I got to trade him, I'll trade his ass. And I threw my head back and rolled my eyes because I was like, sure you will, buddy.
How bad is that? Like, Nico, this is the thing. Gosh, every time this comes up, it upsets me. Nico floats this idea by some people and gets Dumont laughed at him the first time he said it. Tim McMahon rolls his eyes like, okay, yeah, but what are you actually going to do? Because nobody's that dumb. And he still was like, yeah, I'm going to do this, and there's not going to be significant problems with this. Even though everyone, even neutral observers, have laughed and like, yeah, okay, whatever, dude, you're not doing that. It pisses me off every time.
And now Luka dealing with his injury off of the elevated court in Cleveland.
At Rocket Center or whatever, but this court in Cleveland, J.J. Redick spoke after the game because there is a problem with this floor that sits. If you look at the side photo, this thing sits a foot raised at least off the ground. J.J. Redick not happy with the court in Cleveland.
So is it the whole floor? Is it the sideline?
So it's, like where the, obviously you get where the benches are, and then you get the baseline. Okay. After that, there's a drop off. It just drops off. And it doesn't drop off like the NCAA court does, where it's like you got to go down steps. You have to go down one step thing here. It's like that. As opposed to a lot of places have a ramp, a gradual ramp that kind of slides down, and Luka fell off the side of it and kind of tweaked his ankle a little bit.
Yeah,
and that's a problem.
The Dallas Stars giving Peyton Russell an even better bachelor party in Vegas.
Mikko Rantanen can win the game with a goal against Hill. Rantanen scores.
That's the call last night on Victory Plus. 5-4. The Stars have now won 4 out of 5, despite giving up 3 third-period goals. This was 4-1 at one point. They give up 3 in the third for the second straight game. Vegas storms back to tie it at 4, but the Stars win in the shootout to make Pepe happy.
This is a bad win. You're up 4-1 with 15 to go, and you're on the power play. And they force overtime. That fourth goal, they allowed a shorthanded goal with 15 to go when they were on the power play up 4-1. And then one of the biggest choke artists in the NHL, Mitch Marner, who got ran out of Toronto, ties it with, there's no excuse to give up that goal. 0. He's at the blue line. No, there's hardly any traffic. No excuse to give up that goal. That's a bad win. There's 0 reason that game should have gone to overtime.
Don't apologize for victories. Don't apologize for victories, Shop. And according to Money Puck, they deserved to win it.
They did. Yeah, they dominated the game.
60%. The expected goals, I should start throwing in expected goals for you, Sean. 3.2 to 1.87.
Matt Duchene remained hot with the first goal of the game. He now has 4 goals in the last 3. Wyatt had his 28th of the season, and the Stars finish up the 3-game road trip on Saturday night in Utah. And Pepe said this was the best pregame introduction he's ever seen.
It is. It's awesome. I've been to a few games out there. I had 3 friends there. My buddy.
Did you stay in the seats for the pregame introduction?
It's dorky.
Of course it is.
It's dorky. It's a guy in a medieval times get up, rides a horse out there and goes like, and it's silly.
It's a Vegas show. It's a Vegas show. It's the best pregame. Nobody does pregame like that. It's fantastic.
They don't have any tutty out there to make Bobby.
No, there's no tutty. No tutty. You got a night. You got Game of Thrones out there happening. The only thing you don't have is dragons. Thank God, I hate the dragons.
Yeah, me too.
But no, it's a great atmosphere. And he got to a tremendous show. You go to overtime, you go to a shootout. That's pretty fun.
It looked like he had his big hibachi dinner on Instagram.
Yeah.
He's like, we have to find
Korean barbecue.
Yeah, got to get some Korean barbecue. So that looked like a major spread out there.
Like Vegas is a top 5 food place in the U.S., and you go to a place you get down the street.
Well, maybe they elevate. That looked like a big, nice meat platter. And then he was sending marijuana samples. Was that what that was?
Yeah, he did.
Wiz Khalifa stuff.
Yeah.
I swear, when at first I didn't see what it was. I just saw
marijuana.
Khalifa, and I thought he was taking some picture related to Mia. Is what I dead serious. And I was like, why is he sending this? She's just some girl. She's like she's on TV sometimes.
Yeah, you see her sometimes on the screen.
At Hurricanes games.
Yeah, occasionally.
You're sounding a little rough over there.
It's breaking up. No pain.
It's like the ice.
No
Breaking
feeling.
I will pull a call out in San Fran if you give it to me. First ever call out at Radio Row. Just staying in the hotel room.
Just do
because you're drinking tea every morning.
Do the send your hologram into Radio Row like Dawson used to do.
What do you mean?
When he'd have to do the soccer game, so he'd have like his hologram there at Radio Row.
877-881-1053 is the Franco injury attorney text line to hit us up on the Friday edition on DFW Sports Station. The Cowboys are conducting more interviews, and Mike McCarthy poaching from his former team. Bobby has the details. Inside the Star is next.
But first, affordability is the biggest problem in today's car market. New vehicles average
Teofimo, the Brooklyn-born king of 140, looks to retain his world title as Shakur steps up to become a 4-division world champion. Don't miss Lopez versus Stevenson, January 31st. Watch only on DAZN.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. This upcoming segment's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
Interviews and poaching in Pittsburgh. We have it for you here with the 6 a.m. Club, Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our insider Bobby Belt on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, this is garbage. This is Mike having to reach into his old bag and snatch up Dallas assistants. Ramon Shin-Young, who has been with the team for last couple of years, he's been an assistant offensive line coach, somebody that the Cowboys really like and think has consistently grown as a coach. And I think if that offensive line job had opened up for whatever reason this offseason, he would have been the one to get it. Players really, really like him. Well, he is going to the Pittsburgh Steelers to be their offensive line coach. Mike McCarthy successfully snatches him up, so he's on his way out of here. And I know that's something that the offensive linemen are not going to be too thrilled with because they grew really, really close with him.
I have no comment. I have no idea who he is. I'm not going to fake it.
No, I thought I saw so he was going to be the running backs coach.
Is that what he's going to do? The headline I saw initially said offensive line.
Yeah, the Steelers sites are saying so running backs coach.
He's worked with the offensive line. He's worked with the running backs. He's worked with the tight ends since he's been in Dallas.
Big Mike did get his defensive coordinator from Vegas.
Yeah, he got that's an interesting name because Patrick Graham has been rumored to be around the Cowboys job a couple different times, which tells me that's somebody that Mike must have liked in previous years or had brought up. The Cowboys interviewed him, I think, once previously, or they had requested it and got denied. But yeah, Patrick Graham, who's been a decent coordinator at times. Like he was solid at times for the Giants a few years back when he was their defensive line coach and being their defensive coordinator. He had done a decent job when they had made the playoffs, and then he ended up with the Raiders gig. But I mean, Graham is somebody who's definitely on the downswing in terms of public perception, I think, around the NFL. Not because of just, he's like a Belichick tree coach who's just real difficult to get along with or anything. It's just his defenses have gotten picked apart. A lot of that has to do with he's in Vegas and it's awful personnel, but the other issue is just a lot of people think that he's been behind the times in a lot of different ways.
Pepe's doing it big. You just said Vegas. He just posted 1 hour ago.
Oh, my gosh.
At the table.
It's 4:20 in the morning.
Yeah, baby. Repping all their Stars jerseys.
How fun would that be to be in Vegas with him on that trip right now?
I know, instead you're hungover from one drink and bowling last night.
I know. I'm old. I've officially hit old age.
You got a hangover?
I had one double, and I woke up with a massive headache.
Did you eat?
Yeah, I ate, and I drank like an electrolyte drink before I went to bed. Didn't do anything.
Gosh.
Still woke up with a headache.
Strange. It's
pathetic.
Sean and I are lucky we don't get them. We don't understand the whole hangover culture. But the way they hit some people,
I just sometimes wonder if you don't know what a hangover is if you think you never get them, because I've definitely seen you in what I think is hungover before.
No, absolutely not. I don't get headaches for one. I don't get nauseated for the other. I feel like a cat pooped in my mouth sometimes.
That's disgusting. Pretty gross right there. Yeah.
You got anything else on the interviews or McCarthy? Because I have the Eagles finally hiring their OC.
Yeah, one more. We had kind of hinted at this yesterday, but Deion's defensive coordinator at Colorado, Robert Livingston, he is getting an interview for an assistant role with the Cowboys. They did end up hiring, or ink's not dry yet, but it's getting closer. Ryan Smith, which I heard Broadus talking about him yesterday. He had asked around his gang of seven and asked about, hey, anybody familiar with Ryan Smith? And somebody got back to him and was like, he is really, really good. That's a really smart coach. He really understands advanced coverage concepts better than most coaches do.
I want an assistant from Colorado, and I think he would become RJ's new favorite local coach. This is Josh Niblett going viral as the new tight ends coach for Deion, got introduced in front of the team.
Hey, I'm Josh Niblett. I'm the tight ends coach. I know why I'm here. God sent me here. I know that. But I want you to understand something. When your life's all said and done, your career's all said and done, you're going to be known for one of three things when it's all said and done. You're either going to be known for success, survivor, or significance. And what that means is success. It's all about wins, championships, and all that. And all that's great, but that's just about you. And survival, it talks about all the things you overcame in life, all the things, whether it was an injury, whether you lost this person in your life. And you know what? That's still about you. But significance is, can I wake up every day, get out of myself, and get into everybody else? You got me? Because better is the key, man. That needs to be our word in here, better. We're not worried about just being the best. We got to get better every day. All right? So a better you makes a better see you. All right? A better you makes a better see you. And don't forget about this every day you work out. They thought they buried us, but they didn't know we were seeds. You got me? So remember that every day.
And walked off.
And then he walked off.
In his cowboy hat.
The guy looked like he failed. Like Taylor Sheridan didn't book him in Yellowstone as an extra.
Yes.
So he's like, all right, I'm just going to masquerade as a football coach now. And that's what he did. The only line he didn't drop is "good is the enemy of great."
Yeah.
Like, that's the only cliche that he really didn't drop there.
The Eagles finally have their offensive coordinator. You may recognize it as a familiar name. Packers quarterback coach Sean Mannion.
Yeah, this is...
I do remember that name.
Yeah, Sean Mannion. You remember because he was literally playing in the NFL like 2 years ago. He's 33 years old. He had been with the Rams for an extended period of time. He was with the Seahawks, a couple other stints with a few other teams, but literally retired from the NFL less than 2 years ago. So they're going the Kellen Moore, Jason Garrett trajectory that Dallas tapped into of, all right, you were a career backup. Let's get you on staff, and let's start accelerating you up the ladder. So he was just an assistant in 2024. Then he was the quarterbacks coach last year, and now, boom, he's going to be calling plays. He also is the guy who made sure that Dak didn't win his first preseason game, that magical game against the Rams.
Oh.
They were up 24-7 in his rookie year at halftime, and then Sean Mannion came in and threw 3 touchdowns and made them look like fools.
I got to give props to our boy John Kincaid and Filthy on The Fanatic. He is not a homer because Nick Sirianni released this statement praising Sean Mannion, and Kincaid basically said, hey, Howie wrote that for you. Just admit it. He came on this show and basically said that it was the old baseball general manager setup to where I'm going to hand you the lineup card. And John Kincaid came on here as a Philly morning host and said, Nick Sirianni ain't controlling nothing. Nick Sirianni doesn't really do all that much. It's all coming from Howie, and he picked apart that statement that Sirianni released when they made the OC hire and called it out on Twitter.
What do you think? What do you think Ross is saying about this? Because he was like, they're gonna get their guy. I'm sure it'll be the best hire of all time. It'll be so great.
Ross has never come across as a Philly homer on this show until that moment. That was bad.
Yeah, that was
spin. Whole lot of spin.
That was heavy spin, and I'm sure he's a fan of this. Now, Sean Mannion does have. There's a lot of people who are big fans of his around the league and who do think like he's going to be a head coach one day. It's just that it feels like for a team that's been to 2 Super Bowls in the last 5 years and wants to contend every year, that feels like a little bit of a panic move to say, all right, well, we're just going to have him do it for the first time in his career, and we trust that he's going to be able to handle all of the drama that comes with this job.
Do we have injury excuses at quarterback throughout the National Football League? We have Drake May's shoulder. We have Josh Allen showing up to the Joe Brady presser in a walking boot. And the controversy of Bo Nix versus Sean Payton. Where would you like to start? Which one?
Josh Allen. The dreaded fifth metatarsal, the Dez foot, the Dez bone. You get that foot injury, and he had broken a bone in his foot. He shows up to the Joe Brady presser and crutches in a walking boot. To me, this is like, I already thought Josh was tough. Doesn't really add to the lore. It also doesn't give him an excuse because a lot of quarterbacks have. I mean, how many times has Dak had a surgery after the year's over?
Yeah,
and we never gave him a benefit.
Like
we never say, that's why he threw an interception. So
I agree.
The NFL doesn't care about that. They don't care about injuries. NFL fans don't care about injuries. If you're on the field, you're healthy. That's how the NFL fan looks at it. Right or wrong. Whether that's right or wrong, that's how they look at it. So there's no excuse.
But should teams look at it that way? Or should teams go, he was maybe a little compromised? Because it does make me wonder.
They also scored 20 points in the second half. Like, Josh had the better second half versus first half.
Yeah, it does make me wonder, though, like, okay, if you guys also had the context of you knew he was banged up enough to be out several months with surgery, like, did you Is it just another thing to throw onto the pile of like, oh, you and Terry Pegula made way too quick a decision on Sean McDermott if you also knew your quarterback was compromised?
Yeah, I think if the quarterback is compromised and you know it as a team, that you have to look at the offseason differently.
Joe Brady did sit up there and was an advocate for Keon Coleman, wasn't he?
Which is hilarious. He's saying like, oh, I love Keon Coleman. I was one of the guys pounding the table. I told Keon Coleman, hey, best thing that ever happened to you is me being named head coach because I love you. So this just adds another bizarre layer to Terry Pegula having to stop down the middle of a press conference and go, hey, guys, I know y'all just asked about something else, but let me tell you real quick.
Yeah.
You know that bust we have that we all just cannot stand and hate? That wasn't even Brandon Beane. That was some other coaches. Well, it turned out to be the coach that you hired, which is kind of ridiculous. But this is, again, Buffalo looks like a mess this offseason.
Let's stay with the Bills game. Already a lot of mystery and theories over the Bo Nix injury. When did it happen? What did they know? Sean Payton kind of giving the injury history of Bo Nix, and apparently Bo did not appreciate it.
Nothing predisposed, nothing that was there originally. I might have gotten confused, but it's just a simple step with my foot up in the air. My body weight came down on it, and sort of got twisted up and got out of there pretty quick. I think that's the good part of being athletic. Sometimes your body gets out of worse situations, so could have been a worse landing, but I think all that force went into the only place it could, and was just one of those missteps. And didn't have any predisposed issues. Man, my ankles were feeling really good. I don't think he really should share how many surgeries I've had in the past, to be honest with you, but because I don't, he doesn't really even know that. But I think it's going to be good, to get back, get to work, start from ground zero. Work from the bottom up, get back to training, and nothing really that concerns me, nothing that scares me going forward, like I'm, injury prone or anything. Just
bye. Sean Payton's not gonna. That relationship is doomed to fail if he's gonna call out Sean Payton publicly. I was at a workout 6 years ago, something like that, maybe less. I don't remember. Lil Jordan Humphrey was there. And Lil Jordan Humphrey was a member of the New Orleans Saints at the time, and he was so terrified of Sean Payton, and Lil Jordan Humphrey's on Denver now, but he was like, he saw us out there recording social media videos during this workout, and he like came over like Tommy Yarish when you were going to post a picture of his ketchup hot dog, where he's like, can you not post that? I don't, a coach doesn't want people to see like the work that we do, and blah, and like was like in a panic. It's like, dude, it's cool. I'm not going to post anything of you. I wasn't even focused on you, but yeah, you're good. This feeds into all year. There were the Colin Cowherd like reports of Sean Payton doesn't really love Bo Nix. He could absolutely move on from Bo Nix. That sounds like there's a ton of underlying tension between those two.
Because Sean was like, high school injury, and then a college
Yeah,
thing,
he's had a lot of injuries. Yeah, this is a recurring
Bo overreacting by saying, don't go into my medical history. Like, you're already signed. You got the money. You're starting quarterback in the AFC Championship game.
Unless he thinks he's looking for another job.
Well, yeah, unless he thinks that. This is... Like, Sean's in the wrong here. Like,
how so?
It is. You shouldn't probably talk on a history that you don't. He might not know.
He should. How could he not know?
He doesn't know how many surgeries he's had back in dating back to high school. Does he?
How? How not? They know their social security numbers.
I don't know.
You scout and you get the medical history. You would think.
Yeah.
You know that's their job, to know every single ailment that has taken place.
I don't know. Bo even said he doesn't know. He doesn't know my injury history. So maybe there's things that Bo's had that he doesn't even know about.
Right. They may not have had medical records when Bo Nix was a child. He's so old.
He's so old. He was probably not even born in a hospital.
Mm-hmm. He had a doula.
Yeah, right, absolutely.
They're looking at his medical chart with the hieroglyphics on the cave wall.
But he has played his last game for Denver now. Because if I know one thing,
Patty,
about guys who wear their eyeglasses at the tip of their nose, is that they already think they're smarter than you, and they already think they're better than you, and more sophisticated. And he does not like to be told you're in the wrong here. It's HIPAA, baby, HIPAA.
There it is, inside the star and around the NFL. One of our Super Bowl guests has canceled. Well, it got canceled for him because he may be in jail, and we have some tips on how to beat the drug test for the weekend. Next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But I also have some tips on how to get your finance
Can't you? Oh, it feels good, doesn't it? And it's all about the Cowboys offseason. So we're heading to San Francisco to dive into the hive of insider news. Come along for the ride, Tolos, as we take you to Radio Row. Radio Row. Radio Row. For amazing insight with a lot of treehouse shenanigans. Stella Artois presents one of our most listened to weeks filled with Hall of Famers, insiders, laughs, and some quality hungover confessions. Join us February 2nd through the 6th for our Radio Row coverage in the Bay Area. Brought to you by Stella Artois, the on-time experts, Best Buy Windows and Siding, Wild Fork Foods, and your favorite entertainment travel companions. 105.3 The Fan.
This segment on Sean and RJ is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get the Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Well, we were supposed to have Vernon Davis as a guest, the former San Francisco tight end at the Super Bowl in San Francisco next week, and that probably is not going to be taking place. It's Sean and RJ along with Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Happy Friday to everyone in the 6 a.m. club and listening on the Odyssey app. Vernon Davis is being accused of attacking a woman with magazines and books during an argument over an abortion last year. So she claims she was at his house on May 31st when a disagreement broke out in his room over her pregnancy. She says the 41-year-old Davis was hitting me with magazines and books from under his TV and added he offered her $10,000. She said Vernon stopped in his tracks when she pulled out her phone to record him. So accusations of lying. She was sitting next to him on the couch. She claims he slapped her in the face and told her, quote, not to question him. And then he apparently said, if I really slapped you, your face would be black and blue. So Vernon Davis will not be.
I wouldn't think so.
Showing up on Sean and RJ.
I wouldn't think so. He'll be showing up in an arraignment. Not in San Francisco, though. That's a bad story. That reads really, really bad. I've never heard of somebody throwing books either.
Right.
I hate books too. All right, I don't get art and I don't get reading. I don't get either one of them. It's just too sophisticated for me. But I know not to hit people with them.
Yeah, Vernon Davis, all-time physical specimen at tight end.
Oh yeah,
all-time smile.
He was
great smile. I am smitten by a good smile.
Smitten by a smile.
Chris Webber, I can't stand him.
Magic.
All-time great smile.
Yeah.
Oh, it's fantastic.
I mean, the fact that he was, because Vernon Davis was, obviously every generation, the athletes get more and more ridiculous. And so, but you got to think 20 years ago when he was at the Combine, he was 6'3" and a quarter, 254 pounds, and he ran 4.38. And his vertical was 42 inches, and he
measured at 4.38?
4.38, 40. He had a 42-inch vertical, and he did 33 reps on the bench press.
Whoa.
That's insane for somebody that size to move like that. And that's why he was considered like, oh, that's a slam dunk. Physical freak. Nobody can do what he does. And that's how, I mean, that's the way you get a tight end to go in the top 10. He went 6th. And so, he was an absolute freak.
Are you planning to partake this weekend and you still have a possible drug test to pass? The Honey Badger has some lessons.
Does the Honey Badger have lessons?
Yes, he does. He says he was trying to beat a drug test while at LSU. And he got this wonderful idea to beat this drug test with a certain household appliance, cleaning product.
I mean, listen to me, bro. I done tried everything in the books. You know, I've used other people's urine. You know, they got the fake pee. You know, I remember one time, I'll tell you a funny story. It's not funny. I could have died, but like a couple tests before I realized they was going to kick me out of school. Mm-hmm. I'm sitting in a circle, and I'm on Google trying to figure out, man, how the pass this test? Right. Like, these folk keep threatening me, right. Like, you know. Right. And I'm just scrolling. And I come across some shit that said, man, just put some bleach in the top, in a little top, you know, the top. Mm-hmm. Put the put a little bleach in the top and put it in your Coca-Cola. Mm-hmm. And so I did that. And I'm like, yo, what the f***? Like, it felt like my whole insides was just like erupting. You know what I'm saying? I ended up throwing that shit up. And I was at that point, I'm like, man, f*** it. I done ran out of tricks. Right. I don't know what to do. And yeah, bro, like, I remember sitting in front of that building, man, with a cap full of bleach and a Coke bottle. And I thought that was going to save my life. It didn't.
Man,
it didn't.
Now, look, I have thought of the best way, the easiest way to get rid of the head cold is just like open up your brain and just clear it all out, right? You know, it sounds great. Seems like a bit much. You know, you could wait a couple of days, get rid of it. Or, you know, this. I mean, it makes sense. I can understand how you would think, hey, you know, bleach will get rid of this unless you read the bottle and it says, do not ingest, you'll die.
I'm maybe to get rid of COVID, as some people
I would
suggest.
have thought.
I'm binge watching this Netflix series on these prisons that just open up the doors and let the inmates live amongst themselves. They did it in Arizona. I think they're doing it in New York. And to watch how creative and scientific these guys are in order to find things to get high off of, it's amazing. They're making hooch. Like, it's so disgusting. They're figuring out how they roll up these wicks and they soak stuff in coffee in order to smoke it like a cigarette and get high off of it. It's Bill Nye.
It's a big industry. It's a profitable industry. You can just ask one elderly UK man who won the lottery about 15 years ago. This is a story.
By the way, anyone in here been drug tested?
Ever?
Yes.
Yeah.
Had to get a hair test. A hair. When they do they snip some hair.
Yeah.
And
what was it for, the drug test?
The Grapevine Parks Department.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you were good. You were clean.
Yeah, I was somehow. I don't know how, but I was.
Did you do it back then?
Oh yeah, I was a freshman in college.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And you like the Grateful Dead?
Well, Fish.
I'm sorry.
Not the same band. It's the same band. No, that's they any like controlled substance that you regularly get at the doctor's office, they generally make you do a urine test every 3 months because they want to make sure it's actually in your system and you're not just turning around and selling it, which selling drugs is a very profitable industry. Selling prescriptions is a very profitable industry. And you can just ask John Erich Spivey, who 15 years ago when he was 65 years old, he won the UK lottery. He won about $3.3 million in US dollars. And we always talk about, like, if we win the lottery, what would we do with that? How would we just live off of it? Would we invest it in different things? This guy was a businessman, and he decided, I'm going to invest my money and I'm going to make it work for me. And that's exactly what he did. He used his money, his $3.3 million in US dollars, to fund the creation and management of a counterfeit Valium factory out of his home, which grew to an estimated value, that this drug company that he was running grew to an estimated value of almost $400 million. You got to give him credit for being such a strong businessman.
No, you don't have to give any credit. Imagine
you got to respect the business savvy.
Imagine your family member. Imagine winning the lotto, and you go to jail.
Yeah.
Because you can't just take that money and live off of it. And you turn it into a drug enterprise.
He opened a second location. They were that successful.
A second location.
His son, his two associates, they said they built a second drug factory in Salford to flood the streets with, quote, unregulated, unlicensed, and unchecked Valium pills, which were tainted with a lot of things that they shouldn't. But this is somebody who his counterfeit drug sales soared. So did the number of drug-related deaths. That was not the good thing.
Yeah.
And with desperate users playing Russian roulette, according to authorities, with their lives. The group's success caught the attention of the police, who ran a surveillance team on them after uncovering incriminating messages on WhatsApp for criminals, basically, is what they said. But this guy took his $3.3 million, invested it, made it into $400 million. That sounds like a success story to me.
Well, where is he now?
In prison.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Watching him on Netflix.
Let's stick with the substance abuse, if you will.
Yeah.
DUI lawyers may be out of a job. There's been a bill and it's kind of a mandate in place that starting this year, vehicle manufacturers need to come up with advanced impaired driving technology, which is being kind of universally called as a kill switch, right? So it could just AI or somebody could just shut your car off at any time if they view that you are driving erratically. So you're falling asleep at the wheel, you're drunk, whatever. There was a bill that went through Congress the other day trying to kill the kill switch, right? They were trying to kill the kill switch. That failed. That did not pass through. So they are going forward with this kill switch technology to where, again, whatever they view as erratic driving, it could be speeding. Could be.
So how would they know that you are too impaired to drive?
I assume it would have some kind of eye late, like they do the.
How's an eye scan going to measure my BAC?
I mean, it could tell if your eyes are heavy, tired.
I could be tired, not drunk.
Well, tired driving is impaired driving.
Oh.
Right. So that is the. They still got to work through how they're going to do that.
What if
the technology.
What if you're just Sam Perkins and you have naturally droopy eyelids? What about
I don't know.
then?
I don't know how it's going to work.
Oh, I know you detest this.
Oh, I hate it. If I want to drive drunk, I'm going to drive drunk.
There you go.
You ain't going to tell me nothing.
Now,
if I get pulled over, it's a different story. Hey, look, I got caught. But,
no, just be Jimmy Johnson and say the other guy past me was drunk.
Trust me, I've said that before. Not on the drunk thing.
Yeah.
But on the speeding thing, I've said that for sure.
My dad with his Tesla.
It's the same technology, right?
He's gotta like take control of the wheel every once in a while.
Yes, if you look away, from the road, it will tell you to pay attention to the road.
But judging impairment.
My car does that, like not that, but like if you hit a line or you do something, you'll hear beep and it pops up on the screen. It goes, need a coffee break? Why don't you pull over? Well, if you hit like the little lines in the road on the highway.
Well, now that scares me. Because of that video you showed me yesterday, was that a soccer team? Was that you, Choppy?
Yes. This was in Romania. It was a Greek team that was traveling to like Spain or France or something like that, and they were in a transit van, and they were passing. So I guess on this highway, it was a white dotted line in the middle, but it was not like their white dotted line in the middle is like our yellow dotted line. So he was just passing. He was going back into the right lane. Well, as he's going back into the right lane, they think that the lane assist kicked on because he didn't have his signal on, and it pushed him back in the other lane, and he hit head on to an 18-wheeler.
Nope.
Killed everybody.
This is why this whole like driving overseas thing, like you drive on the wrong side of the road, you're in the passenger seat to drive, and now you're telling me that their yellow lines of do not cross are basically our lane lines. I'm not down with
People
that.
are bringing up, what if you're wearing sunglasses? What does that do?
Tolo Erich said, how would Forrest Whitaker get around? Come on, man. Erich. Come on, Chef Erich. Come on, man. He's always driving with his kiddo.
They say it reads the blood veins in your eyes, like your Apple Watch reads the blood through your wrist.
Yeah.
So that doesn't sound like there's any sort of privacy concerns
our work
either.
trucks use AI to detect if we're distracted on our phones or eating, and it alarms you. Interesting.
All right, there it is. Some substance stories to get you ready for your weekend. G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Mackenzie Gore introduced on your home of the Rangers yesterday. Choppy has the trade grades for your baseball team in Diamond Calves after this. But let me talk about Hurtado Barbecue.
of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Swing and a miss. Yeah, you'll take the strikeout there.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic when Major League Baseball in Las Vegas just gives you a gift? A gift, boys and girls. A gift in the sense of hard-earned money. Cold, hard cash. We will get to the Mackenzie Gore deal, and not just the deal, but, where the disrespect that the Rangers are getting from around the sport. But Vegas gave you a gift yesterday. They want you to bet the team win total under of 83.5. They want you to bet the under. They want you to think a little more highly of the Rangers, I think, than people around here do. They want you to do that, or do they? Or do they? Because here's the thing. They gave the Rangers the 83.5 win total. Last year, they finished with 81 wins. But Vegas doesn't look at it like that. They use computers. They use numbers. Vegas thinks the Rangers will be worse than last year, actually, because Vegas, like I said, they use numbers, and the Rangers were an 81 team only on the field. And that's not where it counts. On the field doesn't count. It counts in the stat sheet. They were actually a 90-win team. Nobody knew that, but they were. Their run differential was that of a 90-win team. Their Pythagorean theorem was that of a 90-win team. For comparison, Toronto...
Was it a 90-win team?
Not technically. Okay. Not technically. Toronto was an 88-win team that won 94 games on the field. Nothing's perfect. That's why you see the Jays' win total this year lower than 88 wins. It's 87.5. But they're not giving the Rangers the same grace. I am betting the hard over on 83.5. They're a better offense this year. They got rid of, apparently, a toxic cancer in Marcus Semien. Okay. And they upgraded with Brandon Nimmo.
Okay.
All right, and you're going to get Mike Trout here, Wyatt Langford, prime Trout.
Okay.
And this team is ready to go. And, of course, you add a better starting staff. You've got a problem in your starting rotation. You have too many starters. That is the problem. You have six. You have six starters right now. Now, of course, injuries are going to happen. Latz will be back eventually, or should I say Jacob Lutz, as the power rankings called him yesterday.
Oh.
The disrespect, not even knowing one of the great spot starters in Major League Baseball last year, not even knowing his name.
So give me the 4, 5, 6, who you think is in that log jam.
Well, the 4, 5, 6 is going to be whoever is not the 3 between Leiter and
Okay. So let's just
Gore.
say Leiter and Gore. So you got 4.
You got 4, and then you're going to have either Latz or Rocker.
Yeah. I don't view Kumar into it right now, into the equation.
Maybe not, but
to me, I don't view it as a problem if he gets bumped.
That's fine, but you will not find a better top 4 in the American League.
It's going to be awesome when they don't score any runs.
It's not even close. There's not even close to a better top 4, especially to start opening day, because Garrett Cole won't be there until like May or June. And I don't know if Rodon will be there either in New York. It's not even close in the AL that this is the best starting staff.
They were the best staff last year. They were the best pitching team in baseball last year.
Yep.
And they went 500 because the guy who was third on their team last year among qualifying hitters in OPS was Josh Young with a 684. That was third. Josh Smith was second with a 700. Your leading qualifying guy with OPS was under 800. It was Wyatt Langford at 775. That's you will never win like that. You are the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Latz also only started 8 games, so I don't even know. We don't even see them view him as a consistent starter.
No, he was a bullpen guy, but when he was put out there, in those spot starts,
a 2.84 ERA,
he was fantastic. And I would look at him probably as my 5 right now. If assuming he's ready to go, I would assume that he would be the 5. Like, that's how I would look. They probably want Rocker.
Yeah.
But I would think, all right, like Latz he's earned that spot. he has earned that spot. So we'll see what they wind up doing. But they put them, like I said, the 83.5 win total, and now you go to where they stand as the dust is settled on free agency, and they're right in the middle of the pack. 16th in CBS. And they say the rotation is stellar, obviously, and it's always possible. Maybe Bradford rejoins the fray when he returns from surgery. Can they hit it up? That's the question. Obviously, that is the big question. That's going to be the question around the entire sport when it comes to this team, is obviously the offense. But you really need to get, because they still averaged over 4 runs a game last year.
And what are you trying to say in that?
You probably need another half run a game. You need to get to 5.
Man, they were...
Because I think they averaged like 4.2 per game, and they allowed like 3.5. The run differential and where they were, you probably need to get to 5 runs a game. I think you would feel comfortable with that.
They scored 684 last year. The year before that, they scored 683. So the available evidence tells us they are not going to hit. And it's...
Right.
And in order to win your bet... The pitching
needs to basically do the same thing.
Needs to do the same thing, and then KNC was talking about this as well. Defensively, what they were last year, that needs to maintain as well.
Well, I mean,
and you lose Garcia and Wright.
You lose Garcia and Wright, and then you lose Simeon too. So you got to figure that out and what you're going to do. You got defensively in terms of defensive runs saved and all that. What did you do at catcher? Did you improve defensively at catcher? Because you probably improved offensively based on what they did last year at the position.
They lost 8 games last year where they allowed 2 runs. 8 games.
Let's go to The Athletic. Ken Rosenthal wrote on the Mackenzie Gore deal and what they are saying around the sport when it comes to him. And first off, the headliner in the return was Gavin Feen, the 12th overall pick, and people like him, right? None of the Nationals' new players cracked the top 100 in prospects in Major League Baseball. Now, when you go down, they say it's a big win for the Rangers. According to one baseball official, they get the best player in the deal by a wide margin, and they didn't give up any top 40-man pieces. All right, and you especially keep on to Walcott, who is one of the 2 top 100 players that they have in their organization. He comes in at number 5. They refer to the Rangers, and they said that they liked their end, citing the track record of Chris Young, and obviously what Gore is. Gore is good, not great. Big upside. Health concerns, that's key. You got to look at it. Bottom line, they like it for the Rangers because they think Chris Young is good at evaluating his own players and what he gave up. Right,
and that's from who? Rosenthal?
That's from Rosenthal.
Okay.
So... I generally kind of like Rosenthal. If he says something, I'm buying it.
Yeah.
I can't say I like him, right? Because he didn't call us back.
Yeah.
Was that him that you got the fight with on the phone?
Yeah, I fought with Rosenthal and Passon. I was so happy when Rosenthal bumped that guy and got called out for being a jerk nationally.
Here's the thing about the Gore trade. It's good. Like, they won it, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a good player. I don't know, again, that it makes any net difference for them where they're at right now. It's like the question a few years back whenever everybody was talking about, well, you should go draft Kyle Pitts for the Cowboys. And I was like, if they draft Kyle Pitts, I will lose my mind. Like, what, you think he's bad? No, he's good. That's not what they need. If they drafted a receiver this year, the Cowboys, I'd be like, the hell are you doing? What are you doing? You don't need that. You need something else. Same sort of thing. You don't need Mackenzie Gore. You were the top pitching staff in baseball last year.
And who are the available free agents left? How big are the names out there? Fromber is out there. You don't need that.
You don't need that, but man,
Chris Young thinks they do.
Yeah. That is turning out to be the most expensive single pitch we've ever seen in Major League Baseball history. Last year, he gives up a grand slam, and on the very next at-bat, he crosses the catcher. The catcher calls for an off-speed pitch. He throws a fastball just right down the you-know-what, hits the catcher in the chest protector, walks off the mound. Nobody wants this guy.
Class A had some expensive pitches.
Yeah, yes, he did. He is a good, solid pitcher, and he is unsigned. He's got a market. It's just not what he wanted it to be.
Suarez hit 49 home.
Eugenio Suarez?
Yes, hit 49 home runs last year, 34 years old. Arise, who you're always talking about.
I like Louis.
Zach Gallen, don't need him.
Don't need him.
Chris Bassett, don't need him.
If you got Louis Arise, now he's a butcher in the field. He is a very problematic player. All he does is get singles. Like, that's it. He doesn't really walk a ton. He'll hit 320. He doesn't run great. He doesn't field. I mean, he's a butcher in the field, man.
Marcell Ozuna,
these are older guys.
There's not a lot of great hope for bats out. I'm trying to give CY a little bit of a pass for the rest of the offseason. There's still time. You can add a bat. If you don't add a bat, Bobby will end up being right. Because they're taking this approach that, it feels like the Cowboys are taking with their offensive line and defensive prospects. At some point in time, you have to draft, develop, and hope that your own elevate.
Right.
You need Evan Carter. You need Wyatt. You need Josh Young.
If they don't add a bat, and there really isn't one. I mean, if you add Suarez, fine, but they're not going to spend the money. They're not going to spend the money on Ozuna.
No.
So if you don't add a bat, Josh
Austin
Young,
Hayes.
Yeah, Josh Young has to stay healthy. Wyatt Langford has to take that next step, and Evan Carter has to stay healthy and play well. That's what has to happen.
That's a lot.
It's a lot. And not to mention,
and Josh Smith has to have another all-star type first half again.
And Corey Seager needs to play 140 games. Or 135.
I think we're still waiting. I got to look at this. I know near the end of last year it was true. I think we're still waiting on Wyatt Langford to hit his first career home run while DHing. He's never done it. Their options within their lineup are so bleak.
Yeah, bleak's a good word.
Yeah, it is. That is a good word. And Atlanta radio had a decent discussion about what to do with Ronald Acuna, with the Kyle Tucker deal, and how it affects them and their ability to get Acuna signed to a long-term deal. And they mentioned trading him. Okay, they mentioned trading Acuna. And then I heard our old boy Mike Baskey, talking about how the Rangers need to be prepared to pay Wyatt Langford $60 million when he is ready to sign.
What?
Which, that seems high. And they're not going to do that. They're not going to pay him $60 million. They don't have $60 million a year to pay on one player.
No, just stick with us. Stick with us. We'll get our bill right, and we're going to have money for you next offseason.
New account. We got a new account.
Yeah, there are 3 teams who could pay Wyatt Langford $60 million. 3. And we're not one of them.
Well, maybe you get DeGrom, off the books.
Sure.
Once you trade Seager.
Yep. There you go. You get the
Evaldi age out.
Are we really going down? Now he was 17th among all position players in the sport and WAR.
Yeah, he's really good defensively, and he had good stretches at the plate.
Yeah, he did. And that's his second full season. His WAR was 5.6. Jose Ramirez finished 3rd in MVP voting, and his WAR was 5.8. So he's right there. Fernando Tatis was 8th in the NL. He was 5.9. So, I'm already getting, antsy about, are they really going to talk about $60 million? And then we know what's going to happen. We know they're not going to give him $60 million. So are they going to talk about trading Wyatt Langford?
I mean, he's still 4 years away?
Yeah.
Their money will be...
I would hope it's different by then.
They have not structured... If he continues to get better, and they have not gotten their money to a place where they can afford to re-sign him 4 years from now, then everybody needs to be blown out.
Well, yes, and also, don't forget, by then... The league might have a salary cap anyway. What's that going to do to keep salaries down? Great point of the fan text. Jock's still your DH.
It can't be worse than last year.
I wouldn't think so.
Can't.
God, I wouldn't. You can't. Yeah, you literally can't. You will not win games if he's worse than he was last year.
Diamond Cavs with RJ Choppy on your official home for Texas Rangers baseball. You found that out yesterday with Mackenzie Gore and Chris Young right here on this station. Let's go commercial free in the expressway all the way to the end of the hour. We'll have the junk drawer at 7:40, but we go back inside the Star. We got a lot of new coaching in this Super Bowl. Mike Vrabel, he was in Tennessee. Cowboys had a shot. What about Sean Payton? Where does Brian Schottenheimer rank among all the recent head coaching hires? How good of a shape are the Cowboys in with their head coach? Inside the Star, commercial-free expressway after
34% to beat Seattle. $100 trade pays out $281. Use code FAN to get $20 when you trade 100. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
It's the Expressway on Sean and RJ, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Confronting. Good morning, Metroplex. The commercial break interrupted. We got shorter commercial times with Payton gone in Vegas.
Yeah, I think Payton's just he wants more break time.
He just adds Spits and Suds promos to kiss up to the boss.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is, so he could get this time off.
We are commercial-free in the Expressway on the home of the Cowboys and Rangers. It's Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. Are you guys planning to unleash this weekend? That's all I've been waiting for, is to explode tomorrow with the misses.
Huh?
Yep.
Okay, yeah. I hope to explode with the misses, too.
You guys,
I went wild yesterday. Double shot of Tito's. Bowled. I mean, that
bowled well.
Yeah, bowled well. I've never bowled that well in my life. Every time I play, it's usually between 100 and 120. That's
a great feeling you bowl well, isn't it?
Yeah, it was weirding me out. I was like, why am I doing so much better here? I was like, is something wrong with this lane or whatever? Then I played another game right after that and did not bowl well. But I bowled 171 yesterday.
Whoa!
That's a good number.
Did you spin it?
No, I just I basically when I go, I look for those little arrows on the thing, and I just basically will toss it to try and get it to land on the center arrow, and then it rolls the whole way.
Yeah, that's generally the premise.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying I didn't spin it. I just went
I know.
and tossed it.
And what is your rule on spinning?
If you're gonna spin, you got to use the thumb. The no thumb spinners, those are they're not seasoned.
Do you spin?
I don't spin. I just throw as hard as I can.
Of course.
I go with a light ball. I go like a 10 or a 12, and I just whip that thing. I try to get, because they put the miles per hour up there, right? I try to get 21 miles an hour at least.
I don't think I've ever seen a miles per hour.
Oh, it's great. It's so toxic.
When I say I toss it, I literally mean, though, I throw it in the air to land, up high.
You're the loud bouncer?
Yeah.
Oh, they love that. Oh, yeah.
I don't know. It worked. I bowled 171. Don't question the process.
So, I mean, a loud boom every time? Bonk!
And then it goes.
Oh, God, you're going to break the lane.
I wouldn't bowl with you. I couldn't be in that lane.
So embarrassing.
It's embarrassing.
So embarrassing.
I did feel, though, afterwards, I did feel like Dallas Braden throwing the perfect game, because it's I'm going right back out there and bowling 105. I was like, all right, so these lanes are not rigged or anything. I just got lucky for some reason that game.
Did you wear your little arm cast?
Nope. I did. I was doing that whole thing. I had the hand cooler. I was doing that whole thing.
Did you lick the ball like
nice germs.
Jesus?
Yeah. Nobody F's with the Jesus.
Right. How much did it cost you? Were you there for an hour or two? 2 hours?
It was an hour.
How much?
It was
for 4?
Yeah, it was. I think it was 40 or something.
Oh,
it's not bad at all.
No, it was Pinstack and Irving. So they've, I guess, on Thursday nights they've got, because the Friday, Saturday, Sunday the rates are jump, but I guess Monday through Thursday the rates aren't so bad.
All right, let's go commercial free Expressway junk drawer to give you some laughs on a Friday coming up at 7:40. Wow, you both are bonding over a Bill Barnwell piece.
We are. This is the most ridiculous thing I think I've seen this week. And not for the reason of where they play Shoddy, who was unequivocally a strong hire, a stronger hire than the coach they had previously.
All right.
But no, Bill Barnwell ranked the top all 37 coaching hires across the National Football League since 2021.
Except for this year. So this year's guys are not on this list.
Yeah, so this is everybody that's been hired in the last 5 years other than this year. So 21, 22, 23, 24, 25.
Yeah, Robert Saleh yesterday says, I'm calling the defensive plays. He didn't do it in New York. I don't understand why. He said, when I was doing it, when I wasn't doing it in New York, I just felt like I was a red flag and timeout manager. That's all I felt. I'm going to be calling the plays in Tennessee.
I don't know how, looking at this list, I can't figure out Barnwell. This is a couple years ago when Barnwell was insistent that the biggest loss the Cowboys had all offseason was Ezekiel Elliott. And it's what are you looking at? Why do you think that that's somehow the problem? So you look at this list, and for the most part, it's fine. The number one hire, Dan Campbell with the Lions. Then he's got Sirianni with the Eagles at 2. Mike McDonald, Seahawks 3. Vrabel 4 to the Patriots. And then 5 is DeMeco Ryans. That rounds out the top 5. So he's got Sean Payton behind DeMeco Ryans, even though Sean Payton's gotten to the conference finals.
I mean, I think at least the top 4 are accurate.
Yeah, sure.
I don't have any problem with, if you want to rank them differently within the top 4, fine. I don't have any issue with the top 4. I don't have an issue with DeMeco Ryans over Sean Payton. I mean, if you want to put Sean over DeMeco, I'm not going to fight with you. Not going to fight with you at all on that. It's just, I think the guys are right. The top 6 guys are definitely the right ones.
Then it gets a little weird. When you get outside, you round out the top 10, he's got 7 Kevin O'Connell, 8 Ben Johnson, 9 Jim Harbaugh, 10 Dan Quinn, and then he's got 11 Liam Cohen. Is that low for Cohen, given the job he's done and all the questions that popped up with Quinn this year?
1 year. Like,
it's 1 year.
Maybe Liam Cohen has a fallback like Dan Quinn did.
12.
We don't want to overreact to things, and can't boost Cohen too much.
I think 7, 8, 9 are fine. Is the shine off Kevin O'Connell that fast?
Yeah, but
that's your guy.
Who should he be above? Right now, the one that I'm waiting to judge is Dan Quinn, based upon who else you name. I might bump Dan.
10 is Quinn, 11 is Cohen, 12 is Todd Bowles at the Buccaneers.
Man, Todd just wins games, man. It's not pretty. It seems like he's on the hot seat every year in Tampa.
Like, I'd probably hire Todd Bowles over Dan Quinn as a head coach.
Ooh, I think I'd take Quinn.
I would too.
I think I'd take Quinn. Bowles is so old school. 13, Mike McDaniel.
That
14.
seems.
But hires have not been great. The hires have not been great, but still, it's kind of stunning that there are coaches who have won playoff games that are behind these next two. Mike McDaniel at 13, or have been to the playoffs. 14 is Robert Saleh at the Jets, who never had even a 500 season.
He was not good with the Jets.
I don't think Brian Daboll's a great coach. Brian Daboll did have a great year where he coached that team to the playoffs.
How much grace is Saleh getting from it being the Jets? I had a buddy, my kids I went to college with, they're all Titan fans. They're like, dude, is he? They're all excited about it. They're like, I don't know if this was the Jets being that bad or it's him.
And he's always going to win the press conference.
For sure. He looks great. He's in
all
shape.
All those kids, he managed all those kids.
I mean, man, you can. 8 kids?
Go ahead, go through the list, and I want to make an overall point.
Mainly from here on out, I just want to see if this is a reasonable person to have behind Robert Saleh at the Jets. 15, Doug Peterson at the Jaguars. They literally went to the playoffs with Doug Peterson. 16, Shane Steichen with the Colts. Fine. Steichen seems like a pretty similar coach to Saleh.
I got a big problem at 18.
17,
I think Steichen has to be over Saleh.
I would put him over Saleh too, but I at least can see like they're in similar territories. 17, Brian Daboll at the Giants. Daboll did go to the playoffs with the Giants. Saleh never got better than 7 and 10. This is a big problem. 18, Dave Canales at the Panthers.
Should be higher.
Should be much higher. He did a really nice job there.
He did fantastic there.
Over Daboll and over Saleh.
Yep. Number 9.
And maybe over McDaniel.
Let me see. I got to see if this team actually went to the playoffs. They did.
Yeah.
Number 19 is Brandon Staley at the Chargers, who also went to the postseason with his team.
He can remain low.
20, Kellen Moore at the Saints.
Next year,
and
let's see.
They're gonna be.
It's a nice second half of the season.
Is that a definitively better hire than 21 Schottenheimer at the Cowboys? Or is he just grouping them next to each other, do you think?
I don't think it's definitively better. Again, he started off the year with Rattler.
Yeah.
Then he turns it over to a rookie. Again, really nice second half. Let's see what Shoddy does with his DC and some money spent on that side of the ball. Let's see.
This is what he wrote up about Schottenheimer. Said Schottenheimer's ascension didn't exactly thrill Cowboys fans when he was promoted to replace Mike McCarthy in Dallas last offseason, but the 52-year-old was inoffensive in his first season as head coach. That's probably a good way to put it. He didn't offend you as head coach. Put in a compromising position by ownership's decision to trade star edge rusher Micah Parsons just before the season. Schottenheimer did a solid job overall of handling an impossible situation. He also coaxed a career year out of George Pickens, who many saw as a liability heading into the season, and was the lead architect of the 5th best offense by points scored per possession. Schottenheimer's defense was a disaster, which is why the Cowboys missed the playoffs, but it seems more realistic to pin that on coordinator Matt Eberflus.
I want to make an overall point about NFL hires, and I think we always try to figure out how much blame to give to Jerry and how much is perception and reality and Will McClay and the team and Jerry being willing to listen. So yesterday, Steve Bisciotti who continues to be like the most likable, badass mafia boss in the NFL. Bisciotti was like walking into the Ravens facility when their Todd Archer, Jamison Hensley, was doing an ESPN report. And Bisciotti went and put his arm around Hensley and just like, it was a cool live TV moment. And they said, why did you hire Jesse Minter? And he goes, well, because that's who Erich picked. And I was thinking about all these screw-ups with hires and the process of not having your replacement before you fire Sean McDermott and all these guys. And I was wondering, what other jobs in life does the CEO or the owner know less than the person they're hiring to run it? Like if you're
about the craft or about the industry?
About the craft.
I would assume the CEO of an airline knows less about flying a plane than the pilot.
Okay.
Well, not just that, but also like because I assume you're talking about not just that, how it operates, how it's supposed to be run.
Yeah.
Like, because to me,
it's like, if I was an NFL owner, I would feel foolish talking football with a guy. They're speaking another language.
Right.
There's no way an NFL owner can talk intricacies and details of football with a head coach. And that's why you rely on the GM.
But the GM is not a football guy anymore either.
But a GM is more of a football guy than the owner.
Sure.
And we don't
but
have
a nerd.
And we don't have that here. So like Steve Bisciotti, when he said that, when he goes, I hired him because that's who my GM told me to pick. Steve Bisciotti can talk about culture, values, rules, philosophy, in terms of the way you act. He can't talk football philosophy with Jesse Minter. The Cowboys don't have that middleman to decipher all the nerdy football talk with the head coach who's sitting down and says, here's why I want to run the 3-4. And even if you want to discredit some GMs with that amount of football discussion, if they're a nerdy analytics person, it just got me to thinking, what other industries are there? You know, like, obviously a hospital CEO can't talk surgery with a physician.
But operating.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I would, maybe oil and gas. It feels like there's a lot of people who invest in companies or who finance companies that they probably don't know as much as the person who they hire to run it.
Like the superintendent of a school probably knows what it's like to be a teacher.
They were probably an education major of some kind.
Yeah. But like, if I was sitting down with a head coach, I can't pretend to talk and know X's and O's with him. I need the general manager there to make that decision, and the Cowboys don't have that in their decision making. That just jumped out to me.
I mean, restaurants, maybe. You get a lot of people who just finance restaurants. I would imagine probably some of these.
What if their palate sucks?
Yeah, that's true. It could be that. I would imagine tech jobs. There's various tech sectors that would be similar. But yeah, it's not a lot. There's not a lot that pop to mind.
That was my point.
Rest of the list here after 21, Brian Schottenheimer. You got 22, Arthur Smith with the Falcons.
And these are the hires made since
last 5 years.
This is ranking all the hires made from 2021 to 2025. 23, Dennis Allen at the Saints.
He's too high. He's too high.
Is he?
Yes. He was awful.
But I mean, I think everybody behind here you're going to hear was awful.
You're not awful as a DC, in my opinion.
24, Raheem Morris at the Falcons. 25, Matt Eberflus at the Bears. I have a really hard time putting many people behind Matt Eberflus just because of how it ended. 26, Jonathan Gannon, Cardinals. 27, Gerard Mayo, Patriots. 28, Brian Callahan at the Titans. Aaron Glenn with the Jets at 29. And then you get 3 straight Raiders hires. Antonio Pierce, 30. Pete Carroll, 31. Josh McDaniels, 32. And then rounding out the bottom 5, Lovie Smith from the Texans at 33. David Culley from the Texans at 34.
I forgot about David Culley.
Yeah, the one-year wonders.
Nathaniel Hackett with the Broncos at 35. 36, Frank Reich. And the number one worst hire in football the last 5 years, Urban Meyer at the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah, that one is undisputed. People thought Brian Flores was going to become a head coach again. Mike Pettin, who you brought up with Christian Parker, hired here, longtime defensive guy in the league. This was a little uncomfortable.
That's kind of why I wanted Brian Flores to be the next coach of the Browns, but obviously either he's not interested or they're not interested. I don't know. I know he has that reputation. You worked with him. You know, he was tough on the players in Miami, and I think he's been vindicated. What's your thoughts on Coach Flores?
Probably not many that I would prefer to share. I mean, we didn't see eye to eye on a lot of things, and that's why I spent this past year on offense. I was there in 24 and 25, or 23 and 24 on defense. So, I'll take the high road on that one.
Ooh, chili from Mike Pedro Flores.
And you hear this. This is what you heard a lot of about him leaving Miami. Was just there were a lot of people who didn't want to talk about him, and when they would talk about him, they didn't have a lot of nice things to say. I think it's not unreasonable to think he probably operates like all of the other Belichick assistants who have been heavy-handed. Joe Judge, Josh McDaniels, Matt Patricia. Like, these guys who come from the Belichick tree like Flores did, a lot of them operate that way, and it just doesn't work outside of New England.
We need to make John Isner happy. I need to get the Australian Open on one of these TVs.
Oh, is Sinner playing?
We're going to a fifth set.
Oh, baby. It's got to be men's.
With Joker and Sinner. Yeah. How Joker is still doing this.
It's amazing. It really is.
This age.
Who are you rooting for?
I don't care. Just give me some good drama with it.
I like Sinner, but I got to kind of root for Joker because it's at the end.
Right.
Well,
Bobby,
you're rooting for him for other reasons.
Bobby deserved an ASO-meter. Do you have some stupid ad on another sport you're not qualified to talk about, like basketball?
No, I love the old fuzzy ball. Turn it on.
877-881-1053 to get in your reactions, your stories, and whatever else you want to throw into the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
We do it every single Friday at this time, commercial-free in the Expressway. I'll start off with a sportsy one. This is Paul Feinbaum hosting his radio show, and again, just another example of it just means more there in the old Deep South.
Hey, Paul. This is an interesting call. About 2 minutes ago, a tree just fell through my bedroom.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah? And I'm a little bit in shock, I guess. I'm in another part of the home, and I heard and, of course, felt this noise. And also heard this boom.
So your first inclination was to wait to go on the Feinbaum show? Is that it?
I don't know what else the hell to do. Didn't hurt either one of my dogs, and I'm like, well, there's nothing I can do right this second. That's why I didn't hang up the phone and panic. So my point is, didn't LSU last year, you know these facts and I don't, didn't they have like the largest portal class or one of the biggest ones coming
they sure
in?
did. Most certainly they did.
So there it is. Cannot abandon the phone call where you're on hold for Feinbaum.
Vance in Georgia had to wait on hold while there's a tree in his house so he could ask a 2-year-old portal question from 3 states away.
Yeah.
That happened in Louisiana, and he's in Georgia. Had to ask it.
I have a new conspiracy theory. These are fake calls on Feinbaum. And specifically, that's Feinbaum
the
himself.
Legend?
That's Feinbaum himself. Hit the beginning of that cut.
Phyllis and Mulga?
That is hit the beginning of that cut. That is Feinbaum's voice.
As the call.
Hey, Paul. This is an interesting call. About 2 minutes ago, a tree just fell through my bedroom.
That sounds like Feinbaum. I'm saying conspiracy theory.
Your brain.
Nope.
That's I don't know about
conspiracy.
that.
This is like when Randy Moss called into Tennessee radio to say how much he hated Jeff Fisher, and he said he was Woody in Nashville. That's the same thing.
This is not the Djokovic match.
No, it's not.
Are they not going to show it live?
Alcatraz versus who?
It's not Alcatraz.
We
It's
have to
Zverev. It's Alcaraz.
We have to show this. Like, is this an older match? Why isn't the Joker match? Someone text in and Isner, hit up John Isner and ask him how we go ahead and watch this. The junk drawer here on the Fan.
This is you need to be very careful with the things that you.
This one's already over.
Yeah.
Who won?
I don't want to tell you.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Alcaraz.
I knew it. You can't beat Alcatraz. All right, so you better be careful the things that you hurl at people. You know how you like to throw pens at me when we're in the studio?
Yes.
If I'm doing a fist pump, I'm just participating, and you'll throw stuff at me. That could send you to prison, apparently. At least, according to the Smoking Gun, a man has been arrested on a felony charge for allegedly battering somebody with a ketchup packet.
What?
This man now faces 5 years in state prison. So
like red spit, RJ. Get used to it.
There's obviously something, there's context here. There are prior convictions here, but a man is behind bars on an enhanced criminal count for allegedly striking a male victim with a ketchup packet, according to court records. Investigators say that Austin Simmons, 28, committed the battery inside a Florida, of course, bus terminal Monday evening. The victim, cops say, was checking on Simmons, who appeared to be passed out. Identified as a, quote, transient in an arrest affidavit, Simmons woke up irate. He then walked towards Carlos Mora and threw an opened ketchup packet at the victim. Mora, cops added, suffered, quote, 2 spots of ketchup on his jacket. He is pressing charges, and because of the previous issues, this battery could land this guy in prison for 5 years. For throwing a ketchup packet.
5 years.
This is somebody being petty. This is somebody going, you're not going to throw ketchup at me. Yeah, I want to press charges. Yep. I got 2 spots of ketchup on me.
He should have to pay for the dry cleaning bill. That's it.
Yeah. See, this is my whole thing with the assault law. You know, it's the catch law in football. There's a common sense to it. Yeah, that's not a. Are you in danger? Were you in danger of the ketchup packet? My neighbor, he got they got into a water fight. All right, my neighbor's got in a water fight.
What does that mean?
Well, one of them, the neighbor sprayed one of the other ones with a water hose. And he goes, that's assault. And I'm like, are you the Wicked Witch of the West? Are you going to melt? It's not assault.
How about stop being a 7-year-old and spraying each other with hoses?
Oh, I think he was spraying his dog for barking.
Oh.
Yeah, that got him, and then he sprayed him. But it's like, that's not throwing a ketchup packet is not assault.
No.
I'll show you assault, baby.
Nice job, Jake. He said it's on main ESPN. So now we have it. Main ESPN, center up 1-0 in the 5th.
This is break point, baby.
Over. Look at you with the terminology. Very impressive.
He read it. It said break point.
I know my tennis. Now we got a deuce here. Let's go. 40-40. Let's see. This is the junk drawer here on 105 through the fan. Matt Khalil's ex-wife is citing free speech to get the lawsuit tossed. Now, of course, you remember this goes back to her saying that he was too equipped to engage in some amorous moments with her, and then
amorous,
right?
I don't know if I've ever heard that word.
Is that the right word, Bobby? Did I use that right?
I'm not sure. You're the English minor.
Yeah, I was. But. So she files for divorce. They file for divorce, and she says on this Twitch stream he's too equipped. He shoots back and files a lawsuit.
Yeah.
All right.
Man card.
Big time man card. Now, a lot of people were speculating the lawsuit was kind of pushed by his new wife. It was like, hey, I don't want your ex-girl talking about your intimate.
Imagine what that did to his DMs.
Oh my God.
Lit them up.
That's exactly it. That's why I think I would not say that he needs his man card pulled, because I think he's trying to get it out that this keeps it in the news how equipped he is. But I'm going to file my own return lawsuit. You guys are going to hear about this in the news every day.
So she is saying it is just free speech, and this needs to be stricken, and the lawsuit needs to be tossed out. So Matt Khalil, he's got to drop this lawsuit. This is a major. You're right. This is a major man card. He got it out there. He did the wife a solid.
He did.
Yep, he did the wife a solid, and now he needs to go back and just say, you know what, we're going to drop this case.
I mean, how are you going to be able to settle this? I think this whole thing, again, it would have to be a ploy, because you're going to go into court and the judge is going to go like, well, to properly rule on whether this was slander or not.
Yeah. How did it cause you harm? Has Matt Khalil gone to a shrink for his size?
To determine if it's slander, we have to see if her claim was true. And the judge is going to say, what was it?
Bobby wants to see the discovery.
Not me.
And if you're if you're so embarrassed by it, have a reduction. You're that embarrassed by it.
That's right.
Yeah, exactly.
The break point did not happen. We are tied at 1.
And they had a John Isner reference up there on the screen just a second ago.
Did they?
Yeah.
Anything with a big serve. Sinner has 22 aces in this match compared to Joker's 10.
I know we like to stay away from politics generally.
Well, not this week with you, the way you try to set everybody up.
Yeah, you did try to set it up.
No, because that whole thing was not about the politics. It was about
you
brought I said either side.
You brought up a coffee barista quitting over giving treatment to ICE, and you didn't think that was going to be
not political. That's social.
Yeah.
There's a difference. I am going to make an endorsement for the next presidential election in 2028. I'm officially throwing my support behind Utah State Senate Majority Leader Kirk Cullimore. After KSL.com in Utah wrote about what is the best legislation I've seen in years. He has a new bill designating Android as the state's preferred mobile operating system. His fellow senators sitting near him reacted with a mix of applause and boos. Is this a real bill? Asked Senate Majority Assistant Whip Mike McKell. Yes, it is. Senate Bill 138, sponsored by Cullimore, would make Android the world's most popular mobile device operating system, an official state symbol, joining the ranks of the official state cooking pot, which is the Dutch oven, the official state crustacean, which is the brine shrimp.
The Dutch oven?
They've got all these. The brine shrimp is the official crustacean, and the official state mushroom is the porcini.
Psychedelic? Oh.
Nope. Cullimore said someday everybody with an iPhone will realize that the technology is better on Android. He specifically says that this is about essentially discrimination, that he feels discriminated by iPhone users who are all worried about the color of the text messages. He said that he's the only one in his family who uses an Android. All his kids, his wife, they all have iPhones. He did say all his kids, not all his wives, but they all have iPhones. And he says, I'm holding strong. He said that the Android discrimination has to stop. He said, I don't expect this to really get out of committee, but I'm putting it out there. And I support this. This man needs to be president because he's correct.
Jacob, what do you have?
Man, I wasn't prepared for this. I don't have anything right now.
He didn't hear it.
So you were listening?
I texted you last night.
Oh, you mean for an iPhone? I thought you meant content-wise. I do have an iPhone.
Wait. What have you been doing? I've been looking at you for 10 seconds.
I've been watching tennis. You got me dialed into this game. I'll be honest with you.
I'm interested in this game over here.
What story do you got there? So you're an iPhone user. You're one of the just the mindless drones.
I am, yeah. I did have an Android once. My first phone was an Android. It was like one of those, you remember the Ladybug phone from Diary of a Wimpy Kid where all you could do was call your parents? It was kind of like that. That was my first phone. And then we graduated on to like the iPhone 4. And then I've had an iPhone since then.
And your girlfriend?
She's got an iPhone as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
would you date her if she had an Android?
Oh man.
Or would she date you?
I probably would. I don't hold like that big of a deal over phones.
Yeah.
If she had, I think Android's better than Samsung. So if she had a Samsung, I probably wouldn't.
Samsung and Android's the same. It's the same thing.
It's not the same thing. It's not the
What
same
do you
thing.
mean?
You can have Android is a Samsung operating system.
It's a personality thing.
But
it's a person. What do you mean?
Samsung users is just kind of weird, in my opinion.
Wow.
Well,
I'd also have to get over the green text. That'd be like the biggest hurdle, getting over the green text.
Guess who's not getting a burrito on Monday morning? Jacob Bray. This is a great Samsung phone right here.
It's the junk.
Shout out to you.
I will say it is a much better. The Samsung phone's way better.
It is a better phone.
It's a better phone, but I can't. The usability of the text on the iPhone is just so much better.
It's the junk drawer right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Your boy Luigi.
Whose boy?
Your boy Luigi.
Chris Strong doesn't work here anymore.
He has got the people by the you-know-whats. A Luigi Mangione. Now, of course, he is still in jail. The accused CEO killer. He's in a New York City jail. But this guy, Mark Anderson, Minnesota native, now lives in the Bronx as a pizza worker. He works at a pizzeria.
Wow.
He made a
way to fight the stereotypes in this story.
So he said that he had he was a fake delivery guy in this situation, trying to spring Luigi out of jail.
Oh.
So he's trying to create a diversion.
So he showed up with like pizza?
A file in the pizza, or what is it?
He comes in with weapons and tries to get pizza in there, trying to blow up the whole place to get side out there.
Was there a bomb?
No, there was no bomb. It was but he's trying to get him out. And that's the whole thing. People have been trying to spring Luigi from jail. He has all these people protesting for him, these sycophants out there who think he was doing the Lord's work by gunning down the CEO of United Healthcare.
Yeah, I don't know what you could say. Like a cake, I understand. You can fit something into a cake that you bake. What are you fitting into a pizza?
Well, they found...
have you ever watched those Aiden videos? You can fit a lot.
They found a round steel blade that resembled a pizza cutter inside the pizza box.
Brilliant.
Yep.
He just needed to slice it.
They also found a barbecue fork.
I don't
so
know.
It's one of those big 2-pronged fork things, right? You can do some damage with that.
Oh heck yeah.
And then then the round pizza cutter thing.
Yeah.
It's a round blade looking like a pizza cutter.
Has he been sentenced yet? Like when?
No.
When?
No. No sentencing, no like the trial. I mean, it hasn't even. He hasn't even been found guilty. Like the trial hasn't like occurred
Good
yet.
grief.
But if he is,
We're
found,
too busy worrying about ketchup packets being thrown.
if he is found guilty, and if he is sentenced to death, which I don't even know if that's on the table in the state that he's at, but if he is sentenced to death, then one day you can eat his meal. Apparently, I guess you could eat his pizza. Or,
Let me
or whatever.
guess, ZD.
Ohio's true crime restaurant serving serial killers' last meals is now opening a Michigan location, and I want them to open this here. This is a true crime restaurant in Galion, Ohio.
This
it's
is
called
cool.
The Final Meal.
This is awesome.
And their menu is just the final meals requested by serial killers.
Oh, this is awesome.
Wow.
The amount of ice cream that's got to be on this menu.
Ice cream?
Yeah. Oh, if I'm on death row, my final meal is going to have like 3 different types of ice cream desserts.
You're like Phil Simms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
I want to know the menu.
So some of the final meals that they have on here.
Let's see if Jake's paying attention. What's your item?
Probably, yeah. I mean, I got to go brisket sando. That's probably mine. My question is, who's the guy who ate dirt? Who is that guy?
Did somebody eat dirt?
Somebody asked for dirt. He asked for a pile of dirt.
Oh,
do you think that's on the menu?
No, I don't. That's definitely not. Here are some things that are on the menu. John Wayne Gacy's meal, which was chicken wings, strawberries, fried shrimp, and French fries. So these are all sold as a full meal. Ted Bundy, which was
throw strawberries in that.
Parmesan steak, loaded steak fries.
Parmesan steak, veal parm. Steak parm?
That's definitely somebody from Wisconsin right there.
Eileen Warnos, who's the monster Charlize Theron plater. Cup of black coffee and a cheeseburger. Some of the other ones that they have here, they've got
cigarettes that she smoked.
Timothy McVeigh, which was just 2 pints of mint chocolate chip ice cream. That's all that he wanted. And then I guess there's also a Carol Chessman. I don't know what she did. She was a kidnapper, robber, I guess, or he. And you'll get toasted ham and cheese sandwich and a bottle of Coca-Cola. So you order these as full combo platters.
Trash.
I would go here 100%.
Well, what's your meal?
The best of those looks like.
No, what's your meal? The Bobby Bell. They put the belt on the menu when you finally snap. Former producers here.
Chicken parm.
Chicken parm.
Chicken parm's
Sandwich
good,
or no?
man.
No, like with the on the bed of angel hair or whatever.
It's either going to be pizza or veal parm.
Okay.
I want to take a baby cow with me.
Okay.
They ended these. I can't remember who it was. One of these serial killers requested like lobster and all these different things, and then they brought it to him and he goes, "I'm not hungry." And so then they ended the tradition after that.
So people going to the chair don't get last meals?
Not anymore.
Because of one person?
Because they blew all this money to get it to him, and then he goes, "I'm not hungry." He just did it to
the Jay Novacek of criminals.
He wanted them to just blow all the money there.
What does that mean?
Lose it.
For the
From what?
The Jay Novacek?
I said the Jay Novacek of criminals.
And what does that mean?
I'm not getting it.
At that show that you do on Wednesdays, he would go in there and he would order at the Cowboys Club. He would order like 3 ribeyes.
The Cowboys Des party. They're taking like Chateaubriand for breakfast.
Yeah, he did get. I know he did order a tomahawk steak to go.
And they shut it down?
They're like,
they'll still hook you up, but there's limitations.
Give us this different menu.
Let's talk about the classic roommate battle from last night at the AAC, and the Stars are turning it around. Next on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan.
Our goal is to have you win. is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Flagg and Thompson.
The ball's going to end up in Flagg's hands.
Let him shoot a three.
Yep.
Go for it.
Announcer talking smack said, shoot it. Shoot it. He did. He tied it, and the Mavs still end up losing. 8 o'clock hour here on Sean and RJ, along with Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Jacob Ray in for Pepe in Vegas, who was at the Stars game last night. And we have the mentor, Aiden Butler, running the FanCam Twitch and Odyssey app.
Odyssey.
Here on DFW Sports Station. Man, it's just such a wild card when you get an NBA ticket. But now I think for years to come, you actually circle Dallas-Charlotte because of the roommates and Rookie of the Years going at it last night. Cooper Flagg drops 49 in a loss to Con Kneppel. What a name.
Con Kneppel.
Con Kneppel.
I think all of his brothers have, like, their first name starts with a K. It's like...
That's his name, too. Like, that's not shortened. His name is K-O-N, Con.
I always think about, like, last names making a plural to, hey, let's go over the Kneppels.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Like at the Kneppel residence.
Right,
you know?
You always pluralize.
What's that background? What's Kneppel?
I have no idea. It's
And this guy looks like
German?
I mean, he looks like he is a choir boy.
It looks it.
This guy, you're not thinking
German.
This is a badass NBA rookie.
Yeah.
I mean, Flagg kind of does too.
He is he's fun. Like I couldn't stand him in college, but he's fun. He could shoot the lights out too.
What's the farthest that team went?
They went to either the Elite Eight or Final Four. They lost to Houston.
These two and didn't win.
They had to go to the Final Four, yeah, because Houston beat Tennessee in the Elite Eight. I can't get over. I can't get over calling them the Hornets again. I still want to call them the Bobcats.
Okay.
It's like I just gotten used to calling them the Bobcats. And then they go back and switch.
Kneppel it's a German origin. It translates to cudgel or stick. It was likely originally used to describe a coarse, stocky, or physically imposing man.
Nice little reminder that Cooper can be the number one scorer after we had a lot of the rookie wall discussion. Perfect timing for reading that ESPN article from Tim McMahon talking to different scouts throughout the league that Coop even better than advertised. You have some people around the league trying to give Kneppel the NBA Rookie of the Year. That's not going to happen, but Coop, after scoring 27 on January 12th, had gone 6, 18, 21, 16 before turning it up last night on 20 of 29 shooting, including a nasty, nasty dunk. End of the game was not great with a, not a clean pass, turnover. Kneppel makes the free throws, and then the final shot where it was clear. They're like, you're the man. You take the shot. That was not the best shot, but as Bobby pointed out to start the show at 6, perfect result with the Mavs losing and Flagg going crazy.
He went crazy. It was fun to watch. It was fun to see these two go at it. And then at the end of the day, you get a loss, which means you stay closer to that draft. You want to stay in the top 8 at least. This is an 8-person draft. Some may say 6. I think you can stretch it to 8. You got to get in the top 8.
Over his last 20 games, Cooper Flagg, 22 points, 6.7 rebounds, 5.2 assists, a steal, and a block per game. Pretty good. He's a pretty good player.
Would you like to go ahead and retract your Giannis possibility of trading Flagg for him?
No, if I'm going to, every time I suggest a trade, he scores 49 points, I'm going to continue to do so. So I think you should definitely trade him now. Boost that value.
Did you get any mentions yesterday? Did you get any people reacting to that versus your Iverson take?
Nope, Iverson got way worse, and I've skated on that somehow. Choppy continues to get most of the screaming, even though I had the exact same take.
And then your rebuttal to Filthy was tweeted out by our web team.
Yeah, and that was much more tame. Because,
it was good, though.
Well, yeah, and look, I mean, at the end of the day, nobody actually came back with any stats to back up why I was wrong, which means I know I was right. That's how I look at it, right? They came up with that. He was a hard worker. Oh, he was undersized. Oh, he's a heart and soul. Oh, he was so fun. Oh, he was this, he was that. Did he shoot well?
Yeah, it was great watching him cross guys over and then go 12 for 36.
Okay, stop. God, you guys are dragging me down with you. According to ESPN research, the 83 points by the two rooks, most by a pair in a game since Tiny Archibald and Pistol Pete combined for 91 in 1971, and it was on Mark Aguirre night. So that's what happened at the AAC.
Man, I went and looked up
Knipple set a franchise rookie record with 8 threes on 12 attempts. He was on fire to start.
I went and looked at
the con man.
Some Mark Aguirre stats. You know, he put up 24 and a half here. Never put up more than 12 a year. Or like he was averaged 12 a
24.
Game. So he averaged 24 points a game here, 24 and change. In Detroit, and I guess it was the Clippers he ended his career with, he never averaged more than 12 and change a game. Like, so everything got cut in half. Now, obviously, he went to Detroit. They had a great team around him.
He became a big bench. He became essentially a sixth man.
His role completely changed, obviously. But you go from, you're mid-20s, literally a mid-20-point-a-game guy, and that gets cut in half because the other team is so good.
You know, we're sitting here and talking about AD trade. Giannis is now officially on the block. I do have some of the other odds on two other kind of troublemaker. Well, one's definitely a troublemaker. The other, I guess you can ask the women in his life if he's a troublemaker. But Ja Morant, Zion Williamson, and Michael Porter Jr., who went off last night, their next teams. Miami is always thrown up here for these teams. They're waiting on Pat Riley to revive his legacy. Miami, Sacramento, Toronto for Ja, Zion, Golden State, Chicago, Miami, Michael Porter Jr., Detroit, Golden State, and Phoenix. So that's the association. What about the ice?
Timeout. Johnson with a shot off the draw, then follows up and scores. He got his own second effort.
That's the call last night on Victory Plus. The Stars, they gave up a lead, but they still beat Vegas with Peyton Russell in attendance, repping the Stars jersey, 5-4 in a shootout. The Stars have won 4 of 5, despite giving up 3 goals in the third for the second straight game.
Yeah, and you're up 4-1. There's 15 to go. You're on the power play. You give up a shorthanded goal. They wind up tying it up. You get the win, obviously, in the shootout. Never should have gotten to that spot. Never should have gotten to the shootout. You're lucky to get away with a win there because you dominated that hockey game. All the numbers say you should. Bobby had the numbers. We're not gonna do that though.
3.2 expected goals to 1.87.
They should have won. Thankfully, they did. It never should have gotten overtime.
And it was I hate that. It was an historic night as Mike Modano got passed by Patrick Kane of the Red Wings with 1,375 career points, and he did it with an assist. That passes Modano, all-time leading scorer amongst U.S.-born players. We're going to start doing that in the NBA, of foreign players passing. Like, we treat the U.S. hockey players kind of like we used to with the foreign basketball players until they won all the MVPs.
Right. I think it's just different because it's like I don't know that they do this stat on the CBC in Canada, on TSN. I don't think they sit there and say, Modano's number one or Patrick Kane's number one in the U.S. Because we only do that because we are like the U.S.-born player is the underdog. And it's not our sport. We're the underdog in hockey.
Yeah, and we're getting to the point, like Sean said, it's getting to the point where that's going to be the case in basketball. I remember Bassick brought up a good point this may change with Cooper Flagg because this was a couple years ago, but Bassick was talking about, he's like, I think we've seen the end of the best player in basketball being American-born ever again. Like, he had brought this up because he said it's just the way, like, the style that the kids are brought up to play. They're brought up on AAU and, like, mixtapes and, we're just playing iso ball. Like, team basketball players are coming from Europe. That's where they learn to play the game. They're playing with adults a lot of times at really young ages, and they come over here as just more complete basketball players. And so the best player in basketball may never be an American again.
877-881-1053. It will be an American again. That's kind of a permanent statement.
But it makes sense that, like, the last few that we've seen, like, we may go on a run where Wemby's the best. And right now it's Jokic. And, like, when you think of some of the top players, they're not American-born.
No, but it'll be Cooper Flagg at some point. And Maine is not really the U.S. It's too far north.
We are heading into the weekend, so let's pop open a keg.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Well, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
And I'm always amazed at who the hell gets these interviews. But,
like Mike Salk with Tom Brady?
Or every interview Graham Bensinger gets.
Or who?
Every interview Graham Bensinger gets. I'm always like, how did he get all? He gets like the most exclusive interviews, and I'm like, what did you do?
He must pay people like Jordan Schultz.
Must.
But Video Gamer Magazine or website got an interview with Cooper Manning. I'd love to get Cooper
that's not a whale interview.
It's not a whale, but it's Cooper Manning.
Cooper.
Right? Yeah, it's Cooper. So he was talking about Arch and his return.
What's the third best whale? My son would be able to answer this.
You got a sperm, a blue, and an orca.
Okay.
Killer, right?
Yeah.
A whale shark. Whale shark's pretty cool. We saw those at the Atlanta
Aren't those
Super
sharks?
Bowl. Yeah, maybe. It might be. Anyway, so Cooper Manning was talking about Arch, and he's like, we haven't even had a discussion about him going to the NFL. Haven't even talked about him going to the NFL. With that family, I actually believe it. I don't think they make weekend plans
With his tape, I believe
till the
it.
weekend rolls around. They're so process-oriented from football, day to day, I don't think they make weekend plans till Friday. Weekend's not here. Why would I make weekend plans? They don't do that. But
how furious? When does Peyton start becoming Don Corleone with his media connections that Eli didn't get voted in? He's seething.
Ooh.
Because he's an undercover guy, I think, in terms of messages sent.
Yeah. Who is he close with on the committee? Like Dungy, obviously. Dungy's on the committee.
Polian.
Yep.
Maybe Peyton stopped Belichick. He's like, not those chips.
But Cooper says, look, it's don't be surprised if Arch doesn't only just stay this year, but also next year, because it hasn't even been discussed in the family, according to him. Now, whether you believe that or not,
yeah, that's not surprising at all.
That he does not enter the draft after the season,
and if he plays like last year, he'll need another year.
Look,
gotta get used to holding that clipboard at the next level.
Last couple games, he was pretty decent. After the Georgia game. After the Georgia game, he was pretty good.
Yeah, once everything, all meaning went out the window for the season.
The meaning went out the season, and they started playing bad teams or frauds. But Art, I'll tell you this: if he plays 2 more years in Austin, they better have a national championship.
Yeah,
that will be one of the more disappointing college careers.
Yeah,
Peyton without the stats.
He's
right. Yeah,
Ryan Perrilloux. He'll be Ryan Perrilloux if that happens.
God, what a name! What a name. So, yeah, it would be one of the more disappointing ones.
Even still, by the way, the final 3 games of the season, he was 57% completions after Georgia. He didn't have any interceptions, but he was still 57% completion.
One of the dumbest rules in sports is finally set to be addressed, the targeting rule. Bobby, you know about the targeting rule.
Yeah, we all know about the targeting rule.
So this is obviously like 15 years ago this thing came out. No, more than that. 2008, where you target and all of a sudden like you have the penalty and they review it and then you're tossed.
It's a good rule in theory that is applied in really stupid ways a lot of the time.
Because then there was a stretch where they would review the penalty, and if they realized that it wasn't a targeting penalty, you didn't get tossed, but the flag still stood, which is the dumbest thing ever because they just reviewed it and said it's not targeting. So how could you have this penalty stand? So they're going to review this and try to make some changes, common sense changes. We saw the national championship game, one of the Miami players got caught for targeting in the second half of the semifinal game against Ole Miss, and he missed the first half of the natty. And they're like, that's just too penal. Yeah. It's too penal. There's your college kicker.
Get rid of falling down without contact and not being able to get back up. I wish a game ends up getting decided on that so I can end up being right.
All right, so
it never happens though. And it never really kind of happens on a humongous play. It's really ticking me off.
It did in the Cotton Bowl. Was it Texas and Notre Dame where the guy came out and tripped the dude?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. There was a game years ago. I can't remember. I feel like it was Auburn or somebody had they slipped with like a minute left and people were like, that ruined it. There was nobody within 10 yards of him.
Would you rather that or the 2 feet down? You can only make one college rule the same as the NFL. 2 feet down for a catch or the down by contact?
Down by contact, to me. I'm okay with it being a little bit different with 1 foot.
Maybe the 2 feet, because I feel like the 2 feet impacts things more frequently.
Joker in control, Chop. Up 4-3 on serve in the 5th set at the Australian Open as Jacob Ray is glued to the TV. What is the number one reason that your kid quit Youth sports. See if you can guess it on the Franklin Frankel text line next.
After we get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell, it is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist-owned store. Gilchrist.
Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
It's Sean and RJ along with Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Happy Friday. We're trying to get you to the weekend as quickly as possible here on DFW Sports Station. We got Jacob in for Pepe at the bachelor party in Vegas, and Aiden running the Odyssey app, the fan cam, and Twitch. The number one reason, let's see if you've listed it, that your kid or other kids quit, or you quit youth sports.
So I saw this survey yesterday. And this was about actually youth. It started out about youth sport coaches.
Jacob, what was your best youth sport? How long did you play it?
I played basketball until I moved down here in 8th grade, and then I didn't make the team here because I was 4'11" and white. And yeah, we all know how it goes.
And where did you move from?
I moved from Chicago.
So are Texas hoops better than Chicago high school hoops?
I don't know if I would say they're better. I just moved from a high school with 80 kids that all looked exactly like me to Texas.
You went to a school with some black kids.
Yeah, I mean, the best player on our middle school team, his name's Manny Obasek. He's in the G League right now. So,
okay,
yeah, there was no competing with that.
Where'd you go to school? You said
I went to Allen.
Oh.
Do you know who Ronnie Fields is?
I don't.
Okay, just wanted to.
Also, my boy Jalen Tyson, he's turning up in Cleveland too. He was in my class too.
Look at that. So youth sport coaches are feeling burned out, right? And youth sport. I wore my Coach Dad shirt today. Mm-hmm. No, I retired. I retired as a youth sports coach.
You did? Why?
They kind of aged out. They needed their own coaches.
Yeah.
They stopped listening to me. It got to the point where we as the coaches would talk to one of the other coaches to tell our kid something. I tell my kid, hey, you're doing this. But if I tell the other coach to tell him that, he'll listen to the other coach. Right. He won't listen to me. At that point, I was like, all right, time to go. But the reason that youth sport coaches are quitting at such a high level is not because of the kids. It's not because they don't like what they're doing. It's the parents, according to this survey, and saying managing parents is the number one reason that coaches have left, quit, saying they create tension, distrust. They're worse than the children. So that kind of triggered this in me because, listen, parents, I believe, ruin all sports. It ain't the kids. We are literally the worst. You've never seen a kid get burnt out playing pickup basketball in the backyard. You've never seen them get burnt out of that because they're in charge. They're making the rules. It's fun. It's when you start putting parents involved and they start structuring this. Kids don't want structure. But you have to structure it. There's no other way around it. You have to structure it, but it just doesn't make it fun. Kids have never been burned out when they're playing with their friends. But it's shameful. It's shameful that parents are so bad that they make these volunteer coaches quit. And even some of the paid coaches quit. These paid coaches are not making tons of money. They're making extra money after they do their 9 to 5. They do their 9 to 5, they rush to practice, they're there till 9 o'clock at night, and then all of a sudden they got to get back up and do work again and do their regular job. That's what they're doing. But the other side of this, and this happened to me this week. I was so disgusted. So disgusted. And I should have seen this coming.
Look at Joker shirtless here.
That's disgusting.
He's one game away from moving to the finals over Sinner. 5-4, Djokovic.
All right, so what happened this week? I got to tell you this one. So they have these recruiting services as your child gets older, and then you'll start to see these emails about signing on. Let us help your child get into this school. We'll put your child's video in front of this coach, that coach. We'll blast it out to everybody, right? All right, so it's these recruiting services. So they set up a call. I was like, yeah, sure. I'll listen to any sales pitch. You guys know me. Mm-hmm. You ring my doorbell, I will listen. Mm-hmm. I'll listen. You got a sales pitch? Give it to me, baby. I got 5 minutes. I got 5 minutes to hear what you're selling. So they do this long sales pitch. And, you guys are a little bit behind here. He should have gotten these questionnaires. He should be emailing these coaches. He should be talking to these coaches. And I was like, oh, great. Okay. So let's see this website. So we see this website. And they say, and we'll do this all for you. And I said, there's 3 plans that we can go about. I said, I love plans. Let's give me a plan. Mm-hmm. He said, well, plan number 1 is $1,500.
Oh.
I said, what? And they said, plan number 2 is $4,000. Huh. I said, is there a plan 3? And he goes, yeah, it's $5,500.
Kidney.
What am I getting for this?
Yeah, what are you getting?
So, with the $1,500 one, I get the same access to the free website that I already have. Plus, they will make 3 video montages for you about your kids' highlights. I'm like, well, I have Bobby for that.
Right.
I don't need that. And they said you will get one-on-one mental coaching session.
Mental. Oh.
Mental coaching session.
You could have Bassig's dad for that.
Yeah, and they said, you get in front of all these college coaches. It will help you with a scholarship. They're going to do this and that. So I'm lucky enough to know people.
Oh.
Okay.
Well.
So I sent a few texts out to college baseball coaches.
And what's the next plans?
There is no next plans.
The 2,500? The 4,000?
So
what do you
the
get for
4,000 is you get a personal coach that you could contact. And then the third plan is you get unlimited training, unlimited mental, all over Zoom and stuff like that, right? So you're getting a lot more training that goes into it. So I call up my coach buddies, and they say, yeah, man, this is a scam. Nobody uses this. We don't use this service. We've heard of it. Nobody uses this thing. They sell these parents. They are preying on these parents. I went and looked. They have thousands of kids signed up. Thousands of kids at $2,500 or $4,000 or $5,500 a pop. And they have thousands signed up. They're making millions, billions of dollars a year on this. It's a scam. And none of these colleges are using this. They said, don't pay these guys a dime. We'll find your child. If he's good, we'll find you. And the kids need to email them anyway. But the problem is they're preying on parents who view their child as their only way out, right? The amount of kids in youth sports who that is the golden ticket for their parent working 3 jobs or their parent who has no money, whatever. They are preying on these parents. It's disgraceful. And it's got to stop. It's got to stop. This company's got thousands of members.
Yeah, I've
And what's the name of the company?
I don't know.
Why not?
If they're that bad,
because
save the unknowing parents who are going to get called by.
No, because someone's going to say I'm slandering. I don't want to say that. The parents know. The parents listening know exactly who I'm talking about because they've already mentioned on the fan text.
So I'm going into such an ugly admission and feeling. I haven't done it yet, but I'm being honest. I'm a little worried about being a youth sport parent in terms of like all the ugliness that supposedly comes, right? Like, is your kid going to get, their talent judged right, used right? I'm really worried about things that are going to be yelled from the stands if my kid is involved. I'm really worried. But I'm going in with Ollie's T-ball team with nothing but gratitude right now because these are volunteers, thankless. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they probably want to coach their kid, but without this person stepping up, Gavin Dawson, there wouldn't have been a team formed. So I'm going to just be nothing but appreciative. But I also don't know how my kid is as a player. So,
right.
And at this point, they're not going to get mad about, right? It's T-ball. They're all going to run after the ball and all that. But I am a little worried, and I'm worried about my wife too. Just moving along through over some of the confrontations that I hear about.
So,
mainly probably from, a parent being like, that was dirty, or he can't hit. I'm not going to be able to handle, throw it right down the middle, he can't hit. That's gonna be a problem.
So this is T-ball for starters, right?
T-ball.
Yeah. This will be the most boring, brutal to watch, but the most fun. There's no pressure. There's not going to be.
But I anticipate him being a little crybaby if he misses.
That happens.
And blah blah blah. Then meltdown, and then I will want to quit. I'm already worried about taking him to the second practice if he sucks.
Yeah. It's that is the crying. But the thing is, the crying happens with every kid.
Okay.
Especially that first game is probably going to be in the next few weeks. It's going to be 12 degrees outside. They're going to be freezing. They're going to be miserable.
Yeah, I think it's like beginning of March, something like that.
Are you worried about, because at least in our experience at the age of the middle school girls basketball team, the only yelling that goes on at those things is they're yelling at those officials.
Yeah.
Like a lot.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I've heard any of the parents bark about. One dude was getting way out of control with the penalties that were being called or whatever.
And that's a thankless job too. That's what I'm saying here in this studio.
The parents generally at that T-ball age are fine. Yeah, there's not really any officials anyway, because it's like it doesn't. The parents a lot of times, at least when we were in T-ball, you're on the field with the kids. Like you're standing kind of behind your child, like telling them what to do.
We do not have football this weekend. Bobby will have his head shaved in studio at 9 o'clock on Monday. That'll be our football game, our big event that we react to. But RJ still came up with 5 things he wants to see this weekend.
All right, let's go.
Joker won 6-4 in the 5th.
Okay, I can deal with that.
38 years old. Insane.
That's pretty awesome. That is pretty awesome. All right, 5 things I want to see. Number 1, I would like to see the temps get in the 50s this weekend.
Well, that's not happening.
I know.
To number 2.
What happened to the snow melting and no more freeze?
We got another freeze. Lows in the 20s.
So I've never seen this before. They were talking about it. They said the cold front was going through the Metroplex, and like 24 hours later, the cold air was supposed to hit.
Yeah.
I've always thought a cold front is when the thing goes through. I've never known it to just like delay
But
hit.
at least I'm not seeing like precipitation to cause ice and that snow and stuff again.
Number 2, I would like one drive that needs to happen today, my ride home from work. Either coming to or going home from work without an 18-wheeler shutting down the highway. Wednesday morning, it shut down 114 eastbound in Grapevine. And then yesterday, I'm coming home. I am a half mile from my exit, 114 shut down. And I'm having to backtrack, reverse it on the highway to get to the previous exit, or wait for 40 minutes to get home. I would like one time. And by the way, sidebar on this. Can we get the police officers at the lights when they get you off the highway, when they force you to exit? Can we get the cops there to just do it like they do at the end of a sporting event? They let everybody go through. They stop traffic. You know, it's Roanoke. We would just put your traffic tickets away for a second and get all the police out there. I ain't got time for this.
I haven't run into any of these problems.
Number 3.
Living on good old country folk I live with.
I need to see the Texas 3. Texas Tech, Texas A&M, and Texas go on the road this weekend and get a tough win. Tech plays at UCF. Texas is at OU. A&M's at Georgia. We need 3 victories there. Number 4, I need my washing machine to not give me any more problems. The amount of times this thing says off balance.
Off balance? Is this a Cleveland Cavaliers court?
It has to be, right? Off balance. I need to put a stop to that. Also, that dryer.
Is it like shutting down?
Yeah, it'll just like it'll stop moving. I guess it's like we'll put a blanket in there or something, and it's just too heavy or whatever.
Do you get the thud? The thunk, thunk, thunk,
yeah. I hate that. Also, my dryer, it's the Allen Iverson of drivers. Very inefficient. Very inefficient dryer. Never gets hot enough, just blows air. And then number 5.
Make Sarah hand wash them.
Well, this is for Sarah.
That's what my mom used to do. My mom sells a clothesline.
Really?
Yep. I'm not sure you use the dryer.
Yeah.
But a lot of times, it's like her mom. The clothes are out there.
I love the clothesline dryer.
It smells great.
It does. I love it. Number 5. This is for Sarah. I need some mid-afternoon kitchen relations.
Kitchen?
Kitchen.
Why in the kitchen?
It's been a while. It's been too long. You know, we get the morning down and the evening down, and then the middle of the night tap on the shoulder. Somebody wakes up to pee.
And this is like counter, like.
It could be anything in there.
Where are the hands?
Right around the toaster oven.
All right, there
on
it
his
is.
hips.
Yeah.
RJ Choppy, 5 things he needs for his weekend. Could the Could the Cowboys be in play for some of the top free agents this spring? That's next in Below the Bell. What RJ was just talking about, hands on hips after this.
vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
Who is coming and who is going? Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing and Window Nation. First, before I get into the list of top free agents and potential cap casualties for the Cowboys that have been written about the last couple days, did you see Mattress Mac is back in the news? He has put a $2 million bet down, which he's generally, I know he's lost several, but he's generally like won most of his big famous bets, hasn't he?
I mean, the ones he probably wants to let you know about.
Right.
That's true. But I feel like whenever there's one that's in the headlines in advance of a game, he usually has won them.
So the Luka headline for the Super Bowl was -3.5. The line closed once the conference title game started, and after the Super Bowl was officially set, Seahawks opened back up at -4. It was quickly bet up to -5. Bet Online tells us 80% of the public action and 91% of the professional action was on Seattle. Stayed that way for 8 hours, and then here's some of the other odds and ends. 46 is the lowest total since Super Bowl 50 between Denver and Carolina. That total is 43 for the over-under. First meeting where both coaches were first-time Super Bowl coaches since Super Bowl... Oh, crap, on my Roman numerals here.
First-time Super Bowl coaches? Yeah, 50.
Yeah, since Super Bowl 50.
Rivera and Kubiak.
John Fox?
Fox was fired by then.
Yeah, Fox was fired and Kubiak took over.
Kubiak and who?
Ron
Rivera.
Kubiak was coaching Denver?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my. The underdogs have covered the last 5 years in the Super Bowl. The Patriots entered the season with 80-1 odds to win it. In the last 50 years, 3 other teams reached the Super Bowl with 80-1 odds or higher. The 99 Rams were 150-1. They were the only team to win the Super Bowl with odds of 80-1 or higher to start the season. Kurt Warner on our side of cheater Bill Belichick, by the way.
Yeah.
The other 2 teams both lost. 2021 Bengals, 2016 Falcons, and Sam Darnold will make Jared Sandler happy. First USC quarterback to start at Super Bowl? That's stunning.
What? No.
Sam Darnold will be the first USC quarterback to start a Super Bowl.
Who
else? Carson?
Carson, nope. Sanchez, nope.
Definitely not Sanchez.
Caleb, not yet.
Sounds like USC has overrated quarterbacks.
That's
stunning.
doesn't seem possible. I mean, it must be, but holy
Don't they have the most Heisman Trophy winners?
Yeah, they just don't. Sean Salisbury stunned. He never started a Super Bowl. Rodney Peete, Todd Marinovich,
Leinart.
Rob Johnson.
Caleb.
Yeah,
Matt Barkley.
God, wow.
Yeah.
That's pathetic. Way to go. Cody Kessler, also on there. Stunned he never got one. Well, on that betting, by the way, I'm going to pick New England then, 100%.
I am too.
To cover. Because as soon as you tell me the Sharps are on it, whenever you tell me 91% of the Sharps, lately the Sharps don't know what they're doing. They're setting something up. But Mattress Mac has put a $2 million bet on the New England Patriots to win outright. If he's correct, he will net $4 million. And seeing Mattress Mac lose makes me happy. And so even though I'm going to pick New England, I'm going to root for Seattle.
He's an old man, a philanthropist. What's your problem? He worries about your back.
He bankrolls the cheaters. That's what he does. He bankrolls the Houston Astro cheaters, and he made money off of that. And I don't like seeing that. And so I want to see him fail. I want to see his mattresses go down in flames. I'm done with Mattress Mac. Okay, over at Bleacher Report and CBS Sports, they've had 2 lists in the last couple days. CBS Sports had the top 50 NFL free agents and then projected destinations, and Bleacher Report had the top salary cap cuts for every team. We'll start with salary cap cuts because I think this misses. I saw a lot of people sharing this article yesterday on Twitter, and I think it's off base. So they list the top 3 cut candidates for every single team. And on Dallas's list, they have Logan Wilson, Kenny Clark, and Malik Hooker. I don't think Kenny Clark's going anywhere. Kenny Clark has a huge cap number. He's not going to play at $21 million. He may get all that money, but it would be rolled into like a signing bonus, and he's given an extension or something, or he'll take a pay cut. He's not going to just have a $21 million cap figure, but he's also not getting cut. Malik Hooker, I don't know what Christian Parker's going to think about him. I would guess that he's going to feel like, hey, Rome wasn't built in a day. We can't just tear this all down to the studs and change everybody out right away. So I would guess that Hooker's somebody that they look at and say, we can win with him being on the team. Again, maybe a rework deal, maybe something gets tweaked because you can save almost $7 million if you cut him. But I think that Malik Hooker's probably going to be here. The only one that I think is, that's going to be a cap casualty is Logan Wilson. And again, I don't know how Christian Parker may feel about him. He may love him. He may think that, I can use that guy. I'll remember to put him in the game for 20 snaps. But the Logan Wilson would be $6 million savings, no dead money. And I mean, if you weren't putting him out there, if you think he's too slow, if he's lost a step, whatever else, that money would be worth it, I would imagine. Especially when you can find so many linebackers in today's NFL as value buys to contribute for you, as long as you've got things right in the trenches and you've got guys who see the game fast enough.
There's a reason you got him for nothing.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it was Cincinnati got it off their books a little early. They had gotten sideways with him, and they weren't really going anywhere, so might as well take the pick. It was a worthy shot from Dallas too, and I don't think he played horribly when he was out there. He was not great, but he had been better than Kenneth Murray, and yet I still am blown away that when you asked Shoddy after like 4 weeks, hey, what is Logan Wilson brought? Because I haven't really noticed him. And then the first thing he said was, man, has he motivated Kenneth Murray? How great has Kenneth Murray been? It's like, what? What is y'all's obsession with Kenneth Murray? So that's I think the bigger question, or guys who could be bigger cap casualties than definitely Kenny Clark, because that's not happening, and probably not Malik Hooker. I think other names that need to be watched, Terrence Steele is still up in the air. And then I think the real questions will be guys who only give you about $2 million in savings. That's Luke Schoonmaker and Jonathan Mingo. Those guys could be cap casualties, but that's about it. So over at CBS Sports, they've got the top 50 NFL free agents. Number one on the list is George Pickens, and they project that he will end up with the Dallas Cowboys. I was stunned by how low on this list after the year he had Javonte Williams was. So Javonte Williams doesn't even crack the top 30, or just barely cracks the top 30 NFL free agents. He's 29th on this list of the best available free agents, and they project him to go back to the Cowboys. Of the other 48 NFL free agents in a fairly weak free agency class, CBS projected, and obviously they're just trying to pair names, but if it played out this way, none of the other names go to Dallas. None of them. If Dallas gets away from a weak free agency class with none of the outside free agents in the top 50 ending up here, next year will be worse.
Now, wait, so you're saying this is a weak free agency class?
Yes.
Okay, so do you really want them overspending on a weak free agency class?
I need bodies. If you want to be competitive.
But you agree that in free agency you generally overspend?
Yeah, but I think that I think it's oversold how frequently free agency signings miss. There was
I bet you they hit at a much higher rate than draft picks, obviously, because they're a known commodity, but you're paying a premium for that.
Sure. Yeah, but I mean, I'm go ahead, pay it. Like I mean, if you've got it, Jerry told us for the last month of the season on Tuesdays about their cap flexibility and how, we're in a better spot. Don't listen to what everybody's saying out there. We're in a good spot. We can do whatever we want. We can flip a switch here, flip a switch there, and we're going to have a lot of money to operate with. We're basically talked about we're going to be active out there is what he set this up as. They need to be active. They've got to add starting caliber players, especially when you don't have a second round pick or a third round pick right now. You are so and the offense is good enough that it's worth trying to invest overnight in the defense to get them up to a acceptable level and potentially let you compete in the NFC.
If you invest in that defense, are you losing George? And if you are, is the offense that good?
I don't think you are losing George. Now you may be losing George in 2 years or something. Like right. If you really go after, let's just say DeMario Davis is free. You throw money at DeMario Davis, you throw money at Trey Hendrickson, you throw money at Alontae Taylor. You go get the best player, the most expensive player at every single position down the list. then yeah, in a couple years, you're going to have to probably make some cap decisions on guys that you would have otherwise been keeping, whether that's George Pickens or whoever, Jake Ferguson, one of your offensive linemen. You're going to have to make decisions at that point. But the idea is your offense is really good right now, and your offense looks capable of competing in the NFC if you've just got a defense that can get you some stops every now and then. That's what was so stunning about this, is that we looked at it. It was the DVOA numbers for NFL teams. All other teams who had similar DVOA numbers to the Cowboys this year on defense in the history of the NFL are 0, 1, 2-win teams. Though teams that have numbers that bad never win 7 games. It doesn't happen. That's just how good and prolific the offense was consistently enough. It literally came down to, guys, if you could stop them twice in a game, that'd be great, because we would win 3 more games than we did. There were the Packers game. You get a stop there, you win that. You get an extra stop against Carolina, you probably win that. You get 1 stop against Philly in the first half of the first game, you probably win that game. And that was when they started going on that little run where they beat Philly, they beat Kansas City, and we started feeling good about it. That's what was happening, was they were getting an extra stop or 2. It's not even like they were shut down. They were just getting by in a couple of instances, and that's where I think, sure, Trey Hendrickson, is that going to be a great investment in 2 years? Probably not. Just like Marcus Semien wasn't a good investment a couple years later, but Marcus Semien contributed on a World Series team. So is that really all that matters? Is let's try to see if we can make ourselves competitive right now, especially with the lack of draft picks.
Below the belt. Every day with our Cowboys Insider at 8:40. It's Sean and RJ on your official home of the Cowboys and the Texas Rangers. A little more football in the red zone at 9:20. We will crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece at 9:40. But we have a loaded list of candidates for worst take. Is it someone saying that Mike McCarthy would have had the Jets in the Super Bowl? The Browns for hiring Todd Monken, Manny Acho, or RJ Choppy and Bobby Belt for what they said about Allen Iverson? Worst take nominees and biggest loser next on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Man. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Ever met someone who is so extremely dumb that they don't know how stupid they actually are?
There's been a whole lot of stupid said this week.
You are made of stupid.
Final hour. Fist pump. I think I need to cancel it.
No way.
Because what you do on the microphone is juvenile.
I wasn't on the microphone. I was doing it to the camera.
Now you got this young kid.
Black Adam.
Black Adam is copying you out there in the hallway. It's ridiculous. Do people comment on the YouTube or Twitch over what Bobby does? I
don't have the YouTube or Twitch up.
Yeah.
You have the text.
They do.
Do they like it?
No, they don't. The people, if someone's commenting about it, they're commenting to say they're disturbed.
Okay.
I'd say that's a silent majority.
877-881-1053, 877-881-1053 for Worst Take. We have some strong contenders this week, and apparently at our sister station in Philadelphia, they're trying to make a late push.
Yeah, this is, this is Tommy on the Tommy in the Mix. Tommy in the Mix. This is a guy who goes by the name of Loogie on WFAN in New York. Evening host, after hours. He's also an EDM enthusiast. That's according to his Instagram. And spent many nights at the Roxbury.
You are mixing nominees here, I think. Sean was trying to set you up for WIP.
Oh, you want that sister station? Well, they're not our... Yeah, okay, so they're both sister stations.
They're pouring it on you.
No, they're pouring it on me.
For your Iverson take.
They are pouring it on me lately.
Stay with me. 1 hour.
Yeah, this morning they are pouring it on. I guess news travels slowly in the greater Philadelphia area. They're all riding SEPTA. SEPTA, not fast today. All right, that's the Southeast Pennsylvania Transit Authority. Must not be traveling very fast right now because the news just got to them 48 hours later, but they are laying it on thick this morning over the last 2 hours. I saw the mentions go from about 30 comments on their post to well over 100 comments on their post in the last 2 hours.
Oh.
That's a lot.
Related
That's
to?
a lot 2 days later related to my correct take about Allen Iverson.
Yeah, mine too. He was supremely talented, but ultimately his unrealized potential. Crossing some, like I said, an Allen Iverson crossover sounds like this. Oh, clank.
Yeah, and all the responses are all the same. He's the toughest player ever. He was undersized. He was short. He's a 5'10" MVP. I don't care about that. His size has no impact on his efficiency.
Awesome too. Yeah.
To me, it's like it's a bottom line. Was he an efficient shooter? No. The best point I saw brought up, the best point was one guy who said it was the 90s. None of them were efficient shooters. That's fair. There was very few efficient scorers in the 90s. If you just base it on efficiency with what we view it as today,
if you look
which is basically dunks and three-pointers.
Shooting percentage, he was remarkably inefficient compared to the rest of the league.
All right, so you guys are nominated, and by local Tolos. This is not Philadelphia.
Yeah, locally.
Locally, they destroyed you for your Allen Iverson is overrated take.
Yes, they did, and that's fine. We can take it. And you know what? Let's round out the show nominees, because the next nominee I'm nominated, and that's Peyton. Peyton is nominated for his phony bachelor party invite to Vegas and pretending like that. Oh, wow. Yeah, hey, you guys can come. Yeah, come to Vegas. Make it a weekend of it. Peyton is nominated here, and I think that's going to be ultimately my winner, just because it was traitorous. And he is the worst in the building, I'd say, about
fakest.
About just he's fake team guy. He's Marcus Simeon. He's guys. I'm here. I'm big teammate, but in reality, he's stirring up all this dissension and not actually inviting us to his new home. It's been like a year. I feel like he's been in that house, and he's like, well, we're still getting it ready
or an outing. What? He's out every weekend normally.
Yeah,
an outing.
Choppy will jump on his Los Hombres FaceTimes to give them Vegas tips. And
did you do that?
Not this time. I did it a couple years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, and you paid for the dinner a couple weeks back. I get him breakfast every morning, and then he's the one just going like, no, I've got a home, but I'm not. Got to fish cars out of the ditch.
Would he be really butthurt if we kept him out of something? If we did a dinner and didn't invite him, do you think it would really bother him? We'll freeze him out one time.
I think he thinks because we're in separate rooms that we're separated. I think he thinks that, like that if we went out as a show together, just the three of us, he would think that, no. I'm not them.
I got the better one. We don't invite him, but we do invite Jacob.
Yeah.
God, he'd be so mad.
Do you think he's most jealous of? Who was he most jealous of? As
Ruben.
Ruben
used to get him worked up. Quit calling him a producer. He's an engineer. He's not a producer. Why does Sean call him a producer?
But when someone sat in for him, he would always text how they do. It wasn't Jake.
Oh, that's whenever anybody would sit. Ross, Chris Strong, whoever would sit in for him, he'd always.
Yeah, well,
Joey, he used to do that.
Yeah, Jacob came to my house party. Peyton didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, we'll invite Jacob.
Yeah, I like this.
Wow.
We're going to be on it. So Peyton is nominated, and you're nominating another sister station. Now you can get back.
Now we get back to this one. This is Loogie from WFAN. Tommy in the mix.
Tommy
talking about revisionist history here, saying the Jets, when they hired Adam Gase, should have hired this man instead.
If the Jets had hired Mike McCarthy instead of Adam Gase, the Jets would be in the Super Bowl today. Think about it. Adam Gase was brought to the Jets as the guy that helped Peyton Manning with the reputation of he's great with young quarterbacks. We have a young quarterback. We're going to hire Adam Gase. He's going to develop Sam Darnold into a Pro Bowler, into a future Super Bowl quarterback. That obviously did not happen. Sam went on to greener pastures, with a pit stop here. But San Francisco is where he learned under Kyle Shanahan, and then Minnesota with Kevin O'Connell. And now he has blossomed into the quarterback that he is in Seattle, and he's one win away from a ring, one win away from a championship. Had the Jets hired Mike McCarthy, I believe he would have turned Sam Darnold into the quarterback that we see today. And the Jets would be in the Super Bowl.
I dare you to vote for Peyton over that Bobby. I dare you. You just got challenged. He
just said Mike McCarthy is Kyle Shanahan and Kevin O'Connell.
And that Cam. So I would want to ask Loogie how far he spit in Tennessee. Oh, I'm sorry. No, Pittsburgh. If they get a rookie quarterback.
Yeah.
If they get a young quarterback, or if McCarthy had ended up in Tennessee, I wonder if he would have said that Cam Ward would be playing in the Super. What a wow. I mean, that's going to be tough to top.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, he made a couple mistakes there. Like, I like Mike. I think Mike's a good coach. Sam Darnold was not ready. It was just, I don't know that it was a coaching thing necessarily. It was part of it. Adam Gase isn't an idiot.
Oh, and it conveniently
Adam Gase was decent in Miami with Tannehill early on. He mentioned what he did with Denver, but let's also not bring that up. He didn't help develop Peyton Manning. He met Peyton in his third to last year. He didn't help develop him. I don't think Mike McCarthy. Maybe he makes Darnold a little bit better, but not to the point where they're in the Super Bowl today.
He conveniently leaves out of there too. He's like, well, he had another stop. Yeah, the 2 years he spent in Carolina where he was just as bad. Like, he was a bad player. This is not a testament to Adam Gase couldn't unlock in him what was clearly there for everybody else. It's like, no, this was like a miracle turnaround that Sam Darnold has had, to the point where I think we all still don't totally believe in him all the time, Darnold. We're not willing to say, we're comfortable that, this is just who he is for the rest of his career, right?
Right.
Yeah, so, there's still
next
questions.
year when the quarterback lists come out in this offseason.
Oh, he's going to be a top 6 quarterback.
No, he's not.
Oh, on a lot of these lists, he
won't.
On those, the Fowler list? Fowler list, he's not even top 10.
That was Bobby's point just then, that we're not going to consistently buy it.
I think he will be so
all right, I'm going to bet
overrated.
I'm going to bet you on where Darnold ends up, and I'm going to bet you on where Herbert ends up.
Oh, okay.
We'll do 2 show bets.
Yeah. 2 bets. I'm down. All right. Let's talk about.
He'll be ahead of Dak.
Okay. Oh, okay. Let me think about it.
Spots 7 through 10 and honorable mentions on that list, they're a little flaky year to year, but he's not top 6. Nobody's putting him there.
It can only count if it's top 10.
All right. Next one here, and this is a duel. You can figure out who deserves the victory here because it's a dual nomination. One, the Browns for hiring Todd Monken. And then, based on the way I'm saying it, we've got this take from Emmanuel Acho.
But what I don't yet see, T, is how is Todd Monken going to command that locker room, command that group of men? And also, if I'm Shador or anybody in that locker room, why am I listening to Todd Monken?
So if this was a national, well, I can't say this would win as a national vote because the Belichick thing is 99% supporting him, and then your Iverson take probably would get murdered nationally. But Manny Acho yesterday, he got destroyed. And I'm talking about former players went after him. People crushed him, took him apart on social media for saying, what does Todd Monken want, and why Shedeur should not listen to him.
If that's the litmus test for listening to your coach is what they've won, half the coach will never get listened to, period.
Man.
And then we've got the final nomination, which is the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Well, you got the Browns for hiring Monken.
Yeah, Monken. So that was you've got Browns hiring Monken, and then you've got the Acho take on why should you ever listen or respect him? That's so silly. The final one is the Pro Football Hall of Fame for keeping Bill Belichick out, which a lot of people may say I don't think that deserves it, but there's enough stirring there that it's definitely one of the top ones for people this week. The Pro Football Hall of Fame actually released a statement yesterday, and they didn't ever actually identify Bill Belichick by name, but they did basically say if we found out that voters undercut the process or started imposing rules that go against our bylaws, whether it be 1 year suspension like Polian had apparently referenced, they said those voters will be removed.
For what?
If they're going to get, basically, if they are instilling rules and criteria of like punishments that the Pro Football Hall of Fame does not have on their bylaws, they will remove those voters.
Okay, like what?
Like you're saying, I'm going to penalize him for like openly talking about I'm giving him a 1 year suspension from being voted into the Hall of Fame because of this.
So as long as they don't openly talk about it?
Yeah, don't ask, don't tell.
What if they did it?
Right. I think they're mad because the info got out.
Yeah.
They're not mad of the result of the vote. They're mad that it got out. I think we had a second voter explain why he did not vote for Belichick, and again, they're all taking the we didn't vote against him, we voted for the others.
Yeah.
And we're now 2 for 2 with those who have come out with a column about it.
And I heard some voters say that, yeah, I could give you my vote, I could tell you what I voted for. Who's going to believe me? Nobody's going to. You have at least everybody's trashing Polian. They came out.
Polian did vote for him, by the way. And then this guy who wrote the column said Polian did not trash Belichick during the Zoom.
So, but if a voter says that they voted for him, are you believing them 100%? So,
I believe Shireen.
20%.
I believe John McClain.
20% said 20% of the voters did not vote for him. So, we've heard from 2. If we were to hear from 3 more by the percentages, we should have get at least 1 who didn't.
So here are your nominees, the Pro Football Hall of Fame voters for keeping Bill Belichick out. The Browns for hiring Todd Monken. Emmanuel Acho for saying Shedeur shouldn't respect Todd Monken. We've also got Payton for his phony bachelor party invite. We've got Hawk Tua in New York for saying that Mike McCarthy would have gotten the Jets to a Super Bowl to this point, or what was his name? Loogie, that's what it is. Or myself and Choppy for rightfully saying that Allen Iverson is a chucker and a clank machine. I am going to vote for...
You can't. There's no way you'll vote for Payton. No way.
I'm voting for Loogie.
What
a moron.
For saying McCarthy would have the Jets in the Super Bowl. Jacob, who is the biggest loser and worst take?
I'm going to go with Emmanuel Acho just because of the social media outburst. I love seeing former players posting his stats. I saw one guy tweet and said you can't even blame CTE because he wasn't in the league long enough.
Dang!
And the cherry on top is that Speakeasy still has this tweet pinned at the top of their page. That's his podcast, so that's the winner for me.
That's them stirring it up. That's part of why I wouldn't vote for Acho, because he knows what he's doing.
Well, look, I can't vote for Loogie because that's an opinion. And opinions can't be bad takes. They can't be wrong.
Acho's was an opinion.
That's not an opinion. He was instructing somebody to not listen to their coach.
Okay.
So that's bad advice.
This is why coaches are quitting.
That's bad advice. So I'll say Acho. You know what? No. I'm going with Loogie.
Yes!
I'm going with Loogie.
Wow.
Yeah.
What is the fan text voting? Is it Belichick, Iverson, Acho?
Let's see. Acho is an idiot, deserves the award. McCarthy and Sean Payton, similar success. Why is overrated Payton get a pass? Oh, that was me that texted that in. 2020 was 6 years ago. Young quarterback's going to start surpassing these veteran QBs.
I'm going to vote for Acho.
So you tied it up?
Well, the fan text decides. Do we have a consensus or no?
Not a consensus.
Split?
It's pretty split. It's either Acho or McCarthy.
Ask Aiden in the hallway.
Okay,
real quick.
Aiden.
See if he's paying attention. Ask him who he's voting for. gosh, he looks like that cousin off South Park.
Mike McCarthy, he says Loogie.
Loogie!
Oh, that Packers bitterness.
Yeah, hell yeah, he knows.
That Green Bay bitterness. Loogie is the biggest loser of the week in Worst Take. The Eagles have made another offensive coaching hire. We'll see if we can laugh at it in the red zone on the home of the Cowboys next.
After we get you over to Underdog Fantasy, boys and girls, we are making plays.
Fan. This upcoming segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
It's the Red Zone, your football fix every day, 20 after. Get it, Red Zone. That's why they pay us the medium bucks. Gotcha. Crosstalk at 9:40 with the KNC Masterpiece to finish up your week right here on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys. The Eagles finally get an offensive coordinator. It is Packers quarterback coach and former QB himself, Sean Mannion.
Yeah, it's weird, like, people who I remember their college careers, like, being coaches and coordinators now. I'm hitting that stage of life, like you gentlemen have been in for probably the better part of 15 years now.
Yeah,
but
and you got the oldest, crankiest body in here.
I've got the whitest beard. I'm catching up to Chop rapidly, and it's freaking me out.
How are you approaching the beard with your head being shaved Monday at 9?
Yeah, I want to talk to you about this.
It's going to be close. It's not going to be gone, but it'll be close.
No.
I've got to shave.
I want your beard to be the length that you want it to be. I'll take care of the trimming on Monday.
You're going to trim his beard?
Yeah, I'll trim it up too.
You're going to line me up?
I'll line you up.
Is that what it is?
Yep. And then now, but I got to blend it too. I got to blend it on the side. I got to blend it on the side. Listen, don't expect this to be quick, okay? Good barbers aren't fast. Fast barbers aren't good.
Ooh.
Okay? So don't expect this to be quick.
How long does your barber take?
Mine?
Yeah, there's nothing to work with up there.
Well, who says I go to a good barber?
That's a good point.
But yeah, I'm gonna fade your beard in on the side.
So Hagelin's not doing this?
Oh no, hey, we're not gonna let Hagelin do that. I've seen his hair.
Hagee's a bald. Byron Anderson texted yesterday. He said, "I'll do it. I'll come." And Byron is a bald manager.
Byron is a bald. He's a bald, no doubt about it.
And then he routinely shaves that.
I got the equipment. Now I'm gonna blend in your beard to fade it up because you got to fade.
That's good
at the top here.
Yeah.
All right.
But aren't we going like clean?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna go clean.
So there's no matching.
Yeah, there's nothing matched because this is gonna be gone.
Any facial hair won't match straight bald.
It won't. It'll be. I think it's called a ball taper. I'm gonna. So the beard will be like Ferguson, right? It'll kind of end like here, and it'll just kind of fade in.
I'm gonna look like Rowdy Tellez. It's gonna be so bad.
You're like Rowdy, exactly. So keep it long. Keep your beard longer.
The Eagles are also hiring former Buccaneers offensive coordinator Josh Grizzard as their pass game coordinator. Well, there you go. That's the Eagles' new offensive staff.
Yeah, and I have a first-time play caller, Sean Mannion, because I guess any experienced play caller looked at that job and said, no, thank you, because that looks like it's about the worst job for an offensive coordinator to have in football. And then we got another offensive coordinator hired because the Bills just went and hired Pete Carmichael, who has basically been on the beach recently, pulled him out of retirement. So the Bills continue their just stellar track record of decisions this offseason.
Mike Silver wrote about the Eagles' job, and he wrote this after they were eliminated. There's a sense inside the locker room that the Eagles' power brokers, Sirianni, Howie Roseman, and Jeffrey Lurie, are reluctant to criticize Hurts for all that the quarterback has accomplished. And I felt that from the media this offseason. Ross Tucker wouldn't say it. Who else did we have on? And I was like, why don't you just say it?
Kincaid.
John Kincaid, yeah. It's like people are afraid to say that Jalen Hurts is a problem.
Yeah, you saw what happened to Chop. They're not gonna do that themselves.
No, they're not.
Howie and Jeffrey Lurie are reluctant to criticize Jalen for all he's accomplished, including 2 standout performances in the Super Bowl. He has been the source of much internal frustration, including from teammates other than A.J. Brown. Get ready for this, Bobby. Jalen Hurts, who has an endorsement deal with Michael Jordan's brand, fashions himself as the NFL's MJ. Witness his hallway pose with a cigar and the Lombardi Trophy last February, and some in the organization take that personally. Jordan at times could be abrasive and biting while relentlessly prodding his teammates to push themselves to excellence.
Was that a clever Mike Silver line?
Yep.
They took that personally?
Yep.
Very good, Mike Silver.
He was also, in the opinion of many, the greatest basketball player of all time, as well as the dude you absolutely wanted with the ball in his hands and everything on the line. Hurts had that chance against San Fran, and his performance performance was not Jordan-esque. And although that single failure doesn't disqualify him from being able to lead, some of his other qualities, obsessive perfectionism, hyper-focus that can come off as aloofness, a tendency to go his own way, aren't always serving him well in tense moments. Plenty has been written about his limitations as a quarterback, including a lack of willingness to operate from under center, although Philly did that more in 2025, an aversion to pre-snap motion, an inability to make quick post-snap reads, and a reluctance to attempt intermediate and in-breaking passes. He also ran the ball less this year, which lessened his impact as a dual threat. Some of these issues may have been a function of scheme and play calling, but Hurts needs to be pushed beyond his comfort zone, like Kellen Moore did with him. When Kellen was the coordinator in 24, he made little effort to cater to Hurts' preferences, tuning out internal politics and resolutely presiding over the offense.
That's a leader of men right there, guys. It's a leader of men, Kellen Moore.
Yep. So there it is. Ignored some of these things, and Kellen was like, no, we're going to do it the way I think it needs to be done.
Who's similar in professional sports ever of like you couldn't criticize them? Like people were the only guy, and this is not even close to the same. I felt like for a while there you could never say anything negative, and he's not the same personality type, but you could never say anything negative about Dame Lillard when he was in Portland. Because people would just be like, what's he supposed to do? Was it like anytime you'd say anything, people would start jumping?
You mean you can't criticize him and people would jump you, or the athlete got butthurt?
They would jump you, not the athlete getting butthurt like that. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's not really a good comp that I can think of just protecting the feelings. This T.O. maybe? Like, there reached a point here in Dallas where people tried to cater to T.O. like that.
I feel there's a lot of examples with some, not like specific ones, but I feel like there was a time where like Maverick
Luka?
fans
I was
were
gonna say, people would say Luka.
Maverick fans were very provincial about some of their players. Ranger fans.
People were always worried about getting on LeBron's bad side and him just going like, fine, I'll get out of here.
Could Carson Wentz's history repeat itself? Michael Silver from The Athletic finishes with this. Some NFL sources familiar with the Eagles' organizational mindset believe they might draft a quarterback this spring. Backup Tanner McKee, a 2023 sixth-round pick, who Mike McCarthy would probably love, I added that, is also highly regarded within the building. Hurts has 3 years left on his 5-year, $255 million extension that he signed after the first Super Bowl, likely not going anywhere, especially given Jeff Lurie's regard for him. But it seems untenable that they'll stay the course with A.J. Brown. But, look, as a lot of people in Philly do point out, there's a big dead money problem with trading AJ because we all would just say he's getting traded. It creates more than $72 million in dead money if done before June 1st. So that's Mike Silver inside the Eagles with what Sean Mannion is getting ready to undertake.
Good luck, dude. And I don't know. I mean, maybe they're trying to recapture what they had with Kellen. Oh, let's get a young guy in here who maybe he views as more of a peer, like somebody who played the position and has come off the field recently. Like, I don't know if they feel like it's just easier for them to operate with Hurts that way, but that is the most toxic, successful team in sports.
Well, definitely in the NFL, without question. I'm trying to think of a baseball team that comes close to it.
Maybe in history, I'm sure there are others, but just presently, I don't think there's any team that's close.
I don't think of any in the NBA.
Ottawa, if they were champions.
Ottawa. Gosh.
877-881-1053 as we head closer to the Super Bowl. Some past clips are being brought up to show the personalities of the head coaches. And here is Mike Vrabel with Diana Rossini on something that he talked about nuts the other day in giving up you-know-what for a title. What else drives him nuts?
Is there something outside football that drives Mike Vrabel nuts?
Yes. People, when they leave their carts in the middle of the parking lot and they don't take them back to the cart return.
That's a good one.
And then the people at Starbucks that park in the handicap spot and go in there and try to get their order from the mobile order.
Who aren't handicapped?
By no means handicapped. No, I look in the dash, I look, and then I wait. And then I approach them.
Wait, so
and I say things like, why did you park here? And one person would be like, oh, I'm with DoorDash. I'm like, I don't care. That's unacceptable. And then there's the mom that's going to yoga. and she's rushing because she's late, and I'm like, this is ridiculous.
If there was a way you could actually punish them, what would you do?
I wish I had a boot. That's a great idea.
Yeah.
I would boot their car, just like a mobile boot, and said, I parked in a handicap spot, and I'm not handicapped.
Ooh, yeah, the cart.
Why does he think that's just a Starbucks crime?
Yeah, that's not a Starbucks, but that's a problem everywhere.
Well, because he probably goes to Starbucks.
Yeah, I was going to say, is that the only place he goes in the world?
Yeah.
Now, McCarthy went and got coffee.
Can be dangerous because you might have a non physical disability. You could have like heart problems that give you a handicap sticker. My dad had one with dementia, right? Because he didn't know where he parked sometimes.
Yeah.
So you know, there's obviously like
my in-laws. They bring out this handicap sticker.
Oh, yeah.
It makes me so bitter when I pull up in the parking lot, circling around. There's their car just parked.
Yeah.
Right
What's your handicap? What's your handicap? I'm old. That's one of them.
Well, I'm not saying it's fake for them.
No.
I'm not going to name their handicaps. So I need them to babysit tomorrow. But, they have one.
Yeah, if my mom ever does this, I'm like, what are you doing? Well, what are you doing? She, I'm 78 years old. Well, that's not a handicap. You're fine. You know? Park your car. Park behind the blue line. Park behind the line. Get some steps in. You need your steps.
Just have the sticker or whatever.
The cart.
You wouldn't if I told you could use a handicap sticker.
Yeah.
And not get in trouble for it.
Never.
You wouldn't.
I got a
That seems like a choppy.
It does.
I got a handicap sticker in college when I snapped my ankle. Never used it once.
Wow.
I went 202 steps every day on crutches.
Would you count it?
It's 202 steps up the hill.
Oh, 202 steps.
Yeah.
Up the hill.
Up the hill on crutches every day.
Tell the Philly people like that you could do the Rocky.
I don't.
Whatever.
I don't use that. That's that's for other people.
I get
the cart people bother me.
Yeah, I was about to say I get the cart thing, but like the cart narc guy. You've seen his videos before. The guy who like confronts people about putting their carts in the middle. They're lazy jackasses, but. The people who like obsess over it and freak out, I feel like are the opposite end of just as being irritated, just as irritating as the people.
I don't see anyone leave the cart.
I don't. I
don't see anyone actually do it.
Usually, there's enough of them every 10 spaces. It feels like that you're close to one that it's not a problem.
I always just park right next to them.
I always like to just throw it from far away to see if I can fit it like Tetris, and then I just put it back.
But aren't you scared? You park next to the return,
or close to it?
That's a terrible move.
Well, I park close to it, so I don't have to so I'm not gonna.
Yeah.
That way I don't have to walk. 75 feet.
If you'd use your handicap sticker that you had, you wouldn't have to walk 75 feet.
Right.
I'm surprised you guys don't have one for all your ailments.
Well, because all mine are in my head. So they don't count.
No, your back is broken.
That's true. My back is broken, but I can walk with it. It's not a problem.
His wrist is broken too. Not with that bowling score last night.
It's a good score.
877-881-1053 to hit us up anytime on the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line. It just feels like it's going to be a crazy crosstalk. Let's find out with the KNC masterpiece next. But
based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Incredible. Now here's Coop, and he's going to drive on Brandon Miller, gliding to the basket, and there's a new Maverick rookie record for points in a game.
Crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Were you in Duke heaven last night?
Dude, I wanted to go to this game. Everybody else in my house is not feeling super well, so that was never going to happen. But Kneppel and Cooper Flagg lighting it up. How the hell did we not win the national championship?
Yeah. Somebody put nipple clamps on them in the NCAA game, and that's what happened.
So talk about what you expected out of Khan.
Yeah, the thing that's been amazing about Khan.
And what do you think of these people who say he should be the Rookie of the Year?
I mean, I understand. He's already become one of the league's best shooters. It's unbelievable. And his ability to create his own shot has been more advanced than I thought it would be going in. But he's like, you know how all the time people are like, oh, he's just a football player. Like watching him, you look at it and you're like, he's not the most athletic person and he's not the most graceful, but damn it, he finds a way to get baskets. And so I figured he would find a role. There's no way I thought he would just be destroying people from three this quickly. I thought eventually it could happen, but not this quickly. And then, yeah.
But you wouldn't take him over Flagg.
No. I mean, look, I wouldn't take anybody in last year's draft, this year's draft, next year's draft.
Would you entertain Bobby's thought of putting Flagg in a Giannis deal?
No. Absolutely not.
Okay, good. Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, today is Legends Day, is what we call it here on the KNC Masterpiece.
Texas Legends?
Yeah.
RJ Choppy?
No.
Rest in peace.
11:30, 11:40-ish today, we will have wrestling legend Kevin Von Erich join us in studio. Are the boys coming too? Or are we
I'm still not sure.
All right. And then at 12:40 today.
Boys?
His sons, who are also wrestlers.
What'd you think of Cody Rhodes?
What did he do?
He said he wants every wrestler to come to his funeral dressed in their
gear.
kayfabe outfit or whatever.
That sounds amazing. And I think at someone's funeral, you should try your best to honor their request.
I've already requested just bunches of bottles of alcohol, a little urn, say your words to me, and drink up. And at 12:40 today, Mark Aguirre will join the show.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, the man of the hour. No, see, this is what happened last night.
Too far.
Last night, my wife is watching The Hurt Locker or something like that. I don't know what she was watching.
The hockey show. You just told me about it.
Heated rivalry. It's two men hockey players that are making sweet love to each other. All right, my wife's watching this show.
Pause. Hold on. Pause.
The Hurt Locker is an Iraq War movie. How did you mix those up?
Because it seems like it would hurt.
Well, but the way he described it to me,
the love part.
Wait, what is this?
All right.
It's called
Corey described the show. He said it's about gay hockey players, and then he said it's based on Sidney Crosby and Alex Ovechkin, and I was like, hold on, what?
Loosely. It's based on like their rivalry against each other, but then the writer of the book, threw this like element of traction into it. And so my wife's watching that, and I'm watching the Mavs game on my phone, and I'm talking to Adrian. I keep making her pause. I'm like, hey, tomorrow we have Mark Aguirre on the show. I'm going to ask him this, and I'm going to ask him this. And she's like, okay. And then at the maybe the second or third time I asked her to pause so I could talk to her, she goes, why are you having the baseball player on? What's going on there? And I was like, I don't know. This is what I don't know.
Troll.
Did she do that so that I would stop talking to her and interrupting her show, or did she really not know?
And if you had him on, you can't talk to him about the past. So what do you say?
True.
Exactly.
Every question you ask now exists in the past.
Right.
Yeah. So
She didn't know. Why did you think she'd be interested in Mark Aguirre?
Because it's something that I'm interested in.
That's part of the marital contract.
Yeah. You have to act like you're interested in things at least a little bit. So I don't know.
And what's your vice versa?
Do I do that?
Yeah.
I am very bad. So if I'm doing something else, you guys know me. If I'm doing something, I don't hear what's going on. Like my brain functions in one thing. And Sarah will say something to me, and I'm typing or I'm working, and I'll say, "Oh yeah," and she goes, "You're not even listening." I go, "I know, I'm not listening. I'm sorry. Like I need to listen." Let's say this again.
He will pause for a second. Chop pauses for about 1 second, and then he'll go, "Yeah." I mean,
that's a point.
That's okay, you're not wrong.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
So my wife can't multitask, and when we're watching something, this big thing will happen, and in some show we're watching, I'll be like, "Wow, what'd you think about that?" And I'll pause it, and she'll look and go, "Oh, which part?" And I'm like, "The huge major thing that just happened." And then I'll tell her.
Which part's a great response?
Yeah, and then I'll tell her, and she'll go, "Oh, I thought maybe you're talking about this other." And I was like, "No, just say you can't multitask and weren't paying attention."
And what do you act interested in that she likes?
I watched a bunch of reality TV, like America's Next Top Model, and the one where they make the clothes. I always forget the name. What's the one?
Project Runway?
Oh, yeah, I think
that's a good show.
It.
I have no idea. I'm a big fan.
Never seen it.
I watch both of those shows with her.
Is Tim Gunn still in charge of that?
Stuff. No, they had some different people on the ones I watched. I can't remember their names, I'm sorry. I get really invested in the contestants, and half the time I'm like, how the hell did that win? But the other half I'm like, oh, tremendous.
Yeah, I think it's funny how you pretend that you are watching for her and instead of just admitting you like it, like I'm able to do at BravoCon. Yeah.
I just told you I got super into it.
Yeah, so you're not doing it for her. You actually like it.
But I started
for her.
Okay, and you got hooked a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Both of those shows were fun. Bobby, I don't know if they still make them, but they were fun.
Bobby, your turn.
With what? Which part?
Acting interested in something Kristen likes. As you just got on Bobby or Choppy for not listening.
She gets upset that I don't. The one thing she wants me to be interested in is the amount of money she saves when she goes to the store. Like, hey, I got this for this much.
Yeah, Amanda does that.
And I'm just like, oh, cool. Or like, it's good. And she's like, why aren't you like excited for I get a high off of like saving this money.
Yeah, and it's saving you money.
I know. And then
it's whose money?
Right, exactly. It's mine. But so she will. That is really the only thing she wants me to be like super interested. And I'll go like, that's cool. Like I hear it. I just don't get like a high off of it like she does, and I can't fake the high
because you throw away money.
All right. Yeah, exactly. No, I'm just caution to the wind, like very spontaneous. Like, oh, let's just pull the kids out of school and go somewhere.
Yeah.
Like, and she's not that way at all.
So I'm preparing for my big day out tomorrow. If anyone is free and they want to party, let me know. It's going to be a day. It's going to be a day party.
A darty.
Yeah, not night, but tomorrow around 1 or 2.
Royal Rumble watch party?
Is tomorrow the Royal Rumble?
Starts at 1 o'clock.
Didn't it used to be in the summer?
No.
That's called Summer
Slam.
What time was the first person go into the ring, though?
Probably 1:08.
Oh, 1:08? Are you setting up like a big... Like, are you like freezing everyone out? Like, kids don't bother me, get them out, away?
They don't feel well, so I don't think that will be a problem.
Oh, perfect.
You made them sick just to be able to have Summer Slam to yourself?
They have some different kind of
little vials.
Is Royal Rumble the best pay-per-view?
I think so. Once they split WrestleMania into 2 days, I think Royal Rumble became the best one.
Have you watched... I'm going to do that this weekend.
Watch Unreal?
Yeah. The second...
I haven't seen the second season yet.
Okay. Have you heard about it?
Yeah.
Did you like the first?
Yes, I did. I watched it all on our flight to Germany.
The first one was amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unreal because it's not real.
Yeah.
The wrestling, all of it.
It is real.
Like, how do they... I'm not trying to mess with you. How do they script out... How do they do all the Royal Rumble choreography with all those people?
Yeah, so essentially...
Is it just like that he goes out, figure it out?
Yeah, so essentially they're like, you're going in at this number and you need to go out at this number. And they'll be like, you're going to go out after so-and-so. And so the wrestlers will be like, oh yeah, so you're always keeping an eye out on like these other people.
Improv.
It is. It really is.
Yeah, and you're like, oh crap, he went out. I need to go out next.
So it's not karate chop, suplex, body slam in order practice.
No.
It's figure it out and do it.
And there's an official in the ring, right, to tell them, hey, you remind them.
Outside the ring, and they have earpieces and stuff. But there's a story where Owen Hart on Triple H just like
off your mic,
wrapped him up like in a pin and wouldn't let him out during the Royal Rumble. And he was like, let go, you a-hole. And he was like, gotta kick out. And then they're just like
we have
sitting
Kevin
there.
Von Erich joining us today, Bobby.
Okay, he already gave me a dirty look.
What a devastating movie that was.
Dude,
That
I was
heartbreaking.
bawling at the end of it.
Is this the thing, Royal Rumble, is this the thing where like somebody will pop up who hasn't been there for like 5 years?
Yes.
So because don't they usually get a sense of who's going to be there, and like there's rumors like, oh yeah, this person's going to show. Who's supposed to be there?
The thought is maybe Chris Jericho will make his WWE return.
How many times do those things get spoiled, leaked, or like they see the performer checking in at a hotel?
Yeah, it's at the airport a lot. That is always weird to me. But yeah, that does get spoiled.
What's
a good
his band?
amount.
Fozzy?
Fozzy.
Yeah.
He was a cool personality. We've
awesome.
had him.
He was great in studio with us. He's fantastic.
Yeah, he was.
All
Sean.
those wrestlers are great in studio.
Do you remember that interaction with Chris Jericho? That's my favorite thing that has maybe ever happened in the history of being at this station.
He does love this moment in time.
Yes, I do.
Which
part?
The part where I got to come in and be part of the interview, and you walked out in the middle of the segment to go get a cup of coffee.
Oh.
And then at the end of the segment, you looked at him and you were like, so like, you gonna stick around or? And he just looked at him and he goes, are you asking me to stick around or? And then also you made fun of one of my questions because I said, in your second book, and you go, oh, listen to this guy here in your second book. And then Chris Jericho looks right at you and he goes, God forbid somebody be prepared with a good question. And I was like, whoa!
Would you have told Chris Jericho to take his gum out?
I did not.
It's Chris Jericho.
Still the greatest.
The other guy that was great was
Seth Rollins was fantastic. Dolph was fantastic.
Bryce Hart.
No, the Miz.
The Miz is great.
The Miz.
Because he made fun of Troy.
Good talker.
Yeah. Called him Fat Daughtry.
Was he wearing the sparkle jeans?
No, it was like. So we asked him. We said, "Miss, who does this guy like think?" Because Troy always used to think he looked like Vin Diesel, and he wanted everybody to say. And that's where he met his wife. He met his wife at a Vin Diesel lookalike contest, and he wanted him to say.
He did?
Yes. You never knew that?
No.
So he wanted him to say Vin Diesel.
She's a lawyer.
And we were like, so Miz, who does he look like? And he goes, a fatter Daughtry, and we just died.
All right, everyone enjoy the weekend. Let me know if you're out and about tomorrow. The KNC Masterpiece is next, with or without Bobby.
Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors. And the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, how the heck you doing today? How is everybody out there in Radio Land doing? 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube. Corey, I know usually I go to you first, but we're going to start with this fella from the 817.
Okay, good. I was going to read that one, yeah.
They gave us a lot of positive compliments.
This is the best text of the day.
Want to let you guys know how much I appreciate y'all's show. RJ and Corey Majors always keep me laughing. I love that Sean always calls out everyone's BS and keeps it real. I appreciate Bobby's football insight and knowledge, and Kevin is super knowledgeable when it comes to realistic trade scenarios. And then they added that they've been a Tolo since 2008, and they just got a free play on their online casino app that they use often and won $14,400. Holy crap, that is a lot of money.
That is dope.
So it is a shout-out Friday. That one could be tough to beat.
That's special right there, dude. Winning $14K. What are you going to do with it all?
I bet you're not doing $14K good. Sorry, never mind.
I'm not really sure where you were going with that, but I appreciate the fact that you've come with the kind of energy that you started with.
Yeah.
Today, so that's awesome. Congratulations on a shout-out Friday. We getting this thing rolling early. We got Legends Day rolling up on us, Kevin.
I love
and then
it.
Next week, we head to the big game week.
You could say Super Bowl.
We'll be on the radio roll, and it'll be a lot of fun while we're there on the radio roll with all the guests. But today, big guests. We got the Von Erichs coming in, or Kevin Von Erich for sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure if his sons are coming in.
And then Mark Aguirre on air, and then Kyle Yeomans will join us at 1:00 today to talk about what he saw at the Senior Bowl. So lots of fun things happening on this show. This is one of those, Alec, those shows that Kevin really loves, and here's why. At the end of the show, whenever he closes his laptop, he will be very settled in the feeling that we could have done a complete other show with the amount of content that he has prepared. We have 8 hours at least worth of radio show ready to go if we needed to.
Let me ask you a question. If right now G-Bag called us and said, do our show and we'll do your show on Monday, would you do that?
I have a conflict. There's one little conflict there, but yeah, I'm down. I'm down if that's the way that they wanted to do that, because we fly out Monday.
That's true.
And we have to get on an airplane, and that's always a little stressful in America.
Oh, okay. Alec, I don't know how you want to follow that. How are you doing?
I'm dying a slow death in here, guys, because I do want to say that I adore this man with all of my heart, but Jacob Ray is psycho. I walked into the control room this morning, and the thermostat read 78 degrees. What are we doing?
What?
What are we doing in here?
Jacob, I know you can hear us. You're smiling. Get your ass in here.
Yeah, you need to address this because I
could see him smiling as soon as you mention his name.
Yeah, this is not comfortable, and this is not the first time that he's done this either. So, do you care to explain? Go ahead. You don't have headphones, so you can't hear me, but go ahead.
He wants to know for you to explain yourself.
So there's a vent right in that right corner where I like to set all my papers down.
The vent.
The vent. And it blows cold air regardless of whether it's set to 79 degrees or 65 degrees. So I opt to just turn it off. And then throughout points of the show, I will turn it on for a segment to let the air cool out a little bit. And then usually during crosstalk, I open the door. I did forget today, though. So that's why it was so hot in there, Alec. I apologize.
I hate everything about this existence.
I mean, that was a well-thought-out explanation, though.
Yeah,
that
but
felt very much like explaining why you didn't vote Belichick into the Hall of Fame.
Oh, that's valid, too. Yeah, no, he wanted to be the good guy in the scenario, I understand. I feel like the residual effects of Peyton Russell have been left behind, so yeah, he's just trying to justify his sabotage of me.
Wolchuk just texted and said, perfect. Y'all got it today. We will be live at Radio Row on Monday, so this works out for everybody.
Oh, no. Okay, so that's probably not going to work. All right.
From the 817, Corey, can I get a shout-out? I made the Dallas Morning News' website during the article weekend of snowboarding the streets in Arlington. That's really awesome. Shout-out to my wife, Vanessa. We've been babysitting our grandson since last Saturday, so our daughter and son-in-law can go on a cruise. My wife has been super grandma.
That's awesome.
Kevin, you often hate people that say babysitting their own child. What do
Grandkid, it's different.
What do you call that, though? It's not.
Yeah,
let's come up with a different word.
It's still babysitting because
fine.
Are you familiar with the epidemic overtaking grandparents? I swear, I'm not kidding about this. More and more grandparents have looked for more and more space from their grandchildren as opposed to it felt like we were with our grandparents like all the freaking time, but more and more grandparents of today have looked for a little bit of distance and not helped out with their kids as much.
Yeah.
You feel that?
It's a thing.
Yeah.
From the 817, love the energy Corey is bringing to the show today. I'm locked in. You might have been talking about Kevin. I'm not sure. Kevin has all the energy right now, but right now this thing is starting, and I love it.
See, I'm not locked in because I've already wasted time on a day that I said we have too much content as is. Can you go ahead and give me cut number 1 because it's Cooper Flagg time, baby?
Now here's Coop, and he's going to drive on Brandon Miller, gliding to the basket, and there's a new Maverick rookie record for points in a game.
Now, this could be the perfect scenario for a lot of Mavericks fans last night because you saw the future, and the future is already here, and it is Cooper Flagg, and it is spectacular. But the Mavericks were still able to lose the game, which I know for draft purposes, a lot of people are no doubt going to be psyched about. But Cooper Flagg was fantastic last night. So was Con Kneppel, by the way. There's no question these are the top 2 rookies in the league, and if you think Kneppel's been better so far, well, I'm not going to begrudge that. I don't necessarily agree with that, but I am not going to begrudge that whatsoever. But the fact that Cooper Flagg broke a lot of records last night, but he broke Mark Aguirre's record on the night that Mark Aguirre got his jersey retired, and you know what one of the pieces of advice was for Mark Aguirre to Cooper Flagg? He said, go get it. When he scored 42 to tie his record, he goes, go get 52, go get 62, go get it. So Mark Aguirre is pumped for Cooper Flagg.
Am I wrong? Mark Aguirre's career high was also 49. So I think
is that right?
I think that might be the case too. So this is one of those moments. I like what you said, Kevin, because in the first quarter it looked like we got the worst of the deal out of the Duke boys. We were like, what is happening right now?
Con Kneppel making every freaking 3-pointer.
Yeah, Flagg had like 2 points.
And did you hear Cooper after the game? He said, well, when Con starts hitting those early threes, you know it's going to be a long day. And he goes, and that first one was my fault. I lagged off of him on defense. So after he scores 49 points, he's like, yeah, you know what I did wrong? So this is the player we have right now in Cooper Flagg. You have a guy that in the first quarter scored 2 points and then said 23 in the second. Yeah.
Because what I just saw wasn't good enough for me. And I do wonder if somebody in that huddle gave him the Go Be F and Cooper Flagg, Cooper F and Flagg. We got to make shirts for that. Go Be Cooper F and Flagg.
I love it.
Or whatever it is. He just decided, never mind, I'm not letting this thing go.
Yep.
I'm going to go out there and do my thing tonight. And Kevin, it was the moment. I'm going to piss some people off.
Oh, great.
I'm going to make some people really mad right now.
Yeah, the way you just looked up Alec, that is how I feel at this moment.
It is refreshing to see the best player on the court think he got fouled and not spend the entire way up the other end of the court arguing with the referee. It is refreshing to see him sit, because there was a moment last night where Cooper Flagg went to the basket, I think it was third quarter, goes to the basket, doesn't get the foul call, still made it anyway, and then on the way back up the other end of the court, makes the play on the other end. He makes the defensive play, and look, for everything that Luka was, that became a problem. And I have not seen this from Cooper Flagg. Cooper Flagg looks like he understands the game will take care of itself we'll figure it all out. Now, of course, we'd love to see more wins in that respect.
Sure.
But on a night
maybe
where
you wouldn't.
Yeah, maybe you're, but on a night where you're having that kind of ceremony and that kind of eyeballs on you, you go out and perform the way that you did. That tells me everything I need to know about the player. Kevin, as we said, a GM said you're not supposed to have the best player on the court who's also the try-hardest player on your entire team. And that's what he is. This dude plays both ends of the court, and Bobby says it's not as fun as watching Luka. Man, I have a feeling, and I have a feeling that there's this, I enjoy it more. Because I'm not like, get back on defense. He's already there doing his job. I do wonder if last night was good enough to bring a lot of people back into the fold, too. If that was something that people were like, I'm going to check in on the Mark Aguirre thing. And they stuck around and said, you know what? I really like watching this thing right now.
Yeah, look, I mean, we've talked about it. Somehow, despite the immense hype, he's better than the hype. Like, if you read that article, I think it was Tim McMahon, I apologize, it was about a week ago. They had all these different scouts and executives from across the NBA, and one Western Conference executive said, I don't know how it's possible, but he's better than everyone thought he was going to be. So far this season, 19.5 points a game, 6.5 rebounds a game, 4 assists a game. He's shooting 48% from the field, all as somebody who should be a freshman in college and just turned 19. If you want to look at last night, most points in a game by a 19-year-old, youngest player ever with 45-plus points. Most points in a game by a Mavericks rookie. First rookie with a 45-10 game since Blake Griffin. 40-point games. Cooper Flagg now has more as a rookie than LeBron James. And at 19 years old, Cooper Flagg became the youngest player ever, in the play-by-play era to score 20-plus points in a single quarter. And he had 23 in the second quarter. And not to shade Con Kneppel, because you look at the efficiency of both of them. In the first half, they combined for 44 points on 15 of 20 shooting. That is 75% shooting in the first half. And I think Con Kneppel ended up making 8 of 12 three-pointers, something ridiculous, which I believe was also one off a rookie record. It was an incredible rookie display last night.
Somebody said it's good to see wins, which is the difference between Flagg and Luka. And I go back to Luka's rookie year, which I believe was 18-19, if I'm correct, Kevin. They were 33 and 49 that year.
Whoops.
So that is going to be a thing. I think moving forward, the Mavericks will have more wins. Like that's going to be the difference there. And again, I don't know if it cost them. I don't know if it cost them the NBA championship because Boston was what Boston was that year.
Sure.
And I don't know exactly what went on in that locker room, but it can be frustrating whenever you have a teammate that's not there with you. When you have to beg him to be involved in it. Flagg's leading the way. He's carrying the flag for it. He's like, follow me, guys. I'll do all the dirty work and everything that it takes, as long as you're doing it too. They're going to get there at some point, I believe. And this is a fun team. It's a fun player to watch. I think you're going to be very excited. But again,
fortune favors the bold.
Well, and you know what? We're going to move on from that at one point. There was a moment last night, Kevin, during the ceremony when Derek Harper pointed out to the crowd, the ownership, the front office for getting that moment to happen last night, and people started to get ready to boo, and he was like, "No, not tonight. Not. This is special for Mark tonight. You're here for him, not everything else." And everybody was like, "All right, you're right. That's why we're here tonight." I appreciated that.
And the thing that I would throw out there about the wins is, you know who agrees with you the most about that? Cooper Flagg. Because in the postgame, they were like, hey, can you talk about 49 points and all that? And he was like, yeah, I mean, that's cool. And he goes, but we didn't win the game. And I need to go back and look at that last play and that last sequence.
I love it.
And see how I could get better. So that was like the first thing that he said was, hey, neat. but I would have much rather us win the game. And again, to give a little love to Con Kneppel, as you know what he said afterwards? He goes, man, I would have been really pissed off if we lost this game. So, like, dude, I appreciate the competitiveness on both sides.
That was the fun part about watching that last night, though, was you could see that those two guys are like, dude, we played so much against each other. Like in the season we played at Duke, we played against each other all the time. It was fun. It was competitive. And you got two rookies out there looking like they were Steve Nash and Dirk at times. Like there was a moment where Kneppel came off of a screen and shot, and I was like, was that Steve Nash just now? The way he did that. And then I'll give our boy Flagg the credit. He was driving to the basket on the left-hand side, got pushed a little bit, stopped and said, you know what? One-legged fadeaway. I got you, Dirk. Dude, that was like he's paying homage to it. I don't even think he knew. Who he was paying homage to. I think that's just in his arsenal of what he does. But maybe it is. Maybe he's like, no, I know exactly what Dirk did.
Yeah. So look, it was a really we've talked about it. Depending on what your vision for this Mavs team is, we've talked about that again and again. Cooper Flagg, Jason Kidd, they all talked about the fact that even with all of this happening, you lost the game, and you lost the game to a Charlotte team that is playing significantly better than they had, but everyone involved was like, hey, I wanted to get the win. But if you're looking to improve the Dallas Mavericks draft position, well, then this was a huge step in the right direction by losing to one of those teams that you're probably going to be jockeying with for a worse record to have better odds in the lottery. By the way, the Stars won. If they could change it up in the third period, though, that would be really great.
That's Kevin Hagelin's voice right there, and I am Corey Majors. Nice to be with y'all.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Vernon Davis, the NCAA again, and Gervonta Davis, and maybe my wife. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Mikko Rantanen can win the game with a goal against Hill. Rantanen scores!
KNC Masterpiece right here on a 105.3 The Fan. Do you think that the Dallas Stars belong in Forgiveness Friday at all for continuing to give us third period heart attacks? Or are you like, what the hell's the difference? They won the game. So the one argument I would make is you did concede a point to Vegas by it going to the shootout, but you did still get the 2 points, which you really, really needed. So I don't know if you think that is fair or not. The Stars have won 3 in a row and 4 of their last 5, really getting a lot of that momentum back after a just dreadful stretch post-Christmas.
Dude, I'm sure they track it like this. Jason Robertson gets a shootout.
It's a Fan Football Friday.
Hey! And hockey.
And yeah, we love Fridays for all the reasons.
Hell yeah.
Jason Robertson gets a shootout goal, right? Like in these. That doesn't go into his history of goals, though, because it's different. I got to go find out the all-time shootout goal leader in the world. Because
that's a great question.
The Stars might be on track for it this year. Single-season shootout goals might be something that they're after based on the fact that they just don't love to finish it off in regulation the way that we'd like them to. But I will accept that. And Kevin, the gritty wins. The thing, some of the things they're doing, I like. That second period was awesome. That second period was fantastic. It's gritty though. That I need. If you're not getting them, if you're not getting the wins the way that you typically do, how are you going to get them?
Right.
And the fact that they've done it in a couple of different ways lately to kind of get back into that winning mode is nice. And also, we asked about Matt Duchene to Robert Tiffin a couple weeks ago, and Matt Duchene, he said he was. I didn't even know he was writing a piece on Duchene at the time, but he gave us a really good example of what Duchene was going through and what he was getting back into. And it looks like Matt Duchene is finding some of his rhythm again, and that's nice. That's going to be big for this team.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's just.
You're right.
It's a third period where I was watching. I started to veer more and more towards the Mavs because it was 4-1, and well, I guess the Stars game was later, but they were up 4-1, and then all of a sudden you're like, "Hey, we're going to shootout." What the hell happened?
I love this from the 903. This is a Shorzy line. They don't ask.
People watch this show.
They don't ask how. They ask how many.
I need to find out how many people watch this show.
They don't ask how.
Okay.
They ask how many. In Canada, it's really big. So
because it's doing our show in
Canadian
Canada,
show. I don't care. I'll talk about Shorzy all the time, dude. It's a great hockey show. Okay. And if you're not out there watching Shorzy, what are you doing?
Oh, man.
It comes out in February 21st, I believe, is when the next season comes out. If you're a hockey fan and you haven't watched some Shorzy, you need to get on it right now.
Man, all right. One thing I can already tell you I like about this show, it started in 2022, and they're about to start their 5th season.
Yes.
Which means they come out every year.
This dude writes.
They don't make you wait like 2.5 years.
This dude writes.
Whatever.
Yeah.
All right. Other Forgiveness Friday options, the NCAA. I don't know if you actually want to give them forgiveness, but did you know that the NCAA spent $1.75 million on lobbyists this past year because they care about the student athletes?
Well, hold on. What did the lobbyists do? Did they go lobby for the student athletes to get these things passed through?
No. They tried to limit the student athletes' freedom to get paid.
Really?
And transfer.
That's what they were doing?
Yeah. So never believe that they're actually looking out for these student athletes.
Yeah, dude. This is that is ridiculous. That the NCAA said we don't want any of this. We got to go spend some of the money.
Or we want the absolute bare minimum that you can push through because we know that we have to give them something.
I hate that, dude.
All right. Now, I'm going to specifically leave a part out about the Vernon Davis story because I don't want this to devolve into something else. But did you see that Vernon Davis is accused of attacking a woman with books and magazines?
Hold on. She had books and magazines, or he
attacked, allegedly attacked her with books and magazines, which, like, the magazine definitely feels like an annoyance, but man, with a book, like, you could seriously hurt somebody bad with a book.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, why do you think they say throw the book at them? That's because they want it to really feel it. Is
an assault case where you choose sarcasm?
Man, it's a good question, though.
Okay, I was just trying to help out on that one. I have a sillier story.
Why did he do
if
that?
You want to.
Do we have any answers
Yes,
yet?
Again, I would rather stay away from the specifics of what their argument was about for the on-air purposes of this, but they got in a heated argument about a topic that frequently gets people into heated arguments.
What's the dumbest thing you've ever thrown?
Ooh, do you count game controllers?
Game controllers are dumb. Look, I know we get mad.
I'm not proud of it.
It's a game.
Yeah.
Don't throw I have never thrown a controller.
Well,
I've thrown
better self-control than
the remote control. Why would I do that? My phone?
Yeah.
Why would I throw my phone? Like, that was a dumb thing to do. And I threw it, and then it got stuck in the couch.
Never mind. The clipboard at the Youth Jesus baseball camp. That was the dumbest thing that I ever threw when I spiked the clipboard down on the field at our Jesus baseball camp. So, sorry about that, kids in Germany. All right. But I feel like you're looking for something more fun. Does my wife need to ask for forgiveness for trying to cheat at Candyland? So,
No, she doesn't deserve forgiveness.
Okay.
It's Candyland.
See, I like that. Now, this is something I learned about my mother-in-law. Shout out, Carol. You're the best. I learned that her family believes frequently she will attempt to cheat at games, which is something that I did not know until after we were married. So we're playing Candyland.
Because she just wants everybody to have fun.
No, she wants to win. That's
what I.
Interesting.
That's
interesting.
You might be onto something on this one, PJ. I'm not sure, but yeah, she wants to win, is what I've learned from the Drummond family. But we're playing Candyland, and Jess is getting stir crazy because no school for 4 days. She said, "We've played Candyland like 10 times a day." All right, so we're playing, and Noah. He knocks the pile of cards over like almost every single time he draws a card. And 2 cards start to kind of turn over. You know when they're like not all the way over, but you could see. And so one of them turned over a little bit more, and it was like, oh, it's a red square. But then the next one was one of those like special.
Doubles? Yeah.
No, not a double. Like one of the like the cinnamon roll or whatever that you can advance way up the board. And she was like, oh, let's just move this one card to the bottom since we saw it. And then she flipped the next. Oh, it's a cinnamon roll or whatever. I get to move all the way towards the end of the board.
Okay, hold on. Were you playing the game?
Yes.
All right, so that's a little different. If she's playing against the kid and does something like that, you're just trying to get the game over earlier.
Man,
we have completed the game now.
So slow.
But Adrian's like this too with games where I'm like, you don't understand the rules and you're trying to do this. You're trying to cheat the rules to you. And she gets mad at me because I'm going by the rule book. I'm like, this is exactly what the rules say. And she's furious. From the 817, where did you find your wife? In the Astros organization?
Jeez. That's a good joke.
But Candyland, dude, you spin a thing. It's
no,
there.
You don't. No spinning.
Hold on. What?
You flip a card.
What happened to the spin the thing? That's cards now, right? That is right. There used to be a time.
Was there?
Where you would spin the thing, and then it would tell you where to go. Dude, that was way back in the day.
877-881-1053. Do you back up that there used to be a spinner in Candyland?
Give me a second.
I have no idea, because I think they added things like the cinnamon roll, and they used to have other things. But Alec, you're laughing. Have you ever gotten involved in a nonsense board game shenanigans? Is that for Candyland?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, yeah, I used to be the cheater when I was a kid.
Oh, no!
I was slick. I would kind of scope out cards because remember, I told you guys, once upon a time, I thought I was going to be a magician. So I
think we're going to have a magician on at Radio Row.
And I'm jealous that I won't be there to experience it. But I could manipulate cards and stuff. So I could do false shuffles and stuff, and I could get cards to certain spots.
Wow.
And I would count cards. I was an evil kid, man, but now karma's coming back because everybody tries to cheat on me in games, and I'm just like, I'm like Corey. I play by the rules. I play by the rules.
Yeah, because honesty is the best policy. Seriously.
That's right.
True.
You might get ahead with your lies, but now you're in a web of lies, all right? Now you have to answer to those at some point. Do I ever have to live with the thought of having the heartbeat underneath my floor? No, because I didn't kill anybody and bury them under there, Kevin. All right?
As a reference to the telltale heart. I hope not.
Just like with the games, I don't want to have those moments of fear and terror. It was introduced in 2013 was the spinner, by the way.
Okay.
And I think it was taken away because it was supposed to be kind of for people like Lucy who had trouble with cards.
Okay.
But it was easier for them to spin that, and I think they did take it out at some point.
Okay. All right. Well, good to know. You said she does not deserve forgiveness for attempting to cheat.
Sorry. Don't cheat. If you're trying to beat Kevin, that's a different story. But your child was involved.
Okay. Well, and the whole reason I started playing the games as well is because she's been doing this all day while I'm at work, and I was trying to break up her level of of monotony.
Yeah. Hey, what do you want to do?
Yeah.
You want to go for a walk? No. Let's play a game.
And that's what he wants to do. He wants to do puzzles and play Candyland. Puzzles and Candyland.
Does he know that his mom?
I don't think so. I covered for her with him, but I let her know that I did not appreciate her attempt.
When did you let her know? Immediately or in the bedroom?
Oh, yeah. No. What?
You ever save that stuff for later in the night?
Off of Candyland?
And then they feel guilty and they owe you.
What?
So for the next morning, they make breakfast.
Okay.
You ever do that? You never do that? Save it for later. And don't call her out in front of anybody. Save it for later, next time. All right. Hey, by the way, I need to have a talk with you about this. Explain what happened, and see how things go.
Okay.
I like it, Poppy.
And then also, definitely don't joke about this one either.
Oh, crap.
Gervonta Davis, the cops finally got him after a 2-week search. He was captured on video back in October at a strip club attacking a woman, and the footage showed that he grabbed her by her hair and neck and forced her down a set of stairs during the incident. So they've been seeking him out for about 2 weeks. Now, side note to all of this, somebody asked if we're going to cover realignment on Monday.
High school football realignment?
And it is for all the sports.
High school sports realignment?
Most people do think about it specifically just for football. It's still at the Birdville Fine Arts Complex, which is where I've covered it like a million times. They used to charge you a couple of bucks to get in for breakfast and copies because they would give you copies of all the new districts. And the first time I was ever there, they put the districts up on an overhead projector.
Awesome.
And so, we've gotten better with the technology. But if you ever get a chance or you try to break into sports media, go cover this. It's awesome because it turns into a stock exchange.
Yeah, it does.
Or at least it used to. So people would have whiteboards and they would start writing, need home game in week 0 in week 2, or willing to do road game in bye week for district play. And so you see all these people hustling from place to place trying to negotiate. And they're like, yeah, but I can't do week 1. Well, that's the only spot I got. Could you consider flipping for week 0? Nah, man, I can't do it. And so you'll also...
Fine, we'll see you in the playoffs.
I mean, maybe. And you'll get coaches' actual thoughts, sometimes off the record, about what they think about their district. Because I remember very distinctly, I went around and I was like, you got to be stoked about moving regions, right? And to a man, the coach was like, no, it's a tough region. And then off the record, again and again, they would be like, this is awesome.
It's the best.
This is the best we could have possibly hoped for on realignment. So we will try to work that in as well. I know there's already quite the to-do in Frisco. They're going to have their first ever 6A school, but we've covered it a ton.
A couple things here. One, a lot of people are saying they didn't know about this save it for later logic, and they appreciate this. Hey, just try it out, see if it works from the 469. So will that go in effect on Monday? It won't go in effect.
It will be for the next
season.
School year. Yeah, exactly. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Where would you put Corey Seager on the top 10 shortstop list? Next on The Fan.
Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Here comes the payoff pitch. Swing and a drive, deep center field. Thomas going back, checking the wall, looking again, and it's gone. A blast to dead center for Corey Seager. His 15th home run of the year gives Texas a 1-0 lead.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. It's time for some baseball nuggets. Now, I told you MLB was going to be doing their top 10 players at each position.
I didn't believe you. I thought it was crazy talk, but here we are.
I'm glad that I was eventually vindicated. It's time for top 10 shortstops, so I ask you, fine gentlemen, where would you put Corey Seager on your list of top 10 shortstops?
After last year's defensive effort, no lower than 3.
Okay.
His defense was always kind of a question mark when he got here, and he was fine defensively. Last year, he was special, and that's I say that in terms of like he had some range that I hadn't seen him have. Now, could that have cost him some games? Possible. I don't know, dude.
Yeah, I keep thinking about somebody yesterday. They texted in and they said every time Corey Seager legs out a single, they get nervous that he's about to be out for a month.
I never want him to run to second base.
Yeah.
Don't even try a double is my thought.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, if he's on second base, I don't want him trying to score from there. Figure out how to get him over to third and then get a lazy fly ball out in the deep left field.
Right.
But yeah, I just think knowing kind of the grouping of shortstops out there, he's still a premium hitter, and he upped the defense last year.
Mr. Medford, would you put Corey Seager that high?
I would say 3, no lower than 4. I could understand why maybe the injuries and stuff might knock him out of the top 3, but like Corey said, when he's on that field, he is still special, and he is still uber consistent.
Now, top 10 goes like this. Number 10, Zach Neto, should be Nito. Ellie De La Cruz, Jeremy Pena, Trey Turner is 7, and Geraldo Perdomo is number 6. Moving into the top 5, Mookie Betts.
Position change that put him in a really good spot. Like the dude's a baseball player.
Sure.
That's one of those, Kevin, we talk about this a lot.
Right.
If you've ever hear us say he's just a football player or athlete, that's how we would see people marked on sheets that we would be looking at whenever we were covering high school sports. Athlete means he can run, he can do all these things. He might not be really good at one spot, but he's good at everything. And Mookie Betts has proven I can play the outfield, I can play second and short. Where do you want me?
Right.
I can do it. And that's why in 2032, when he retires, he might be at first base.
Now, number 4 on the list is last year's number 1, Gunnar Henderson. He obviously had a very difficult year. Francisco Lindor, number 3.
So I heard the other day the discussion on Sean and RJ about Lindor and Seager, and Choppy was like, Lindor's not even close. He was like, not even close, but he was like, I would take Seager every single time over Lindor. I do know Mike's kids, that's their favorite player.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that sometimes has skewed some of the thoughts, because we get in that where I just like that player more. Kind of like you, whenever we had Luka, you were like, obviously Jokic is still better. And be like, you just like him more than you like Luka.
I mean, that's obviously a fact.
But with Lindor, I think that's always been kind of is he really that good? And he is exceptional. He's been in some big moments too. So
he is always out there.
Yeah.
He played every single game in 2020. He missed 37 games in 2021, but after that, 161, 160, 152, 160. So I think that is a big difference, but I understand if you're talking about like peak value. Corey Seager comes in at number 2, and I think MLB.com realized the error of their ways. Last year, going into the season, they had Bobby Witt ranked 4 at shortstop. This year, he is the clear-cut, no doubt, number 1 on the list. Tonight, they will go after center fielders, and then we'll pick it back up on Monday with catchers. Now, for the Rangers, specifically, they put out their list of Major League Spring Training camp invitations to 9 players from within the organization. I think probably the one that's got everyone's attention is, of course, Sebastian Walcott. So Sebastian Walcott will be one of the players who does get a Major League Spring Training invitation. We will see how it goes. Keep in mind, we are a week and a half from the first workout with pitchers and catchers, and just 16 days away from the first full workout for the Texas Rangers. And in case you really wanted to know, their photo day is Tuesday, February 17th at 6:30 in the morning.
I'm sorry, what?
6:30 Mountain Time. And then they start playing games on February 20th. 3 weeks.
Who wants to be up for a picture at 6:30 in the morning?
You know their clubhouse is always open super early.
Yeah, they don't want to be there that early, though.
Oh, and yet they are?
Come on. Is the sun even out at 6:30? What are we doing here?
Well, we'll find out. I'm just really excited to get to use that. But yeah, 3 weeks away. Spring training games.
Dude, I'm very excited because the feel, dude, every time we get to that stadium, baseball is back. Like that's what the feeling is baseball is back. Hopefully this team can give us the thing to root for that we want.
Yes.
Hopefully Mackenzie Gore can go out there and not give up a big run.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
I think you won't.
Sorry about that.
I think you learned from that
Mackenzie.
moment, and I think we all can learn from that moment.
All right. Some other man. I hope that didn't upset
As soon
him.
as you asked do you remember that? My brain went, oh no, I bet it was a moment that lost the state championship. I did not realize it was going to be a moment like that.
That's the only run he gave up all year.
I will say though, that's amazing, but I will say he did chuckle a couple times.
He did.
So he chuckled. He thought, he was like, I like these guys.
So Anthony Rizzo, it looks like he is about to be added by NBC as well. We already talked about Kershaw. They're loading things up for their studio show. Now, been wanting to ask this question for a while. How many division winners do you think will repeat in Major League Baseball? So if you look at the pattern, it's been between 2 to 4 every year since 2018.
Okay.
So it goes 4, 3, 3, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4. So you do see a pretty good amount of repeat winners. And so you've got the Dodgers, Brewers, Phillies, Mariners, Guardians, and Blue Jays as your defending divisional champions.
Okay, I have 4 that I think are going to be there next year. I think the Dodgers are going to do it again.
Because they signed Giannis and all those other people.
And they're like, hey, let's go ahead and get some other superstar Olympian,
I'm sure they will.
I think the Brewers are going to do it again. They're one of those teams that you're just like, what? The Brewers, really? And they just have this consistency. I think the Phillies will do it again.
Oh, so you like the sweep in the National?
I do. And then I think the Mariners. Other than that, I think the other 2 will swap. So I think we're going to get 4 this year.
Are you thinking Tigers?
Yep.
Since obviously for most of the season they definitely should have won that division.
And now obviously they had an insane collapse. Now they trade Skubal, that could change everything.
Probably to the Dodgers.
And I'd love to see the Royals actually stand up and do the thing that we want them to do.
Right.
We keep hoping that the Royals can do something because we like Bobby Witt Jr. so much.
Sure.
But I think there's a combination in that AL East. I think the Yankees are going to. Aaron Judge sounded very committed. He was like, we finished in second place last year. That's not going to happen again.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, The judge has spoken.
And the Mets went ahead and picked up Craig Kimbrell along the way in case you're invested in that. But yeah, Corey, with 4 of the potential 6 defending divisional champions to go for the repeat. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're switching some things around today to facilitate for Kevin Von Erich. So it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Are the Seahawks better than the Patriots at running back and wide receiver? Next on The Fan.
Hello, baby. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Powered by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and zip it.
And we start with the Bills are hiring Pete Carmichael Jr. as their offensive coordinator, and the Eagles are hiring Josh Grizzard, or Grizzard if you're fancy, as their passing game coordinator, and I felt like you really wanted to know that. But Corey, I'm going to get right to the story that I know that you care the most about.
Jim Leonhard is interviewing for the Ravens job.
We said that yesterday. The story you care even more about. Big NFL trying to quash the electrical substation injury link.
What?
So the topic has been addressed by Dr. Aaron Sills, the NFL chief medical officer. Obviously, we are aware of those reports. Listen, I would say we look at injury causation across the board. We consult with experts throughout sports medicine and other industries to try to understand and gain as comprehensive of an understanding as injury causation as we can. But I would tell you,
a lot of words.
I'm not familiar with anything in sports medicine literature that supports those associations.
So
they're trying to squash it.
So since it's never come up yet.
That's right. Can't be.
Can't be. That sounds like it's completely against science.
You know what else he added, though? But I will tell you, injury causation is really complex. Is that a way to cover your ass just in case you find out that, it was a problem?
Yeah, no, and listen, I've stand by this. The first person to ever eat a poison berry, they didn't know then.
Right.
And then they found out. All right, I guess we shouldn't do that. I don't think we have figured out all of science and all of medicine yet.
That's true.
Maybe we can one day, but I feel like God's plan was, hey, you're going to keep studying on this stuff. Good luck. So hopefully it's not the case. Hopefully there's just a really weird situation in San Francisco that they keep having the most injuries every year.
Does it make you nervous, though, the big NFL is trying to squash this?
Of course. I learned recently that the NCAA spent $1.7 million to say, hey, we don't want people to do this or slow it down a little bit.
Right.
All right. So in that respect, Kevin, because that tells me all I need to know about big corporations.
I like it. Baker Mayfield said he predicts that Mike Evans will be back in Tampa Bay next year. He's like, I don't think he would want to go out like that, which I think is probably a fair assertion.
Yeah, Mike Evans, I need another 1,000-yard season from you, buddy.
Yes, that is fair. Now, let's talk about the NFL kickoff and what a huge difference that turned out to be. In 2024, only 33% of kickoffs were returned. This year, 74.5% of kickoffs were returned. Now, I know they wanted to cut down on injuries, but have they also added to the excitement of the kickoff?
Yeah, I actually am looking, when I watch Brandon Aubrey kick off, because I know what he's trying to do.
Right.
It kind of makes it fun. It's like watching a golfer. It's like watching somebody play darts. You're trying to see if they can accurately get it to the spot that they want to get it to. And I think that's a lot of fun for me. But there were some other moments where you got a breakaway that you were like excited about. But as the players were saying, more than anything, those players, do they need that on the kickoffs to go 1,000 miles an hour into each other like that? No, they don't need that. This was a little more conducive to what the game can be.
Now, let's go from that to some bets. Mattress Mac has bet $2 million on the Super Bowl. The thing that's weird about this is he bet it before the Super Bowl matchup was set. And what I mean by that is he just bet on whichever AFC team won. He said, I will bet $2 million on the AFC team that wins.
Whoever it is.
Yeah. To
win
the Super Bowl.
Do you think that they had better odds no matter what?
Yeah, I mean, they would, because it was just before the AFC Championship game, and you knew they would be underdog either way, but that's still a fascinating way to do that.
Yeah, it's interesting. Whoever wins the AFC, that's my role.
Yeah. Now, by the way...
Maybe it's because it's opposite of his Astros.
Oh.
It's the flip side of it's the American League National League situation.
Okay, could be.
I always looked at the National League as the AFC.
Okay.
Is that wrong?
Sure. No, I get that.
Because the Cowboys were in the NFC and the Rangers were in the AL?
No, that absolutely makes sense to me. How much do you think Americans will legally bet on the Super Bowl?
$200 billion.
That is too much.
$700 million.
Close to $2 billion.
Jeez.
$1.76 billion to be exact, and that would be a 27% year-over-year increase, and that's bet with U.S. sports books. So that doesn't factor in,
underdog
squares and things like yes. And so that is unbelievable. Almost $2 billion on the Super Bowl.
How much do you think underdog and stuff like that will add to it? Because that's a fascinating...
Hundreds of millions of dollars.
So
that would push it over $2 billion for sure.
Or do you think we'll ever get to $200 billion bet?
Unless we have like a shocking amount of inflation and we just print out a whole bunch of currency. Probably not.
We need
but
home prices to go up.
Yeah. See what I can do. I don't know if that is the prevailing wisdom of the rest of the United States. All right, let's talk about what the teams are going to be wearing. The Patriots are going to wear their away white jerseys and pair them with their white pants for a white-on-white combination that went 5-0 this season.
Interesting.
And that includes the conference championship game. Teams wearing white in the Super Bowl, 37-22, but that includes 16 of the last 21 Super Bowls have been victorious for the team wearing white, including New England beating Seattle in the Super Bowl.
Why wouldn't you choose white then?
Oh, do you believe in that?
Who gets to choose? How does that go?
The Patriots.
They get to choose first? Well, there you go then. That's smart. Smart on their part.
But shouldn't they have still lost that game against Seattle?
Don't worry about that.
Okay.
They won it.
That's true.
What's the outcome, whether or not they should have?
They won.
Exactly.
Fat asterisk. Now,
hold on, a fat asterisk.
That's right.
Because they intercepted the ball
on a no-call pass interference, but don't worry about that. All right. Clint Kubiak.
It was very similar to our argument this morning whenever I said, was Cooper Flagg the best player out there last night, or was it the Rookie of the Year, Con Kneppel? And I said in crunch time, Cooper Flagg couldn't do it.
It was a block.
And he said he made the three-pointer. I said, what happened after that?
It was a block.
I fouled the guy that got the points, and then he wasn't able to convert.
And what did you say? Did you think it was a block?
It was definitely a block.
All right, there you go. Okay. So Clint Kubiak, not Gary Kubiak, will have his second interview with both the Raiders and the Cardinals. Now, Davis Webb, the Broncos quarterback coach, withdrew from the Raiders head coaching search. So the thought is that Kubiak will get one of those remaining jobs. And the Eagles did it. They hired an offensive coordinator. They got Sean Mannion, the Packers quarterback coach, as their new offensive coordinator. So it only took like 5 different people, but congratulations.
All right. Howie Roseman is a pretty honest dude and pretty upfront about what they're accomplishing, right?
True.
He's cutthroat when it comes to this business. Jerry Jones would step out and say, we got our guy.
Right.
Or do you think Howie Roseman comes out and he's like, mission accomplished, gentlemen? Or is he like, well, somebody accepted the job. We're going to get the best out of him. I think that would be the approach. Somebody took this job, and we're going to get, instead of being like, we got our guy. We had to interview every guy. We didn't get our guy. We got a person.
But at least it's only for a coordinator. Can you imagine the spectacle if it was for a head coach, as Jerry Jones once said? All right, let's go from that to why did the honey badger try to drink bleach? I know that sounds like the setup to a hilarious joke or perhaps a riddle, but it is not funny. Tyrann Mathieu said that he was looking for the best way to pass a drug test when he was in college. And he saw an online suggestion to drink Coca-Cola with a little bit of bleach mixed in. And he said, I ended up throwing that S up. And at that point, I'm like, man, F it. I run out of tricks and I don't know what to do. Do you think if you reach the point in your life where you might drink bleach, that you should probably rethink what's going on?
First off, pickle juice. Secondly, I had a friend in high school that did this.
Oh, no.
He was like, yeah, you can't drink a lot of it. You just got to be like a little capful. And I was like, dude, this is ridiculously dumb.
Yes.
And he did it, and he also did not pass it. And so that was the other factor. I was like, not only did you fail it, but on top of that, you ingested this stuff into your body. What are you doing? Is it worth it? Is it worth it, the other part that you had to go through? And then I also suggested pickle juice. So that's a different story. So don't drink bleach, y'all.
Now, let's go from that to the NFL has standards, damn it. And they have drawn a line in the sand. They said no prediction market commercials during the Super Bowl. Now, can sports betting companies like FanDuel and DraftKings still have their advertisements? Yes, they can. But apparently if you move over into the range of gambling on pop culture or people's arrests and stuff, that's too far.
Pop culture is like the national anthem. That's pop culture. That's not football.
They say it is.
I disagree.
Are you questioning the scruples of the NFL?
Yeah, the NFL
I will not stand for that.
The NFL who said, Tony Romo, you cannot have a fantasy football event in Las Vegas. And as soon as they cleared everything, they're like, we now are working we have a team in Las Vegas.
I am shocked that you were insinuating that sometimes the NFL has double standards. All right, let's get to this. Do you think that Seattle has the better running back and wide receiver group going into the Super Bowl?
Yeah, probably so. I mean, Kenneth Walker's really good. Charbonnet not being like him having been hurt, that's kind of a concern there. I think Travion Henderson's going to be really good. Like, we're going to look back and go, dang, that worked out. I think Ramondre Stevenson's very good. But I think Kenneth Walker's that step above both of them. And then on the front of like Jackson Smith and Jigba and Cooper Kupp, I like Booty. I think Booty's really good. But the rest of and Diggs is good too. It's just I think that there is a different level that Smith and Jigba's playing at right now.
So Bleacher Report gave advantage to both running back and wide receiver groups to the Seahawks. They gave quarterback advantage to the Patriots, which again, I said the other day, I disagree with. I think at this moment, in this particular moment, and at this time, the Seattle Seahawks have the better quarterback. But you mentioned Kenneth Walker thus far in the playoffs, 45 touches for 256 total yards, 4 touchdowns, and 8 explosive plays.
Dang.
So about once every 5.5 times he touches the ball, explosive play.
Then why don't you feed him the ball 15 times in this one?
Dude, I'm saying I think they should, and that's another reason why. I know we talked about Jackson Smith and Jigba. I think Kenneth Walker is another consideration for your Super Bowl MVP betting purposes.
With his 84 toughest yards you've ever seen.
I mean, look.
And a touchdown.
And it will see if it's just one touchdown, that's probably not going to work unless the game's like 10-9. But if he ends up getting multiple touchdowns, that could make a big old difference. All right. Let's go to The Athletic once again. What do the players think about stuff and things? Players, are you okay with Tom Brady being allowed to be an owner and broadcaster in the NFL?
I think they're fine with it.
They are fine with it, and I love these answers. 84%, yes. 7%, no. 9% don't know or don't care. So there's more people who don't know or don't care than said no.
And I mean, I can imagine they don't listen to that broadcast.
Exactly. What issue would be your top priority for the new NFLPA executive director?
Electrical substations outside of my practice facility.
That is a good answer. I will count that under other,
okay.
Which did get some votes. But here is what I think is concerning. The second leading vote getter is nothing specific or don't know. That's not good.
Yeah.
That is not
I'm
good.
not paying attention to what is important to my career, my job, my industry.
Number one on the list, playing surface.
Yes, that makes a lot of sense.
The next issue after don't know was the 18th game. And it does feel like those are probably the two top issues, right?
Yeah.
Adding an 18th game and the playing surface. But the fact that answer number 2 is don't know or don't care.
I really have to know if the NFL is going to allow changes to broaden the depth chart. I really think if you're going to add 2 games to this thing, you need to be able to have more roster spots for health purposes.
That is tied for 6th on the list.
That would be top of my list.
Okay.
I would go to the Players Association and I would say, guys, we need to talk about this more and we need to make this more relevant. I understand other guys are going to look around and be like, why do I care about somebody else on the bottom end of the roster?
Gotcha.
But it could save your legs. It could save you for the playoffs.
Yes.
It could save you for the future of your contract. Realize that.
No, I'm with you.
If you're thinking I got a 3-year contract, you're adding 6 games to that career. Now, or to that contract. You've added 6 games to that contract, no more money for it. You've added 6 more games, and your body gets the wear and tear of those 6 games.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, apparently they have arrived. Wrestling legend Kevin Von Erich will be live in studio next right here on The Fan.
614 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, in studio, we have wrestling legend Kevin Von Erich. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Great to be here.
I love it. Now, you and my co-hosts were just bonding over the University of North Texas, and your grandson and his son both having interviews or like going up there in the next 24 hours.
Yeah, how about that? We're just talking about that.
Yeah, here's what's even crazier. Way back in the day when we were a night show, your sons came up to be on the show, and that was the first time I met them. And they were talking about being in Hawaii, and I was like, "Hey, me and my wife are thinking about coming to Hawaii," and they were like, "You can stay with us." And I was like, "What?" So if that had happened, your grandson and my son might have been best friends going to UNT together. So
maybe so.
We also encourage Corey to actually send a text and not just show up at the house and just give him a heads up. Now, I know we've got a lot of ground to cover, including Collision tomorrow at the Esports Arena, and already a great hook for that. Tommaso Ciampa showing up on Dynamite on Wednesday. He's going to wrestle Mark Briscoe for the TNT Championship. I'm excited about that, but I wanted to talk about a whole nother other event first, if we can. We've had you on the show several times. I don't know if I've ever asked about this. If you could walk us through just y'all putting together that original Parade of Champions event in '84, which I know obviously turned out to be the memorial event for David. Like, what an undertaking that was, and what that day was like for you.
Yeah, that will. Let me see. The show was. How long after Dave died was that? The show was?
Yeah, it was within like a month or two, right? I thought it was pretty darn quick.
Because I remember putting the show together, and then Dave died, and we changed everything. And that was tough. We were really close. And we're at drive time, and I don't want to bum anybody out, But I mean, I love my brother so much. We all loved each other so much, and that was really tough to switch everything and go with. Kind of a funny story with it, though, that, I always picked our music.
Okay.
And Kerry kind of resented it because Kerry had great taste in music, and he picked Tom Sawyer, which is a great song.
Yes, it is.
And so Dave was coming up, and Dave said, "No, I'm going to pick my own song." I said, "Dave, remember now, you need that interesting sound and that crescendo and for the lights and all that." And he goes, yeah. And he picked Tanya Tucker, Texas When I Die. Oh, God.
Well, it's a good song. Different sound.
But the first words out of when the record starts, "When I die, I may not go to heaven."
Wow, that's fascinating.
Man.
Andy Tucker, though, you know what I'm saying?
I do. I could see how that might not like lend itself totally to the wrestling audience and whatnot, but maybe. So in the co-main, you get to team with Mike and your dad, and then that's followed up with Kerry winning the world championship. Like, you talk about that level of emotion of sadness to, I imagine, a lot of family jubilation in those back-to-back matches.
Well, yeah. I'll tell you what, though, when it's over, you're exhausted. But and there was a lot of jubilation. That was so great if Kerry won that title like that. And then to have a tag team match, Mike and I with Dad, that was great too. But I remember as we did that, we cleared the ring, we hit the ring, and I think they clogged the ropes. We couldn't get in, so Dad sent us around, and we three-way hit the ring, all three different angles, and cleared the ring. And Terry Gordy scooted outside and grabbed one of the chairs and stomped it. He always did that. He stomped it so there'd be jagged edges on it and threw it into the ring, and Dad didn't see it. It was coming right at his head. And I dove like I was blocking a pass, defensive back. And the thing it cut my finger all the way to the bone. It almost cut it halfway off. Oh, man. And the match is just starting, and I have white pants on. And Dad says, "What the hell are you doing down the ground? Get up." And I said, "Dad, you almost got brained with that chair." Anyway, it was funny that you said that. It made me thought of that. But I had blood all over those pants from my cut from that thing.
Man, did your dad eventually appreciate it? Did he see the video and he's like, okay, good job?
After the battle was over.
Okay.
We're in the middle of it right now, and everything's going on here.
We'll talk.
Well, it's the timing of you being here is really awesome because in about an hour or so, we're going to have Mark Aguirre on. And so we're talking about like the two entities, maybe along with the sidekicks, that were making Reunion Arena rock and roll in the 80s, especially with like the Christmas Star Wars and everything. But like, was there a connection between y'all and the Mavericks or the sidekicks or anything? Because y'all were all the hottest thing going in Metroplex.
Yeah, there were. We had, I love the Cowboys, and Charlie Waters and Cliff Harris, we thought those two guys were great. And Calvin Hill back in those days, and Robert Newhouse, Roger Staubach, even Craig Morton back when I was a little kid. Loved all those guys, thought they were great. In fact, I read Roger Staubach's book, First Down, Lifetime to Go, and he had another one too. I think I read another book. That was Earl Morrell. I was going to be a quarterback, and I read all these books about quarterbacks, but he was... I looked up to him so much. What a hero that guy is.
So my wife worked for his real estate company for about 10 years, and I got to run across him many times. He was everything that I thought as a kid.
My daughter too. She worked in commercial real estate and met him a few times, but I never did. He was my hero though when I was a little boy.
We got to make that happen.
Yeah, I was going to say, how has that not happened?
At some point.
We need to figure that out.
Well, he's a busy man.
Yeah. I've always we talk to a lot of former players, former athletes that look at their sport and they're like, it's not like it was when or it's not like this. What is it that you see in wrestling now that you're like, I never imagined that those characters could exist, or I never thought that this is better than I expected it to be, and it's grown into something better?
Well, that has happened. It's a big difference too. I don't mean to pump a little sunshine up my skirt, but in the old days, we wrestlers were. Unplugged my.
That's okay. We can still hear you. Yeah.
In the old days, my wrestlers were kind of glorified thugs. It's pretty much that's how it was. I did a few commercials, but really it was kind of like, I remember I did a commercial for a tape deck and a car, and they wanted me to eat a cake shaped like a tape deck, because that was the idea of wrestlers. We were big brutes, that ate tape decks and stuff like that, But nowadays, it's so different. I mean, all the guys got drunk. Usually, a lot of the wrestlers got drunk after the show or had a few beers, on the way to the next town. That's where all the big bellies come from, I think, to tell the truth. But my brothers and I were really never like that. We didn't, we looked at it like wanted to be the best we could be. My dad was the best. And that's the way it is now. You go to the dressing room back there, these wrestlers aren't at all like the old days. These guys, if you were to offer them drugs, they'd fight. I mean, these guys are devoted athletes, and they don't want anything getting in their way of being better, getting better each day.
Yeah,
and that's what they do. I'm a coach there, I'm a consultant, and these guys are hungry. You teach them, they already know a lot of stuff. I mean, a lot of these guys are up kind of where I am. I can give them tips on some things, but pretty much just polish.
Yeah.
Do you feel better about the wrestler's safety also going to and being in the ring? Because I know everyone loved you guys, but there were many a time where I thought somebody in the crowd might stab a Freebird.
I got stabbed. They were trying to stab Gino one night, and I was up in the far stands where Gino went, and thought it was a cigarette burn right on my butt, and so I get to the back, and I look at my boot. I was wearing boots back then, and every time I'd step, little blood bubbles would come up from the shoestring holes, from my boot, and it was somebody had stabbed me, and that hot blood had run down my leg and was in my boot, and that was they were trying to hit Gino, I'm sure.
That's how you know you're tough, though. He got stabbed, and
it was a
like,
cigarette burn.
It could have been something
else. And it's fine. You need to check it out.
Do you ever? I know crowds get enthusiastic, and I love that enthusiasm. But do you ever just a tiny bit miss that level of like there could be a full blown actual riot at any moment?
Many times, we were out in the Caribbean. It was in Grenada, and those two, Trinidad and Tobago. And I think it was Trinidad, and we had a show there, and a lot of the fans couldn't afford the ticket, and so they were outside the arena and started throwing rocks into the arena where the people were, and it got worse and worse after that. We had a boxer that was a guest referee, and the crowd started getting hotter and hotter and hotter, and the heels beating up the good guy, and in they came. And the cops had to shoot 2 people.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, they said no more wrestling in Trinidad after that.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Holy moly. Yeah. And then I was hoping you could recap it. You've told us this story before, but still a political hot button. But just how big WCCW and y'all were in Israel, especially, because for people who don't know the story, this is amazing to me.
Well, Israel is a beautiful place. The people are so wonderful there. I mean, brothers and sisters, a sense of family is just so big there.
And you got to take your boys there a few years back, right?
Yeah, I took my boys when they were young as children, but then they've gone to work there since, to work a couple of times. It started a little operation of local Israeli wrestlers there,
Wow.
But the beautiful thing about it is that there are more Arabs than Jews actually in Israel, and they sit together, love wrestling. I mean, they don't. You can hand that to wrestling because I actually had Mr. Perez, Shimon Perez, told me that they have the only time there was actually a ceasefire is when wrestling was on.
Wow.
Wow. That is unbelievable to me.
Hard to believe, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, I definitely believe it, but it's just wild to think about like the things that bring us together and unfortunately the things that can tear us apart, of course.
Yeah.
One of the things that I'm always curious about in ring, what's going on, what you're thinking, what you're doing. What is the key to wrestling a man bigger than you? Because you had a difference. You were a different wrestler.
It's all in your head. It really is. I think that, because it's not the size of the dog in the fight, it's the size of the fight in the dog.
Absolutely.
And you get in there and do your best, and once you've jolted him a few times, he knows you're dangerous, and he gives you room, but at first he'll be all over you, since you're smaller than he is. And so that's kind of now my sons are pretty dang big.
Yeah, they are.
A giant.
Yes, they are.
Yes, they are.
And they have chopped me, so I'm very aware.
Yeah. I've gotten the claw. It is it's fun.
Yeah, you have to.
Intimidating.
Yeah, those guys. It's a great business, and with the wrestlers too, they're like kids, I mean, to me, they're children. I want to kiss them sometimes, like my boys. But the new champion is this MJF, and Maxwell Friedman.
Jacob Friedman, yes.
Yeah, he was in the Iron Claw movie, I think. If you ask me, I think he would have made a better Ric Flair than the other guy, to tell the truth.
He has a mouth on him. We had him on.
He has a mouth.
Yeah, there was a lot of great casting in that movie. The Ric Flair one, I feel like maybe we didn't get that one quite right.
Yeah, I think they missed the boat on that one.
Yeah.
And if I may say, nothing against the actors. They're really nice guys. The guy that played Kerry, should have played somebody else, and because it didn't really you didn't see Kerry in that, and also now, after watching the movie, I've never danced a dance in my life. I don't feel dancing, but so Zac Efron, he dances and stuff.
Yeah, and then Jeremy Allen White, I believe, is who was carried. I talked to your sons afterwards, because we all got to go to the movie premiere, and they were like, it is a little weird seeing your parents' love story or however you want to talk about it, and they're like, there's that moment in the truck that you're like, I didn't totally need to see that in the movie form or anything like that. That's really how are the boys doing? Marshall and Ross, by the way, they were Ring of Honor 6-man champions for more than a year before Dustin Rhodes had to have his double knee surgery, so they've had a lot of success in Ring of Honor and trickled over into AEW as well. How are the boys doing?
They're doing great, just great. Funny little, how up here they're getting some rain, but down in San Antonio it's really been dry, and we live about 35 miles north of San Antonio in Sisterdale, and so they're driving home the other day, and big grass fire, and out there when it's windy, everybody pulls over to help.
Right.
Grass fire. So Marsh and Ross are out there, and they were trying to keep the fire from getting into some trees, and Marshall almost got passed out in that fire.
Oh, no. Oh, my gosh.
And the next night he had to wrestle. It was 2 nights later he had to wrestle. Man, he had some damage to his lungs, got so tired in that ring, and all my boys are top shape. They don't.
Yes.
Yeah, we've seen him, yeah.
But he evidently damaged the alveoli in his lungs a little bit,
Wow.
And so he's over it now, but God.
Trying to do something heroic.
Well, it's like, out there, everybody helps when a fire comes, Gosh, Pam and I even helped put a fire out one time.
It's unbelievable. The layers upon layers of stories are just incredible. Now
I get to reach out to my father-in-law and let him know that Kevin Von Erich lives nearby. He lives in Spring Branch, right over by Bulverde.
Spring Branch,
yeah. He lives in Spring Branch area, so he'll be very excited.
Yeah, what a growing area!
It is awesome.
And somebody just texted in and said they still have a picture of you holding them on their shoulders. How cool is it to hear all those people come back around and they're like, I have this picture, I have this autograph, or I have this whatever memory from you guys.
It's like a two-edged sword in a way. I mean, but for me, I love that because I've had a lot of concussions, and like I was making a joke the other day, I can watch like an old movie that I saw maybe 10 years ago, and to me it's almost a new movie.
Oh, wow.
My concussions, I think.
That was interesting. I enjoyed that.
Now, you mentioned
for me, Kevin, it's been very difficult not to mention, like, you were my hero growing up. Like that's been the thing. I'm sure you hear that a lot, and I know as what we do, it's a really good feeling to know that you made a little impact on somebody, and you were.
Thanks. It's an important job. It really is. I hear guys say that it's not our responsibility to raise their children or football players or whatever, but it's really, I don't think a lot of guys think like that anymore because if you're on television, you do have a responsibility. We try to say yes, sir, and no, sir on the air and kind of give some values out there because remember, those were the days with latchkey kids.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Both parents have to work. It's not like the old days where dad works and there's still enough money to go on vacation and invest. Now, both parents have to work and there's no money to invest anyway.
Yeah.
But that's the way that all started, and so we knew there's latchkey kids, and they might not be getting this, and I think God put His hand on us because we wanted to do right, In fact, you guys, I don't want to throw you off here, but we used to, before we did our show on Channel 39, the World Class Wrestling Show, we'd have a prayer meeting with the cameramen, the directors, and everybody. And the wrestlers, and we all prayed that God would make it a great show. I'm telling you. It worked.
I freaking
made an
love
impression.
That.
It definitely did.
Yeah, absolutely. So much so that I'm going to warn you in the break. Another one of our stations wants to know if you can stick around and talk with them. But I need to make sure to plug the show tomorrow. It is the final date of the esports residency for AEW Collision. Like I said, Mark Briscoe defending the TNT Championship against Tommaso Ciampa, who just debuted on Dynamite on Wednesday. You got the Babes of Wrath putting up their tag team championships against the Sisters of Sin. It's been a really fun residency. Tomorrow, another chance for you to see AEW in Arlington. You can go to allelitewrestling.com or AEWTix.com. Kevin, thank you so much for jumping on with us.
Oh, it's my pleasure. I don't mind shooting the bull with you guys anytime.
Awesome.
Hell yeah.
So cool.
Coming up next, we might have to truncate it, but we've got AM on the FM.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, 4 o'clock, we'll have...
Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where Kevin Von Erich has already been scooped up by another one of our stations to continue the conversation. So freaking love that. Remember, Collision tomorrow, Esports Arena in Arlington. And right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas. Yeah. 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, how not to spend your lottery winnings if you want to stay out of jail. We'll get to all of that here in just a moment, but we do have breaking NFL news. Via NFL Network, the Vikings have fired general manager Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah.
Really?
Because of Sam Darnold.
That timing is bizarre.
Yeah, if Sam Darnold hadn't made it to the big game, then they probably would have kept him.
Super Bowl.
No, he can't. Big football is after us already. But the timing is interesting because, one, we're at the end of the cycle where everybody's already kind of getting jobs, but two, they just extended him and the head coach, Kevin O'Connell, a few months ago.
Do you think there's an internal argument about quarterback?
Probably, and I did see the follow-up from Tom Pelissero, who he is very selectively plugged in with different franchises. Like he's very plugged in with Mike McCarthy, of all people. He said there has been some relationship issues that have been building within the organization, so it sounds like him and players, maybe.
Wow.
So, yeah, and...
Because you got to wonder about Jefferson and all of that, too.
Yeah, and he just spoke to the media, I think, yesterday, and he was talking, he got asked about Sam Darnold, and he was like, yeah, sometimes you stare at the ceiling at night and ask yourself if you made the right decision, but
you did not. Like, that's an easy one.
He doubled down on it, though. He said at the time it was the right decision to make, and we stand by that.
Wow.
Shout out J.J. McCarthy, man. Shout out J.J. McCarthy.
You better be good.
And good luck to him, you know.
We'll get to the National Day calendar here in just a second because the question of the day is not going to be based off of any national day. It's going to be based off an experience, rather. So I'm going to lead off with that. 877-881-1053. What is something random that can totally make your day? 877-881-1053.
And the traffic light, sorry, Alec, the traffic light that I never catch. So there's this light that I come home off of Bush, and I never make it. It's right by the... Ever. If there's a time when I make that light, even if it's just 2 minutes closer to home, I think it's amazing.
That does change a lot. Like, honestly, shaving any time off the commute in any random way, that'll make my day.
Do you get excited if you beat the ETA? Like, if you're coming home from somewhere like you maybe don't know, and you're like, I beat that by like 4 minutes, stupid map app.
Oh, you almost went further than that, huh?
Did.
Wow, dude.
Yeah, Bassick would have been
Von
excited.
Erich is going to come back in here and claw me.
Bassick would have been like, oh my gosh, spicy show on here.
Great show today, yeah. No, I absolutely race against the ETA because you guys know this studio is located in Narnia compared to my house. So, I try to beat that rush hour traffic to get home. It's about a 35, 40-mile drive for me, depending on what route I take. So, yeah, if I can shave 3 or 4 minutes off the ETA, I'm like, I won the day.
I need you to do me a favor because can you repeat the question? I need to know exactly what was said because I don't want to say something that...
What is something random that can totally make your day?
Because if Carter gives me a hug, my son Carter...
That's nice.
There's just... First off, that kid can hug. He's got the best hug. Like, he really does.
Man.
And so,
Who has the best hug in your family?
And Lucy's a great hugger, too. Avery, I don't know if he hugs anymore. He'll just be like, what's up, bro? But Carter, he's 14. He's at that point now in life where, like, things can be weird and stuff. Sure. And just randomly, he'll come down the hallway and just open those arms up. And he's almost taller than Avery. Yeah. He's at a size now that I'm like, dude, you're going to be a big old offensive lineman maybe one day. But when those arms open up, I kind of melt because I'm like, man, there was a time when you were little, and now I don't know how many of these kind of hugs you're willing to give me for the rest of my life. So I love it.
That's true.
That's wholesome. The reason I asked this question, gentlemen, is because 2 days ago I got the random phone call of, hey, I'm out of the country. Can you take my dog to the dog sitter? So my answer is interactions with other people's dogs. If you have a dog that is just super social and nice and well-trained and everything, and it's just making me feel like the coolest human on the planet because it's so excited to see me, that will make my day. Because I picked up Mocha from the cousin's house and took Mocha all the way to Frisco. It's the cutest, fluffiest doodle you will ever see. I'll show you guys the picture in the break. But she is the nicest, sweetest, most excited dog ever every time she sees me. Except for the one time she chewed my shoelaces. We still got to talk about that. But yeah, I hadn't seen her in a few weeks. So she was so excited to see me and was so well behaved in the car. And we were just, singing together and stuff all the way to Frisco. And it was a great time. And I was like, you know what? This is the smallest, most random thing that popped up this week, but it made my entire day because I was like, a dog was happy to see me.
Yeah, and you're gonna love Kodak. I got to introduce you to Kodak at some point. Somebody said being told the package is ready right now when they originally told me it'd be 2 weeks.
Man, especially if it's something that you could make your day or weekend better. It's not like a necessity. It's like a fun thing that you're like, oh yes, now I can do that.
When the liquor store owner gives you a little mini bottle to go along with it, he's like, here you go, man. Here's an additional one because I like you.
Yeah,
that's nice.
From the 972, my wife, knowing that I'm having a hard day and gives me some words of encouragement. That's wholesome.
Man, we have a lot of wholesome answers here.
And then the most random that I've seen from the 469, seeing a flock of birds flying together in unison.
Dude, not gonna lie, it is awesome when they get out of whack a little bit. They're not in line. I'm like, what are you doing? That third bird on the right. What are you doing right now?
You're disappointed in the birds?
Yeah, figure it out, birds.
They're not even
real. Your
real.
whole life is about that. What you're doing right now. Your whole life is about flying.
You have one purpose.
You telling a bird how to bird?
They're not hearing me because they're so high up, but I would if they'd listen.
You know what? I'm going to scold a bird next time I see one on the ground for you, Majors.
Thank you.
And I'm also going to tell you how not to spend your lottery winnings if you win the lottery, because the odds are very much against you. But if you want to stay out of jail after winning millions of dollars, I'll tell you what not to do. A British man was sentenced to more than 16 years in prison recently for using his lottery winnings to fund a counterfeit pill mill.
Oh, no.
According to LBC in Great Britain, John Erich Spivey, who resides in a, quote, quiet rural home in the English town of Wigan, won £2.4 million in the lottery back in 2010, which in that time, when you account for the change in currency and everything, that was about $3.7 million at the time. He has recently been sentenced to more than 16 years in prison for his role in a drug ring that was caught selling large amounts of ecstasy, weed, and amphetamine that he apparently decided to return to the well after finding himself with a sizable sum of money to invest in a new operation. That new operation, the abandoned plot of land right across the street from his house.
Come on.
So, this was back in 2004. He got arrested for a smaller drug situation back in 2004. He got back out of prison and just a couple weeks ago has been sentenced to 16 and a half years in prison after being found guilty of various drug and firearm charges and, quote, this is real legal jargon, perverting the course of justice.
Okay, that is clearly an objectively amazing sentence. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we continue our trek with 26 ways the Rangers can improve in 2026. Next, right here on The Fan.
FM and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. 26 ways to make the Texas Rangers better, part 2. We did part 1 yesterday, as you probably could have guessed.
You want to make them better. I want to make them great again. Because, Kevin, remember in 2023 when they won the World Series? Do you think that team was good?
You know, Corey, for a show where we've already talked about the happenings in Israel, I just wanted to stay away from that particular verbiage as to not piss anybody else off today.
Say that they were great once.
You can.
And then the last 2 years have not been great.
Saying make great again.
What are you talking about?
Is a trigger for some.
I called that one.
All right. Thank you very much.
People can take words now. That's not cool.
I mean,
I feel like I want my own words now.
Okay.
I want to create words.
Well, you should. We made
friends.
up all of these words.
I'm going to create words with friends.
Okay. Well, I have some terrible news for you on that front as well. All right. Let's go to Jake Burger.
Love the dude.
Jake Burger needs to pummel fastballs. Jake Burger slugged .541 against fastballs in 2024. Guess what? The year before that, .615. Last year, .465. So here's my concern. If we run this in a linear fashion, Jake Burger against the fastball slugging in 2023, .615. Next year, .541. Next year, .465. So maybe it's not moving to the American League or the Rangers at all. Maybe it's just people catching up on what he likes to do. That's what I'm worried about.
You're dead on. When it's just like, man, Mike McCarthy used to say this all the time. It's just like anything.
Sure.
And just like anything in sports, if a defensive coordinator's doing his thing, I asked you about this yesterday, Mike Elko. At what point do people pick up on what Mike Elko's doing on third downs?
And then the key is you got to be able to pivot off of that.
How do you adjust?
Yes.
How do you make that adjustment? And so with Berger, same thing. He hits fastballs. They say, we're going to do everything we can to throw you off balance so you're not expecting fastball. And so it messes with his game a little bit. And so I think that's he's got to figure out how to adapt to what he's looking for. Force them to throw that fastball into your zone. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yes.
Force them to, by using the count and knowing the pitcher and knowing what you're going up there hunting for, you can force them to do that.
So he's not going to walk. He's going to be aggressive. You know that. You need him to smash the ball. So I have good news. It. Not here to just talk about bad news. I have good news.
Good.
You know, after August 1st, you know what Jake Burger slugged against fastballs? .692.
So, and that's a thing too. Didn't he left for a little while and then came back? And I'm not sure exactly what he did. Maybe he reached out to a hitting coach that he knows and was like, I would like to do a little more work on some things, get back to my basics. Maybe that was the thing, was he found something in his swing during that break where he was able to come back and say, okay, I know exactly what I'm looking for.
Now, we are still going to do a long-form discussion about Leiter and Rocker at some point, maybe next week. But Jack Leiter needs to continue to move that changeup in, all right? So after July 1st, his changeup usage moved up to about 20%.
Okay.
Guess what hitters were against that? They hit .219.
All right.
And he averaged 10.1 strikeouts per 9 innings when using that.
That's like league average, isn't it? .219.
Yeah. Touche. Yes,
okay.
It does feel like that.
All right, that's something that he can use to his advantage then,
now,
correct?
Exactly. So let's take the next Vanderbilt player. Kumar Rocker mimics Leiter's progress from 2025. So think about it. Going into 2025, would you describe Jack Leiter, before the season started, as a flawed prospect?
Yes.
And what did he turn into by the end of the year?
A really good pitcher.
Yes, yes. And at least a solid starter.
Yeah.
So if Kumar Rocker can go from, I think right now we would all agree, flawed prospect, to a solid starter, that would be huge. He's going to need more pitch diversification too.
And he's going to need more experience with that too.
For sure.
Listen, man, one of the things that he kind of got rushed into the roster last year, and Chris Young was
that definitely happened.
Very much like, hey, I want him out there on the hill. And it was the reasoning for it was, because he knew that he needed to get the future out there and he needed to go ahead and get a head start on this. What if this guy, he's got some things. He's got things that show he can be a pro pitcher. He's missing some elements of, and it took him some while, holding runners on, some of the other experiences of when you get shelled early, how do you respond to it? But this is, I'm excited for Rocker. He was fun to watch. When he's on, he's absolutely amazing.
He is. Now, what will his role be, one wonders? Because now we talk about Jacob Latz. Can Jacob Latz, and again, big shout out to Evan Grant on this article. It really is a tremendous read. Can Jacob Latz refine his changeups to right-handed hitters? Right-handed hitters against him, 333. Batting average with an OPS of 897 against a pitch that he used 30% of the time against them. So he needs to work on his changeup specifically to right-handed hitters, because if you can do that, then you will have a viable starter. And I still think there's a good shot he takes that number 5 spot break in camp.
Yeah, because you don't want a situational guy in Latz. Like if you want anything, you want a dude that you know you can put out there who is going to give you the entire inning and is going to give you a pretty clean inning when he goes out there too. So yeah, so just basically adding this changeup and developing it better to right-handed hitters is going to be the key for him, according to Evan Grant.
Cole Winn.
I love it. I'm excited for Cole Winn.
Cole Winn needs to be better against left-handed pitchers.
Sure he does.
Left-handed hitters, especially if our dream of maybe him becoming the closer is to stay alive.
And friend of the show.
Yes. So right-handed hitters, you know what their OPS was against Cole Winn?
OPS 885.
398.
Oh, okay. That would be a lot higher if it was 885.
Yeah, that would be very bad. We probably would not be talking about him. Against right-handed hitters, their OPS against him was 398. That is astonishing. But
I was thinking lefties. Okay, gotcha.
There's where it's problematic. 863.
I was close. That's what I was thinking. Okay, gotcha.
His fastball, it was off. And he never decided on a true second pitch. So he kind of splitter, slider, cutter, but we didn't get locked in on a second pitch. If it's not going to play against left-handers significantly better, our hopes of seeing him at a consistent high leverage role are not going to happen.
Yeah, you can use 2 pitches consistently and over and over and over in a short amount of time. Going that second inning, you're going to need that third pitch.
Yes.
And to do that, that's what we would love for Cole Winn. I'd love for him to have the mental fortitude to be the closer and be able to just use 2 pitches. But you got to decide. Just like you said, you got to all right, I got this and I got this. The one thing about Leclerc was he had that third pitch. He just didn't know how to use it on the final out,
right,
or the final one. That was a lot of times until that World Series run when they were great, Kevin. So hopefully now, obviously, I'd love for Cole Winn to have a more expanded role, but at the moment, he's got to be able to get through 1.5 innings before we can go any further.
Don't say 1.5 innings. Robert Garcia. Robert Garcia needs to slow down when he fields the ball. He got 13 chances last year. He had 3 errors.
Yeah, that was kind of tough. There were some moments for him last year. But he was a useful commodity for a while.
Oh, absolutely.
That nobody really expected. Kind of maybe got overused a little bit, but you were kind of looking at the room going, what else can Bochy do? You got to go to him.
No, you're right about that. The Little Rascals, the group of Michael Hellman, Cody Freeman, and Alejandro Ozuna don't lose any of their spark, especially since one or more of them might not be on the opening day roster. Now, I want to take you to my guy. You know I love Alejandro Ozuna. In September, he hit 297 with an OPS of 748. He's one of the people, you know how Chris Young keeps talking about, hey, we got to improve internally. We have focused a lot of that on veteran players. I think Ozuna, he has a real shot to take a step forward. You saw a flash of it in September. Obviously, 1 month doesn't mean you're primed for a great season. But if he can take a big step forward, Oh, I think that would be huge for this
It's interesting.
team.
I've seen a couple of people on the fan text. I've seen some people on Twitter. They're like, they already gave up on him. And I'm like, man, I can't give up on a player this young.
Yeah,
no. They're saying they have.
Oh, I thought you meant the team.
Yeah,
okay,
they're
gotcha.
like, he's not an everyday player. He's not this. I think I'm the one that's like, no, I'm going to definitely give him more time. I saw some pop that I liked. The hustle is there. That's something that I think that when you have that part of it, I'll give you every chance you can. Because this is just like Josh Smith. I'm willing to give Josh Smith every opportunity. I know what I felt he lacked. But because the way you play, I'll give you every opportunity to go out and prove it until you prove that you can't or until you prove that you are, hey, I am a starter. I'm here for a long time.
I'm going to quick hit a couple of these. Tell me if
somebody said Osuna reminds me of Josh Smith, and that's part of the heart hustle part of it.
Yeah, man, maybe that's who you plug in with Josh Smith. If Ozuna's taken off at the end of the season, that's how you platoon that. We can stop on any of these if you want. Sam Haggerty needs to stay healthy enough to form a right-handed platoon with Evan Carter. The Rangers need to make it 3 straight years of overhauling the bulk of their bullpen successfully. So this year, you've got Chris Martin back. We've got Alexis Diaz, Tyler Alexander, and you need, I know you will care about this one of your high-velocity bullpen arms in the farm to have a meaningful role in the bullpen. Is that Mark Church? Is that Teodo? I don't know, but you need one of them to be able to pitch in innings that matter.
Yeah, because, I mean, that's part of the development of your farm system anyway, is at some point you got to actually see it. So because that can be a commodity for you that you can use, or it can be something that you can use on the field rather than use in trade. But you definitely need to see something out of them. Otherwise, what are they doing there? So somebody said from the 682, what about Bradford? We talked about him a little bit yesterday.
We can talk about him right now.
Okay, all right.
Cody Bradford. You need him to return on time. As scheduled, Cody Bradford is set to return in early May. If we're talking about the history, nothing to do with specifically Bradford, if we're talking about the history of pitchers returning from arm and elbow injuries, do you feel like usually there's some hiccup along the way?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So
yeah, there's always this. He's just not quite ready for this, and
exactly.
I think there's things that they just don't expect in their rehab that a lot of times, Kevin, a lot of guys push themselves too hard. And
I would agree with that.
Because they want to be back so fast, and you're like, that's not how this works.
But yeah, so Cody Bradford is there. I guess I'm in the camp of I'll believe it when I see it, just because of the nature of the injury he's coming back from. I still think you're going to be talking about a mid-June return. But if he's ready to go in May, well, great. Then maybe you only have Latz starting for a month, or you have that depth and ammunition in case, unfortunately, you have a pitching injury along the way. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You know what? Since you guys seem to be enjoying this, maybe we'll finish that with part 3 on Monday. Coming up next, though, how about we do some Super Bowl overreaction or reality? Plus, at 12:40, Dallas Mavericks legend Mark Aguirre. It is a jam-packed expressway next on The Fan.
on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Play pass. Oh, picked up on Henley. Twists him. Man's up. Henry's got it to the end zone. Touchdown, New England against his old team in the playoffs.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for some Super Bowl overreaction or reality, but I want to know, can I ask you two football-related but not Super Bowl overreaction or realities first?
Is it about arguments and magazines?
No,
and books?
It's not.
And yeah, go ahead.
It's about Kyler Murray, and then a separate one is about obituaries.
Is it about Call of Duty with Kyler Murray?
No.
All right.
Do you believe the reports that Kyler Murray's overreaction or reality, Kyler Murray's trade value increased because Dante Moore is not going to be in the draft? So the idea is one less viable quarterback ups the demand for other quarterbacks.
But can't you just go find a Sam Darnold out there? Look what Seattle did in their first year as a team.
Well, look what happens if you let that quarterback go. Mm-hmm. You get fired from your job.
I guess so. That makes a lot of sense. So you think that he's got a bigger market for himself?
That seems to be the general thought.
Okay, all right.
I don't know how big that market is.
Do they not know that Carson Beck's available?
Yeah, they know.
All right.
They know. All right. Next one. Overreaction or reality? Putting the picture for your obituary of you with Jerry Jones. This is an amazing bit. I take you to Carol Disney Hulsey. She unfortunately passed away on Wednesday at the age of 90. Her celebration of life services. Do we just not call it a funeral anymore? Is it always celebration of life? Well, it's next Friday.
It's a marketing, Kevin.
Oh, man. Okay.
Marketing death.
Funeral sounds sad.
It does.
It sounds very sad.
Well, my funeral will be crushing.
Celebration of life sounds awesome.
So her celebration of life, almost said the F word, funeral, is in a week. But the picture on her obituary is a picture of her with Jerry Jones, and it looks like she has one of the Super Bowl rings on her finger.
Oh, she absolutely does.
Overreaction or reality? This is an amazing bit, and you want Jerry Jones in your obituary picture.
Okay, now you've asked me the question. I don't know if I want an obituary. Can I opt out?
Oh, can I write your obituary?
I don't want one.
Oh.
But you know what?
I will take my own money and buy the space for your obituary.
You said this morning that if you have to obey the wishes of the dead.
Damn it. You're right.
That being said.
So your wish is no obituary?
Well, if you're going to use your own money, like if you want to do it that badly.
100%.
Because I care about you that much.
I do.
Even after your hand gesture a moment ago.
Nobody saw that.
That's what friends can do. I'll let you write the obituary.
Yeah.
But you do have to include the picture of you and me dressed up as pressmen at the newspaper. So you got to find that one.
For sure.
And Adrian's going to be like, I'm not in the picture. And you just be like, I told him I'd write it. He said that was part of the deal.
I'm going to email you a preview paragraph.
No, I don't want to. No!
Why? You'll never get to hear it?
I don't want to read
You'll be dead.
I never want to know.
You got to be kidding me. All right. I promise.
Never want to know.
I have lots of football questions, but I'm going to stop you right there. Would you not want to attend your own funeral?
Absolutely not.
100%. No. I am going to take score of who's there and who is not.
So you can haunt them? Is that what your goal is?
No, I'm saying if you could go to your funeral, but you were still alive somehow. Don't worry about that part. Hey, I said don't worry about that part.
And you stay alive? Like you're once you're done with it, you go, bloop, like in the Christmas Carol. You're done.
Yeah, let's say that. Let's say you're in a Christmas Carol scenario and you can go to your own funeral. Do you want that?
No.
You're insane.
First off, I don't want to see Adrian cry. All right. So
what if she didn't cry?
Because she's without me. Because she went first is the only way that she wouldn't cry.
What if she brought a date?
I would be livid. No,
See,
definitely be
that's
livid.
why you need to be there.
No, I don't. No, because now I'm up in wherever I exist. All right, I don't know where God's going to be like, you know what, Corey, you did fine. I'm going to give you this little shanty around the corner. Wherever I end up, I don't want to be thinking about that, dude. I don't want to be thinking like, dude, I got to go haunt her now every time that she, disrobes. Now I got to go be in the room and make sure I screw things up. I don't want that. No. Once I'm done, I want to be gone. I want people to have a good, fun time because they got to celebrate together. They don't even need to talk about me. Just being around other people makes you feel good.
You wouldn't be kind of bummed out if at your funeral they're like, man, that new Taylor Swift album is fire.
There's a new Swift album out at my funeral. I didn't get to hear it.
Yeah.
Now I'm a little upset.
But you're not upset that they're talking about it.
Oh, that's
not
fine.
talking about you.
Dude, we just talked about yesterday. One of the coolest things about being a dude is random-ass conversations.
Okay.
And they're just like, why? And so I want that to happen. I can see Kevin's funeral. I'm sorry to say it that way, but like you've explained what you want to me so in such detail.
Sad.
That like everybody must wear black. There will be a black veil on every woman in the entire place.
Playlist ready to go.
Every single seat at
kidding about that,
every
Alec.
pew at the church. All right, because it's got to be a church. I know this too. Every single one of them has to have multiple boxes of tissue. The saddest songs that you get, Fix You by Coldplay, probably going to have to play. It's the saddest song out there.
My Weakness by Moby is on the list.
Yeah, that's what Kevin wants. And I'm like, that's the complete opposite. I want y'all to be like, hey, we had a really good time while he was here. And you know what? I'm going to miss him. And I'm never going to forget him. But it is, we're still here. So what can we do now in honor of him? To honor the memory of him. So please do that. Creed, you think they'll play some Creed? Can you take me higher? And everybody's just bawling tears.
No, ladies and gentlemen, we're floating in space by Spiritualized is also on the list. That song is so freaking sad.
Dude,
there's a Mazzy Star song on there. Look, there's a playlist.
Mazzy Star, is that the
Look on Down from the Bridge?
Oh, that's a different one that I was thinking.
It's not Fade Into You.
Fade Into You.
Yeah.
All right, I need you to go listen to a song. All right, it's called "Feeling Good Again" by Robert Earl Keen.
Okay.
I've been very adamant about this since I heard it. All right, it sounds like a feeling good song, right? Until you imagine that the guy singing it or the character that he's singing from is dead already.
Oh.
And now he has arrived at his favorite bar where all of his friends are.
Okay.
All right, so I want you to listen to that and be like, man, that's a good one, right?
All right, I'm on it. Now, Super Bowl overreaction or I don't know. This is mostly my fault. Overreaction or reality?
Yeah.
You were excited about this Super Bowl matchup.
Overreaction.
That's where I'm at too.
I know it exists.
That's good.
I know we're going to be there next week where we're going to have, dude.
You know Emmitt Smith's going to be on the show?
The amount of guests.
So is Big E.
Dude,
so is Daniel Cormier.
Bo Jackson, Emmett, not that guy, Greg Olson, Stephen A., Jay Glazer, Terrell Davis, Michael Irvin, Darren Woodson, Patrick Willis, Donovan McNabb, Brian Urlacher, Josie Altidore, Devin Hester, Cormier, as you said.
Overreaction or reality. We canceled one of our guests today because of something we talked about on the show.
That's reality, and that's the guest. That's the third person that I was looking at on the list. Dude, we're gonna have so many cool names this week, but it's more for me about the build up to this Super Bowl, the build up to the big game, having the party and being around it. The outcome itself, I'm kind of disinterested in because I'm not a Patriots fan and I'm not a Seahawks fan. But I do think it's going to be a really fun defensive game. It's two teams that I think are very good. In the grand history of things, this single season team is pretty. Whoever wins is going to be looked at as one of those like, dang, they were really good, especially in this era of football.
Alec, overreaction or reality? There's a lot of feedback about the other thing we were talking about. You are excited about this Super Bowl matchup.
I tried to make myself, but I'm going to go overreaction.
Overreaction,
yeah. I'm going to go overreaction because, I am aware that the Pro Football Championship game is about to happen between New England and Seattle, Just found out Seattle has a team. That's pretty cool.
You've known that.
The big game is always exciting.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I talked about this the other day, like the aura that kind of floats around it, the buildup. That's why I don't mind the week layoff in between the conference championships and the big game, if you will.
You can say Super Bowl.
I know I can't risk it.
Trying to make sure he takes care of himself.
See, I don't have Plano money yet.
Yeah.
So I'm excited that the game is here. I'm not necessarily excited about, I told you guys I really do appreciate and enjoy the construction of the Patriots roster and their coaching staff and everything. I can't get excited about Sam Darnold playing quarterback in the Super Bowl. I just can't. And to be fair, the Patriots have been a little bit more boring than I expected.
Okay.
There are some local connections, Jackson Smith and Jigba. There's some other players that are connected to DFW. I'm excited for Jackson Smith and Jigba. That's what he is, an exciting player. But the overall big picture of it,
Now, you just mentioned something, Alex, so I'm going to go to this one next. Overreaction or reality? The Patriots' offensive slump is flying under the radar because their offense has not been good in the playoffs.
Because they've won. That's why it's flying under the radar?
Yeah, probably. I mean, you look at that game against the Chargers, 16 points. The game against the Texans, you saw defensive points in that, and 10-7 over the Broncos. And so 16, 28, 10. A chunk of those points were scored by the defense. If you want to bring up the blizzard, that didn't really take full effect until the fourth quarter of the AFC Championship game. Their offenses looked mediocre at best.
Yeah, they played against in their last two games. They played two bad quarterbacks. Stroud
he did play poorly.
He had two very poor games in the playoffs. Two very bad games in the playoffs. And what happened against Stidham? That's their backup for a reason. So yeah, that's I'm with you, man. That was something we were kind of keeping an eye on. Can their offense turn out? Can their offense produce against what is looked at as one of the best defenses in the league, and that's McDonald's defense?
Alec?
It's a reality, and I think part of it is obviously they're winning, that helps, but I think at least in the football space, in the media space, there is some appreciation for the defenses that they played too.
That's fair.
No,
just
you're
a tiny
dead
bit.
on. You're dead on.
We talked about it. Him and Drake May and Peyton Manning. Those are the only two quarterbacks to go through the top three scoring defenses on their way to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, because if C.J. Stroud even had half as many turnovers in that game, the Patriots probably are not playing next week. If we're being totally honest, if he threw two interceptions, C.J. Stroud, just two, which is kind of crazy to say, just two interceptions, he probably would still be in this thing, and the Texans probably still would because that defense. But again, another credit to the Patriots defense as well. I think that's the reason that they're still in it. But yeah, we've kind of glossed over it just because they've been winning, and hey, defense wins championships, I guess.
I mean, look, and that was something that we talked about going into this playoffs, that the defenses were going to outclass the quarterback play, and I think that's especially been the case in the AFC. We should probably address this, new listeners all of the time. For the 214, what's the rule for y'all saying the big game versus the Super Bowl? It's as simple as this. You have to say the big game in commercials if you are not affiliated with the NFL or have
FCC?
A partnership. No, that is an advertising thing.
Okay.
Yeah, and so because that means you do not have access to, and it's the same thing with March Madness. If you'll ever notice, we'll do some spots and we'll be like, this is a huge month for college basketball. That means they have not partnered up or bought out the rights to use that from the NCAA, which is all there for the student athletes. But it's the same thing. When I say underdog, we talk about underdog, I say the big game because they do not have that permission or that advertising affiliation with the NFL to be able to say Super Bowl. But in content,
Kevin's forced to do that now.
Yes, that is true. But in content, it's fine. Well, and this is not an ad.
I appreciate you saying that, Kevin. I don't want to take any chances. All right, I don't want to risk it.
You guys are jerks.
And Alec, if you said Plano money, the way to keep Plano money, which isn't really that much right now, is to not risk it. To protect yourself at all times. As our friend Adrian Clark has said in his book, you got to protect yourself, Kevin. And in this instance, so more than anything, though, new Tolo, it is a bit. Have fun with it. Irritate Kevin because it makes him mad.
And then somebody asked, how the hell are y'all not excited for D-Law to be in the Super Bowl? So
I want to say, give me a second.
Yeah.
I saw a video of him yesterday, Kevin, talking about a certain play that happened in the game. The way he broke it down, it just reminded me of how, like, his experience over time and his smarts, like he's that, and then he's still playing at a certain level.
For sure.
And I just was like, man, I respect that dude a ton. I still do.
I absolutely do as well, but it's the word that you use is excited. And so this is where I have conflicting thoughts, and I know you talked about this with DeMarcus Ware a while back. It's just a crushing reminder of the ineptness of this franchise, right? Like that's not DeMarcus Lawrence's fault. When he went to Seattle, I was totally one of the people who scoffed at his notion of I'll have a better chance to win a Super Bowl. Well, damn if he wasn't spot on 100% right. And so that's the thing. It's nothing against DeMarcus Lawrence. It's just yet another reminder at just the incompetence that this franchise has displayed time and time and time again at getting into games and situations that matter.
From 214, come on, guys. D-Law left because of the money. That's understandable, too. And guess, look where he is.
Look, man, I think everybody in life can relate to wanting to or leaving a job because you do not feel as though they respect the impact that you make for their business in a monetary point of view.
Kevin.
What?
Catherine O'Hara, according to TMZ, has passed away at the age of 71.
Oh, from Home Alone?
Yeah, from Home Alone.
By the way,
and another show that I can't say the name of.
You can say Schitt's Creek. That is the name of it's spelled that is the name of the town as a proper noun. It's spelled like that, not the expletive.
Next, you're going to tell me I can say Super Bowl.
Yeah. I feel like we just went over this.
Wow.
Man, I like the idea that y'all are more thinking about dumping Super Bowl than the other thing that I said. I'll leave it there. I won't bring it up again. But I really like the idea that you're like, ooh, I'm more weary about Super Bowl than that. She's in a whole bunch of stuff.
Timing-wise, female lead, brilliant.
Notch. Yeah, top notch. Her playing off of John Candy in Home Alone when you found out that John Candy just like made up a whole bunch of that stuff, and like her ability to just roll with that is super duper impressive. That sucks.
Yeah.
That it's an outstanding show. I did go back and rewatch Best in Show, and I liked it a lot better than I did before. Absolutely.
You kind of got it? You kind of understood it a little better?
Yeah, because when I watched it the first time, I think I was like 19 or something. And,
it takes a certain level of appreciation for weird comedy.
Yeah, and I probably wasn't prepared for all of that. But now...
More equipped.
Yeah.
More equipped to handle that. I get it. No, absolutely.
Especially since sometimes we roll out that exact brand.
Favorite line in that is when he was talking about how much can you bench press? I don't know if I could walk from here to there, but I can bench press 375.
The thing that I just love so much, and he's so funny, Fred Willard, in that is how much his co-host just despises him and everything that he has to contribute to any part of his broadcast.
You remember the name?
I love how mad it makes him.
The name of the calendar for dogs, where you're washing your dogs, and he called it. You can't. I don't think I can say it on air. But then you had Jennifer Coolidge. Like that was a great series, and she was involved with a number of those things too.
Right now on the D&M Leasing Hotline, we bring to you Dallas Mavericks legend and the man who just got his jersey retired. It is the great Mark Aguirre. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How are you doing?
Man, we're doing fantastic. For people who were watching it on TV, I think they could see the emotion wash over your face. But can you describe to us that feeling when they unveil what that banner is going to look like right before it goes up into the rafters?
Well, it's really hard to explain because that moment only comes around so many times, you know. And in that moment, you're kind of overwhelmed with the fact that, there's so many people involved, and all these people had to be in sync in order to make that moment happen. So to tell you how it was really hard, because I saw all those jerseys in the seats and everything in there, pointing to, the Mavericks, and I came in 1980, 81, so that's quite a few years, so just for them to pull it off was amazing to me, amazing.
What was I know that there were some speeches last night from your former teammates, but also I saw that video, and there's Rolando Blackman and Brad Davis talking about how great you were when they were your teammate back then. What was it like to see those kind of interviews of them talking like you are at the time where you're their peer, and they're still talking about how amazing you are?
Well, I think to me it's amazing that they even think that way, because when you're playing with your teammates, you're just expecting them to be the excellent individual that they are. And you see them every day. Every day I saw Brad and I saw Rondo every day and Derek. So, I expect that from them. So, but when you hear them talk, it's a surprise to you, that they actually think that of you, So, me personally, it's hard to take from teammates. It's really hard.
Do you kind of wish they'd left the Converse commercial part out of that video, or do you love that as much as we do?
Well, it's a great time, great period, and Converse was really hanging on by what they could hang on to, and then I got Magic, behind it, and that made it even better, So I'm happy that I was in that period.
We were talking with Chris Arnold yesterday, who's obviously still doing all kinds of stuff for the Mavericks, and he said he hoped they got your bobblehead right, but also said it needs to have the behind on it as well, because you would like to box out those opponents and push them away with the butt.
That's a God-given gift. You can't duplicate that. You can't duplicate that. That's given to me by God. Well, so I don't know how you do that.
When your name gets put up in the rafters, people that come into the arena from here on, they're going to sit down and they're going to look up and they're going to see the championship banner and they're going to see certain names and they're going to start asking questions. Some new fans might show up and be like, I don't know who that person is. Somebody sitting next to them is going to tell them that story and how it connects to the Mavericks. They're going to tell your story now. They're going to see that name. What do you hope is the thing that they tell kids or new fans for the rest of the franchise history about you and about this Mavericks franchise?
Well, there's a lot to say, a lot that you put in there, because there's different things that got to be said, because my story is one, but the Mavericks franchise is different, because Don Carter and Norm Sanju came in with a whisper of a hope that this thing would work. And they did a lot of work in order to make it work. And no one thought it would end up like this with getting a kid like Cooper Flagg in it, So it has pulled its weight big time, beyond big time. So they have created something that should last, several lifetimes. So I'm happy to be a part of that.
Was there a run or a season or whatever when you realized you're like, oh, yeah, this is going to work. This DFW has embraced us and our team is good and we got something rolling?
Well, from day one with me, because I was a South Fork fan. So it worked for me the day I landed here. Yeah, I was a South Fork fan. So day one, I was in the right place, So and then leaving Chicago, of the land of blizzards, and land into a place where I can put my shorts on every day. What kind of world is this down here? So it was beautiful for me. The change was lovely for me, coming from Chicago to Dallas. Just the weather in itself made it really nice for me to come into day one.
I've gotten a chance to talk to Rolando about this a little bit. I grew up around the corner from Harry Stone, and I know in that time period, y'all went and played pickup basketball. What was Dallas like in an era that you could just go play a game, maybe before you played a game that night?
Well, it was really different for me because being in a basketball world, Chicago, at that time, you could get a great pickup game in several different places. So to come to Dallas and have to find the pickup game, but you know what? Once you found them, you found the players. Once you found them, you found the players. It took a while, but once I found them, I was like, okay, I'm going over there and play. I'm going over there and play. It was really hard to find them, but once you found them, you found a real game.
Man, I loved a few weeks ago when Cooper Flagg put up 42. You were like, yeah, go get it. Go get 52. Go get 62.
Absolutely.
How wild is it then that on your night, your bobblehead night, they're retiring your jersey, Cooper Flagg goes out there and he does what you said. He went and got it and broke that Mavs rookie record.
It was perfect. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. That's when he should. I couldn't explain it any more perfect. That he has been performing up to that level since he got here. When I first talked to him, and we talked to each other, I expected him. I expressed to him, don't be scared to succeed because everybody knows you're the number one pick, and there's something that comes with that. And you can't be afraid to be the number one pick. And I think he took it personally because he's been playing like he's the number one pick in the NBA. He's been playing like that, and I love it.
Can you tell the difference in a dude that wants it like that when you see him on the court? Or what is it that you see in another player that you're like, oh, that guy right there, he's going to be this kind of player?
Well, when he goes to the bucket and he goes and gets what he wants, there's no apology given after that. I'm supposed to do that. There's no apology. Why give an apology out? I remember the fact that I was playing Mavericks early and I got loose and got a bounce pass from, I think it was Rowe, and Kareem was the only one left down there, and that's Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I was like, wow, but what am I going to do with it? I turned it over and dunked it, so I wasn't scared. Scared was left at the door.
Man,
so he can't be scared. Can't be scared at all.
Did you make sure to dunk it and be like, oh, 6-time MVP, my butt?
No, I apologized to him and picked his goggles up.
Oh, my gosh. That's amazing.
I was like, hey, Cap. I said, hey, Cap, I'm sorry, man. You all right? He said, yeah, I'm all right. I said, all right. But, he knew I had to do it. And I got in that position several times. I was in that position in college with David Greenwood. He was the player of the year. And I got a ball on him, and he was the only guy left back there. And in my playground, that's what you do. I say if I get a chance to really go get it, I got to not let everybody down and not punk out and just, lay it up. I have to go get it, So I told Cooper, go get it, man. Go get it. Go get it. If they gave it to you, they pick you number one for a reason. So go get it. Don't let anything else down. Go get it. And last night, that was one of those nights. He went and got it.
Now, part of the celebration season, obviously yesterday with you getting your jersey retired, having the bobblehead, but the night before, it's somebody that you've already mentioned a couple of times in this interview, and I think everyone in the DFW should be aware of him. Just can you walk us through the contributions of Norm Sanju and what he meant to building what was a damn good 80s Mavericks team?
Well, he stuck his neck out. I was a good player, but when you go get the number one pick, with the things that I was doing, he had to take a chance on me. He took a chance on me, and he did. He did his work, and he asked Coach Mata what he thought, and they put their heads together with Don Carter and said, this is our pick. So he took a chance on me. Thank God he did. He took a chance on everybody's taking a chance. When they picked Cooper Flagg, they took a chance on Cooper. They did their homework, but they did take a chance on Cooper. And their homework is paying off now. But everybody's taking a chance. Every number one pick, they're taking a chance. Magic Johnson was taking a chance. Larry Bird was taking a chance. All those guys were taking a chance.
Now, while everyone's celebrating, did you get a chance to ask a couple of people with the organization, hey, what took so long, though?
No, I'm just happy that it happened. No, I'm happy that it happened. How can you say what took so long? You did it, Yeah. That's just like Cooper. You did it. You did it. I can't ask, why it takes so long. Why did you give me this Rolls Royce? It took so long. Well,
right.
You can't ask that,
That is a great point.
Thank you very much.
But what was it like though? Also having Isaiah talk and tell all the Mavericks fans out there, we don't win that championship. We don't win championships without you.
Oh,
hello.
Yeah, we might have lost him right there. Well, nonetheless. Yeah. Go ahead.
Here. No, well, that was big because. When I left Dallas, he knew it was a place that I loved dearly. It's not like leaving, anywhere, or the Clippers, that team that was the worst record in the league. I was leaving an uprising good team in a city that was totally different from anything that I knew about. You got all, what was big for me, you got all God-fearing people here in Dallas, and that was a big part of my family. So that put me in the right place, So when he said that, I was like, wow, that meant a lot, an awful lot.
I think, Kevin, for me, like it helped legitimize. We watched him as kids.
Absolutely.
I think there's another era that didn't see and doesn't know.
That's a shame.
So hearing that from Isaiah Thomas, I think, legitimized all the things that we've said about him growing up, too. So I loved hearing it, too.
Well,
that was big.
That
was big.
Congratulations so much, Mark. Thank you for jumping on with us and having fun with us. And it is an honor that you very, very much have earned, and we're glad to have you as part of the fold here in Dallas.
Well, thank you for having me, and I do believe in the Mavericks and the organization that extends this to me. Forever I will be in their debt, because you changed the life of not just me, my entire family. You changed their lives.
Outstanding. Thank you very much, good sir.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
There you go. Mark Aguirre right here on 105.3 The Fan, warming all of our hearts.
I can honestly say I never thought I'd get that interview.
That was really cool.
Like I would have never thought in 1,000 years I'm going to be able to interview Mark Aguirre. Today's been an awesome day for me, Kevin.
Man, and I love his, why'd you take so long to give me a Rolls Royce? you just take it. That is a great point. From the 806, they told us this earlier, shout out, follow up. Their pipe busted on Monday, and they've been living in a hotel this week. Found out they're going to need to move due to the damage. So it was our job to try to keep them sane. I'm really sorry about that. Hopefully some of these fun interviews today have helped brighten your spirits even just a little bit. And if not, I know it will happen next with the C Block.
We got some Senior Bowl discussions to have with Kyle Yeomans next on The Fan.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, as part of the C Block on the D&M Leasing Hotline, we bring to you Dallas Cowboys broadcaster and man who may or may not aspire to have another set of triplets. It is Kyle Yeomans.
Kyle Yeomans.
What's up, buddy?
What's up, guys? It's been a minute. How are you?
Doing very well. Wondering how the Mean Green basketball season is going to go. Do you have any thoughts there?
It'll get better. I think this is going to be a growing year. First year under Coach Robinson. They'll get better. They're going to win some really good games. They already have won a couple of fun ones. But don't expect to make like a deep run or anything like NIT or NCAA tournament. But they're building in the right direction. I'm excited about what they've got going on.
Do you think any fan of college basketball post 1948 has ever thought, I hope we make a deep NIT run?
A couple times here in Denton, for sure.
Okay.
Exactly. It's happened a few times the last couple of years.
Just checking.
A&M. Look at Kevin with his big A&M money over there. And that is exciting because my kid, Kyle, tomorrow we get to go have our interview at UNT School of Music. They get to interview him. And so he's really excited about that, and I want him to have a good basketball team for next season to root for. All right, let's turn our attention to the reality, the real thing we're here for, and this is that Kyle Yeomans got to enjoy some Senior Bowl practice this week, which what's really funny about this is early on in this station, we had to explain what the Senior Bowl was to people and why it was important. And I think we're kind of past that. Do you agree?
Yes, absolutely.
I love that as the case. I thought you were asking if I agree.
No,
and
he's talking to me, but you go ahead.
Yep. I love that for you guys, and I think that's a credit to the coverage that you guys have done, but also guys like Brian Broaddus. I mean, and what he's brought to the station as kind of a former scout, and that also makes me happy because when I hop on the station for our draft coverage every year, that means we're doing a good job of, I guess, putting out what it means to evaluate these prospects and the type of information that you get from these types of events.
Now, what spot in the third round are we going to have to trade into to draft Jacob Rodriguez?
It might be earlier than the third round.
Oh, dear.
What happened this week? He played. I mean, he was out of his mind a couple times. The second practice Wednesday, especially, he had 2 forced fumbles. One of them was kind of iffy, but I'll credit it because they didn't blow a whistle. But there should have been a tackle for loss. Kyle Lewis, the pick corner, came up and made a hit behind the line of scrimmage on the running back, but they played through it, and you're not bringing guys to the ground anyways. It's all just thudding up. But Jacob Rodriguez ripped the ball out. So 2 forced fumbles and an interception in one practice. And there were only, I guess, 20 reps of team drills? Like, that's what you're dealing with there, and he still had 3 turnovers in about 20 reps. And that's pretty impressive in my eyes. He did a lot of good things and had great interviews. I talked to a couple of scouts from not just the Cowboys but just across the league, and they were really excited about what he was doing in the meetings as well. So lots of Jacob Rodriguez hub coming out of Mobile so far.
So can I ask you about that just traditionally at the Senior Bowl? I know what you do on the field and in the practices is a big deal, but how important are those interviews?
That I would say it's almost a 50-50 split.
Wow.
Because the on-field stuff is important because you're getting to see good on good for the final time until you're really in training camp, right? I mean, even the combine and pro days you're throwing on air and you're running on air. Combine, you're doing the measurements and the drills, and the medical checks are extremely crucial in Indianapolis. But this is the last time you get to see these guys on the field. So I do think it's important, but the formal interviews and then the kind of car wash interviews that they do where you kind of just move through multiple, it's almost like speed dating in an NFL sense where you just talk to a couple teams over the course of a few minutes and then go about your way. I mean, those are crucial because it's the first impression of what a guy is and what a prospect can bring and the type of energy, type of character that you're dealing with, and especially with a coaching staff like the Cowboys have now, led by Coach Shoddy, they do value character and they value upstanding prospects. And so I do think it's very important, and a lot of people probably don't realize it. They're looking at the one-on-ones, and they're looking at the team drills, and all of that does play a factor, but it's still not the same as getting to sit down and know these guys at a personal level.
Now, one of the things that's been very well known is Zach Wolchuk refuses to talk about Jacob Rodriguez. He's like, I don't even want people to know about this guy. But he did, I think, off air, he mentioned
gotcha.
I'm trying to convince some people to take him at 20. Would that be a bit of a reach? But also, if you were to pair him up with Caleb Downs in the middle of your defense, would you be excited?
Oh, my gosh.
If you're telling me you get Caleb Downs, I don't care who you draft at 20. I'm cool. Like,
Hell yeah.
You can draft anybody at 20, and I'll be okay, because I agree. I think he makes the rest of your defense better. I think let's take Downs out of the equation. If you're looking at linebacker at 20, I think there are better prospects. And I like Jacob Rodriguez. I'm not putting final grades on guys quite yet.
Right.
We got a long way to go. I'm thinking maybe a 2-3. I think he's probably back into the second round, early third. So 20 would be really rich for me. And even the upper echelon second round grades, I think, would be more valuable there. Guys like Sonny Styles out of Ohio State or C.J. Allen out of Georgia, I think, are a little bit more fit for that 20th overall spot as opposed to a Jacob Rodriguez. Though he does have name value, he's going to bring a lot of excitement, and a lot of people are going to recognize him from his time at Texas Tech and through the draft process. He's a great story, moving from quarterback to linebacker and picking up quickly. Of course, his significant other is serving in the armed forces. I mean, all of that stuff is awesome, and I really do cheer for the guy. I think he's going to be a great pro, but I still think 20 just might be a little bit rich for a defense that needs you to have prospects available now and playing now. He might need a year or two to really establish himself.
Kyle, we're doing a daily segment also. Myself and Alec are kind of keeping eyes on a couple guys here and there, and we'll discuss them throughout the week. And one of the guys, because we did watch Downs and fell in love, obviously, but one of the other guys that popped up was Kamari Ramsey. Can you kind of before we dive in on him, we haven't gotten there yet, but before we do, you kind of give us a thought on him and what his performance was like this week.
Yeah, he's a thumper. He comes downhill. He's a physical player. I got to talk to him a little bit as well. I asked him off air after we did an interview on the draft show the other day. I was like, "Well, how would you fit in Dallas?" He's like, "Put me wherever you need me. I'm playing a little bit in the nickel, which is something he never really did initially, but he can play in the nickel." And they put him out there a couple times in practice. I thought that was significant. Because a lot of times he was playing in the box, and he was used in a number of different ways at USC. He was in a good secondary. I know USC wasn't a highly vaulted, highly ranked team at the end of the year, but he was the heart and soul of a really good secondary that's going to have multiple guys drafted there. And so if he's able to stand out in that draft film, and he's able to stand out like he did at the Senior Bowl too, I wouldn't mind trying to find a way to get him on my football team either. I think he's right in that third round range, maybe an early fourth round range.
Okay.
Starter potential with the ability to maybe turn into a high caliber secondary player. So if I'm saying that, I'm leaning third round in my eyes. I don't know if he's an immediate starter, but I think he's a really good player across the board.
And I know, like, when you start watching some of these players, you probably start watching them like Broadus does in late December, maybe early January, before you really know anything. Christian Parker gets hired. Does it kind of change some of the things you're looking at for the Cowboys because you kind of understand a little more about what he's going to want?
Yeah, a little bit. It more so because kind of like what Broadus and Zach and some of these other guys that really dive into the film do, we try to get about 200 or 250 players a year. That's kind of what we're looking at. Whereas these scouting departments start in August or June, like whenever they're putting together training camp practices for the Cowboys, they're traveling to training camps for these college teams and really putting together a list. So they have a lot more time and a lot more names. That's where you see the 700 or 800 names that are ultimately in the running. Well, we only get about 200.
Yeah.
So where these teams, and I believe Will McClay when he says it, when you hire a guy like Christian Parker, it doesn't change the process. I believe that, and I do think that's what the scouting department does. But from a media scout standpoint, we got to start somewhere, and we got to hit certain characteristics because we know the team is going to kind of gravitate toward those characteristics. So it does. I think it changes it a little bit on the media scouts thing, where that's a little different to handle it than maybe the actual pro scouts and a lot of these guys that are going to these events working for the Cowboys specifically are doing. But yeah, I think now you're looking at guys that are going to be extremely versatile. They're going to be extremely physical. They're going to communicate well in the secondary. They're going to have that kind of versatility that you saw from a Pat Surtain or even a Cooper DeJean and some of these guys that he's coached in the past. I think there's kind of there's a template there that Christian Parker's bringing that wouldn't maybe have been in the conversation as much as it would have in other areas.
Now, sticking with Christian Parker for just 1 second, the Cowboys are replacing 4 defensive coaches. Are there any names or positional coaches that you're especially keyed in on?
You guys got me here. I'm hitting it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Did you not hear my award-winning question?
It was a phenomenal question until I couldn't hear it anymore.
Oh.
So at the very end of it, I heard you say, are there any position coaches blank? What did you ask?
Any particular positional coach spots or interview candidates that you're keyed in on and fascinated to see how that plays out?
Yeah, I liked the hire of Ryan Smith. Of course, he was with the Cardinals last year. He's going to coach cornerbacks here in Dallas. I think that's one that it's also got a little draft buzz to it because I know he's got a connection with Mansour Delane, and it did not take Cowboys Twitter very long to put that out in the open air as a possibility. The LSU corner that's got first-round potential there could maybe be a conversation moving forward. But outside of that, I think the conversation with Zach Orr is interesting. A local cat, of course, he's a North Texas guy, was the defensive coordinator in Baltimore, and I think for the most part he underachieved from a production standpoint with the amount of talent they had defensively in Baltimore. But I think he's a really good coach, and if he's not going to be the defensive coordinator and they put him as a pass game or a run game coordinator here in Dallas and he coaches the linebackers too, I would argue that's the best linebackers coach Dallas has had in the last maybe 5 or 6 years, just because of the pedigree he's coming in with and the resume that he had in Baltimore. And I mean, as a player semi-recently too. I mean, he was not playing that long ago after he had to medically retire after a couple of years in the league. So he was quick riser in the coaching ranks, and he's kind of shown that he can do a number of different things. But that would be a huge upgrade, I think, at that position. As the names start to settle in, that's one that I'm extremely intrigued to see if he lands here.
Steven often tells us best player available at position of need, so we always get that. If you were looking at this, do you have a ranking on what your positions are that are most important, and which player did you see this week that you're like, he would fit there perfectly?
Yeah, somebody asked me that question in Mobile, and it took me a minute to think about it because you guys know there's not just one spot right now that is going to fix everything. But without going into free agency and without seeing what type of roster you will have come the draft in late April, I think right now you look at corner as your number one need because, one, you struggled to keep guys on the field, period. I mean, Deron Bland's coming off of major injuries. Savone Rebel's still coming off of major injuries. Kalen Carson's had it. Josh Butler has it. I mean, you don't necessarily have a healthy body that you anticipate in the rotation at corner right now, especially now that you've moved on from Trayvon Diggs. I think there's a big hole there. And not to say those guys can't play or that they won't be productive in 2026, but it's an uncertainty that you have to deal with consistently. So, in my opinion, if you don't address that position heavily in free agency, I think you got to use one of those first two round picks on a corner that's going to make an impact and it has a clean bill of health as well. And that's why I know Jamari Ramsey is a guy, or excuse me, that's the corner we were just talking about. With Tennessee corner that has been banged up. Why am I blanking on his name right now? Tennessee corner. He missed all of 2025. He was a standout player in 2024. People are mocking him to possibly be at 12 or at 20. He's a guy that I think Dallas would have to stay away from just because of the not so clean bill of health that they have at the cornerback position. But a guy like Dalen Everett out at the Senior Bowl was really impressive. He was as smooth as anybody else moving in drills. He was great in coverage. He looked like, and of course they're not hitting like I said earlier, but they're coming downhill and they're thudding up on guys, and he was extremely physical in that sense. I think Everett out of Georgia would be a fun conversation, maybe not at 20, maybe if it's a trade back scenario or something like that, or if you get wiped out at corner before 20, maybe that's in the conversation. But there's a couple guys out there, I think, at the cornerback spot that Dallas would be interested in, including the Delane cat from LSU that I talked about a minute ago, too.
Were you thinking about Hood or McCoy?
Jermon McCoy is the guy I was thinking about. Because Colton Hood, I think, has a clean bill of health. Watching his tape, he's a good player. I'm a little worried about the consistency. And then going to the Senior Bowl, I expected him to look like a first-round pick.
Right.
And Dalen Everett looked like a first-round pick. Lee Hunter, the defensive tackle from Texas Tech, looked like a first-round pick. I never got that sense from Colton Hood. And not to say that he isn't worth a selection there, but I want to be absolutely certain with this defense and what they need. So I want to see more from Colton Hood as the process goes on, maybe dive into a little bit more film and see why he's still highly regarded as a top 20 pick. I think Daniel Jeremiah mocked him to Dallas at 12. So there's a lot of conversation around him right now. I'm just not necessarily in that camp at the moment.
Well, we appreciate all that info, all that insight. We'll catch up with you again soon.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Appreciate you having me as always.
Yes, sir.
There you go, Kyle Yeomans, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Super Bowl facts and figures plus Masterpiece of the Week, all right here on The Fan.
personal injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
On first down, Kenneth Walker again to the left. Sprinted through. Walker's got another. Touchdown, Seattle.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to run through some Super Bowl and football factoids as we're just 9 days away from the Super Bowl. And as Corey has already expertly pointed out, we are loaded for bear with guests on Radio Row next week, including people like Emmitt Smith, Jay Glazer, Bo Jackson, Katie Nolan. Plus, if you like wrestling, Orange Cassidy, Timeless Tony Storm, Big E from UFC. We're going to have Daniel Cormier. It's going to be an extravaganza.
I'm excited for it, man. It's been a long time since we've had an extravaganza on the station.
That is true. Now,
it's a fun Friday. We're having fun. I love that.
We are having fun. I appreciate that. I'm not about to get all mad and rage on you. All right. So, what do you always hear is the most important stat outside of points in the NFL? Like, what's the stat that determines if you win or lose?
Turnover margin.
Turnover margin.
Which Babe is like, doesn't matter. He was just like, hey, don't forget that the Niners had 6 turnovers in the catch game.
That's true. I don't know if that alone should discount the idea, but
yeah.
Let's talk about what it really might also be. Explosive plays. So explosive play, for the purposes of this, I know different places define it slightly differently. A run of 12-plus yards or a pass of 16-plus yards.
Okay.
All right, so let's look at this season. Which teams per game had the best margin of offensive explosive plays versus defensive explosive plays given up? Right? Make sense?
Yeah, sounds good.
All right. Guess who was 4th in the NFL with 1.59 more explosive plays for than against this year?
Denver?
The Denver Broncos is correct. You might be able to figure out a pattern here. Guess who was 3rd?
The Rams?
The Rams is correct.
Now, this is the hard part.
Look at the point spread. Guess who was 2nd in the league?
The Patriots?
I do not understand why you said it like that. The Patriots, who have 2.17 more offensive explosive plays than their defense gives up. And number 1 is the Packers.
Cowboys. Oh.
No, I'm just kidding. Stop that. It is the Seattle Seahawks. Their offense averaged 7.24 explosive plays this season. Their defense gave up 4.64. That is a difference of 2.6. So you're more likely to have a little bit more than 2.5 more explosive plays for the Seahawks than against the Seahawks. But it is staggering to me that teams 1, 2, 3, and 4 are all the last 4 teams standing. That is remarkable.
Oh, yeah, that is pretty spectacular.
And so I know turnover ratio has like a lot of history behind it, but take a look at those explosive plays as well. All right. Got a couple of postseason factoids for you as we get closer and closer to the Super Bowl. Did you know we've already had 8 games decided by 4 points or fewer, which broke the previous playoff record of 6.
Wow, that's impressive.
And so you've already had that many close games. Does that lead to a probably close Super Bowl? We shall see.
I think so. I feel like it's going to be one of those.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm not prepared to name them all, but the Seahawks are looking to become the 17th NFL franchise with multiple Super Bowl titles.
Who are the others?
The last team, I'll just tell you that, last team to accomplish such a feat, the Eagles last year when they won their second Super Bowl. Sorry about that. You need a palate cleanser?
Yeah.
I don't know if this is going to work.
Bring me some ginger.
20. That's the number of turnovers Sam Darnold has this year, most in the regular season. Do you know the last quarterback to lead the NFL in giveaways and make the Super Bowl? It was Eli Manning in 2007, man. Perhaps the most unlikely Super Bowl victory of
Sam
all
Darnold
time.
might get snubbed from the MVP or from the Hall of Fame like 3 times, maybe 4.
I feel comfortable saying that Sam Darnold will not make the Hall of Fame at this point.
Wow.
Don't feel like that's a bold prediction, but if he wins the Super Bowl, maybe they're starting a dynasty or something.
It is wild how like a dude who wasn't good for a long time is now the lovable story of the Super Bowl because of how people, how he was treated and how he is now.
And why are the Patriots not the lovable story? Because of this. If the Patriots win, they will once again have the all-time lead in Super Bowl wins at 7, breaking their tie with the Steelers. You remember when that was the Cowboys?
Yeah.
Now they could find.
I thought it would never stop too. I was like, nobody will ever be able to catch us.
Yeah.
And then that you ever watch the timeline thing of this, and then all of a sudden, and we are just left in the dust, dude.
You
just
are
left in the
so
dust.
right about that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and now it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Gentlemen.
Hey, Alec.
Happy Friday. How we doing?
Man, we're almost done with work. So good.
Corey's giving me a death stare, and I don't know how to feel about it.
Oh, I was just I never sit here and look at you.
Oh, that's nice. It's time for Masterpiece of the Week. We're going to revisit the wild, wacky, odd, and oftentimes very concerning things said on this program throughout the week. We do have a tradition around here of picking on people who are not here to defend themselves, but in this case, they are sitting, maybe like 20 feet away from y'all. So we're going to lead off with Zach and Erich during crosstalk the other day. This was said.
How huge is that guy?
He's a big boy.
I remember when that moment happened, and I love the fan text because it will always let you know when something needs to be marked for Masterpiece of the Week.
That's right.
You really hope they're talking about Senior Bowl players, right?
Oh, I know exactly what they were talking about.
Oh, okay.
Huh. I don't know if I want to know because I don't remember. That's the beautiful thing about this is I procure these clips, but most of the time I forget the context on purpose because I want to be surprised just like y'all. So
is that real?
Joe Flacco, ladies and gentlemen, will be in the Pro Bowl games.
All right.
Why?
So that means I get to go home, right? Because we're making up our own rules at this point.
Man. I feel like Alec could make it at this point.
I could, honestly. I'm probably.
You deserve it.
I know for sure I'm faster than Joe Flacco.
I would like to watch that race.
I would too. Somebody sponsor it. We've got plenty out there. But now this is where it gets fun because, we have a teammate that you guys asked me if I worry about just in general earlier. His name's Bobby Belt. He's on the morning show 6 to 10 weekdays here on The Fan. And
that was private conversation.
So he actually emailed me the other day.
Oh, this son of a bitch. I know what this is.
Jeez.
I know what this is.
Oh, I do too.
Because he made sure to taunt me about it.
Yeah, it is awesome.
He said, hey, here's some helpful stuff. So I'm just going to go down the list here. There's 3 things that he sent me, and this is the first one.
Everything is so frickin' hard, and so it's hard to, even walk.
That was about the ice.
Yeah.
Not my self.
Uh-huh.
Glad you stopped yourself there.
Yeah.
I appreciate
I think that might win for me.
Appreciate the restraint there.
We'll see.
Oh, man. Can I make the joke that says, in either scenario, though, things get slippery around it?
Dude.
Just go ahead and play another one.
Man.
Yeah, just go ahead and play another one. This weirdly ties in.
Daddy, stay home.
Okay, that's too far, Bobby. That was about my 3-year-old, for God's sakes.
Well,
that's not cool.
How about too far part 2?
Oh, do you want Daddy to go into work or do you want him to stay home?
That
every
was
morning he looks at
genuine, heartfelt moment between me and my 3-year-old. For goodness sake,
how much fun would it be if that was your conversation with your significant other every morning before you left work? That you got to say that.
Yeah. Guess what? Her answer would be, "Yeah, you need to leave and go to work." That would be her answer.
Oh man, it only gets worse.
Not
from here,
cool,
trust
Bobby.
me. I would argue that the stuff that I found this week is even worse. We need to pick on Corey, though.
Okay.
I feel like it's a little bit unfair.
Fine.
But this one, I don't even remember what it is. The name of this clip scares me, though.
Mostly shocked and appalled that Jimmy Johnson would put a-holes on his Twitter. That's actually pretty funny. Now that I listen back to that one.
That's my favorite right now.
Oh, man.
It's a lot of different things that it could be, regarding that.
Yeah.
Yeah, or you could just be scrolling through the likes of a former Cowboys Twitter page. But let's see. Hagee, you also said, we already ran that one. You said this, and it's actually pretty scary.
Man, it feels like they would have the most length ever. That
so much length
was about maybe that guy from the Game of Thrones spinoff. I've heard, haven't seen it yet.
Oh yeah, what's up with that?
There's an article on the Ringer about the longest ones they've ever shown, but that was about the San Antonio Spurs. That's a real article that I have not read, but I saw the headline. That was about the Spurs if they got Giannis. That was a sports point, you jerks.
3, 2, 1. Kevin doesn't tell dad jokes, but daddy jokes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
I love the fan text.
The 2 and 4. I choked on my drink.
You're welcome. But we have a little bit of a combo platter here, if you will. Kevin and Corey. This got weird.
How are you supposed to eat stuff like that, Kevin?
By putting it,
it's messy, all right?
You just eat it. See?
What was it that Mike's grandmother used to say, or grandfather? It was eat now, talk about it later.
That feels that should be like the Bassick family crest. Yeah, it really should.
Don't care if you like that food or not, just eat it.
Corey, I'm tired of listening to you. What's your vote?
Your 3-piece is going to win.
All right.
Oh, wow.
Alec, keep going.
Let's see.
I'm tired of him. I'm turning his mic off.
Well, since he's wrapping up, he's not going to be able to hear this. This is what Corey said.
Kind of wraps around you and you think you're going to suffocate inside of it at some point.
Okay. You know what I'm going to say, right? Once again, Kevin Hageland, supportive teammate on that audio. Play it one more time. And even if it sounds like that thing's a snake, I'm supportive.
Kind of wraps around you and you think you're going to suffocate inside of it at some point.
See? Supportive teammate.
I don't know why you would support that one. Let's see. We can pick on you since you can't defend yourself and there's nobody to help you out here. You said this, Hagee?
I didn't mount him. That... I hope that was about a horse or a TV. I don't know. But at least I said didn't.
Well, I could give you the context and it would actually make it even more weird.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it was about Han Solo.
Oh, yeah. So the mounted Han Solo that I had in my living room, I was just trying to say I didn't... Never mind. Whatever. Yes, I had Han Solo frozen in carbonite up on the wall in my living room. And that's when I started to date Jess and one of her friends. We were all at lunch and she goes, "Oh, yeah, Jess, didn't you say he has like a bachelor pad?" And I was like, "What?" And she gave the death stare to her friend because her friend was not supposed to say that out loud.
That's tough. And the fact that this is a reality, Kevin, is also tough.
I've definitely never hooked up on a waterbed. Yes? How? Okay. What % of people out there right now have hooked up on a waterbed? And were you next to your lava lamp talking about Peace Man while this was going on? What are we talking about? Do they still make waterbeds? Is that a viable industry in 2026?
You know what? Big waterbed? Text in. 877-881-1053. I want to know.
Yeah, I do too.
And I want to know how much trouble I'll get in for this one. We're going to go out with a bang.
We're not doing it?
I don't know.
Oh, we need to do the train thing.
We're cowards. Well, I wish I wouldn't have said that last part. I wish I would have just been supportive. That we weren't.
I didn't even realize you said that in the moment. It was when I went back and listened back to it. I was like, oh my God, he didn't help that situation whatsoever.
No, I definitely. All right. Well, see, but this I get from the 972. They said they're 60 years old and they rode those waves. I get that. Like, if you're 60, you were there for the heyday of the waterbed. But, like, how many people age 30 or under have hooked up on a waterbed? That's the information that I need to know. I'm obviously not voting for myself. Corey voted for me. I'm voting for Corey and his shocking statement about Jimmy Johnson.
Mostly shocked and appalled that Jimmy Johnson would put a-holes on his Twitter.
Yeah, I would be shocked and appalled as well, but not any more than this.
Everything is so freaking hard, and so it's hard to like even walk.
You're welcome.
You guys are stupid.
We're just we call it how it is, Fred Davis style, man.
There's a shocking amount of waterbed feedback from the 817. Guilty. Didn't even have to move. The bed did the job itself. Is that a good thing?
It's aerodynamic.
From the 214, ain't nobody talking about peace while getting a piece. Wow. From the 817, had one from 89 to 92. Hated it. From the 682, hold up, why did the lava lamp catch a stray there too? That's fair, and a lot of votes for my three-piece, so there you go. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, best and worst
Brandon Miller with a 4-point play. Here comes Cooper, and down it goes!
That's nasty.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our Chit Chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Pretty dang good, Hagee. How are you?
Man, I'm doing very well. I feel like for a lot of Mavs fans, you might have gotten the combination that you wanted last night in terms of Cooper Flagg looks awesome, but you still kept that draft positioning. Walchuk, I see you shaking your head. Is that your Mavs positional statement? You're like, hey, let's get better, but maybe find a way to lose these.
It is. And usually I'm not that person
I get it.
that's ever like really, the team tank guy. Like when I'm watching my team, I'm always hoping that my team wins, even with the Cowboys and being as plugged into the draft as I am. It's like they're playing the Giants. I'm still ticked off when they have a stupid penalty that can cost them the football game. Like I'm trying to root for them to win. But in this situation, afterwards, and you have like the post game clarity, big picture, like that's perfect. You have an entertaining game. Cooper Flagg goes off, sets rookie records. 49 points, is clutch as hell. Post game, the way he's talking about it, he's like, but he's not satisfied. Doesn't matter. They didn't get the win. He needs to go back and look at that last possession. Like he's everything that you want. So
I did love that.
Yes, entertaining game. He was amazing, but you lost to a team that you are competing with in terms of the sewage of the NBA. So big picture to try and get another really, really premium draft pick to pair with Cooper Flagg for the future of the Mavericks. It was a huge win for the night.
I think you said something a couple of months ago, Hagee, that has been in my mind often when considering the Mavs. And that is, you asked the question, are they too good to tank?
Yes.
And the reality is they are. And, if you really want to have a decent shot at one of those top picks, you got to have less than 30 wins, and they would just have to have a pretty significant collapse. So I've kind of lost sight of the team tank focus, and I'm just enjoying, whatever they do on their way to a pick around 11 or 12.
I know people hate homework, so if you don't want to do this, I totally get it. Watch Mikel Brown from Louisville and Kingston Flemings from Houston. Those are 2 point guards that, like, if you don't get in the top 3 or 4, which, like he said, is appearing like not super likely, those could be guys that you're pretty jazzed up about. I know they're not part of the big 3, but those 2 guys got some.
Hagee, if they can't backpedal or rush the passer, I'm probably not watching them right now.
That is a fair point. Yeah. And I meant to ask you guys, I know it might be too early in the process for this, but where do you kind of realistically envision Jacob Rodriguez, since we were kind of joking about that yesterday, Zach? Do you see him as like a late 2, or?
I need somebody to explain to me why he wouldn't be, like Kyle saying at 20 it's too rich for him. And I get it. Like, Kyle's going to have the same stance that I think a lot of other evaluators will have. The problem is that you don't have a second-day pick for the Cowboys in this scenario.
Yep.
I think Jacob Rodriguez, personally, I like him more than C.J. Allen. If I had to bet as a general manager of a football team who's going to hit between those two, I'd bet on Jacob Rodriguez to hit before C.J. Allen. Is C.J. Allen the better athlete? Is he the bigger player? Yeah, he is. The better tape is Jacob Rodriguez.
That's the only thing dragging him down, right?
So tell me why you wouldn't take that guy at 20, but you'll take the Georgia kid.
See, that's the thing you need to argue is both of them are 6'1", 233 pounds or 35 pounds. So if you think that one's bigger, one's stouter, one's this, one's that, they're really the same build of a guy is what they are. So, I mean, to me, I understand. I like Hill better than all 3 of them.
Sure.
But that's probably my scout eye of the bigger player.
How do you, and I'm sure it's player and year dependent, how do you usually break down the film from college versus, I don't know about these actual measurables or what his athleticism is? Like, how do you square that with, you're like, no, I saw him play against good competition and he did just fine?
No, I think that we, as scouts, we get just too tied up in the measurables. There's a couple of corners in this draft that are both 5'9", that are really, really good players. And so now, you're starting to talk about them potentially being late ones, maybe second round. But scouts just kind of look at it and go, well, they're 5'9". You would never, why would you play with a 5'9" corner? Because the tape shows the 5'9" corner against some really good competition, it can handle it.
Yeah.
He can get it done. So, yeah, the measurables, like, scouts do have an advantage that when they do have pro days in the spring, that they do have an idea of, like, it's the estimates of height and weight and speed that when you go in, it's like, man, this guy doesn't run 4.45.
Yeah.
This guy's more of a 4.58, or he might be. He goes, man, this guy looks like he's faster than 4.45.
Which is
So,
and that's what it feels like with Rodriguez, because of the instincts, he plays faster than he measures out.
No, absolutely. And and Zach's right, and I give him credit for this one. I know we started the process in November. I mean, guys like Dane Bergler and others have been on this far longer than us. But he was pretty consistent throughout, and I give him credit for it. No, man, just watch the damn tape. Watch this guy play. Watch this guy get interceptions. Watch this guy knock the ball loose. Watch this guy run plays down from the backside. Watch this guy fill or beat a front side block to make a tackle. He's not wrong about that. I mean, Rodriguez is a guy that I think there is a reason why he is one of the most decorated defensive players in this draft. Because he legitimately, when you watch his tape, he plays that way. People are going to kill him because they don't think he's big enough.
Right.
And he is big enough to play.
Were you surprised at all at the timing of the Vikings canning their GM?
I think he probably said something to the ownership group that pissed him off.
Okay.
I think he probably went in there and they were kind of getting on him about, this whole thing with Sam Darnold, and, we identified what we were doing. And he says, well, if you guys would have let me do this, everybody was wanting to take J.J. McCarthy here, and, you didn't want me to do. And I bet you he pissed the Wolves off, in a way. And, he's a young guy. He'll bounce back, like I say. But he's had some really bad drafts,
Yeah.
And so that's kind of something that, you have one good year of you hit a couple of guys, you do a good thing in free agency, and then a couple of years later, you're not doing as well, and you probably said something that pissed somebody off. And they're like, listen, we've had enough of you. We can do something else.
It's y'all's final show before heading off to Radio Row. What do you fine fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. We will have Nick Harris of the Star-Telegram talking Cowboys, updating all these coaching search stories. 4 o'clock, we'll probably talk some draft and free agency with Nick there at 4. And then Bobby Carella talking Mavs with us at 6:20. We'll react to Cooper Flagg and look forward to that trade deadline.
I love it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. We'll be back with you on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say big game week, Kevin.
No, you could say Super Bowl now. It's fine.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows.
Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood.
for making us part of your day. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. N.A. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion. He's fixing to go 5 with you right here. So is Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup. 5 flawless for that man over there. Radio hosting, engineering, and producing. Erich Chiafalo is out today. And Zach Wolchuk is in the house. Chief's getting some family time, maybe a little belated birthday fun with the kids, with the family. So send Chief some love on social.
Maybe trying to build up some goodwill before he goes to the Super Bowl.
Oh, yes, that too.
You know, you never know when he needs the goodwill.
Might be on all fours, howling.
All fours for that.
Man, one of the most hilarious moments in Radio Row history for me, and then to see his pain maybe over the next 24 to 48 hours was hilarious as well.
He is such an upbeat person.
Yeah.
It's so fun to go out with on the road. I mean, just hang out and always got a smile, always happy. He was miserable. I felt really, really bad for him.
Yeah.
Because he is such a great guy when it's the interviews and hanging out and, oh man, great to meet you. Oh gosh, I've loved your work. You're my guy, or you're my guy. And then he was miserable for a couple of days.
Ooh. He was totally uncharacteristic.
He had to sit out the Paige Van Zandt interview.
That's right, he did.
He just literally removed himself and went and sulked in the corner.
Yeah, I think unfortunately he's never going to make that kind of misstep again.
No.
But of course,
you never know though.
Things happen.
Things happen.
You're in the moment.
Row.
You're spontaneous. Mm-hmm. You're being entertaining as he always is, and you throw stuff out there, and you never know who is listening.
You don't.
I think my significant other might have just stopped listening altogether. I think she figured, you're not going to correct the behavior, so you might as well just ignore it.
You are who you are.
Her general game plan.
Yeah. Leopard doesn't change his spots.
That's right. And Cooper Flagg does not stop balling, dude. 49 points, 10 rebounds. First time that has happened for a rookie since Michael Jordan in 84-85. What are we looking at here? The Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line is open for you. The only teenager to ever do it. Only teenager ever with that statistical line. He just missed going for 51 and tying the game there at the buzzer. Probably should have, had 50 by then, but Caleb Martin decided to try an ill-advised dunk in transition when Cooper Flagg was waiting there for the easy layup or the alley-oop. But the perfect night, really, as Hagee and Wolchuk were pointing out during crosstalk, because you did lose, and whatever small chance there is of winning the draft lottery, you love it, you embrace it. You keep in mind that last year it was a 1.8% chance, but the NBA has done a really good job smoothing out the odds so teams 6, 7, 8 still have a decent chance. They actually had to do that because actually tanking works so dang good that 8 or 9 teams would decide they wanted to tank before you even got to Christmas, right? So they're trying to punish the teams that finish in the top 4 draft lottery positions by giving their statistical probabilities away to teams 5, 6, 7, and 8. But once you're outside of 8, you really need a needle in a haystack type of situation, but it's a pretty good draft other than that. So, you're at least heading for maybe top 10, top 12 picks somewhere in there. But man, he joins LeBron James and Anthony Edwards as the only teenagers in history to record multiple 40-point performances. And, it really does leave everything up to the possibility. Super hard worker, great player on both sides of the ball. Brian Windhorst saying, I've seen 3 teenagers before Flagg who have been blown away impressive to me. LeBron, Luka, and Wemby. The way Cooper controls the game on both ends of the floor, the only one he compares to is LeBron James. You think this is a LeBron James type guy?
I do. I mean, it's obviously going to be different the way that they go about it, but I think in terms of just being a two-way stud that has the ability to get to the rack at any point that he wants it, I think the three-point game will improve, and you're already seeing it before your eyes as the season goes along, which is very similar to how he went his freshman year at Duke. Started off poorly from 3 and then ended up being pretty darn effective once the tournament time rolled around. But it's just the defense and the hustle, the leadership traits that he's got. I mean, he is somebody that players want to play with, and they are already following him at this age. I mean, when you're kind of asking around and people, and we'll talk with Bobby Corella coming up in that 620 segment, like he's somebody personality-wise that everybody's wanting to hang out with. And not all superstars are that way. I mean, maybe there were some that didn't feel that way about Luka on the Mavericks roster. Like, that were conversations that we would have at times. But Cooper Flagg is just one of these dudes that does seem like he is every bit as advertised as the number one pick, and the future is now. This isn't a player that you're going to have to wait on for years to be able to carry your franchise. And that's the thing. Like, people that are pushing back about the team tank conversation, the Mavericks aren't even tanking. They're just not good enough right now.
They're just not good enough
as a basketball team. Yeah. And maybe when you get Kyrie back, and depending on what version of Kyrie you have, that will change because they are very injured. When you don't have Kyrie, you don't have Anthony Davis, you don't have Derek Lively. That factors in. If you don't trade Anthony Davis and you get all these pieces back, maybe you are a team that is playing for a play-in spot. Big picture, is that what you want? Probably not. The reason why it behooves the Mavericks is if you get lucky in the draft lottery and you can get a top 5 pick, or maybe it has to be a top 3 pick based on how that all works, you have the chance to go Oklahoma City Thunder on this thing. And you're pairing now, as they did. Now, they went and traded for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. You drafted your guy in Cooper Flagg, but I guess it would be their version of Chet Holmgren, and then you go out and get your Williams. You want to go and get your stud young piece to pair with Cooper Flagg organically without now having to go and chase that in free agency.
So you would be looking to trade to get additional picks and try to match that OKC rhythm of having so many more picks, and you're just throwing numbers, and eventually you're going to find 2 or 3 guys that can be the running buddies for the next, I don't know, half decade or so. Sure. It's hard to keep a championship team together right now because of how they built the salary cap and everything. And I don't know if OKC is going to be able to keep it together beyond this year, but it's a dominant format. I don't know. I would think, man, Cooper Flagg is so good you can win it with your old guys. I think you could spend 10 first-round picks and not get guys better than Kyrie, PJ Washington, and Anthony Davis.
Could I be wrong about Oklahoma City, but they'll let guys go, and just because of the picks they have, the draft capital, they're okay, or they'll move the older guys for more picks?
Well, they paid their core 3 guys. They paid Shai, paid Jalen Williams and Chet Holmgren this offseason.
But like I'm saying, everybody else, they you move on, you move on, and we'll consider trading you for more picks.
Right, so I'm looking for my Jalen Williams to pair with Cooper Flagg, or your Chet Holmgren to pair with Cooper Flagg. However you want to go about that, but those are your 2 pieces. And then after that, the Mavericks roster is very talented, but I think that the vision that Sam Presti and that type of team-building mindset with Oklahoma City, and he's done it now throughout 2 different decades where he built it with Harden and Westbrook and Durant and then rebuilt it back up now, that certainly should be the model that other teams want to emulate.
Yeah, and I don't know how I would look at that if I'm the Mavericks. I think we're close enough now or next year you could be competitive that I'm more interested in seeing what the veterans around Flagg can do. But if you wanted to go young, I think that the thing that the Thunder have done so impressively is they go like 12, 13 players deep with quality, and guys like Lou Dort and Alex Caruso and the big man Hartenstein, like they give you just your floor is so high. Even when your core 3 guys are off the court, they can really overwhelm you with matchups and athleticism, and it's a very difficult team to match up with. But once they're done, I think next year the West is going to be open, because yes, they do have the draft picks, Brian, but can you hit on those draft picks as well as they have?
Well, that's the key.
Tough.
But man, it just seems like that history will tell you that they do.
Yeah, Sam Presti is
evidently it's somebody in their basketball operations or scouting or however they do it.
Yeah,
they kind of have an understanding of like, man, this is our type of guy.
But it wouldn't have worked if they hadn't gotten the Clippers to give him Shai. For as great of plans as they laid, if they hadn't had a team be stupid, then they would not be champions.
I'm banking on stupid teams. That if I'm the Mavs, I find a stupid team or somebody to kind of help me along.
Well, some
here.
of these you want one of these Eastern Conference teams to start taking stupid bills.
You might be a stupid team.
Say we're Anthony Davis away.
Lakers were definitely banking on somebody being stupid over there. Flagg finished 20 at 29. He becomes the first rookie with at least 20 made field goals since Brandon Jennings had 21 in his 55-point game back in 2009. Flagg was 3 of 5 from three-point range, did the majority of his damage in the paint where he scored 28, got to the free throw line a bunch, and I mean it's just continues to exceed expectations. His former Duke teammate Con Knippel added 34. According to ESPN research, their combined 83, the most by a pair of rookies in a game since Tiny Archibald and Pete Maravich combined for 91.
Jeez, what year was that? In the 70s?
That was back in 1971. It was.
Who was Tiny Nate playing for then, I wonder? Because Pete Maravich, man,
Wasn't that just the Jazz?
Yeah, but
I'm not that familiar with Maravich's.
Maravich was, I think Maravich initially was an Atlanta Hawk, I want to say. I should know he's an LSU.
So they combined.
He's an LSU guy.
So those two rookies. Okay, I see. Yeah, Tiny was probably with the Celtics.
Okay,
if memory serves. Minnesota Vikings with a surprise firing today of their GM Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah. Shocking turn following an organization-wide failure to not make the playoffs this season. The players quite surprised, but the Wilfs announced Rob Brzezinski is going to be the replacement there.
I think he's been there forever.
He'll run the team's front office through the draft.
He probably convinced the Wilfs to do it. He's that kind of guy.
Yeah, I think somebody had to go if you gave up Sam Darnold and decided to go with J.J. McCarthy and Carson Wentz.
Are you going to let him say that to you? Are you sure you're going to let him say that to you?
Yeah, the drafts have not been good. They also let Daniel Jones go.
I could do a better job. Just give me the opportunity. I'll show you how to draft players. I'll show you how to sign free agents. Can you believe they let Sam Darnold go? God, what are we doing?
Sam Darnold.
We're such a terrible organization for that.
They didn't want to sign Aaron Rodgers, and he wanted to play here.
Hey, Wilfs, when you get on the plane, just look and see who the quarterback is for the Seahawks. We had that guy here. I tried to tell you, that guy didn't know what he was doing.
Yeah, it's horrifying, I think, for these teams. But, I mean, in his defense, I feel like a lot of teams would have given up on Darnold last year. We were having the discussion, and I think the majority of us were voting you should probably let go of Darnold. He showed you his true colors there at the end of the season in the collapse in Week 18 and then the playoff game.
What an idiot. Why would you think this?
Yeah, I mean, if you could pull audio of us all saying that, I would laugh so hard because it's all probably true.
No, it's 100% true. You just drafted a rookie quarterback in the first round. You've got the quarterback whisperer and Kevin O'Connell.
Guy blew out his knee.
You got to let him go. You got to let Sammy D go somewhere else. Did you see him against the Lions? Looked like crap.
Guys won 28 games in 2 years.
Now it's worked for him.
Yeah, let's go with this Michigan quarterback. We could get it done.
Man, if only we could just live in hindsight 2020 world and go back in time, huh?
Yeah.
How about build a better team?
Fixing everything.
Yeah.
I mean, you'd probably not do the extension with Dak and just sign Sam Darnold.
I'll tell you what, though. I will go to the radio graveyard knowing this one. I know Chief was adamant that he wouldn't sign the guy. You know how in draft you always remember the scouts. Oh, I like that guy. BS, you didn't like that guy. You pull out the notes that said you did.
I love Tom Brady.
No, they did. They gave you that. The scouts walk in and they're like, yeah, man, that guy's playing really well. I liked him. You didn't like him a bit. But I give Chief credit because I think he was the one that kind of said he wouldn't do it.
Yeah, it took until the 49er game, that second one.
Yeah.
For me to
I don't know. I think you were on board about signing the guy.
Not for the $60 million deal one. No,
I think he was the most adamant of all of us.
Yeah, absolutely.
He was the one that was like, "Bro, I would not do this."
100%.
Okay. Yeah, don't sign Dak. Don't sign Darnold.
Yeah,
I think Chief was on both those, and I appreciate a strong opinion.
I did, but Dawson I'll give you credit for the basketball opinions for the whole thing with our guy,
Anthony Anthony Davis?
Well, the injured guys, all the injured guys.
Porzingis for sure.
Yeah. I was thinking of all the injured dudes. I couldn't get them all straight, but Dawson's like, I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, that was a disaster waiting to happen, man. That was a tough one because not only was he injury prone, but his game just was not progressing. He was just too slow-footed, and as the game was evolving to be more perimeter oriented, he couldn't go out there and defend anybody. And I mean, he still got a role, but he was hurt last year for the Celtics, and it didn't really bother him 2 years ago for the Celtics. RJ Choppy going viral on social media. Speaking of basketball, you guys see his takedown of Allen Iverson?
Yeah, I'm going to play it.
The Philly people went after him too, right?
They did. He was getting crushed. Which stay away from our guy. Okay, screw you, Whip.
Oh, I saw you.
Right, you got plenty. Look, is it a bad take? Yeah, it's a damn bad take. But that's our guy's bad take. All right, that's our family. Much like Bobby defended us, we're going to defend our own. Just because he had a bad basketball opinion does not mean you in Philadelphia can go and dunk on our guy. All right, screw you. You got plenty to worry about over there. You worry about yourself. He might be taking the biggest L at 240.
He called me a clown, so I'm kind of okay with that.
But we can call each other jackwagons and bleep holes.
I'm okay at Philadelphia because it was a terrible opinion.
No, screw Philadelphia.
I think everything he said when he was reflecting on the facts made for an interesting conversation. The issue I think that went over the top was when he said Allen Iverson ruined basketball.
Yeah.
Allen Iverson was a massive tune-in. He was everything that was right about the NBA 25 years ago.
I mean, if anybody ruined basketball, it was Steph Curry.
Right? Yeah, for making too many threes and changing the game. But, I mean, Iverson was incredible. I guess the 4 scoring titles he has are for the least 10 efficient scoring titles.
Wow.
32% shooter from 3, but the game has changed so much, and he had that team in the finals, and if it wasn't for Kobe and Shaq sitting there, maybe they could have become champions. But yeah, he was incredible. He'd play through injuries. You couldn't stay in front of him. He was a bucket, but that was an era where great defense and like 95 points per game could win you 55 or 60 games during the regular season. And Larry Brown and the 76ers front office did a tremendous job putting a defensive supporting cast around him to kind of bring that into life.
Yeah, I think it was Pat Croce, who was the owner or president of the team at the time. They asked him on a podcast, what would you have done differently? He said, I would have gone after Shaq's knee with my buddies. He had like some guys in Philly. He goes,
I'd have gone after his knees.
I'd have gone after his knees with some of my buddies in South Philly.
Salute to the Stars. They win in a shootout 5-4 after giving up the 3-goal lead there in the final period.
That was rough.
Yeah, tell me about it. You're up 4-1. I'm thinking, all right, here we go.
We've seen this before, though.
Yeah, really, the NHL season, it is all about the comeback right now. You have teams in the third period that are just going scorched earth, and all of a sudden a 2-3 goal lead has evaporated. So it's not just a Stars problem, but my gosh, this thing, Mitch Marner for forcing overtime, and Mitch Marner was such a good get for Vegas in the offseason from Toronto. They're going to be a problem, and I hope the Stars are probably going to have to see them again in the postseason if they want to get to where they want to go. But thank goodness Moose was able to come in.
I'm kind of thinking Vegas is a good rivalry.
It is. It's probably the Stars' best rivalry. Outside of Colorado, it's probably the Stars' best rivalry.
The Stars have now won 4 of 5, though.
Yep. So stacking up points.
They have successfully righted the ship, at least in the short term. I think they can maybe look forward to a successful spring and go into the playoffs if they can keep this momentum going. It was a little bit of a tough night for some Stars fans as Patrick Kane became the highest scoring U.S.-born player in NHL history.
Out now, huh?
Past Madonna with point 1,375. For the Detroit Red Wings there against the Capitals. All right, we'll step aside. We'll come back. We'll get the champ, and we'll get Wolchuk's top 10 at 220. Buddy, where are you taking it?
It's going to be an awesome day on Sunday. It's National Texas Day. Do you have football? No, but we get to celebrate the Lone Star State, the top 10 Texas foods, 877-881-1053. You haven't had a food list all week. Get ready for it on a Friday. That's next.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
But it is time to get you over to Underdog Fantasy. We are making plays for the big game already. And of course, when you use promo code Tolo, they are going to hook you up $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Sam Darnold, higher or lower than 228.5 pass yards. Drake May, higher or lower than 225.5 pass yards. Jackson Smith and Jigba, higher or lower than 93.5 receiving yards. You can make your plays on Underdog.
What are you waiting for? Download the app today. Use promo code TOLO to score $75 in bonus entries, fantasy bonus entries, when you play your first $5 on fantasy. That's promo code TOLO at Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concern with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Hey, it's Chiafalo. Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal. Now, what to do with your unwanted bills? Maybe turn them into a paper airplane headed to see you never. AT&T and T-Mobile. Jokes aside, their best 5G network has you covered with the most ways to save on plans, streaming, and phone deals. So just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on the RootMetrics Root Score Report 1H 2025. Results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer bill within the past 45 days and in the name of the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
Come see the Bynum Springs Club this weekend, the Dallas Metro's newest resort community. Open house Saturday and Sunday, noon to 4 p.m. Pools, sports courts, fitness centers, and more. BynumSprings.com. That's BynumSprings.com.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2026 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
A KFC tale in the pursuit of flavor. The Colonel despised the word empty. Empty plates, empty tables, empty stomachs. That's why he made the KFC $5 bowls, like the famous bowl. Creamy mashed potatoes, crispy chicken, corn, gravy, and cheese. Because the only empty the Colonel liked was when you reached the bottom of that bowl. The Colonel lived so we could chicken. 5 KFC bowls for just $5 each.
Prices and participation may vary. Taxes, tips, and fees extra.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
The big game is here, and now you can trade on football legally nationwide on Kalshi. Right now, New England is trading at 34% to beat Seattle. $100 trade pays out $281. Use code FAN to get $20 when you trade 100. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Shoot, yeah, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. All right, Wolchuk's Top 10 here in just a sec. Let's go into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius with the champ.
Back at it like a crack Mac. Here we go. All right, our winner and champ of G-Bag of the day so far is a young man named Ben. He was backsliding in his walk with the Lord, so the youth pastor gave him a lesson that he'll probably remember. I'm sure of it forever. Stop playing games with God.
In Calvary, his name was Ben. And I was running a youth group. I was there for a few years. And he was a nice kid, but he was one of those kids that was always he's a real smart aleck. Was a bright kid, which didn't help things, right? Made him more dangerous. And we were outside one day at youth group, and he was just trying to push my buttons, and he was just, kind of not taking the Lord serious. And I walked over to him, and I went, bam! I punched him in the chest as hard as I crumpled the kid. I just crumpled him. Yeah. And I leaned over and I said, Ben, when are you going to stop playing games with God? I led that man to the Lord right there. Yeah. There's times that might be.
I led that man to the Lord right there. That's a hell of a comedy skit.
The hand of God right there.
Oh, my God. That's hilarious.
I was thinking about that last night. It's just unbelievable. That's real. Dude's so proud of it.
Yeah,
proud of it.
Go right into more of a sermon. I guess you spared the rod, you spoiled the child.
Poor kid was gasping for air.
Dude, if that was my youth pastor when I was a kid, I couldn't help it. I was bored. Well,
you probably needed that, dog.
Yeah,
you probably needed
I was getting plenty.
I've been knowing you long enough.
I was getting plenty of punishment, that's for sure. It's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10, though. Here he is, Zach with an H.
All right, let's do it. I was actually just having some fun with this trade value chart.
Yeah, people have been asking me what it takes to get up in top 5 or so.
All right, so you can help explain this. So, 12 overall, Cowboys pick is worth 1,200 points. 20th overall, 850 points. So let's say we talk about moving up. You're worried about Kansas City. You want to go up to the 9th pick, and you've got a player that's kind of sliding down. Maybe it's I want to jump in front of Cincinnati and Miami and make sure I get Downs or one of these corners. That pick at 9 is worth 1,350 points, okay? So you're pairing 12 and 20. That is 1,200 plus 850.
Oh, you're getting in the top 5 then, right?
Right?
Yeah.
So that's 2,050 points. So take away the 1,350. That is the 9th overall pick. That's 700 points that you then also need to get back from Kansas City, right? So their second round pick would be 40 overall, which is 500 points. So if you're a team, Brian, do you just say, like, that's probably the best we can do? We'll eat that 200 points. It doesn't match exactly, but that works for us. We'll give you 12 and 20. We're going to move up to 9, but you better kick back 40.
Maybe I could pick swap with you.
Okay.
Pick swap with you some stuff.
In like the 5th round or something?
Yeah. We got a bunch of 5s and stuff.
Try and make that happen.
5, yeah. Pick swap, throw away 5, yeah.
But if you're if you're wondering about moving up, and you could go up as high as 4 to Tennessee, to your point, and then they'd also probably have to kick you something back because the 4th overall pick is 1,800 points.
Let's do it.
So
let's go get a real great player.
You got the ammunition here, boys. If you want to
move up to 4 and get Bane, I'm in.
You can do it. You could do it. So just some fun with math. And that's usually not my thing, but I appreciate the sound effects there, Lucius. All right, let's talk Texas, baby. The Lone Star State. National Texas Day. Coming up on Sunday, 877-881-1053. The top 10 best foods in the Lone Star State. And we start with some honorable mentions. And if I'm asking you guys, Is it barbecue? Is it like the barbecue brisket, Lucius? Is that what you think of, or is it something else that you think?
That was one of the first things they tell you to when you move to Texas. You got to try our brisket. Yeah. It's all about that brisket. Our barbecue, but they definitely highlight that brisket.
It's so good.
My dad calls it overrated.
So what's his favorite?
Can't be. It's barbecue. He definitely loves barbecue, but he doesn't not like the brisket. He thinks they do it too much over here.
So is he like a sausage guy, pulled pork? barbecue chicken.
Yeah, let's go ribs and sausage.
Ribs and sausage.
Yeah.
And I mean, I can't
For
argue.
$300, Alex.
The answer is
Yeah.
Yeah, you know,
this staple of Texas food.
brisket is amazing when it's done right.
Yeah.
You know, so I get it. It can be too rich. Like sometimes I'll eat so much of it, I can feel myself getting sick, like I've almost eaten too much chocolate. But when you hit it right, and I bow to the pit masters out there that can consistently produce that brisket that's just unbelievable. You know, the salt, the rendered fat, the bark. It's got to have strong smoke on it. And that can be hard to do. Like, how do you get strong smoke without overdoing it? And you got to pair it with the salt and whatever rub you're doing in there. But to me, that's where like the barbecue becomes gourmet. Now, to Lucius's dad's point, there is so much average to mid to bad brisket out there. If you say, hey, there's brisket, I'm like, it probably isn't that good. You know? You got to go to, a handful of selected restaurants, or there's some guys out there, who are at-home connoisseurs that are just dominating
With
it
the
somehow.
black rubber gloves on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to have the black rubber gloves. Then I might trust you a little bit.
But it's a talent, it's a talent and something that if you work a long time at, I imagine you can improve upon. But the guys that just knock it out of the park, for me, that's the number one item in barbecue.
Yeah, I mean, there was the barbecue plate. I think there was a picture of it in New Jersey. And that brisket, it looked like it was dried out and just disgusting.
They kind of known up there, if you follow along, like the great delicatessens like Katz.
Pastrami.
They do that with the pastrami and the corned beef, and they use a lot of briskets up there.
Yeah.
But
it's just different.
It might be difficult depending on how they get their wood. Dawson's talking about, the smoke profile. How much pepper are you using? To me, more pepper than salt. How are you doing that? Do they have the right kind of pits cooking these things up east? So yeah, you could get some stringy looking brisket up there.
Very much so. Yeah. The smoked jalapeno poppers, the Texas Twinkies from Hurtado getting texted in.
So this whole item is Texas food then, right?
Just Texas staples, yep.
You guys said the brisket. I'm going to say the chicken fried steak.
Absolutely.
There's
make it big as a hubcap too. You want it super large and crazy. You can take a photo of it.
Yeah, I think there are little towns that you could go to that you can't get some good brisket, but I guarantee you they got a damn good chicken fried steak somewhere. Someone might not have figured out how to get the brisket right, but they figured out how to get the chicken fried steak breaded.
Some roadside diner.
With the gravy. It could be some little bitty tiny town, Groesbeck, wherever. You stop in there at the diner and they got chicken fried steak on this menu. I got to give this a try, right? And then they bring it out there and the thing's hanging off the plate. And you're going, okay, now I get it.
This is where it's at.
Yeah. People in Texas take pride in the chicken fried steak.
Damn right.
They really do. I mean, brisket, if you're, the guys, the Matt Pittmans and our guy Aaron Franklin down there in Austin and people like that, they take a lot of pride in cooking the briskets the way they do and stuff. But man, I think if you asked them what their favorite Texas meal would be, I bet you they would say the chicken fried steak.
It's going to be a top threer here.
Okay.
You crushed it.
All right.
Crushed it with the chicken fried steak. Other honorable mentions, the armadillo eggs are listed on here.
Never had one.
So it's basically like a Texas Twinkie, except it's the sausage, and then inside is the jalapeno stuffed with cheese. So it's wrapped in the sausage.
And wrapped in the bacon, isn't it?
And then, no, there's no bacon, not for the armadillo egg.
Not for the armadillo, okay.
But the bacon is the Texas Twinkie.
Okay.
But the armadillo egg is just the jalapeno, the cream cheese, and then they wrap that sucker
Dawson,
in sausage.
that's probably why Dawson has not had it.
You need the bacon.
No.
It sounds good. It just needs a new name.
No, the thing about it is it's the cream cheese, right?
Yeah, it's the cream cheese and the whole jalapeno.
Yeah. Which if cooked up correctly and charred a little bit, got some flavor to it, man.
Does.
Have you ever had the Hatch chilies on a burger? Okay. So it's the Mexico thing. It's kind of a green, like a green diced up.
I like them when they're small, like onions, tomatoes. I'll do all this stuff inside salsa.
I've tricked you a bunch over the years.
Yeah, just don't chunk me.
Yeah.
I don't want chunks of mushrooms, peppers, tomatoes, onions.
Yeah.
It just the texture it throws me off.
You've got fried everything at the State Fair, as honorable mention. Just go to the Texas State Fair. You're going to get something.
Lucius is my go-to for the State Fair food.
My spot, baby.
Shipley's Donuts.
Oh, yeah, shout out to Staples, man. Staples.
Yeah.
Your Texas beer, like your Shiner Bock.
Lone Star.
Lone Star, whatever your
8
favorite
beer.
is. 8 beer, damn right.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Pepper, an honorable mention.
Man, I never got into the Dr.
It's
Pepper.
so good. I love Dr. Pepper. My wife's like you, though.
I never got into that
I think the
one.
people that don't like the Dr. Pepper, they think it tastes like cough medicine or just some type of it doesn't.
It was medication at one point.
Was it prunes? Did it have prunes in it?
But I love it. Like the 23 flavors they hit for me. I love it.
See, when you start jacking with the flavor of it, like, why did you jack with the flavor of Coke? What are we doing? Why'd you make it cherry and all? Why'd you do
like
that?
vanilla.
Yeah, why'd we do that?
Number 11 honorable mention is just Buc-ee's. And I mean, at Buc-ee's you can get
Let me tell you what, man. I don't even need a basket, one of those red baskets. By the way, their red baskets are on point. Those things,
Good baskets.
Those things have lateral agility to them. You can pull them sideways, and they roll sideways.
This is epic.
Appreciate that.
Seriously, I mean, you know how many times the place is packed. You got to get around people. You can hit people with your basket.
The back wheels go 360 degrees too?
They roll sideways. That thing, I could pull that thing going sideways. I might not need a buggy going in there, but I always push one because I feel like there might be stuff I need. I stop and look at everything. I can't help myself. You know?
That place is awesome.
Yeah.
That's brought us coming down the Busey's aisle.
Yeah. I'm telling you, man.
This car going sideways.
Car going sideways.
Excuse me, let me reach over here and get that seasoning.
Taking a look at this beef jerky over here. Let's look at the fudge now.
Could you please tell me where the Red Bulls are? Thank you.
Chili getting texted in.
Texas ate chili.
Oof.
All right, now we're
the
talking.
whole damn country.
Now we're talking. Now
they
we're
did,
talking,
man.
Now we're talking.
We swagger jacked our whole swag from chili. It's crazy.
Of course, Whataburger getting love. Number 10 is the margaritas. And I do believe that we are the home of the margarita.
Man, I'll tell you what, nothing better than a
Nachos.
summer
Nachos
day.
as well.
Chef's kiss.
Burritos.
Summer day margaritas are the best.
On a patio.
Yes.
A blitz, just people watching.
Sunglasses, yes.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, don't even take your sunglasses
No,
off.
please don't. They're going to cut you off.
Yeah, they will. Don't give them any reason to let them stop bringing that.
They stop putting tequila in there.
You sign your name on the check. You just give it it's a B and a line.
Yeah. Pecan pie at number 9. LA. There
Absolutely.
you go.
Chef's kiss again.
Yep.
Some Bluebell on top.
Bluebell at number 8.
Item on it.
7 is Whataburger.
Yeah. Shout out to our guys over there.
Steak is 6. Just because I don't think you can find steak as strong as we have here in the Lone Star State, I suppose.
We got mad steakhouses.
We do.
5 is queso. 4 is Texas chili.
Yeah. Is that beans, no beans?
No beans. Texas chili's no beans.
Texas, no beans.
But I will say, if somebody puts a bean in the chili, as long as you're not like overdoing it and you're adding like corn, like to where it's a taco soup, I'm not going to hate you for it.
I prefer the beans.
Yeah.
Beans, crackers. I like to get it going. I think just meat and the sauce is kind of weird to me. That's just like ground beef soup.
Could I convince you to take, like, as you're doing your beans and your chili, convince you to take 2 scoops of them out and blitz them up, kind of mush them back in?
For sure.
And then put them back in the chili. You talk about making some thick chili.
Yeah, that sounds nice.
Makes it a little-
Yeah,
makes it a little
that's
creamier.
perfect.
Eat that with some cornbread.
Just take a couple of scoops
You gotta
out.
have the cornbread.
Dude, take a couple of scoops out of beans, mash them up, mash them, and then put that stuff back in that chili.
I'm in.
Yeah.
Throw in some shredded cheese on top.
Oh, yeah.
Boom.
Please. Absolutely.
And I know you're not going to like the onions, but
sour cream.
But
Yes.
making Frito pies.
Yes.
If you want to
Yeah.
talk of something Texas, the Frito pie is the
Absolutely.
is the thing.
3 is your chicken fried steak.
Yeah.
2 is Tex-Mex.
How about Texas toast?
Texas toast was honorable mention.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't
No, I
paying
didn't
attention.
list it, and I was going to ask a stupid question and say, like,
'Cause
is Texas toast from Texas? It's got to be.
It's thicker and it's bigger,
Right?
And I'll tell you what, you can put brisket on Texas toast and make one of the best sandwiches ever.
Grilled cheese
it's a
with
great,
Texas
It's
toast.
a great vessel because it is the sturdiness of it.
Chop that brisket.
Damn right.
Oh, yeah.
For sure.
The
Damn
chop
right.
brisket's better,
Yeah,
I think, than the
absolutely.
slice. I'm with you.
Kind of spreads out the grease.
Yeah, that
Number 1.
fat is in there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
A
absolutely.
little outside brown.
The
Chop,
sauce.
chop.
Oh, sweet tea's being texted. I do love
Oh,
some sweet
way. I
tea.
didn't even think about that.
Oh, some sweet tea. Number 1 is the barbecue, though. So you got
There you go.
barbecue, Tex-Mex, chicken fried steak, chili, queso, steak, Whataburger, Bluebell, pecan pie, and margaritas.
I'd say our state's pretty damn good.
Top 10 best things about
That
Texas.
sounds like everything I had this month.
I went in there, yesterday I went in there, offered Lucius a piece of the pizza. Lucius was like, no, man. No, I Man, bro.
Still processing.
I'm out of here, bro. You gotta. I appreciate you, man. Get out.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation. You're on the fan. We have Nick Harris coming up at 4 o'clock. Star Telegram talking Cowboys, and Bobby Carella at 6:20 talking Mavs, Cooper Flagg, trade deadline, and so much more coming up next. But it's a Friday staple, and Wolchuk's going to pick up the broadcast responsibilities for our L's and dubs, I believe.
Let's do it. Biggest L, biggest dub. Where have you taken some personal victories? Where have you taken some L's along the way? RJ, LSU basketball, and local track legends. That's next.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, best and worst of the weekend at 7:40. And the best part of the Monday show, Bobby gets the head shaved bald at 9 a.m. It's a Monday morning on The Fan.
It's a Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the On Time Experts.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today. 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Disappointed in the boys this year? Us too. But we promise the dirt nerds at PermaPure Foundation Repair won't let you down. Sticky doors, cracks in your walls, early signs of foundation damage can let you down. Don't lose the game by having to pay costly repairs later. Only trust PermaPure. These guys are also Tolos. They are the experts in foundation repairs and drainage solutions. Call PermaPure Foundation Repair 844-919-7276 or visit dirtnerdsdfw.com. When shift happens, call the Dirt Nerds at PermaPure Foundation Repair of Texas.
Giafalo here, and now is the time to complete that painting project you've been putting off. CertaPro Painters provides a free estimate quickly and at the right price. CertaPro Painters recently painted my home, and they were true professionals, exceeding expectations. I easily booked a free estimate, reviewed a detailed proposal, and scheduled my project on the spot. It was an extremely enjoyable experience, and I know you will have the same. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. So go ahead and schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com.
At Berkey's, we're celebrating 50 years of service for the Metroplex. Looking for a great deal on a new air conditioning system? Call Berkey's to get up to $4,000 off select Lennox HVAC systems with combined discounts. And 0% financing for 12 months with approved credit. That's up to $4,000 off per system and 0% financing for 12 months. Just call 877-BERKEYS or visit Berkeys.com.
Berkey's, we're there when you need us.
I'm Dallas tax attorney Nick Namath.
And I'm Jamie Flores, the managing partner at the law offices of Namath and Flores.
We've helped thousands of taxpayers get out of IRS trouble for over 25 years.
Give us a call at 972-484-0TAX or visit myirsteam.com.
105.3 The Fans Radio Row is proudly sponsored by Wild Fork Foods. Elevate your big game watch party today with the wildest selection of high-quality meats and seafood, sizzling steaks to savory wings. Build a legendary feast that scores points with every hungry fan.
The Fan is proud to partner with the Nexo Dallas Open. Some of the highest-ranking tennis players in the world will face off at the Star in Frisco February 7th through the 15th. For tickets, go to DallasOpen.com.
Well, we weren't clever enough to name a show after barbecue sauce, so we just play what we want. 100.3 Jack FM.
I asked a D&M executive the other day, who's your ideal customer? Someone frustrated with luxury car depreciation, someone trading every few years and piling up negative equity, or someone budget conscious looking to save 30 to 40% on a monthly payment? His answer was all of them and more. With 50,000 active customers, D&M has the program for you. Leasing is not renting. It's the smarter option. Call 817 or 972-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
The new era
of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia, featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me.
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker.
Yes.
Throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint-Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. I mean, mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Unexplained weight gain and loss of muscle mass could be related to low T or hormone imbalances. Trust my team for Men's Health, the Men's T Clinic. They're going to get you on your way to weight and muscle mass. Once your hormone levels are optimized, Men's T Clinic's proven programs work in tandem with hormone therapy to elevate your results. Making that call to Men's T is a small step for big gains. Call 972-GO-MEN'S T today or visit mensteclinic.com.
Men's T Clinic. 1-800-246-OT.
mensteclinic.com.
What's good, y'all? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, sack master, and now your host of Free Range. This is where NFL meets real talk. Every week, I'm bringing you inside the game, from locker room stories to league-wide headlines. You want football IQ, locker room insight, and real conversations with the people shaping the league? Welcome to Free Range with Von Miller, where nothing is off limits and every down counts. New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Von Miller, wherever you get your podcast.
You can feel the buzz, can't you? Oh, it feels good, doesn't it? And it's all about the Cowboys offseason. So we're heading to San Francisco to dive into the hive of insider news. Come along for the ride, Tolos, as we take you to Radio Row. Radio Row. Radio Row. For amazing insight with a lot of treehouse shenanigans, Stella Artois presents one of our most listened to weeks filled with Hall of Famers, insiders, laughs, and some quality hungover confessions. Join us February 2nd through the 6th for our Radio Row coverage in the Bay Area. Brought to you by Stella Artois, the on-time experts, Best Buy Windows and Siding, Wild Fork Foods, and your favorite entertainment travel companions. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world, they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We got so much sports coming up here for you today. Looking forward to the C-Note at 3:20. Looking forward to Wolchuk's Daily Football Fix. Right now, as we do every Friday, we take stock in the L's and dubs of the week. Wolchuk, take it away.
All righty, let's do it. Biggest L, biggest dub. Where have you taken some personal victories? Where have you taken some L's along the way? 877-881-1053. Here's Bridget Sheehan.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Zach Wolchuk, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
Biggest L 214 just gained 20 pounds listening to us talk about all the great Texas foods. I think that's a dub because it just shows how awesome our state is. And we love you. We love you.
Is there another state that would rival us? Louisiana, right? Because Louisiana, I know that not everybody's into fish and stuff like that and seafood, but I think if you started to talk about states that could rival us in cooking, would Louisiana be the closest?
I mean, probably for how much gourmet stuff they have and how unique it is.
Yeah.
It's just not my favorite flavor profile.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, though. If you're a person that likes both the surf and turf, then like Louisiana is kind of your wheelhouse.
I think San Francisco is way up there. You know, you're bringing
California.
in.
I think California. I tell you what, we were eating at that taco place in Oxnard.
McKenzie's.
No, not Spencer McKenzie's
fantastic.
That's for shrimp burrito, for fish burritos.
Ruben found like some authentic spot. We went the last night we were there.
But Ruben and I went like
a couple times.
Ruben and I went like 3 times, and it literally was like they're out back in the parking lot cooking it.
I love it.
And the smoke is just, you're eating and the smoke is just flying over the top of you. And you're out there and you're like going, man, it does. I think California has got that.
How about New York, since they have so much of everything?
I think a lot of,
because you can get the cuisine from around the world.
Yeah.
Where do you want to eat from today? Thai, Jamaica.
Let me ask you guys a real quick question here, then, real quick. If you had a choice, in New York to eat hole-in-the-wall street food place or elegant dining, which one you doing?
Hole-in-the-wall street food.
Yeah.
In New York, I'm going elegant.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to pay for it. You don't have to pay for it. You can either eat top end.
It's got to be a hole-in-the-wall, respected place that people know hold. That's the spot right there. They close at 3, so you got to get there early.
It's like the guys and gals in Brooklyn all go to this place to get a slice of pizza.
Right.
So you get a choice of you can have it. You can eat all elegant or eat hole-in-the-wall while you're there the whole time.
I mean, you're bringing in some pretty amazing steakhouses and Italian spots, and the views. Like if you get elevated and you can see downtown or whatever, you're looking out over the water. I think there's a lot to be said about just everything to do with the New York dining experience.
Yeah.
But I mean, the hole in the wall stuff is amazing as well.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, man. I was thinking like the chicken parm sandwich, the meatball sub, or the just the hot dogs or something. They got the way
Chinatown.
Yeah. But you're right about the view and the ambiance and all that stuff like
that's
that.
A good call.
You're right, but man,
eating at the tavern at the Green or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, but the problem is though, it's like tiny plates.
For sure.
It's like the tiny plates. Like you take a bite and everybody looks at you like, oh my God, it's the best bite of food I've ever had in my life.
Chicago, another city you'd want to do that.
Oh, there you go.
Taste of Chicago is great.
Chicago
is that where like Peter Luger's is?
No, Peter Luger's is in
New York.
New York.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've never been into Chicago.
I haven't either, but I've heard like Chicago's
There's a place called Gibson's you guys would like in Chicago.
Right.
And there's a place called the Rosebud, which is a steakhouse in a hotel there. Chicago walking around downtown in the summertime, for real.
That was my favorite thing about New York is just we're going out to eat or we're hungry, and it's like within 2 blocks we're going to see a place we want to stop at.
Yeah.
You don't really have to have a plan. You're just going walking and finding something amazing.
Well, we're
to
about
do.
to go to one in San Francisco.
I'm excited. Mission Street is supposedly where we need to go for the burritos and the tacos. Mission Street's the spot. 469 biggest sell of the year. Stomach turned over in an instant. Didn't have enough time to make it to an actual restroom, so jumped into the back of the work van. By the time they got their belt unbuckled and pants dropped, didn't even have enough time to aim for the trash bag. Pressure washing the interior as we speak.
That is horrible, buddy.
Yeah, that's an L, bro. Don't tell anybody else.
Graphic.
Yeah. Wow. I'm going to go see a doctor, too.
Oh, my gosh.
Hi, hon. How was the day today?
I'll tell you. It's kind of crappy.
Whoa.
Speaking of food, I lost grip on the 34s this week, Wolchuk. You know, I fluctuate between 36s and 34s. Sometimes I'll buy some 35. The 34s are too tight. So I had to undo the top button, and I'm just going to put those on the upper shelf, stick with the sweatpants until maybe Lent hits.
Are you bringing a bag this week?
I need some kind of a fast.
You know what, bro? I've dealt with the same thing. I didn't even bring a belt today. You know, it hurts. I don't know if I need it.
I know the feeling. I'm on those 36s right now,
man.
So I need some sort of a fast situation here for Lent.
It's about time for a contest.
Yeah, let's do it, man. I'm up for it. I need some motivation.
Yeah, when we get back from the Super Bowl, I would not.
You can't. You can't.
I could use.
I got my birthday coming up.
Is this a weight loss contest?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Are you in?
I've seen couples fall apart over this right here.
Yeah.
I've seen this.
Are you cheating? 817 biggest dub. Shout out to.
I lost 25. What about you?
31. What are you doing? Are you sneaking meals? 903 biggest dub. My daughter puked in our bed last night. Biggest dub. No stomach virus. Just an upset tummy. Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
214 biggest dub. Used my shovels to dig 2 ruts in the ice to get my car out of my driveway Tuesday afternoon. Biggest L. Couldn't get out of my neighborhood van. Anyway, because it was iced all the way until Wednesday. So I get that. Woody texted in. Biggest L this week, no football. Biggest dub. The Great Awakening happened. Not today, Satan. Not today. Still strong, boys. So good. He's still holding down. No benzos and opiates for our guy Woody.
Hang in there, Woody.
He's still crushing it.
Like to hear you're doing well.
Big dub. We've got Eliza's second birthday coming up.
Oh, that's right.
And I will be there.
Get to spend $1,200 on this one?
I'll be there for it. No, I don't think so. We're just going to do something to the house for her. And if she's watching, it's going to be awesome, Eliza. Don't worry. It's going to be great for you.
Yeah, scary clowns.
Take a big L, though, this morning.
Oh, no.
She starts yelling, "Kaki, kaki," which is like Hebrew for poop. And so I go into the room, and we're talking like diaper off.
Oh, it's in the wall and stuff?
It's on we've got schmear in the rug. We've got poop on the hands. We got poo on the legs. We are in the trenches taking grenades, John. And I'm doing the best I can. We're staying calm. It's okay, honey. This happens because this can be a traumatic experience from what I've been told.
Okay.
You don't want to shame them.
You should have done it yourself just to show her it was okay.
Well, there might be some times where that might happen, Brian, but not today, Satan. Not today. So you know what? We went to the bathtub. Everything was fine, and it's going to be all right. Let's just not do that again, Eliza.
Man,
that was terrifying.
You did a great job there maintaining your cool. My left eye still hurts from last week. Remy hit me with a stuffed animal that had a hard nose on the end of it, and I think I got a bruised eye of some kind.
Okay, so she needs you in the face. Now she's hit you with the stuffed animal.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for remembering the need of the face. Because I've been working for a year, and I've always been calm, hey, we can't hit, Well, this time, when she hit me with the stuffed animal in the eye, and it felt like it popped the eye out of my face. I can't believe I'm going to tell you the guys I said this. But I looked at her, and I said, don't bleeping hit me again. And she hasn't hit me.
Okay, well.
She hasn't hit me all week. She won't even think about hitting me now. So there is something to be said for very conversational, calm parenting. But sometimes you got to dip into the trauma department to get the job done.
Boy, am I impressive.
No, you know what? You got the job done, and that's what counts. All right, let's stick with...
I did. Her mom heard that too, and she gasped, and I was like, I'm sorry. I immediately regretted it. But the farther we get from that day, without additional bruises and broken noses happening to my face, that's how hard she hits these days. She's 4 years old. She's hitting like she's 18 months.
Yeah, that's insane. And that's scary because you don't want her to now start beating you, and then you've got a whole situation on your hands. But we had a moment where we actually started watching that 11/22/63 show where they go back in time and they try and stop the Kennedy assassination that you told us about.
Yeah.
It's really good. We're powering through. But there was an F-bomb in it. And she heard it, and she started saying the word.
Yeah.
And Maya and I just looked at each other like, did she just say what we think she said? So we didn't say anything, and she has not said it since.
Okay.
But that moment was and you don't want to laugh.
No, but it is funny.
It was funny.
You also are hoping that it was recorded somehow.
Yeah, it was funny. But we will close it down. Big L, here's RJ Choppy, and he's been getting it from all angles. Screw you, whipping Philly, though. You can't make fun of our guy. We can, and we will now. Here was Choppy's Iverson take.
His 4 scoring titles were 4 of the 10 least efficient scoring titles in NBA history. He was below average in the true shooting percentage on all 4 of them. All 4. He had the least efficient. He had the 4th least efficient. He took 3,300 three-pointers in his career. He shot 31%. You should have been never taking a three-pointer again, ever. Was it bad spacing? No, it wasn't bad. I mean, yes, it was. But Steph Curry and Dame Lillard and all these guys, LeBron, they're all in the bottom 25% of spacing in their careers, and they seem to do okay.
Oh, man.
But here's little man Allen Iverson that everybody found was cool because he did a nice little press conference where we all hate practice, and he talked about practice, but he ruined the NBA.
He ruined the NBA.
He took it too far in the end.
And little man Iverson.
It was decent journalism there.
Man.
Till the end.
Shout out to you, Chop. Can't wait to all party together, get the family reunited there at the Super Bowl. So there it is, biggest up.
I mean, he'd have a broken hand. Be like, you know what? I think I can play. He'd go drop 40.
Come on, man. He took that put that team on his back, went to the finals.
Yeah, it was great. And it was a different era. Like, the efficiency explosion hadn't happened yet. We got 1 hour down, 4 to go. Little football fix coming up next. We'll check the NFL still burning with news.
Ooh, let's do it. Predicting Aubrey's contract, and if this receiver's getting paid, what's George Pickens going to get? That's next in the nation.
When When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it on the Fan. Keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. There's an obvious place for Giannis to be traded to, Golden State. The Warriors are still trying to hold on to the past while Steph Curry is in his prime. Giannis may be the only lifeline they have to still try and win a championship. Sell the future. Try to chase and win with Steph. Giannis in the Bay would work, and it might be the only lifeline Steph Curry has. I'm Chris Black.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues with UFC 325 live from Australia. Catch featherweight champion Alexander Volkanovski in a rematch of his epic title fight against Diego Lopez, and the always dangerous Dan Hooker throws down with dynamic finisher Benoit Saint Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown. UFC fans, pay-per-view just got knocked out. Catch UFC 325 on Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus. Stream every fight live with one subscription. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Abe Loffenberg here at Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine with sales manager Joey Wilhoit. Joey, how's it going?
It's going fantastic, babe. We did it. 3-time champs. The #1 Chevy dealer in the world for 3 years in a row.
3-time world champ. Congratulations. Never doubted you. I think this calls for a celebration.
I agree. That's why we're rolling out our best offers right here in the new year. A celebration of savings during our total 2026 trade-up event. Trade up to a new Chevy Silverado 1500 with $13,000 in total savings.
That's world-class savings and selection you only find at a world-class dealer.
With top dollar for your trade, there's never a better time to upgrade for less. You better move fast. The best in-stock models sell fast.
You heard the man. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com or go see Joey in the truck building today. This is Texas. This is Classic. Together, let's drive.
Based on new Chevrolet registration 2023 through 2025. Stock number TG142569. Classic discount $6,000. Customer cash $3,000. GM bonus cash $1,000. Chevy Select Market bonus cash $3,000. Plus tax, title, license, and $225 dealer doc fee. Expires 2/2/26.
Hi, this is Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If you're dealing with a furnace breakdown, call the On-Time Experts. 7 days a week, they'll be at your home same day, or the service and diagnostic fee is free. And their technicians are here to fix your furnace and get you warm again, and not just try to sell you a new system you may not need. Set your appointment online right now at theontimeexperts.com. Theontimeexperts.com. The On-Time Experts, the official HVAC partner of the Dallas Cowboys.
What are the most common calls you guys get for someone who's like, oh, I wonder if I should call the Frankels for this?
The bottom line is if you're in a car wreck and it's not your fault, you may not need us, but the call and the consultation are free. So what can it hurt? I was in a car wreck. I went to the emergency room. I don't have health insurance. Now I've got a $20,000 bill. What do I do? I missed a week of work. I got hit by an uninsured driver. How do I deal with that? Make us your first call.
214 or 817-333-3333. Franklin Frankel, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Go low, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our DNA G&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day as we got Cowboys news coming up here at 3:20. We'll dive into the latest draft news and who the Cowboys are talking to as far as coaches. Right now, here's Wolchuk with your daily football fix.
All right, let's get our fix right after this.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side!
Left side!
Wrong side!
Left side!
I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
All righty then. We've got projections for the new NFL salary cap. Tom Pelissero, the NFL, informed clubs today. It is projecting a 2026 salary cap in the range of $301.2 million. To $305.7 million, according to sources. That would represent another significant jump from this year's $279.2 million cap number and nearly $100 million more than the $208.2 million cap that we had just in 2022. So from 22 to 26, this thing's jumped $100 million.
It's incredible.
Crazy.
Yeah.
TV numbers, baby.
I would like to see them find a way to spread it out to all the players instead of just like 8 to 12 of them getting 40 to 60 million bucks.
Yeah.
Like these guys are the dogs of the trenches. I don't know. I think the salary floor should be raised.
Well, and you know what? They probably don't want that because then you could actually get the NFLPA when they have these players would actually hold out.
Yeah.
Because that's what ends up happening. You've got the top 8 that are like, I'm earning money. I'm good. I can afford to miss game checks if we have to go this far. But then it's the, guys 30 to 52 that are like, I got to provide for my family here.
Insecure labor force is owner's best friend because, you need that check. And it sucks. I wonder why the PA wouldn't stand on that harder. But it's hard for them to get to agree to anything because, again, they need to get back to work.
100%.
Especially if the average career is only 3.5 years.
Absolutely.
I can't risk losing one of these.
No, you cannot. You cannot. And it is sad because I'm with you. I would like to see, because I think we're going to have another labor agreement coming up here soon.
Are we there already?
They're already, yeah. And I'd like to see the Players Association fight back a little bit more, but I don't know if they're going to be able to do so. All right.
They got their weed and they got their days off.
That's true. It is very different. I'm sure that when we're talking with Terrell Davis and Darren Woodson and the players that we're going to be chatting with next week at Radio Row at the Super Bowl, if they had the kind of schedule that the players get now, I mean, Brian, you got to see it firsthand how this thing changed.
Oh, yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah, I lived it.
It's wild.
I lived it in a way of as a scout, but also lived it in a way as a player. We had 2-day practices. They were literally 2-day practices, like full pads morning and full pads in the afternoon. So, yeah, it's changed a lot. A lot of it because of the players' safety. And, it's so unfortunate. I've told this story before. We had a player die in 1983 at Auburn.
Yeah.
And it changed the way that they practiced us. I mean, unfortunately, that guy lost his life, but
should have just given you some water.
That's what I'm saying.
Could have kept practicing hard.
That's what I'm saying. They got to the point where water makes you cramp up and water makes you do this.
Water will make a coward of you.
And you're like going.
I caught the tail end of that in soccer.
Yeah.
Because I was in my childhood in the 80s playing a lot of sports, and they weren't big on water then either. Be careful with that. You drink too much and you'll be cramping and it'll make you heavy-legged.
Yeah, unreal.
And it's just the complete opposite now.
Yeah.
It's amazing. I lost 18 pounds in a practice one time.
What?
That's how dehydrated I got. And it still affects me today. Like if I could be outside and if I start sweating, I could literally hurt myself because of how my body will never let me get to that point again where it was that's
scary.
Deprived of water.
Oh. Well, Dan Graziano has gone ahead and done the extension candidates and estimates what they could end up getting this offseason. Cowboys candidate is Brandon Aubrey. He's got Brandon Aubrey coming in 4 years, $24.4 million, $12 million fully guaranteed.
Do it.
So you're looking at what, $7 to $8 mil a year, roughly?
Makes sense.
Yeah, I saw the tag's like 6.7.
Yeah.
And the tender is $8 million, I think, for a round one, $7 million for a round two. You don't want to be dorking around with this thing.
Just get this thing done.
It's just unfortunate Aubrey has such a good agent.
Yeah, he does, Tom Condon. He's going to make it happen for him. Now, what was interesting is I looked at he had Puka Nacua's extension on here. And so I think that like Puka would get more than George Pickens right now. I mean, granted, Puka might have been the best receiver in football this year. Pickens, though, you can't think he's going to be that far off. And his agent, David Mulugheta, I'm sure is going to try and get him in that neighborhood.
Because somebody's willing to give it.
Yes.
You know, out of 32 teams, if you really want to play this thing out, we'll hit free agency. I think somebody would give George Pickens $40 million a year.
Do you think they wait? Do you think that Mulugheta waits and see what Puka Nacua gets?
Well, that was the whole thing with Micah, right? That was what we had heard, like, all right, we want to be last. So let TJ Watt get his extension. Let Myles Garrett get his extension. Let Crosby get his. And then we're going to come in and try and look at, all right, what's our number now? But here's the projection from Graziano for Puka. 4 for 156 with $90 million guaranteed.
So just a little bit less than Chase. Is Chase at the top at 40? Or is Chase at 35?
Chase is at 40. Yeah, okay, I'm pretty sure Chase is at 40.
And CD's like around 35.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I think there's definitely something to be said for Puka Nacua helps your running game more than anybody else.
He does block his ass off. I mean, you saw it firsthand, the divisional round against Chicago, and then again in the NFC championship game. It was unreal what he was able to do there.
He just maybe doesn't give you the super highlight reel catch. Is he not blazing fast? Just good speed?
Not blazing fast, but finds a way to be able to run away from people. That's for sure.
He does, man.
It's pretty amazing what he was able to do this year. Ian Cunningham has left the Bears. He's going to take over as the Falcons general manager. So Matt Ryan's got his guy. We did mention at the top of the show Minnesota making a move. They have fired their general manager, Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, and he did not have great drafts. When you go back and look at it, it was kind of like one big hit per draft. They've had success there in Minnesota, but Diana Rossini reporting that the issues there were the team missed in the draft, they failed to secure Daniel Jones, they opted against signing Aaron Rodgers, who showed interest in playing on a below-market deal. And then, of course, the Sam Darnold situation.
Yeah, it really comes down to, I can't trust this guy to find my next quarterback. He doesn't know a quarterback from a hole in the ground. And apparently he'd have to be the guy that you'd blame for that, because everything else with that team was good enough.
Yeah, their defense was really good. I mean, look, Cowboys played them, and they beat the brakes off the boys. And that was J.J. McCarthy playing well. So if they actually had consistent quarterback play, they'd have been a playoff team. Mm-hmm. But does he get credit for that, for the roster? I don't know. But I guess he's the scapegoat. You're right. There's always going to have to be one. Shefty reporting today on McAfee. Clint Kubiak, Seattle's OC, he's going to get the Raiders or the Cardinals job. He's definitely getting one of those jobs. Now, I think it might be the Raiders. You know that Brady loves him. He was glazing him the entire broadcast, but also Davis Webb has withdrawn his name from consideration. He's with the Broncos right now. He's not going to take the Raiders job. So Clint Kubiak might be the guy there.
You know what I would do? I know they're one of 32. I wouldn't go. That, to me, that's a dead-end job right there.
You could be.
That's a they don't care about you. They'll fire you in a heartbeat. Nobody fires coaches after 1 or 2 years more than these guys. They don't have a stable front office. They got a guy who's acting like he's a football ops general manager, dipping his toe in and out of the, come on. No.
And I think them dragging their feet on this one just cost them a really good DC in Patrick Graham. Yeah. A guy who was hired by McDaniels. Pierce liked him. Carroll liked him. And as far as doing more with less, they don't spend much on their defense at all. And he had him sniffing around like top 10 metrics. You read up on Patrick Graham, and he's like a checklist of all the things that you would want your defensive coordinator to be bringing, as far as a sophisticated understanding of the simulated pressures and the split field coverages and the post snap rotations, lining up in that cover 2 shell, and then morphing that into like 5 or 6 different things post snap. The defense never knows what's coming, and because they dragged their feet, he left.
Oh no, they were they one of the first ones to fire Pete Carroll, and then now they're one of the last. Yeah. It's typical. Yeah. It's so typical. Why, if you're Kubiak, do you even want to just keep battling, keep going on? Yeah. Look what happened to like Josh McDaniels when he left to go coach out there. And now he's back in the Super Bowl. I don't know if Josh McDaniels will ever get another opportunity because Denver and now the Raiders, and so it's probably he's just going to be a coordinator. But man, you go there, you're going to die. You are going to die. Your career's going to die. You're Dennis Allen.
Yep.
You're
going to start with an 8-24 record.
Just the best example is my guy down at LSU, Lane Kiffin. He went to the Raiders. Al Davis made a joke about him, got rid of him, and then he went on and did better things. If he wouldn't have started there, it's just terrible, man. Don't do it. Don't do it. Seriously.
Yeah. I don't know why a lot of these owners.
And I like a lot of the guys at the Raiders. That front office is an absolute effing mess.
Yeah, I guess the coaches believe that I can be the difference maker here, or I have to take this opportunity to get the $20 million because I don't know, if I'm going to be out of favor.
They'll throw you out like the trash.
Clint Kubiak was hot the first 4 weeks in New Orleans. It looked like he was heading for a head coaching job. Now he's an OC again, and you might just feel like, I don't know how good this is going to be next year, and I might not have another chance. So it's that generational wealth opportunity that I'm willing to risk. Because you're right, he's going to be let go.
The Raiders right now, to show you how unstable that whole thing is, they're paying coaches like $50 million.
Oh, yeah, it's
not
terrible.
even a coach.
Yeah, Chip Kelly's on the list of guys they're paying.
Gruden? They're all on that list. Every one of these guys they've run through, they owe money to.
I mean, Barnwell's list yesterday of the worst, or ranking all the hires in the last 5 years, they have 3 on there.
You think the Jets might be bad as a front office? Raiders are right up there.
Yeah, they've gone through more coaches. That's for darn sure. They'll chew you up and spit you out. Bills are hiring Pete Carmichael as their offensive coordinator.
He was the guy with Denver?
Yeah, he was with Denver, and he was one of Sean's guys.
Yeah, you know what happened? Sean named that guy. He named his guy as the OC that he didn't want to lose.
Was it Webb? Webb?
Davis Webb.
Okay.
He named Davis Webb OC. Pete Carmichael was senior assistant.
There you go.
Pete Carmichael thought, oh, wait, he's getting rid of Joe Lombardi. I might have a chance here. Sorry, Davis Webb's going to be the guy. Pete's like, all right, later. I'm out of here. And he'd been with Sean ever since Sean got the job.
Both of his guys, Lombardi and then now Pete Carmichael, were like his right-hand men from New Orleans.
He fired him. He fired Lombardi so he could keep Davis Webb.
That's a guy that knows how to win, I feel like. Sean Payton.
Yeah,
that's just another reason to believe in him.
Webb is one of those dudes.
Two of my best friends I've known for years, you're out of here. You don't got it anymore. That's what you want in your head coach.
Last thing here, and then I want to get to McVay talking about coaching. And I think that it's actually a really good piece of audio. But the Broncos, their defensive passing game coordinator, Jim Leonard, who we've talked about a bunch here, thought the Cowboys might go get him. He's interviewing for the Ravens defensive coordinator job today. Bills are also still interested in him to be their DC. So he played for the Ravens. That might be one that he could get linked to. Thank goodness he's not going to be going to the Giants. But here was McVay talking about coaching and how he is very much a look in the mirror type of guy.
My advice to coaches, when you get into coaching, is simply be reminded by asking this question to yourself: would you want to be coached by you? That's one of the it's like, I think there's certain things that you can ask yourself to kind of keep you on track. You think about when people used to wear a lot of the bracelets. What would Jesus do right here? Yeah. It's like, I think for coaches, it's like, and really, I think for players too, would you want to be your teammate? Would you want to be coached by you? And if that's the perspective, when you can say all right, am I doing things that, if you're really doing it at a high level as a coach, man, what a powerful platform that is to have, or to be a teammate in a leadership role. And I think the best leaders, they impact and influence positive change while also knowing that they're human too. Give yourself some grace in the midst of the journey. But for coaches, the appropriate perspective is ask yourself, would you want to be coached by you?
And I'd like to have that little guy coach me. It's good reflection.
He's scared. Get the rebound.
I'll punt that little fool.
But I
mush his face.
I love what McVay said there.
Yeah, me too, man. I think that's the kind of honest self-reflection that you need. And if you're willing to really consider that about yourself, really be vulnerable to yourself with, some personality traits that maybe you just can't shake loose, then I think it probably means you are considering everything. You are willing to be go on an investigation of all the stuff you're bringing to the table.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Wolchuk. Daily football fix is in the books here. It's the G-Bag Nation on a football Friday. We're off to California on Sunday afternoon. We'll be reporting live from Radio Row on Monday, and we're coming back with the C-Note here, Cowboys news of the evening and the latest on their coaching searches and draft news and stuff coming up next in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat with you about my friends, the Dirt Nerds. You know the Dirt Nerds, Perma-Pure Foundation Repair. They're Tolos. You're going to love them. So if you were maybe, disappointed by the Cowboys this year like many of us were, when it comes to foundation repairs, you can trust the Dirt Nerds at Perma-Pure Foundation Repair to not let you down, okay? You don't want disappointments from as many things in your life as possible, and there's one guarantee in the foundation business, that is Perma-Pure will not let you down. So if you are noticing sticky doors, cracks in your walls, maybe uneven floors, those are classic telltale signs you could have some foundation problems. Call Perma-Pure, and they'll set you up with a free foundation inspection. A lot of times they don't find any damage, just give you peace of mind. Foundation's good to go, buddy. But they have over 30 years of experience serving DFW, and they know how to tackle all the foundation problems, slabs and pier and beam repairs to foam concrete lifting. So, this is something you want to jump on, all right? Early signs of foundation damage can be disappointing and stressful, cause some anxiety, but if you ignore it, let it go on, it's just going to make it more and more expensive. So call the Dirt Nerds, the Tolo Dirt Nerds at Perma-Pure Foundation Repair. Here's the number, 214-466-1496, 214-466-1496, dirtnerdsdfw.com.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Hey, it's Chiafalo. Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Now, what to do with your unwanted bills? Maybe turn them into a paper airplane headed to see you never. AT&T and T-Mobile. Jokes aside, their best 5G network has you covered with the most ways to save on plans, streaming, and phone deals. So just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on the Root Metrics Root Score Report 1H 2025. Results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer bill within the past 45 days and in the name of the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
Hi, it's Pete Thompson with a Consumer Team Alert. Has your HVAC company told you need to replace your home's furnace? Well, pump on the brakes. Before you do anything, call the On-Time Experts to get a free second opinion. Their technicians will be thorough and transparent, so you can be confident you're making the right decision. Their technicians aren't allowed to sell new equipment, so you'll get all the facts you need to get your furnace back up and your home warm again. Go to theontimeexperts.com and set your appointment time today. That's theontimeexperts.com.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Hey y'all, this is Post Malone. Back in '86, Stevie Ray Vaughan inspired Texans to take pride in ending roadside litter. That spirit lives on. Let's keep it going and do our part to keep Texas looking its best. I'm proud to take part in keeping Texas roads free from trash, because Don't Mess with Texas stands for one thing: keeping our state litter free. Let's keep it up.
Brought to you by the Texas Department of Transportation.
Hey, it's Zach Wolchuk, and Lowe's of Salina is now open at 3540 South Preston Road. Stop by and get spring ready with deals on outdoor power equipment, appliances, and more from top brands. Plus, join the MyLowe's Reward to start saving on eligible purchases. Lowe's of Salina has your home needs covered. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions, exclusions, and more terms apply. Details available at Lowe's.com/terms, subject to change.
That feeling you get on the water? This is where it starts. The Dallas Boat Show is back with 2 full weekends. With more than 200 exhibitors, it's the place to compare boats, talk with dealers, and see what's new, all in one place. Whether you're buying your first boat or upgrading to the next one, this is the place to do it. The Dallas Boat Show at Dallas Market Hall. 2 weekends starting at January 30th. Your next boat starts here. Get tickets and event details at DallasBoatExpo.com.
The Fan is proud to partner with the Nexo Dallas Open. Some of the highest-ranking tennis players in the world will face off at the Star in Frisco February 7th through the 15th. For tickets, go to DallasOpen.com.
Tired of sweating through summer and getting slapped with crazy electric bills? Window Nation's got you. January is the perfect time to upgrade because right now it's buy 4, get 4 free. Plus 0 down, 0 payments, 0 interest for 2 years. These aren't builder grade replacements. We're talking custom built, measured 3 times, installed in a day or less, and backed by a lifetime warranty. You're going to love Window Nation just like I do. Don't wait. Sail in soon. Protect and beautify your home. Schedule a fast, free estimate today at windownation.com.
Buying, selling, and refinancing is a daily headline and conversation. Get the latest up-to-date information on the market with your questions to help your decision on the Texas Lending Mortgage Show. Saturday morning at 8 on 105.3 The Fan. The Texas Lending Mortgage Show is paid for by Texas Lending.
Save more on the brands pros trust at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 35% off select major appliances and choose from our wide lineup of top brands. Plus, save $100 on a Little Giant 22-foot multi-position ladder. Now just $189. Built for strength, flexibility, and job site versatility. Pros, these savings will only be here for a limited time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/30 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
A KFC tale in the pursuit of flavor. The Colonel despised the word empty. Empty plates, empty tables, empty stomachs. That's why he made the KFC $5 bowls, like the famous bowl. Creamy mashed potatoes, crispy chicken, corn, gravy, and cheese. Because the only empty the Colonel liked was when you reached the bottom of that bowl. The Colonel lived so we could chicken. 5 KFC bowls for just $5 each.
Prices and participation may vary. Taxes, tips, and fees extra.
Platinum Chevrolet has become an all-in-the-family business for the KNC Masterpiece. Corey told me to go there to buy my brand new car. 5 years later and 4 new cars later, I love Platinum Chevrolet. And now we've got our producer Alec in on the Platinum Chevrolet business as well.
You walk in and you gently ask for GM Justin Rudd. He's going to be happy to see you and take care of you because he loves the Tolos. And the price you see online is the price you're going to pay. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by DFWSecurity.com.
Looking for security you can actually count on? DFW Security is local, top rated, and always there when you need them. Get security with smart cameras and control it all with one easy app. Call DFW Security today.
DFWSecurity.com.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. It's time for the C-Note. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. The Epstein file story has found its way into the world of sport as Epstein apparently scouted women. Doesn't say girls in the story, so I don't know if these were underage girls. But this is Giants chairman and co-owner Steve Tisch. So that is the lone sports connection I've seen so far. Kind of an unbelievable day here if you check out on the social medias. But it is time for the C-Note here. Cowboys news in the G-Bag Nation. And we have updated Stephen Jones quotes. He was at the Senior Bowl, and he was talking with Jory Epstein of Yahoo Sports. She's doing a heck of a job covering the team. And Stephen said this about, they were talking about George Pickens and how defenses had to decide, how they were going to defend the Cowboys and all that. And Stephen said, talking to these defensive guys we brought in, referring to the coaching interviews they had, we were a pain for them. And they started talking about, oh my gosh, when we had to play you guys, that was a problem. They have to decide, hey, put your best corner on one and double the other, or do a lot of moving parts, how they did it. And candidates, unanimously said, your offense caused us a lot of problems. He was not looking to negotiate publicly, writes Jory, but he did voice confidence they would keep Pickens past the looming expiration of his current contract. He says that's just something we'll have to work through. Obviously, we think George is going to be back, and we can effectuate that. New word from Steve, effectuate. I don't know if he's going to be working that in regularly, but at the end of the day, he says at the same time, we want to be open-minded to anything. Open-minded to anything. Okay, we can effectuate that, but definitely seems like they want him back. I just, I think it's tough, but like when you have to defend a CD and a George Pickens, they would say the same thing about Michael Vick back in the day. The most difficult guy to defend. And yes, he would make you look silly, and it was a challenge. But in the annals of history, Michael Vick is nowhere near the best quarterbacks to ever play the sport. It was a pain in the ass, yes. And how do we change our game plan? And I would say the same thing about CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. Mm-hmm. Tough to defend. Was it the best offense? Was the offense so good it didn't matter how bad your defense was? The answer to both those questions is no. So I like what Steve said there at the end. We want to be open-minded to anything, and that's an invitation. If I'm another team that needs a wide receiver right now, if I'm Buffalo,
absolutely.
If I'm the Raiders, maybe the Saints.
Yeah,
GP likes the South. The Saints might be a good. They need another wide receiver to pair along with Chris Olave. I don't even think the Raiders have a decent one receiver after they moved Jacoby Myers.
Baltimore's always looking for one.
Yeah, so I just want to know what kind of compensation that you'd be able to get and how much they're really considering that. On Christian Parker and the scheme change, Stephen Jones took it here. He said the bigger thing, which is something we started to do, but we didn't get to do too much of it in camp, so it was kind of on the fly, but a lot of five-man fronts. Mm-hmm. When we ran those five-man fronts, creates a lot of one-on-ones for our better defensive players, Ezraku, Clowney, or someone like that. The things you can do with the exotic pressures, we obviously have a lot of interest in. We felt like we could have done a better job last year of getting more pressure, and then obviously we need to cover better. Should they have gone to the five-mans more? I mean, we know they should have blitzed more.
Absolutely. But once they made the trade, it was a little bit easier for him to do. But yeah, he should have played a lot more. I would have asked him, like, you told us you could manufacture pressure. Where the hell was that?
Yeah.
That's what I would ask him. Like,
that's why Eberflus was fired.
Yeah, what led you to believe that you could manufacture pressure?
Yeah.
I mean, what was telling you that?
They did a good job early against Detroit and Minnesota.
Yeah.
But there were a lot of blitzes that were just fails.
They had pressure, but they never finished.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I mean, he could spit it back in my face and say, we were one of the best leagues when it came to pressures. But I'd say, well, sir, but you don't finish.
Yeah, it was not enough quick pressure. I think some of that was the quality of quarterback they were playing. They were playing some ball holders, if you will. But Ezraku had 42 pressures and just 2 sacks.
He did. I mean, he was getting after it. It just, unfortunately, it was the quarterback would break contain. You couldn't finish. They couldn't find a way to get the quarterback on the ground. But you saw glimpses of why I still believe highly in Donovan Ezraku, that he can reach the potential that we thought he could.
214 says that is a new word, effectuate.
Effectuate.
I don't know. Is that not in the dictionary?
I doubt that it is. I mean, how do you wordsmithing? Effectuate.
Jory did it EFFECTUATE.
She might have helped
effectuate.
It out. She might have typed it up for him.
Steve's a smart guy, though. I wouldn't put it past him. Wasn't he engineering?
Effectuate is a word.
I worked for the man 14 years. I've never heard that one.
Put into force or operation. This would effectuate a substantive change to bankruptcy law.
I wonder if that's a shoddy word, because I tell you what, shoddy's setting the tone.
Effectuate.
Stephen and Will, when they're talking, I can almost see them reading off of Shoddy's notes, and I love it. We got 2 more in-person interviews with the Cowboys defensive staff today per sources. This is Tadachi. Marcus Dixon's finally in, the former Vikings defensive line coach, and Derek Ansley, the Packers passing game coordinator. So this staff continues to get flushed out. But after that initial round of interviews, we didn't get any hires from yesterday. plays, did we, other than the Ryan Smith guy?
Ryan Smith was the only one.
Yeah, so I think they're continuing that approach that they showed a defensive coordinator, where they're bringing guys in waves, and maybe after another week or so they'll be ready to finalize some more decisions. How about this? I saw our guy John Owning, Pro Football Focus, the G-Bag Nation's John Owning, say we might not be high enough on R. Mason Thomas, and his post was kind of like, if you tell me we can't take Mesidor because of his injury concerns and his age at 25 years old, and you say you got to take R. Mason Thomas, the OU edge, he'd be happy with that. Would R. Mason Thomas at 20 be a reach for you guys? Would that be something to be excited about?
No, he's going to be right outside. He's going to be right in that wheelhouse where I'm going to have probably 15 guys. He's going to be somewhere in that range of
that next
20 to 25 guys, probably in that spot.
Yeah, he's right in that conversation for me with the
Brandon
Keldrick
Graham,
Falks and the Zion Youngs and Akeem Mesidors. Yeah, I mean, I think the Brandon Graham body type comp is spot on because he is. He's a little bit of like the compact, shorter, stocky build. Yeah, 6'2", 249, fourth-year senior, but out of OU. But, I mean, he can play both sides for you, left and right. He's got some, he'll switch his stance up, 2-point if you want to play that outside linebacker, 4-point, both hands in the ground. But he's relentless. I mean, Gavin, I know you were watching him. I loved his tape. He was wrecking the Tennessee game against the Volunteers. He gets a scoop and score, and then he has to leave with a quad injury, so he missed time there. But he is one of these guys that has a lot of punch in his hands.
Yeah, I'm trying to get caught up in watching this next wave of players that are making impressions on people at the Senior Bowl or the Shrine Bowl and getting mentions. So I still got to watch Zion Young. I tell you the thing, I think
you'll like him. You'll like it, but I don't know if you'll like him. You're gonna like thinking you're gonna probably have him in that second. I'm not trying to influence you.
Thomas or Young?
Young.
Young. Yeah.
You're gonna watch Young, and you're gonna have some good notes. And then you're going to wonder, like, okay, let's compare him to the other guys, and then that you've seen, and then, well, he's down below these guys. You're going to have some really good notes on him.
There's things to like in these guys, and I think I would rather take the explosive guy that's kind of getting to the quarterback and turning that corner than a well-refined player, at least for these Cowboys. Sure. If you had 2 or 3 great pass rushers on the team and you're like, we need more of a solid, well-rounded defensive end, I could go for some of these guys like Keldrick Falk or TJ Parker or LT Overton or something, maybe not in the first round, but definitely later on. I think my issue with Thomas was the short arms show up. He's not stacking and shedding. He's not long-arming any tackles. He got the job done against the run. He can turn the corner. I think he goes inside like on stunts really well. And beyond that, the dude is just like a smart, aware football player that recognizes what the play is and has a knack for beating guys, even though he doesn't have that great length. Todd Archer has a piece up assessing Tyler Booker in the 2025 draft class 1 year in. What kind of a grade would you give to last year's draft class and all? Obviously, Tyler Booker, great numbers, feels like he can make the jump to Pro Bowl in year 2, writes Archer. I think he could be an All-Pro, a little bit better against the pass. He was elite against in pass pro. But
is he a B+?
B+ immediately came to mind for him, yeah.
Booker's a B+ for him.
And I thought he got stronger as the season went on, which is what you want to see.
Does he have all the list of the guys, and we can kind of...
Yeah, he didn't give grades. Oh. He was just kind of talking about some of the
Cowboys,
takeaways.
In general, ESPN a couple weeks ago ranked the rookie classes with most production, and the Cowboys were at 12.
Okay.
That's not terrible. And a lot of it was because of Booker and Ezeraku.
They were at 12, exactly. I mean, how confident are you guys that Ezeraku is going to be that pass rusher? Archer wrote about how the Cowboys are hoping he can take the Tank Lawrence jump from very little production in rookie year to 8 in year 2.
I stepped all over my you-know-what talking about how great I thought he was. Seriously.
I think you should stand with it. I think you should double down.
I stood up on the table and listen, small learning curve. He knows he's already kind of a self-made pass rusher, got technique, knows how to win the edge. Geez, he like opening days rushing down the middle. I get it. It's Jordan Mailata. Too many rushing down the middle days, where I'd seen him win a bunch, and I'm going to say a little disappointed, and people say, oh, well, Broadus, again, he had pressures and stuff. Yeah, I was expecting the guy had maybe 7 or 8 sacks, though, too.
Yeah.
Probably really unrealistic on my part.
Maybe put on about 12 pounds of muscle.
He's a good-looking guy, yeah. But I think at the end of the year, he was kind of wore down a little bit myself.
Revel, I think he could still be really good, but after that rookie year, I don't even know if he's going to be a starter next year, depending on what they do.
I love the player, and I think unfortunately for him, that when he came back, they played like 4 games in 12 days. And I don't think he ever recovered from that.
Talk about getting thrown right in the fire.
That's a tough ass. In the brace, I think he's acknowledged that gave him a lot of issues. Christian Parker's going to be the best thing for his career.
I think that, to me, I think the guy could be an outstanding player. I'll stand on the table for him. And if he's not, I'll admit it. Hell, I've done it all my life. But there's a situation where that kid came back for the Raiders game, and they started playing all these games. Like, oh, we're going to play on Monday, and you're going to play again on Thursday. Oh, by the way, in a week from Thursday, you're going to play again. I don't think his body ever caught up.
That's fair.
And then all of a sudden, he's getting beat. Mm-hmm. And now the brace is sliding around on his knee, and he's getting beat. His confidence stinks. I think he's a tough kid. I think he missed some tackles. We saw him tackling better at the end. Then he kind of went high.
He was tackling high,
and he missing guys, which is not
push some guys out of bounds.
Please just let the kid have a peaceful offseason where he didn't have to wear the brace. He could work on his footwork. He could work on playing offhand. Jam, get these new coaches. Hell, they're coming in the building. They got nothing to do. Go out there and coach the kid up a little bit.
The 5th rounders is where we'll stop Jaden Blue. I'm pretty sure that's a bust. Just release him at the end of camp this year.
Well, I'll tell you what we didn't realize, and this is where Glenn Smith, I give him credit. I think Glenn Smith got this from somebody at Texas, not somebody from the Cowboys, about how Blue's a little bit.
That's the icing on the top. After the poor vision and the no patience and then the fumbles, and it's like, and that. 4 strikes, you're out. Right. Yeah. Unless training camp's amazing. And then Shamar James. Any faith, any confidence in Shamar James?
James looked better than I didn't love the pick when they took James, but he has traits that I think can translate, and especially with a new defensive staff. That's the question, though.
Yeah.
Will they like Shamar James? Like Christian Parker spoke highly of Revel, so he likes him. But how will they feel about Shamar James? That's a question.
How about Maris Leofau? Yeah, that
didn't work out for this crew.
Another one. I think they threw James in the deep end, Dawson. He did everything he could from drowning. Had to make those starts early in the year.
Yeah.
I think he was swimming for his life. And then all of a sudden they kind of figured out Overshown came back and he didn't have to play as much. I think, to me, what you saw was positive. But, let's see. Eberflus was supposed to be a linebacker guru, as they say. He did nothing to help these guys.
No, he didn't. But when James got there, it was impressive.
Yeah, his tackling. He was a sure tackler.
The thing in Florida, though, he didn't want to put him in. You didn't want to put him in coverage, and you didn't want to. And the instincts weren't always there.
All righty, our instincts are telling us it's time for Krusty's Corner. Brian, where are you taking it?
Yeah, this is a Friday staple. We're down to the last 2 teams. Does this team do this better than this team? We'll do that next.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, best and worst of the weekend at 7:40. And the best part of the Monday show, Bobby gets the head shaved bald at 9 a.m. It's a Monday morning on The Fan.
It's a Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the On Time Experts.
Football's biggest game is right around the corner, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all the gridiron action. Not on Underdog yet? Then you are in luck, because new customers score $75 in fantasy bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. And play it easy. Just head to the app, make picks higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, rushing yards, receptions, and more. If you get them right, you could win up to 5,000 times your cash. Plus, there's new promos dropping daily in the app. So if you're making picks and you like winning money, then Underdog is the place to be for the big game. What are you waiting for? Download the app today. Use the promo code MASTERPIECE to score $75 in fantasy bonus entries when you play your first $5 on Underdog. That's promo code MASTERPIECE. Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 or over and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
That first year in your new home matters. With preferred pricing, Redfin and Rocket Mortgage make the path to your next home easier. When you buy with a Redfin agent and finance through Rocket Mortgage, you can lower your interest rate by 1% for 1 year or choose up to $6,000 in closing credits. See how it works at rocketmortgage.com. or call 800-4ROCKET. Additional terms apply. Not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Save more on brands pros trust at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, save $100 on a Little Giant 22-foot multi-position ladder. Now just $189. Valid through 1/30 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Come see the Bynum Springs Club this weekend, the Dallas Metro's newest resort community. Open house Saturday and Sunday, noon to 4 p.m. Pools, sports courts, fitness centers, and more. BynumSprings.com. That's BynumSprings.com.
Hey, it's Zach Wolchuk, and Lowe's of Salina is now open at 3540 South Preston Road. Stop by and get spring ready with deals on outdoor power equipment, appliances, and more from top brands. Plus, join the MyLowe's Reward to start saving on eligible purchases. Lowe's of Salina has your home needs covered. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Exclusions and more terms apply. Details available at Lowe's.com/terms, subject to change.
Good news. Frontier is joining Verizon, making it easier than ever to connect and save at home and on the go. And now, Frontier customers who switch to a Verizon mobile plan could get our best offer ever. 4 mobile lines for just $20 per line, and 4 powerful iPhone 17s with no trade-in required. Visit Verizon.com/Welcome Frontier to learn more. $20 per line after $40 monthly promo credit applied over 36 months. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G or 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming and 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
Platinum Chevrolet has become an all-in-the-family business for the KNC Masterpiece. Corey told me to go there to buy my brand new car. 5 years later and 4 new cars later, I love Platinum Chevrolet. And now we've got our producer Alec in on the Platinum Chevrolet business as well.
You walk in and you gently ask for GM Justin Rudd. He's going to be happy to see you and take care of you because he loves the Tolos. And the price you see online is the price you're going to pay. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
105.3 The Fans Radio Row is proudly sponsored by Wild Fork Foods. Elevate your big game watch party today with the wildest selection of high-quality meats and seafood, from sizzling steaks to savory wings. Build a legendary feast that scores points with every hungry fan.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me!
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker.
Yes.
Throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint-Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
Oh! There's never been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The Fan is proud to partner with the Nexo Dallas Open. Some of the highest-ranking tennis players in the world will face off at the Star in Frisco, February 7th through the 15th. For tickets, go to DallasOpen.com.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. Here's the king, Brian.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Waters.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Always appreciate you playing that. Thank you to Greystone as well for being a part of this as well. Had our old buddy this morning did a little podcasting work.
You did?
Had a little buddy Dane Brugler on.
Oh, Dane!
Yeah, it's good to see him doing so well with all his stuff. Man,
What
that
a
guy's
star.
a wealth of knowledge when it comes to that drafting stuff. Had some good stuff. He had some good conversations about defensive backs and linebackers and the edges and stuff. And
no better person to ask.
No better person to ask. But I appreciate that. Okay, I got this game I play with you. We've kind of done it through the playoffs of which team. I'm going to give you a stat for the team. And I'm doing the Super Bowl edition now because we get on Radio Row. We got a lot of interviews and stuff like that, so you just never know. And
could lose track.
We just might have to do something else. We have to pivot to talk to somebody when Krusty's Corner's going on or something like that. So I'm going to go ahead and play the game with you guys now. I'm kind of upset the Chief's not here today, but we'll figure it out.
Thanks, two of us.
We'll figure it out.
Thanks a lot.
All right, Dawson, I'll start with you.
I'm here, brah.
I'm here, brah. I'm here, brah. Okay, Dawson, I'll start with you on this one. This is just it's either going to be Seattle or New England. We're down to that point now, okay?
Can I say I don't know? I got to give an answer.
You have to give an answer.
Okay.
You have to give an answer.
Thought honesty was the best policy, but I'll do my best.
I appreciate honest answers.
Okay.
And you can give a reason why you gave your honest answer. If it's wrong, I'll tell you it's wrong, and we'll go on to the next question.
Do you want me to tell you it's your first time, or do you want me to tell you the truth?
Yeah. We keeping score. We're not keeping score here today.
Okay.
I might keep score now since you're so upset about this.
I'm very competitive, Brian.
I know you are.
I hate losing.
I know you do.
Especially publicly.
All right. Because Wolchuk he'll tweet about this afterwards if he somehow gets maybe one more right than you do. Football guy of the day.
The competitive nature in me,
The texts and the tweets are all over my ass for saying I don't know if Rebel's going to start next year, and I think Jaden Blue's a bust. Yeah. So I'm kind of vulnerable right now as well.
You know what? We're all going to go to Oxnard, and we're not going to say a damn nice thing about anything to do with this team.
Speak for yourself.
Yeah, watch.
I'm going to be loving what we see.
I ain't falling in that trap.
Yeah, you're right.
Here we go, Dawson.
Yeah.
This quarterback led the NFL in tight window completion rate this season. This quarterback led the NFL in tight window completion rate this season at 48%.
Yeah, you know this.
I'm going to go with Drake May. Yeah, I think. I think he also
saying New England. Then is what you're saying, then, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, led the league in yards per attempt. Throwing it downfield, ball traveling extra, gives the corner an extra half tick to get close and make it a tight window.
So you're saying Drake May, New England.
Yep.
How about you there, Woolies?
It is Drake May.
Are you looking it up again? I saw you kind of playing with your computer.
No, I'm on Twitter, but Brian, you asked us this last week.
I did. I was going to see if I could fool you.
Well,
who do you think it is?
It's Drake May.
Is it Drake May? Are you sure?
Unless something changed in a week, yes. I'm 100% sure.
I was smoking that. Ooh,
it's Drake May.
Yes! Let's go! Football guys of the day!
All right, Wolchuk.
All right, bring it on.
This team had the league high 49% called run rate. This team called 49% of their plays were runs. League high for this.
This is going to be this is close. Both of them run the football. I'm going to go with Seattle though. You have the two-headed monster of Kenneth Walker and Charbonnet. Unfortunately, Charbonnet is hurt, but I do think that would hopefully tilt it into Seattle's favor. It took a while for Travion Henderson to get going in New England, so that's why I'll rock with Seattle.
I'm going to go with New England only for the reason that I watched them a lot, and it seemed like they were always running, Brian. That's just my personal bias on what I viewed.
Just the eye test.
Just the eyeball and the human brain.
You just felt like that New England was handing the ball to their running back the most?
It was Stevenson. It was Henderson. There was some other jobber there.
Yeah.
Forget his name, but
it might just
Sam Gash. No, that's way back in the day.
Ben Jarvis, Street Ellis.
Yeah, way back in the day. All right. It's actually Seattle.
Oh, thank God.
Seattle, they had a league high 49%.
I'm up 2-1 Twitter.
Called,
get ready.
Called run rate. All right, Dawson.
Yep.
This team allowed, and this is in the postseason.
The Patriots were at 48%. They were right on their heels.
Dude,
yeah.
They were a percentage.
Yeah,
it's tight.
That's okay.
That's tight.
Hey, it's okay. Dawson.
He's upset.
In the postseason.
Yeah.
In the postseason, this defense allowed 2.7 yards per play in man coverage. This defense allowed 2.7 yards per play in man coverage in the postseason.
It would have to be the Patriots. I mean, they held opponents to a combined about 38 points or something like that. If I'm just doing the quick math in my head. So I'm going to guess that probably added up to some pretty dang good yards per play.
Yeah, I think they only gave up like 2 touchdowns the entire postseason. So I'm going to go with New England as well. And I think that the Rams being able to throw on Seattle probably hurt their numbers. So give me New England.
Yeah, this would be the New England Patriots. 2.7 in the postseason when it came to playing man coverage. Wooly.
Brian.
This team blitzed 40% of their dropbacks since week 14.
Blitzers. I'm also going to go New England because I think McDonald's a guy that likes to rush 4 and try and get pressure and then drop heavy in coverage. I could be so wrong about this, but I'm going to go with the Patriots blitzing more than Seattle here.
Dawson?
I'm gonna go with New England as well, just because I don't have a lot of respect for many of their pass rushers as individuals. They probably needed to send them.
It was the Patriots.
Yeah.
It was the Patriots.
We're on fire.
You guys are on a little bit of a run right now. Okay. Wolchuk.
Brian.
This quarterback had the highest deep ball completion percentage in the league. This quarterback had the highest deep ball completion percentage in the league.
This is where I could take my first L. Gut tells me it's Darnold. I'm going to just stick with it.
Man, I think you're right. There were so many long passes to Jackson Smith-Njigba.
Right?
And then the trade that they made, Shaheed coming over, there were some big plays to him as well. So, yeah, I think Seattle's the right answer here.
Seattle is the right answer. Darnold was at 52.3. May was at 52.1.
Wow, they were both really good. That's completion percentage on balls of 20 yards or longer?
Yeah, deep ball. Yep.
Holy cow.
Yep. Okay. This team, most targets faced in zone coverage without allowing a touchdown in 2025. Okay, this team, there's players.
Yeah.
This player faced the most zone coverage snaps without allowing a touchdown in 2025.
Okay.
So defensive player in zone?
Yeah.
Devin Witherspoon of Seattle.
Well, no, just you just give me the team.
I'll take Seattle.
You're taking Seattle?
I think I remember going into the NFC Championship game, they were very zone heavy, and they ended up pivoting to playing more man, and it hurt them in that game, and it might have been a tendency breaker. But I think Seattle is a very zone heavy defense traditionally, so that's why I'll go with the Seahawks.
Well, I think this might be the last question, Brian, and I'm down 1. So I don't.
I'll give you another one. I'll throw you another one quickly. Yeah,
I'm gonna go New England here just to try to tie up the score with Wolchuk.
You tied it up.
Let's go!
Damn it!
It's for all the marbles,
Christian Gonzalez at 62. Nick Amanawari with 61.
Ooh.
Neither one of those guys allowed a touchdown in zone coverage.
Wow.
Okay, and here it is for the game. Here's for the game. This team had the third most unblocked pressures with 59, with blitzing the lowest.
Seattle, again, it goes back to not rushing more than 4. I'm going to go with Seattle here.
I'm going to go with Seattle as well to preserve the tie one way or another.
Well played, sir. Well played.
You guys tied. It's the Seahawks. Yeah.
Look at us.
Had 59. They had the most 59 unblocked pressures when they blitzed, the 8th lowest in the league. So we have a tie.
There he is, Krusty's Corner. Every afternoon, 3:40. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We'll have a Super Bowl edition all next week live in San Francisco.
San Francisco.
Even
game
though
in
the
Santa Clara.
Stadium's in Santa Clara there, and they're practicing in San Jose. We're back with Nick Harris here. It's the G-Back Nation, the fan.
All right, but we are chatting right now, and I want to talk to you about Trajan Wealth. All right, that's Trajan. And look, friends, I'm a client when it comes to Trajan Wealth, and I have been talking about them for a long time. Let me tell you. They've made retirement planning simple. No pressure, no confusing jargon, just clear, honest advice from fiduciaries who put your goals first. I'm feeling more confident. I'm feeling more prepared. And honestly, I'm feeling pretty relieved. And if you are wondering if your plan could be better, well, just get a second opinion from Trajan.
Mention me with your first appointment. Get a free in-body composition analysis and a free B12 shot. If you're tired of feeling off, low energy, weight gain, lost drive, you are not alone. 1 in 5 men has low testosterone. So what is next? Let's stop the cycle. Do what I did. Call Men's T Clinic, the local experts in testosterone and total male wellness. Real labs, real data, personalized plan. 972-GO-MEN's-T. Men'sTClinic.com. Get back to being you with Men's T.
Men's T Clinic. 1-800-246-OT.
Men'sTClinic.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and we're talking football here with Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram. He's been in Mobile, Alabama at the Senior Bowl. He's got his eye on everything Cowboys related. He joins us most Football Fridays in the nation. And a good afternoon, Nick. How the heck are you?
He's in the building! Doing fantastic, fellas. How are y'all?
Doing wonderful. Sounds like you might be back home.
Yes, I am. That was my dog chirping, if you heard him in the background.
There we go.
How was it? I mean, who stuck out to you?
Oh, man, it's always a great week. I could go down the list. Let's see. One of the more, this isn't necessarily like the guy who shined the most, but the guy I've continued to point back to when people have asked me about Senior Bowl stuff is Bud Clark, the safety from TCU, obviously with a local angle as well coming out of Fort Worth. But Bud Clark was fantastic. I came into the weekend thinking he was, maybe a day 3 guy who could play himself onto a 53-man. I think he's played himself into a day 2 conversation at this point. Loved what I saw from Bud Clark. Lee Hunter, the defensive tackle out of Texas Tech, I was curious about him coming into the week. Does he have that type of first-round value that Daniel Jeremiah and some of these guys have put him into with their first mock drafts? And he certainly showed that with his power this week. I guess from a Cowboys lens, was very curious to see how Colton Hood looked. He was up and down on day 1, better on day 2, but Daniel Jeremiah in that mock draft had the Cowboys taking him at number 12 overall. And I still feel that's a little rich coming out of the week, but nevertheless, I thought it was fascinating getting eyes on him. But overall, just a really fun week in Mobile. It always is. And your boy, Drew Fabianich, Brian, he did a fantastic job putting this week on, and excited to see what it looks like in the game tomorrow, culminating everything.
Yeah, Nick, by the way, you guys did a hell of a job down there running all that down, and I was glad to see that Drew, I talked to him the other day, he was super proud for his first time out of the blocks, and he kind of understood what maybe the scouts needed, what the media needed, and all that, so really, really happy for him. Nick, are you more worried about the 12th pick or the 20th pick?
That's a good one. I would say the 12th, and here's probably why, and it probably ratcheted up after I looked at the scenario that Daniel Jeremiah threw out there.
Oh, yeah.
Because there are multiple scenarios where you are, for all intents and purposes, kind of wiped out there at 12. And if you are you going to have a trade partner on the phone willing to come up and, take that pick and give you something in return? And can you tax that return too at the end of the day? So I started to think about what those scenarios look like. Like let's say if Reuben Bain, edge out of Miami, David Bailey out of Texas Tech, Mansour Delane, the corner out of LSU. I'm trying to think of some of the other guys you'd love. Sonny Styles and Caleb Downs out of Ohio State, obviously. What if those guys are not there for you? And, that's starting to, creep into my mind most definitely as we get further into this draft process. But I understand the thought process for 20 as well, because are you going to be reaching more at 20 than you maybe would in previous years? Mm-hmm. I don't feel great about the top end talent in this class. I really feel like, there's only about 13 first round grades in this class. But you talking to scouts in Mobile throughout the week, I've heard some say as many as 16 or 17, but there's certainly not 20 in my opinion. And, you're definitely going to be swinging for a guy there that, you hope to hit on, but it's not going to be a guarantee like it would be in previous years at that spot.
Nick, I asked my radio colleagues yesterday, do you want them to have a better free agency period or a better draft?
Hands down, free agency. And I understand the draft part too, because those 2 picks are so valuable. But you want to be in a position when you get to those picks to where you truly can take BPA. And Stephen Jones talked about it on Tuesday. He's like, look, we're going to fill our holes in free agency so that we have that freedom when the draft comes around. They got to follow through on that because, you do not want to be pigeonholed into taking a linebacker there in the first round. But all of a sudden, Sonny Styles is gone, Arvell Reese is gone, C.J. Allen is gone, and then you got to swing on one. You don't want to be pigeonholed into any of these spots. Same thing with safety. If they decide to let Donovan Wilson walk, you don't want to be pigeonholed into hoping Caleb Downs falls to 12 or hoping Dylan Thieneman gets to 20, which I think that's starting to become more of a hope than a given at this point. I think a lot of teams are liking what they see out of Dylan Thieneman, the safety out of Oregon. And so I would say free agency, just so it gives you the luxury and freedom to be able to move around the board as free as you can on draft day.
Can I convince you to take Rodriguez at 20 from Texas Tech?
Ooh. Convince me. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying. I think we might be worthy. Hey, listen to me.
Yeah.
We were kind of talking about maybe you might have to take a reach, and I'm not. And I'm not saying the guys. Zach's looking at me like you're an idiot because I don't think he's a reach. And Zach might be right, but if you were going to reach for, I'm using the word reach. My apologies, my friend.
No, go for it.
I'm using the word reach.
Thinking that.
Reach for a linebacker or reach for a safety.
Yeah, you would hope to reach for a linebacker, no doubt.
Okay. So
no doubt. And with Jacob Rodriguez, he was so productive this week. I mean,
he's a productive player anyway, yeah.
Yeah, that is a football player at the end of the day, whether it be ball production, filling run lanes. He's so sound, high IQ, high discipline as well. He'll bring a team captain type of presence to any locker room he lands on. Would not surprise me if he ends up landing for a first round. I think you could convince me at 20. I'd love to hear the argument on another day, though. I don't feel like Gavin will be pleased if we let this run 12 minutes about Jacob Rodriguez, because we certainly can. We certainly can.
We could.
Popular player.
We will absolutely have the Jacob Rodriguez discussion, because I know you like C.J. Allen quite a bit, so we can discuss like why I think Rodriguez would be better than Allen. But it's not that I don't like C.J. Allen. Overall, the linebacker group looked really good, though, this week. Who stood out to you outside of Jacob Rodriguez?
Yeah, I think the linebacker class overall, and if I could dip a little bit before Senior Bowl, I love Lander Barton out of Utah. That's a guy that has gotten a day 3 value to this point in the draft, or at this point in the process, but he's going to be a guy who certainly makes a 53-man roster because of his special teams ability, but I think he's got such high IQ in that second level too. Lander Barton is certainly one that jumps to mind. I'm trying to think off the top of my head. I don't have my spreadsheet in front of me about guys from Senior Bowl that really shine, but it was another good linebacker class, because overall this entire draft class at the linebacker position has depth, in my opinion. I think there are some guys you can take on day 2, day 3 that will be able to provide to you in year 1.
It's Nick Harris, Star Telegram, here with you in the G-Bag Nation. We were having fun with the trade chart, and Wolchuk said they could get as high as 4 with 12 and 20. That would be interesting. Like, would you want to move up for a top player? But, the other scenario was just moving up a couple of spots and maybe recouping some draft capital later on in the form of a 2 or maybe a 3 plus a 4 if a team was willing. Let's say that Daniel Jeremiah scenario is playing out. Who would you want to move up a couple or 3 spots for?
You're saying move up, so like go back from the first round in that Daniel Jeremiah scenario, or are you saying, hey, hop into the top 10? Yeah,
Daniel Jeremiah's situation is playing out. You think you're going to get wiped out, like picks 9 and 10 are coming up, and you're like, we can take 20, move up, and recoup some capital on day 2.
I think if you were able to move back in that scenario, if I'm understanding you right, I would move back, and I still think you would have one of those linebackers there in the teens. That way you're not hoping that one of those linebackers slips to 20, and then you could take a guy like Brandon Cisse out of South Carolina at 20. I'm a big Cisse guy personally, or Thieneman in that situation as well.
I'm talking about moving into the top 10.
But you told him, you would recoup some stuff. So no, you're not getting anything back. You're giving 20 up to go.
Yeah.
You're wiped out now for your draft.
Yeah, now we're picking at like 10th, and we got a second or a third back because we overpaid to get to 10.
Oh, you're saying the overpaid situation.
Just to make the points even out.
Okay, we overpaid. I see.
Sorry, I think I messed up that.
If I'm moving up to the top 10, it's for Caleb Downs.
Amen.
That's the guy for me. Sonny Styles, you could talk me into it, I think, but Caleb Downs is the guy for me. That's the only one I look at that I would move up for. And I understand the positional value with safety. I get it. And you're going to ask me about Reuben Bain or David Bailey, and those guys are going to be great pros too. But I think Caleb Downs he's special. And we talk about these special safeties when they come in, and we put them into the class of their own, and it feels like an easy eval. And if you look at the numbers about first and second round safeties that have played in year one over the course of the past half decade in the NFL,
40%.
They tend to produce more than they don't.
Yeah.
And Caleb Downs, I think that would be a worthy pick because not only can you play him at safety, I think he would have day one value on this team at nickel corner. And I think you could have that versatility for him, even if you do bring a guy like Donovan Wilson back from free agency. But he just gives you that chess piece that you wouldn't necessarily have before.
That's why you don't look at him as a safety. I mean, honestly, I know you have to put him. I know you have to put him somewhere on the board, but don't think about it as a safety. Think about him playing about 4 different positions for you.
I would be putting MFFP next to him, a football player with a special word in front of it.
Amen. Nick Harris with us here in the G-Bag Nation. So getting to visit with Steven and Will McClay out there, what was some of the buzz around the Cowboys? What else were you able to gain?
Yeah, free agency is obviously coming around the corner, and here when they go to Combine here in about a month, they're going to be meeting with all of these guys, agents and representation to try to get a good idea of, what's that going to look like for their internal free agents. I think that's part of the focus right now, aside from obviously getting this defensive staff built around Christian Parker. Javonte Williams, they have already met with his representation to get working on an extension. And George Pickens, man, they're keeping their cards to their chest on this one. I don't think they're going to do anything publicly, at least now, to show their hand on what that negotiation is going to look like. But if you're asking me, that's going to be a franchise tag situation that they use as a placeholder to negotiate a long-term deal up until that July 15th cutoff. They would have until July 15th to get a long-term extension done, or they would have to ride into the season with that franchise tag on Pickens. And that's going to be fascinating because, do they hold, some of the things off the field against him in the negotiation that they never really necessarily did publicly? Like, he was late to meetings. He did miss some things. He missed curfew in Las Vegas. There were some, issues still off the field. There was just such a more high tolerance for it here in Dallas than there was in Pittsburgh. So there was an understanding of like, okay, hey, this is a guy that we're going to have to develop off the field, increase the maturity. He's going to be around guys like CeeDee Lamb, Dak Prescott, and we hope that comes around. And there were times where it was good last year, too. I don't want to say it was all bad off the field. And then we obviously saw what he did on the field. But how much does all of that coming to one vacuum when we talk about this long-term extension negotiation and, what part of those things get held over his head in that negotiation? There's going to be a lot that plays into it, but it's going to be fascinating. And then aside from that, I did ask about Donovan Wilson, and Stephen Jones directly ducked the question. Okay. And so that's one that I am curious about just because he does have experience with Christian Parker. Sure. Their time at Texas A&M overlapped together. So fascinated to see what that looks like.
Who are the defensive assistant coaches that you're excited about? Is there a guy, Ansley, Dixon, you got Orr, you got Livingston? Who is most interesting to you as far as a coaching candidate?
Yeah, and I will throw in the hire of Ryan Smith. I think it's a strong one. He has experience with Mansour Delane from recruiting him to Virginia Tech all the way back in 2020. But as far as these guys that are not on board yet, I think Zach Orr is one that I think will just be such a valuable add to this defensive staff, not only for what he'd bring from a run game perspective and being able to man down that second level as you hope to rebuild it this offseason, but he's been in that job before that Christian Parker is about to hop into. He knows what the responsibilities are there. He will be able to kind of take the load off from Christian Parker when he needs that, and I think it would be the perfect marriage between him and Parker if that hire ends up happening. I think Orr is still holding out for a couple of other DC opportunities, but if those don't come to fruition, I think you'll see Zach Orr back in his home metroplex of DFW and coaching linebacker / run game coordinator for the Cowboys. And then, you mentioned Derek Ansley, the Packers pass game coordinator. You look at his experience going all the way back to Alabama. Look at some of the names that he's had over the course of his career, Minka Fitzpatrick being one of them, coached under Nick Saban. I mean, that's obviously got to throw a lot of intrigue into a staff. And so, I think they're doing it the right way. They're looking at this at a broad juncture, bringing in a lot of guys for interviews and talking to multiple candidates. And so far, I think they've been able to, bring the right guys in and hopes of building the right staff.
And go Mean Green. Zach Orr would be so much fun. When it comes to Christian Parker, are you buying the connecting of the dots with like Reed Blankenship, Nakobe Dean, maybe some other free agents that he's got history with?
Yeah, it's funny because I threw an article on the Fort Worth Star-Telegram this morning. It was basically like, okay, now that the coordinator's hired, here's what they really need to do to get this defense right. And at the end of it, I was like, you know what, let me be reckless. Let me throw like a way too early prediction of what this defense will look like. And I threw Blankenship and Dean on there. I was like, why not? I think Blankenship probably makes more sense than Dean because if they're going to bring in a free agent linebacker, it would make sense to bring in a guy like Dean. He does have green dot experience going back to 2023. But what exactly does that look like from a price point? I don't know. I think he's going to be a little bit pricier than what the Cowboys have been shown to pay in years past. But Reed Blankenship directly worked under Christian Parker, and so there's experience there, and that would make a lot of sense. But the safety position overall is going to be a big wild card for me. Not only what do they do with Donovan Wilson, but what do they do with Malik Hooker? He could be a cap casualty at the end of the day, and if they decide to part ways with him, then you're replacing both of those spots potentially. And what does that look like going into free agency? So a lot of different moving parts, but nevertheless, you have an offense to where you can just address little depth holes right now and be okay with that and do that bargain bin searching on offense to fill those depth holes. And then you can really put all your focus and financial focus on the defensive side. And I think if they do it right, there's an opportunity there, man. There definitely is.
Do you see a 3-4 shift in the base front?
No, I don't think so. They are going to be focused a lot on getting these 5-man fronts figured out for this next season. I think there was whenever they brought in Quinnen Williams, they were like, man, we love these 5-man fronts, but we haven't worked on them enough because we didn't really work on it a whole lot at training camp. Shoot, we didn't even have 2 of these defensive tackles at training camp. So there's going to be a huge emphasis on trying to maximize what those 5-man fronts look like. I think you're going to see a lot more of that in 2026, and they're going to try to create pressure and do a lot of things out of those 5-man fronts. That's their idea of what the exotic pressure is going to look like. It's going to start with that package in mind.
Love it, Nick. Have a great Super Bowl week. Are we going to see you out there?
Yes. Let's do it. Let's catch up at that media party on Tuesday night. Always a good time now.
Shoot, yeah. Looking forward to it, man. Have a great weekend.
Fantastic. Thank you, fellas. See you all next week.
Salute. Nick Harris, Star-Telegram, here with you in the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan. Yeah, the media party at EA Sports Studios. That's going to be awesome. Listening to Mike McDonald, Seahawks head coach, talk about the 5-man front and what it does as far as we know we're going to have a better chance of stopping the run. We're getting our guys one-on-one matchups. We'll sort everything else out here with our remaining 6 guys, but he said a big part of their foundation and their success was committing to that. We got a mixed bag coming up, Chuck. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, we'll get some Rangers and Stars news in, but there's an NFL team about to go up for sale. That is next in the nation. But Prize Picks, baby. I'm always looking at picking a Prize Picks lineup. Last night, if you went more on Cooper Flagg, rebounds, points, assists, boy, did you cash in a big way. I know I did. I hope you did as well. And this week's Prize Picks special max discount. It's for the big game. Live in the app now. Drake May needing just 1 passing yard for the max discount to win. Just add another player to your lineup, and if your pick hits, you can cash in. You can mix and match. It doesn't have to be a fellow player from the big game. You can do some hockey. You can do some basketball if you want. Heck, MMA, boxing, soccer. But how about more or less on Jackson Smith and Jigba receptions? Local legend from Rockwall. Let's give him some love. More or less on Travion Henderson. How about his rushing attempts? You can have so many fun different options on Prize Picks. Tolo's for you. You know I got the hookup. Just download the Prize Picks app. Use the promo code TOLO. That's TOLO. And you're going to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code TOLO on Prize Picks to get $50 when you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105
live through The Fan and the Odyssey iHeartRadio and TuneIn apps.
Jeff Cox, president of Berkey's Plumbing, AC, and Electrical. I'm excited to announce the new Berkey's MVP membership plan, the only plan you need to maintain all of your home's vital systems, including plumbing, AC, heating, and electrical. Benefits include priority scheduling, no service fees during the week, and member discounts on repairs. Join MVP today for only $19.75 per month in honor of our 50 years of serving DFW. Call 877-BERKEYS or visit Berkeys.com.
Berkey's, we're there when you need us.
M37968.
Shop best of season produce at Whole Foods Market. Save on medium Hass avocados with Prime through February 3rd. Creamy, ripe, and ready for guacamole, savory toast, or topping soup. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Giafalo here with the ultimate pro tip for painting your house. Tolo, CertaPro Painters, and CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. And when you choose CertaPro Painters like I did, you're not just hiring a service. You're partnering with trusted local professionals with over 70,000 five-star reviews to make your house feel like a home. CertaPro Painters recently painted my home. True professionals exceeding my expectations, and you can trust them to get the job done right because they take pride in what they do. So schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week, new segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcast. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
Hey, Mom. It's me. Oh, my gosh. You'll never believe what I just opened for Valentine's Day. A sapphire ring from Hellsberg. Just like the one I lost years ago. Remember how excited I was when you gave it to me? I cannot believe you remembered that story. I guess you were right. I really found the one.
This Valentine's Day, create a moment that means something with up to 40% off gifts at Hellsberg. Shop in-store or at hellsberg.com.
The Fan is proud to partner with the Nexo Dallas Open. Some of the highest-ranking tennis players in the world will face off at the Star in Frisco February 7th through the 15th. For tickets, go to dallasopen.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hey, it's Zach Wolchuk, and Lowe's of Salina is now open at 3540 South Preston Road. Stop by and get spring ready with deals on outdoor power equipment, appliances, and more from top brands. Plus, join the MyLowe's Reward to start saving on eligible purchases. Lowe's of Salina has your home needs covered. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Exclusions and more terms apply. Details available at Lowe's.com/terms. Subject to change.
Something big just rolled into 7-Eleven. Meet our 4 new Johnsonville sausages. Hot and ready on the roller grill. Smoky cheddar. Loaded with Wisconsin creamy cheddar smoked with real hardwood chips. Jalapeno cheddar. Bold and melty cheddar with a spicy jalapeno kick. Smoked Polish. Seasoned with black pepper and garlic, slow smoked for serious flavor. And ultimate Italian. Bursting with basil, oregano, rosemary, and thyme. Right now at 7-Eleven, get any 2 roller grill items for just $3.50. That's any 2 roller grill items for $3.50 at 7-Eleven. Valid through 3/3/26. Participating stores only while supplies last. Visit store for full terms.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia, featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me.
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker. Throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint-Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships in all of North Texas. Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep on the east side of the Metroplex between Highway 80 and I-20. And right now, take advantage of the New Year's savings at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep with the Start Something New sales event. Truly one of the best times to get your brand new ride from owner Stephen Gilchrist and his fantastic team. Tell them you're a Tolo. Start the process online right now, PlatinumCDRJTexas.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by DAZN. Two global superstars in their prime square off at Madison Square Garden.
Here we go.
Teofimo, the Brooklyn-born king of 140, looks to retain his world title as Shakur steps up to become a 4-division world champion. Don't miss Lopez versus Stevenson, January 31st. Watch only on DAZN.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. We're just over a half hour away now from what you drink and what you're thinking. So if you're already cracking them, maybe set yourself a reminder. 5 o'clock, we'll be taking your phone calls and asking you those questions. Looking forward to getting your thoughts on whatever it might be from the world of sports or otherwise. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And here's Wolchuk with his mixed bag.
All righty. Well, I teased there's a team up for sale, and it's one of the teams that will be participating in the Super Bowl. As the Seattle Seahawks are going to go up for sale. Sports. After the Super Bowl, they could set a record for an NFL team price, $7 to $8 billion, according to a rival team executive. So, yeah, Seth Wickersham has an awesome story out on ESPN.com right now. But the Seahawks and the NBA's Portland Trail Blazers have been owned by Allen's estate since the former owner and Microsoft co-founder passed away in 2018 after a battle with cancer. His sister, Jody Allen, has controlled the team as the executor of the trust with a directive from her late brother to eventually sell both and donate the proceeds to charity. So they will be looking to sell, and if the Seahawks are put up for sale, it would be the first time in the Super Bowl era that the entirety of a team that played in the championship game gets put on the market shortly after. The last one was February of 91 when Robert Tisch purchased 50% of the Giants.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, I saw she just did the 12th man thing. So
yeah. Is this a Bezos? Is this a Bezos thing?
You think he jumps in here?
Is this where Bezos all of a sudden Seattle? Is this where they go after this one, or he goes after this one?
I don't know. Does he have a passion for football, sports?
I think
is this something he wants to do?
I think he's been on some of these. When the Commanders went up,
I remember that.
He was trying to kind of get in on some. So this might be where Bezos. I thought he was from that Seattle area, so I might be wrong about that. But I know that he was. I know that he was involved with when the Commanders, and then he backed out of the Commanders deal and stuff like that. But $7 billion seems like a pretty good deal for that team.
Absolutely.
Yeah, screaming deal with how these things are going up.
The party.
The TV revenue.
Craziness. We've also had a lot of chatter with the substation stuff, the electrical substation in San Francisco. Now, neither of the teams are going to be practicing at the 49ers facility there, so they're not going to worry about it. You had Kyle Juszczyk, who was recently, I want to say it was Kay Adams' podcast, and he wants the 49ers to investigate the electrical substation next to the team's facility. He said it's definitely been a talking point for years. He's very much a science-driven person, and he wants to see the numbers and the stats. Well, Jerry Rice chimed in, said, we won 2 championships practicing in that area. Correct me if I'm wrong. And then you had Fred Warner, who was on the St. Brown Bros podcast, and, well, he thinks he might have superpowers because of it.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of mixed reviews about that. I think at the end of the day, when you look at the actual data behind is that real or not, I think it's false. Yeah. And I'll be the first to tell you, because I train year round at our facility, right? And I had I'm not going to sit here and say that a substation was the reason why I got my ankle broken in half. That was a freak. That was a fluke injury, right? But before that, I had missed one game. You know what I'm saying? Like I had one game missed due to on a fluke hammy that I had where I stepped wrong. And I've been super healthy for 7+ years, and I don't think the substation may have gave me superpowers. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? If you just overdose on it, you get Hulk strength or something. So, but yeah, man, I think they're going to do a little bit more research behind all that this offseason because it did blow up, right? I think people were talking about it a lot. So we'll see what they say.
Yeah, and look, they absolutely should do their due diligence and their homework on figuring out, does it have any effect? I mean, they have been a team that has had a ton of injuries. Could that be the way they practice? I know there was a report about the two players, Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw, that went to Denver. They were interviewed after the season, and they said it was totally different. It took them a while to get used to Denver because the way Sean Payton does stuff is vastly different to Kyle Shanahan.
You don't have that extra electricity running through your body.
Right, all of that. So I don't know. I mean, maybe there's something to it. Maybe there's absolutely nothing to it. It's being blown out of proportion. But they should look into it.
I mean, they've been a good team. We do have electricity flowing through our bodies at incredible rates, and there's all these electrical pathways through our bodies, and it determines a lot of stuff about our mood and the way we move and everything. I'm not going to rule it out. I'm kind of surprised that we don't have a better understanding of it to this point. How are we here in 2026 just starting to get this figured out? Because we got power lines all over us. I would imagine big electricity would want to snuff this story out, Chuck, if it is bad.
That's a good point. The higher powers that be, if you will, certainly would want to snuff that out. Man, we've had a lot of interesting news, speaking of the Tisch family, that came out today. The Texas Rangers, we've got two different articles, ESPN and The Athletic, Keith Law, ranking the farm systems. Rangers coming out in Tier 6 on Keith Law's rankings. They're at 26 overall.
Even with the big trade?
Yeah. The Mackenzie Gore trade really dented their farm system, writes Keith Law. Again, not a criticism. Trading prospects to win games in the majors is a good thing. Taking 5 guys off their top 20, including top 100 prospect Gavin Feen, the Rangers will still have some pitching depth, although pretty much all of those guys have reliever risk, and the system falls off quickly once you get to their 2024 draft picks like Malcolm Moore and Dylan Dreiling, both of whom had disappointing full-year debuts. Malcolm Moore needs to pick it up. Rangers are going to need him in a big way when you look at catcher projecting ahead for this team. ESPN has the Rangers farm at 22. They got 2 top 100 prospects, including the 5th best prospect in all of baseball, Sebastian Walcott. He's tracking like a potential star, and Caden Searbaugh could catapult up the list this season. He's a popular pick from evaluators to click this year. Jose Corniel, Winston Santos, and David Davalillo might be candidates to be big league starters as soon as this year. You've also got A.J. Russell and Josh Owens, who are 2 intriguing 2025 draft picks with breakout potential.
You could have the prospects. I just love knowing that our guy CY is so committed to making sure we have one of the best pitching staffs in baseball. And I'm pretty sure that for the duration of his tenure, which if I had a vote in it, I would lock him in on a 30-year deal for CY. I think the Rangers are going to have one of the best pitching staffs in baseball.
They should. Years. They absolutely should. Joe Flacco has been added to the Pro Bowl roster, first of his career. I don't know who he's replacing.
Well, he put on a show.
He did.
In those 6 or 8 weeks or whatever that Burrow was out.
It was fun.
It kind of actually made Burrow look less impressive.
Did it? You think so? Yeah, I mean,
because Flacco was just I can do this
Jamar
too.
Chase look incredible because he literally was just dropping back and throwing Chase. But it's crazy. That's the first Pro Bowl of his career, and the Browns now at one point had 2 Pro Bowl quarterbacks on their roster. This is bizarre.
How many games did they win?
4,
7?
5?
Yeah.
Oh, out of those?
Yeah.
I have no idea. How many games did they end up winning? 6?
They were not good. They had 2 Pro Bowl quarterbacks and didn't get it done.
They were gross.
Yeah.
Shortstops. Top 10. Major League Baseball has listed Bobby Witt Jr. at number 1, followed by Corey Seager as the second best shortstop in all of Major League Baseball. Let's take a peek ski at the NHL Power Rankings. Where are your Dallas Stars after they had a very sexy victory yesterday? It was certainly one that had your heart going crazy. The palpitations were at an all-time high. They go to the shootout. You get Mikko Rantanen with the game winner, but they're up to number 5. They actually dropped a spot from 4 Next 7 days, they're at Utah. Then they're home against Winnipeg, home against St. Louis. But all in all, they keep stacking up
We played St. Louis like 7 times already this year.
I'd love it. I kind of like to play the Blues every night if we could. I mean, the Stars have been fantastic, and they've been fun games. Thomas Harley with a game winner, Jason Robertson with a game winner. We'll close it down. Not great news for Lindsey Vonn. She was airlifted to the hospital after crashing in the final downhill before the Milan games here. And I feel like Lindsey Vonn is
catch a gate?
It looked bad. She's received medical attention. She was unable to stand.
She limped off the course, I guess, and had to be helped, and then got in a chopper. It's not like she was airlifted. A week out from the Olympics, it does not look good for her.
She's still hoping to be able. She said her Olympic dream is not over. So she's still hoping to be able to compete, and I hope for her sake she is, because most likely this is going to be her last opportunity.
She's 41?
Yeah, 41 years old.
Jeez.
And that's impressive. I mean,
here we go.
She puts off energy of party gal. You know, she was making a turn and just kind of she must have had some sort of injury.
Yeah, she buckled.
Yeah, it's those old legs.
41-year-old legs.
And she's had a bunch of surgeries. I mean, she definitely has a lengthy injury history.
Yeah.
Well, maybe she can keep it going, Brady style,
I hope
Aaron
so.
Rodgers style, and get in there for the age 45 Olympics.
Let's go.
Wouldn't be the first, or maybe she would. Okay, we got what you drinking, what you thinking coming up at 5:00. What did Clayton Adams actually change with the Cowboys? Brian asked that question earlier. We have earlier in the week, and have a pretty good answer as far as what evolved specifically and how much it improved their efficiency. Coming up next in the G-Bag Nation, I want to chat about Men's T Clinic with you, though, because 1 in 5 men suffer from low testosterone. And if that is you, you're going to love my friends at Men's T Clinic. Artolos, myself included, describe Men's T Clinic's therapies as life-changing. And when you start optimizing your hormones, getting that extra testosterone coursing through your vein, your mood improves, your weight loss potential will improve, your muscle mass, it'll all fall into place. And you can say goodbye to those symptoms that might be holding you back in performance and health. You know, add some muscle mass, eliminate the brain fog. Men'sTClinic.com, 972-GO-MEN'S-T. They have 5 DFW locations with cash and insurance options. And the effects of low testosterone are significant enough that insurance does cover the TRT, the testosterone replacement therapy. And others have hopped on this trend, and maybe they're offering it online. You're scrolling through social media, you see an ad for like an at-home kit. You don't want to do that. You want to go with Men's T Clinic because not only are they going to get you optimized, they'll monitor everything that needs monitoring so it's safe and as effective as possible. Bedroom wellness, hair replacement, joint therapies, they got it all at menstclinic.com. Salute.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, our finale of how to improve the Texas Rangers in 2026, plus the debut of Super Bowl Stew. It's Super Bowl week. Tune in 10 to 2 right here on The Fan.
I'm Chris Mack, here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. The Patriots offense has scuffled in the postseason despite reaching the Super Bowl. 18 points per game, 4.35 yards per play, less than 178 yards passing per game. Drake May's dinged up now, and they've got to play the Seattle defense. New England's averaged fewer than 15 first downs per game in the postseason, under 17.5 right now at BetMGM, essentially even money. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 11th. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes while giving you a head start on 2026. Earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
If you or your business owes the IRS and fear its collections enforcement actions, such as the levying of bank accounts, garnishing of paychecks, and seizing of your property, you'll want to listen to this message. IRS Collections is now back up and running. Training of new officers continues in full force, and they're hungry to make a name for themselves. Ignoring these warnings will result in catastrophes, such as your inability to pay your mortgage, car payment, electric bill, even not being able to make payroll. It's time to man up and get this resolved solved once and for all. Randy Martin has been helping your North Texas friends and neighbors for over 25 years, and IRSprob.com is the highest-ranked firm in the country focused specifically on helping people and businesses with IRS problems. Located here in Dallas, they protect you from aggressive IRS collection enforcement actions. Get Randy and his team of attorneys, CPA, and tax professionals on your side. Give him a call right now at 214-214-3000.
Hi, I'm Randy Martin at IRSprob.com. If the IRS is after you, you need to call us right now at 214-214-3000. The first consultation is always free and confidential. Call us now at 214-214-3000 or look us up online at IRSprob.com.
Hey, Texas, this is Ryan Watson, owner of Alliance Hyundai. We have over 600 vehicles in stock like the all-new 2025 Hyundai Elantra. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty and owner assurance. Visit us at AllianceHyundai.net today.
Hey, it's Chiafalo. Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal. Now, what to do with your unwanted bills? Maybe turn them into a paper airplane headed to see you never. AT&T and T-Mobile. Jokes aside, their best 5G network has you covered with the most ways to save on plans, streaming, and phone deals. So just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on the RootMetrics Root Score Report 1H 2025. Results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer bill within the past 45 days and in the name of the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
It's a Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the On Time Experts.
Hey, it's Zach Wolchuk, and Lowe's of Salina is now open at 3540 South Preston Road. Stop by and get spring ready with deals on outdoor power equipment, appliances, and more from top brands. Plus, join the My Lowe's Reward to start saving on eligible purchases. Lowe's of Salina has your home needs covered. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions, exclusions, and more terms apply. Details available at Lowe's.com/terms, subject to change.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Do you owe back taxes to the IRS? Whether it's due to job loss, a divorce, a new business venture, or you just didn't file your taxes, don't lose hope. Powerful relief programs are now available that can help you and may reduce or even eliminate what you owe the IRS. With the cost of living affecting millions across the country, Tax Relief Advocates is urgently notifying anyone with $5, $50, or even $500,000 in back taxes to the IRS to call to get relief options. With over 1,000 5-star Google reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, TRA is America's trusted choice for real tax relief. Relief options are now available that can give you a fresh start and peace of mind. End your tax nightmare today by calling our tax relief hotline. Dial 800-390-8432. 800-390-8432. That's 800-390-8432. Or visit TRA.com. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by H-E-B.
Hey, Forney, the winter storm may have delayed your H-E-B grand opening a few days to Wednesday, February 4th, but it's worth the wait. So join them on February 4th at 6 a.m. with fun freebies and tasty treats at your new Forney H-E-B located at US 80 and Gateway Boulevard. H-E-B, here everything's better.
You can feel the buzz, can't you? Oh, it feels good, doesn't it? And it's all about the Cowboys offseason. So we're heading to San Francisco to dive into the hive of insider news. Come along for the ride, Tolos, as we take you to Radio Row. Radio Row. Radio Row. For amazing insight with a lot of treehouse shenanigans. Stella Artois presents one of our most listened to weeks filled with Hall of Famers, insiders, laughs, and some quality hungover confessions. Join us February 2nd through the 6th for our Radio Row coverage in the Bay Area. Brought to you by Stella Artois, the on-time experts, Best Buy Windows and Siding, Wild Fork Foods, and your favorite entertainment travel companions. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world, they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. The other day, we were talking about how we didn't get as much polling as we believed we might with the pin and pull stuff from Clayton Adams.
Yeah.
At this time last year, we were getting Adams in here, and we were researching what he had done. And Brian asked what happened to the pin and pulls. And Erich had the idea to ask the Sumer Sports Brain about that, which is it's like a pretty good way to get answers to complex NFL questions. It's kind of like a chat GPT, but a chat GPT that's been programmed with the most comprehensive analytical and efficiency data that you possibly could. So, I mean, chat GPT just goes off what it can find in Google articles, right? I'm going to Google this up. I'm going to read everything in a half second and then, give you the best summary of what writers have done. But the Sumer Sports Brain is just, it's way better than that. It's free, isn't it? Sumer Sports Brain? I'm not paying anything for this.
No, I think it is free.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool NFL deal. So what did Clayton Adams do was the question that I asked it, and where did they have success or not? And the zone to gap scheme transition, we've talked about that. It remained zone did remain their most frequent concept, but their combined usage from inside and outside dropped from 58 to 49%. Gap scheme runs, counter and power combined increased dramatically from 3.5% to 21%. So they really became like more of a counter and power team, but didn't really bail totally on the zone. They were still running zone stuff about 50% of the time and only 8% less. Improved overall efficiency. The run game became significantly more efficient across nearly every concept in 2025. Average yards per attempt improved in most schemes. The most striking change was the emphasis on power and counter, which became much more productive. Power runs alone generated 8 touchdowns in 2025 compared to 0 in 2024, and they averaged 5.7 yards per attempt on those concept. Reduced draw and pull lead usage, actually. Draw plays dropped from 5% to 2%, and pull lead decreased from 10% to 6.5%, suggesting less reliance on misdirection and more commitment to physical gap scheme football. And their first down production, power runs generated 17 first downs on 43 attempts. That was a 40% conversion rate in 2025 compared to 0 first down on 8 attempts in 2024. So I would say even though you became more of a gap power team, more counters, Brian's point kind of held up with the Sumer Sports Brain, but it definitely did not get a lot of pin and pull. Yeah. It's probably because the personnel wasn't as good.
They told us, though. He told us in the draft when we had a chance to talk to him, day 3, go back and listen on the Odyssey app if you want to do that. That go back and because we asked him, there were all kinds of questions. Myself, Zach, Vachel, everybody's asking him questions about, and our buzzword was pin and pull, pin and pull. We just kept talking about it.
Yeah.
And he came out and said, if we're not any good at it, we're not going to run it.
Yep.
Yeah.
If we choose to try it and it doesn't look right or we're not going to force it. So I have a feeling that's what happened. He probably felt like, you know what? Now they do some crack toss stuff.
Yeah.
But not to the level of what you kind of thought they were going to do. I mean,
Tyler Booker's obviously part of that because his foot speed isn't there. Then you had the injury to Guyton at left tackle, and he missed several games.
Sure.
There was injuries to Terrence Steele, but
Tyler Smith had an injury.
And Tyler Smith had the knee. Maybe that impacted his mobility. It'll be interesting to see if that evolves. But I think overall, big thumbs up for Clayton Adams. I think that's why the Eagles wanted to talk to him. It's just maybe not as sexy or as complex as we were thinking it was going to be.
You still noticed, I could tell they still were moving linemen around in a more creative way. And I think that we talked about that in the middle of the season, and you went back and looked at it. Like they did. It just wasn't quite the same scheme that we were expecting.
Well, if you watch Arizona, It didn't. It didn't have the Arizona vibe of running. It was a lot of double team, and it was a lot of, like you said, the gap, the power gap stuff where they double team a guy, they push the second level, and I don't think you had a back that was really an outside runner.
No, probably Blue would have been that guy.
Yeah.
But and when he played, he fumbled against Denver, and then he just never had their trust to put him out there. The one thing that I did notice, and I think other teams started to copy it, was in the pass protection where they would pull and peel back the center or a guard.
Uncovered guy would be peel back guy, right?
Yes. And now they'd pick up, an edge rusher to try and give a little bit more time. A lot of it, I think it was
move
like play
the pocket,
action. Yeah, and that's something now you started to see as the season went on. Other teams started to use that as well.
So instead of running around looking for something to do, or maybe going over and double team chipping a guy, if you're unrushed, you bail and go looking for an edge that might be coming around the corner. That's cool.
What they were doing was they would slide the protection to the right. So say BB was uncovered, and so they would slide step and then peel him back to keep the backside rusher off him. So what you did was everybody would slide. Backside rusher thinks he's got a free run, really doesn't, because there was either a guard or a center that was peeling back to kind of take care of things.
You would not want to see Cooper Beebe if you're turning that corner thinking you're going unabated to the quarterback.
Free run.
All of a sudden, there's 310 pounds of ear hole for you. All-time Super Bowl roster. Who are the best players at each position to ever get it done in football's biggest stage? We go to CBSSports.com. These are all players that played in the Super Bowl, and their criteria is MVPs weighted heavily. Like if you crushed it in the Super Bowl, they're gonna give you extra.
Okay, does Chuck Howley then on this team?
Chuck Howley's not on this team. Maybe he should be because he was the MVP.
He was the defensive MVP. Okay.
There were 5 Cowboys that ended up making this team. Chuck Howley was not one of them. But
Bob Lilly,
Zach Wolchuk's favorite player is
Michael Irvin.
Michael Irvin did not make this team.
Deion Sanders.
Deion Sanders did make the team. So did another 49er.
Oh, Charles Haley.
Charles Haley and his, 5 Super Bowl rings? And then you have maybe Brian's favorite player of all time.
Darren Woodson.
He's on there.
Oh, that's awesome. Good.
Yeah, and then a player on the offensive line that we were just talking about.
Rayfield Wright?
The other day, the heaviest players in NFL history.
Nate Newton, Larry Allen.
Big Nate.
Yeah, Nate Newton was actually the starting left guard of the all-time Super Bowl team.
Dang, that's great for Nate.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Yeah.
Anytime you can get recognized in this kind of deal. Now, Chuck Howley was a linebacker.
He was a linebacker. But he was a Super Bowl MVP. He's been
on a losing team, right?
On a losing team, yeah.
That is crazy. They don't have him in there. I had to double check it because I was like, man, maybe I missed it somehow. But Von Miller, Jack Ham, Lawrence Taylor, Charles Haley were your outside linebackers. Your inside guys, Jack Lambert, Mike Singletary, Ray Lewis, and Derek Brooks. So you're fighting through.
That's a pretty good linebacker
4
crew.
Hall of Famers. Yeah, pretty good in there. And Landry was amongst the coaching staff.
Is Belichick number 1?
Yeah, Belichick was the top head coach.
Bill Walsh number 2?
Let me see here.
Jason Garrett.
Let me go back up to the top. We got Bill Belichick, his assistants, Vince Lombardi, Chuck Noll, Bill Walsh, Joe Gibbs, Tom Landry, the winningest coach of all time,
Don Shula,
and I think number 4 all time, your buddy.
Andy Reid?
Andy Reid,
yeah.
There it is. Okay, we'll see if...
man, what a coaching staff.
Yeah, pretty cool, and kind of neat that the Cowboys still had so much good representation, even though they've haven't been appearing in this thing for 3 decades.
Zach Martin's not in there.
No, unfortunately. Tyron Smith.
No Tyron.
No Dez.
Bryant. DeMarco Murray.
Unbelievable. These guys, they should have left.
Dak Prescott.
Should have left earlier, Dez. Probably could have had you a Super Bowl ring.
Where's in the group?
Amari Cooper.
Okay.
Soon to be Tank. Tank's
going to be in the group next year. Can we get Jay Ratliff on there?
Jay Ratliff be a hell of a player to add to this team right now, man. That guy was a force of nature. Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation. We got 3 down and 2 to go, and it is time now for what you drinking and what you thinking at 877-881-1053. And we're back with your phone calls and your texts. If you want to text in what you're drinking and thinking, leave your name and city you're texting from. We'll make you famous here. It's the G-Bag Nation of the Fan.
Take us with you wherever wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. Patriots coach Mike Vrabel says he's not concerned about Drake May's shoulder injury that left him listed as limited on the injury report. It might not affect him initially, but he's taken 15 sacks so far in the playoffs. If he takes another bad fall on the shoulder, it will absolutely impact the rest of the game. I'm Adam Abdallah.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house, it's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game, put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues with UFC 325 live from Australia. Catch featherweight champion Alexander Volkanovski in a rematch of his epic title fight against Diego Lopez, and the always dangerous Dan Hooker throws down with dynamic finisher Benoit Saint Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown. UFC fans, pay-per-view just got knocked out. Catch UFC 325 on Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus. Stream every fight live with one subscription. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
At Odyssey, we believe in creating a diverse and inclusive workforce. We also value the power of community and encourage local organizations to help us in referring qualified applicants to our stations. If you're a community organization interested in receiving our vacancy information, simply email equalemployment@odyssey.com. You'll be notified of all our open positions. That's equalemployment@odyssey.com. And for all our listeners, please visit odysseyinc.com/careers for a list of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
Home means everything to you. So when rates drop, you don't just sit back. Rocket Mortgage watches the market to help you save money when the time is right. We make refinancing simple and savings even simpler. Never miss a new lower monthly payment with Rocket Mortgage. Learn more at rocketmortgage.com or call 1-800-4ROCKET for cost information and conditions. Conditions apply. Not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2026 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
Hey, it's Zach Wolchuk, and Lowe's of Salina is now open at 3540 South Preston Road. Stop by and get spring ready with deals on outdoor power equipment, appliances, and more from top brands. Plus, join the MyLowe's Reward to start saving on eligible purchases. Lowe's of Salina has your home needs covered. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Exclusions and more terms apply. Details available at Lowe's.com/terms, subject to change.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. than by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 4 G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. It is time now for that one segment of the week where you're encouraged to call in while intoxicated. We're in the process of catching a buzz. That's right. It's time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking at 877-881-1053. There's only 2 rules of the segment. Number 1, you got to answer the questions. And number 2, you cannot be operating heavy machinery at the time of your phone call, and that does include an automobile. Okay, currently I'm drinking a 20-ounce Diet Coke. Second one of the day.
Kind of par for the course.
Yeah, it's about my schedule these days. And I'm honestly, Brian, I'm thinking about the Epstein file stuff today. It all came to a head.
It's got you shook a little bit, doesn't it?
It does, man. I feel like it's historic.
You scanning for your name?
Yeah, something like that. But
just hoping it's redacted. Please redact.
Don't be in that giant yellow highlighter batch of goods that's
it's blacked out.
Very viral right now. But I feel like we could be headed for our 48th president here before the end of the term. I don't know. Maybe this is J.D. Vance time. The president has surprised me for over 10 years now.
Survivor.
Nothing sticks to him. Scandal hits. He waves his hand.
Teflon Don, baby.
Yeah, he's been impressive, and maybe this will be the same. But this is just so different. You also have the midterms coming up here, and that could make things pretty sticky if the other side of the aisle gets a majority. So, I'm always kind of keeping an eye on that part of the world. We don't talk about it much here in the G-Bag Nation because it's it's not the format to discuss and debate those sort of things. But dude, it is definitely a potentially historic development here in this story's trajectory.
Won't touch them.
You don't think so?
Won't touch them, bro.
I think that's what I'd bet on.
Yeah. What are you talking about? Big Don, dog. It's Teflon Don.
Yeah. And who knows? Maybe this is an escalation in what he's doing to potentially eliminate his critics or get his critics behind bars. So there's a lot of different ways that this story could evolve. That's kind of what I'm drinking and thinking. Sorry if I brought the room down here. It's a Friday night. We're heading into the weekend, and here's Brian with what he's drinking and thinking.
Thank you, Dawson. No, you didn't bring it down. Stuff we just have to deal with every day. I'm currently drinking some. I got some green tea peach iced tea with the ice maker. Now I'm able to drink every day. My favorite's the green tea peach flavored. I love it. So thank you for Tim for providing that for us. And really kind of what I'm thinking right now is I've been texting here recently with a buddy of ours who's in the NBA, not a reporter, but one of our coach friend buddies.
Okay.
And he was asking me what was going on in Minnesota. He wanted to know what's going on with the Vikings.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, "Well, what happened to that GM there?" I was trying to explain what happens with with sometimes they get sideways. You didn't make a decision. You had a bad draft. They blame you and all that. And he was kind of like, it kind of sounds like just bad ownership, And I said, "Yeah, you kind of understand that yourself, don't you?" And he goes, "Yeah, I do." So yeah, friend of the program. Not gonna put him out there for everybody, but he was asking me about Minnesota, and I just said, "Yeah, just bad. It sounded like bad ownership." And yeah, I said, "You know that too?" And he says, "Yeah, I do know that."
It's a very common problem in sports.
Common problem in sports.
The peach flavoring in tea might be the best, though.
I'll tell you what, man.
I agree. Raspberry's not bad too.
I read something the other day. Lucius, help me because you're kind of our health conscious guy. Somebody saying tea's bad for you.
It is?
I saw.
Are you putting all the sugars and stuff?
No,
on
I know.
Just regular tea?
It's just brewed in a bag.
Man.
Brewed straight out of it. Like they've got the tea bag, and I used the hot water, and then I got the ice. But
certain teas might have additives and whatnot, preservatives, whatever. But no, for the most part, if you just take just regular tea,
I was kind of like feeling like I was doing something good for myself. And then I saw, tea can be bad for you. And I drink it's crazy how much.
Too late, man.
Yeah, too late.
All right.
If something's going to get me, it's either going to be the chicken fried steak, the mac and cheese.
Not a bad one to go.
Or maybe the crawfish boil with the andouille sausage and the potatoes and the corn. That's what's going to take me out.
Wolchuk, drinking, thinking.
Just got a fresh espresso.
Third one
Very
of the day.
nice.
I'm counting you today.
My second. It's my second.
I'm counting you today.
You don't know how many shots I've got in there, but yeah, it's been a tough one at the home this week. We got some sick babies, but it's okay. We're powering through. I'm thinking that I'm excited to go to the Super Bowl. I think that it's something where every year it's a special opportunity.
Got another kid on the way, maybe?
No, I don't think so.
Nothing going to hold you back?
Nothing going to hold me back, man. It's going to be tough. I'll start to feel kind of what Erich's been dealing with.
Yeah.
Now where like Eliza's getting to the age where she'll know, that like, oh, Dad's not here, so I'll have to be doing the FaceTiming. But never been to San Francisco, man. I'm looking forward to it. Looks like we got ourselves quite a guest list lined up. Jay Glazer, Terrell Davis, Darren Woodson, Bo Jackson. They're going to get to be interviewing next week. So it's going to be a lot of fun, man. It's always a blast to kind of be around some of your idols in the industry and talk some ball.
Yeah, we can talk some ball. We can talk some soccer ball. We're going to have Casey Keller, Landon Donovan, Josie Altidore on the show.
You know what question I want to ask Bo Jackson? Like in 1984, it was him and Brett Fullwood were the running backs at Auburn. And like if Alabama beat Auburn in the Iron Bowl, we were going to the Sugar Bowl, and Bo Jackson went one way and Brett Fullwood went the other, and Alabama stopped him on the goal line. Wow. And I wonder which one of the guys busted on the play as far as went the wrong way.
Oh, yeah.
Was it Jackson or Fullwood? But Alabama stopped him on the goal line, and we were able to go to the Sugar Bowl. It was a great win for Alabama. I'm just going to ask Bo Jackson, like, that play in 1984, who went the wrong way, you or Fullwood? See what he says. He probably won't give me a good answer.
He's going to be like, I don't even remember.
I don't remember that. I don't remember that quite.
If Erich was here, he'd say something to the effect of,
I know.
Fullwood was supposed to dig somebody out of the gap or something.
Yeah, probably.
He would,
He'd have the right to go for it.
He would make fun of the word busting that I just used.
Full pop.
He was only a semi that day.
My God.
Lucius?
Hey, man.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. What you drinking? What you thinking? Drinking Topo Chico with a twist of lime right here.
Look at that, man.
Can't wait to crack this thing open. Shout out to the Topo Chicos. I'm thinking that I just want to send some good luck tonight to my cousin and his fighter. They're fighting over there in Frisco.
It's like Gold Gloves?
The Peak Fighting event. It's like MMA.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah. His fighter Rob Moore is fighting tonight. I believe around 7:30ish or something like that. Greg Hardy is fighting too over there.
Oh no.
Wow. Cool.
So, yeah, good luck to them, man.
Right on. Yeah, big night of fighting here in DFW, apparently. Is that a lip pouch you're working with over there? You joined the team?
Yeah, sure I am.
How do you like them?
Yeah, I love them. I doubled up. It says 6. I got 2 of them in my mouth right now.
Wow, dude.
So I'm rocking with the
riding
straight 12s.
the lightning. 12 milligrams of Halo. How you doing? Okay, it's 877-881-1053 here. What you drinking and what you thinking? The text is a riot right now, reacting to what I was drinking and thinking about. Have you seen this? The Robin Leach thing? What?
The guy from Champagne Wishes and Caviar Dreams.
Champagne Wishes and Caviar Dreams.
He spent a whopping $5 million.
Well, did he pass away?
Nah,
No.
he probably was on the Epstein list.
Yeah, apparently there's a witness in the files that say he choked a gal to death.
Oh, gosh. What are
Flipping
we
Robin
doing?
Leach. Lifestyles of the rich and famous and snuffings? Is that what we're doing?
He had
That's
a Rolex
crazy.
on the whole time.
Oh, wow.
Looking at his
That
diamonds.
was a pretty wild show, though, back in the day. I mean, I'm not what he was doing, choking people.
No, it was
out.
a great
watched
show.
it. Yeah,
the
I was
lifestyle
great.
of the
Yeah.
rich there. What they were
The
doing.
yacht, the mansions.
Yeah, exactly.
It was always very interesting.
Got this flown in fresh from Italy.
At 877-881-1053. It is time now to take your phone calls. Here we got G-Bag of the Day coming up in about 20 minutes or so. Where are we going first, Lucius?
Dio in Arlington. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, sir? Let's go.
Hey, fellas, I'm drinking some water right now. What I'm thinking is, I've been watching Jared Verse, his pass rush, in the NFC Championship game. I feel like he's only trying to win off of a bull rush. I feel like once he gets into the bull rush, there's really no other move that he has. That's my first point. And then my second point is, what do you guys think about that Eric Gentry kid from USC, the 6'6 linebacker?
Gentry, I have not seen Gentry play.
But 6'6 linebacker.
Yeah. No, we talked about the linebacker, the 6'5 linebacker at the in the East-West
Shrine Bowl, yeah.
Yeah, but I have not seen. And it's interesting because I think Verse has got more than just bull rush type of play.
Yeah, I did notice that he is trying to go much more power, and maybe that is just a matchup deal, so I don't think you were off in thinking that.
He's got the length, though, to be able to kind of...
He does. But, maybe he was battling through an injury.
Yeah.
And that could have been the reason why he wasn't trying to...
But I have not seen the linebacker...
6'6", 225 from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Erich Gentry's the guy we need to watch.
Yep.
Where we going next, Lucius? Sorry, caught you mid-swig.
You got me.
Looked like the Topo Chico got cracked there.
You got me. John, you're in the G-Bag Nation. I can't remember what city you're from, but what do you drink? What are you thinking, sir?
I'm drinking a Coke Zero right now, and here's what I'm thinking. I think we need to leave our offense, make sure we keep Pickens. Poor defense really affects play calling. Coached high school baseball and football, for 32 years. And when you got a poor defense, it really affects your play calling. And then let's go get a few free agents on defense and draft well. And I think the Cowboys will be a respectful team once again. And I don't know, I hate talking playoffs, but if we keep our offense intact and then, hopefully get the defense set up, we'd have a better chance anyway.
John, real quick, better draft or better free agency? You only pick one. Don't need an explanation. Just tell me one.
I'm going to say, as bad as we are, we need to get some good free agents.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you, man. Have a great weekend.
Salute. There he goes. John, have a great weekend. That opens a line at 877-881-1053. I think they're going to win the division next year. I think we're back. I think that was embarrassing. Not a lot motivates and scares Jerry, but I think 2 losing seasons in a row, you can't risk 3.
No.
3, 4.
Not at 83 years old.
You'd really start to lose that credibility of they could do it any year.
He might have lost credibility already over there.
For a lot of people, he has.
Lucius quit
Y'all quit him a long
time ago. Yeah.
And then you got 2 franchises that were in the Super Bowl, lost it, and built it all the way back up. Now they're in there again, right in front of Jerry. 30 years, bro.
All new players.
Crazy.
That's well said right there.
Crazy. Walton, Waco, you're in the G-Bag Nation. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, sir?
Drinking that ice-cold Natty Light, baller on a budget. And what I'm thinking is, man, I'm looking forward to this week. Last year, this time, I was on a vacation out of the country and didn't get to sit and watch you guys on Twitch with all your great interviews. I only caught maybe Friday, I think. But I've also got a little bit of PTSD going into this week because while you guys were gone, the Mavericks screwed up and did the worst trade of the freaking century. So let's hope that you guys don't come back to some crazy news like that. And then last thing real quick, I want to shout out a belated birthday. Happy birthday to my brother, the real Chris Beard. Him and the Chief share a birthday. I didn't get to celebrate with him last week because I got stuck in Waco, but I'm on my way to the DF Dub now.
Thanks, buddy. Have a great weekend, Walton Waco. Always good to hear from you. Trying to anticipate what the crazy thing would be. I think maybe moving on from George Pickens, but that would be premature. There's no way that's going to happen on Super Bowl week. Something crazy baseball related. CY would never do us like that, though.
Like he trades Corey Seager, or they decide to flip Cooper Flagg for Giannis or something.
Yeah, nobody would be that foolish.
I mean, Nico's gone now, right? So
yeah,
we're okay.
I mean, maybe the hockey team could get crazy, decide to be sellers all of a sudden.
Maybe. I don't think that's going to happen.
Far-fetched, though. Jim Nill's too competitive. They're close enough. Go buy a couple of. They just need one defender, right? One defenseman. Just one defenseman.
Yeah, I think they're actually looking to get a top forward, though, so they might be trying to double dip on this thing.
Let's freaking go.
I just fixed the Cowboys, had a hell of a mock draft.
At 877-881-1053, what you drinking and what you thinking. Here's some good texts coming in. We'll get to those here in a little bit. Lucius, who's next?
Let's go to that man, Tim in Carthage. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, sir?
Yep.
Hey, Gavin, drinking margarita. Hear me out before we go any further. And this is mystery, man, but since Lucas can't seem to figure out if I'm Tim in Carthage or Big Jim in Rockfall, we're Texans, we're interchangeable. But I want to start off by saying I want to give a shout-out to Harrison in Mesquite because he wanted me to go by and say hello to Mark over at Texas
tea room in Carthage. And let me tell you something, that's a primo place to eat if you ever come to Carthage. And Mark's a great guy, too. And so I didn't get a chance to do it because of the weather, and they were closed and stuff like that. Tell Erich for me a couple of things, not to pick up any quarters on the sidewalk in San Francisco, because out there you just don't know whose pocket they've been in. And if he runs across Erin Andrews, please tell him to tell her that apologize again, because her name's not Andrew, it's Erin. And, you know, he'll understand.
Mm-hmm.
Brian, I got a hypothetical question for you.
Sure.
And just pretend, because Kevin brought up a good point, let's pretend you're on the Hall of Fame committee, and you got one vote and one vote only, and you got a choice between Billy Joe Dupree, Harvey Martin, who are last-timers.
Oh, no, you're going to do this to me.
Or Bill Belichick. Who are you going to cast that vote for? And then last thing, I'm going to hold off and let you answer when I'm off the air.
Okay.
And last thing is y'all have fun, but for God's sake, please don't let Bobby get you in trouble out there. And don't let Chief run around the whole center yelling at everybody, calling them Tolo Man. It's Tim and Carthage. Have a good night.
I always love the advice that Tim drops on us when we're about to hit the road. That'd be kind of fun, dressing up Erich like Tolo Man, a superhero that interviews people wireless. How would you answer that Hall of Fame decision, Brian?
You know what? I thought he was going to throw Darren Woodson at me on that one.
Yeah,
but he threw Belichick, right?
And Dupree and Martin.
Yeah, he bit Billy Joe Dupree and Martin. I'd vote Harvey Martin is what I would do. Me personally, as a Dallas Cowboy, utmost respect for Bill Belichick. I feel like that's crazy what happened to him, but my love for Harvey Martin as a player during my time of watching Cowboys football in the 70s as a kid, that guy deserves to be in the Ring of Honor. Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones, Charlotte Jones, Jerry Jr. He deserves to be in the Ring of Honor. He also deserves to be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Good stuff. Okay, the text is asking, do you think Mike McCarthy would want to trade for Dak? That would be interesting. I guess Dak's wife jumped on the Instagram and congratulated McCarthy for getting the gig. But the contract just makes it totally cost prohibitive. Dak's totally untradeable for now and for the foreseeable future.
What's the hit?
And plus, I mean, 80 or 90 million.
Is that what the hit is?
Yeah, it's a massive
So you need
number.
to get through this year, right?
Yeah, you'd have to not restructure it and then get through the year, I think, if you wanted to trade him. But after the year that he'd had, apparently this texter wants to move him.
Absolutely, yeah.
And all signs are
I was just
pointing,
curious what the hit was.
A lot of signs are pointing to Aaron Rodgers coming back, but it's hard to say. Mike talked about him, I think, yesterday and said, he's got to decompress and maybe they'll get a decision. But the GM there said he wants an answer before we get to free agency.
Yeah.
So sometime the next 3 or 4 weeks, you're going to get finality on that. Lucius, who's next?
I've never seen Harvey Martin play, but I've heard him on the radio with Sean Rabb. They had a sports show.
Yeah.
Harvey Martin and Sean Rabb.
Yeah. Lucius, he was incredible. He really was, man. He used to him and Randy White were the MVP, co-MVP of the 77 Super Bowl against Denver. And it was amazing. I mean, his ability just to press the power, the quickness, the nastiness that he played with, run, pass. It's a shame. Man, I just wish if there was one guy they could bring back from my era to put in that Ring of Honor, please let it be Harvey Martin. Please let it be Harvey Martin.
That man brought us begging, baby, I'm begging. Let's go to Daniel in Colorado. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, Daniel?
Hey, fellas. Currently drinking a Ghost energy drink. I got that iced tea lemonade flavor.
All right.
It's amazing if y'all haven't had it before.
All right.
What I am thinking is, by the way, Dawson, I called in last time and complained about Mickey, so I forgot to tell you, you're so spot on about these people in Colorado. Stink, man. They stink. They're rude and stinky.
Thank you, Daniel.
But also, I got to, just real quick, Broadus, you're not wrong about the green chili in New Mexico. That's where I'm from.
All right, good deal, brother. Appreciate you, man.
If you're ever in New Mexico, you got to have the smothered enchiladas with the green chili.
There you go.
You get them Christmas style with the red and green.
There you go, sir. There you go.
Thank you, Daniel.
See you, fellas.
Have a great weekend. opens a line for you at 877-881-1053.
Mexico, very underrated state. Very underrated.
A lot of good recreation there.
A lot of beauty. A lot of beauty going on there.
Shout out to Walter White.
Yeah, you can do the Walter White tour as well.
Into the Mountain Gods up in Ruidosa. Yeah, good place.
Anybody else, Lucius?
Yeah, man. Let's go to Big Trump. Big Trump called in. What you drinking? What you thinking, sir?
Oh, no.
Hello, it's your President Donald Trump. I had a million gallons of fresh, sparkling water imported straight from Venezuela. I am sipping on that right now with my new best friend, Nicki Minaj, listening to that super bass.
Yeah.
And I want to say, it is not true what you heard today. Jeffrey Edward Epstein was nothing more but a friend of a friend, a total loser, couldn't even commit suicide on his own. He needed help. Cowboys Nation, I've got wonderful news. Target number 1 was Venezuelan president. Target number 2, with the help of Elon and his satellites, we're coming after Jerry. That's right, we're going to extradite Jerry. I'm going to get my best people in there at Frisco at the Star. And we're going to trade Dookie Dak. We're going to bring in the best of the best. And we're going to make Cowboys great again.
That's how you dismount.
Thanks, bud.
I think he fell asleep.
There he goes, Big Trump. Does that wrap it up here?
All right, let's get these last 3 real fast here.
All right.
The real Wee James.
Segment.
Real Wee James. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, sir?
Hey, I'm drinking a Blanton on the rocks.
Oh.
I'm smoking a nub.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now I got one question. I got 2 questions.
Cool.
One question. There's a question. Harvey Martin and Darren Woodson should be in the NFL Hall of Fame.
Yes, sir.
Amen.
Okay. Now, my question is there any way we can trade Anthony Davis and either Lively or Gafford for Giannis?
No. They're not going to take Anthony Davis. His value's at an all-time low. I wish, but it's no.
Yeah, Anthony Davis wouldn't be the value there. Could you throw in your first-round pick now, your first-round pick in 2030, AD, Lively? I think you're getting close. If they're having to decide between like Karl Anthony Towns and stuff like that, I do think maybe AD has more upside and draft picks and player like Lively. That might be best they could get. We'll have to see how this trade deadline evolves. It's going to be a very exciting week paying attention to this once again. We've had some incredibly glorious moments in trade deadline history at Radio Row, talking Mavs with you, and some disappointing ones as well. A couple of more here, Lucius. My bad.
Cowboy Guy in Baton Rouge.
All right.
What are you drinking? What are you thinking, Cowboy Guy?
Well, I'm drinking some Blantons, and I'm drinking it neat. And the first thing I'm going to tell you is Broadus is my hero because I've always wanted to be a Cowboy scout, but I ended up being a high school coach. 2, let's sign Pickens. Let's sign Blankenship. And Broadus is going to figure out how to get us Caleb down, and we're going to go and win the Super Bowl in 2026. How about that, fellas?
How about it?
I'm in, man. I'll drink to that. I think it's possible. It's doable. Final call, Lucius?
You don't think that. Yeah, final call right here. Final call.
Final call.
Pay attention. Peace to the gods. Peace to the gods and earths out there. Hey, Polo. He's at Town East Mall calling live. Polo, what are you drinking? What are you thinking?
Oh, wow. Pull up your pants.
First of all, brothers, what you mean, come on? I'm probably your best caller and your best critic, brothers. Come on, be for real, dude. Anyway, I'm up here. Where am I? I'm at Leeds right now getting me a hat made. I just got through eating some stir fry 88. They food was okay. If y'all know what I'm talking about, it's a little Asian lady. They be talking about samples. Go get your food from her. Everything is okay. But what I called about, Woodchuck, let me ask you a question, my dude.
What's up?
Do you think the Rooney Rule is just complete garbage?
Yeah.
Because I just see a single African American dude get nominated for a head coaching job. Everybody got fired. Then I was certainly hired this dude. They hired this dude, like Steven Stefanski, whatever his name is, Steven Stefanski. How could you get the job? How could you get the job in Atlanta, which is like 80% African American.
They had a black coach there.
I know that, and they only gave him 2 years to try to turn it around. When they get you a look, garbage coaches 5 or 6 years before they consider firing them. They get the brother 2 years, you got to go. But they gave Steven Stefanski a job. He wasn't even trying to give Shadur a chance, but they're going to hire him, Matt Ryan. But I don't know, that's just garbage. But I was talking to Woodchuck. Come on,
they had a black general manager there too.
Yeah, but they let Matt Ryan do all the hiring and firing.
Well, you got to win. You got to win. It doesn't matter what color you are. You got to win. You got to win.
You got to have a chance too.
Yeah, the coach. They picked a black quarterback too. That didn't win.
Why would you? Okay, he didn't have a line to run. I mean, the ball.
Robinson, one of the best running backs in the league. They ran behind that line. This is where you're wrong. Go back to the mall. Go back to the mall. Go to the Asian mall there when you're hanging out, bro.
Back to the mall.
Back to the mall.
That's why I was talking to Woodchuck, not you, brother.
Well, I got headphones on. I can hear you talking, making a fool of yourself.
We were talking to grown people this time.
No, you're talking to grown people. You're right. You come on here and complain about stuff all the time. Come on, be better. Be better.
There he goes, Polo and Townie.
I'm sick of that crap. I'm sick of that.
It's
I really
funny
am.
I enjoy Polo's calls.
That's BS, and he knows it.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to come back, get you some G-Bag of the day, get you over to LA Live. Thanks to everybody for participating in What You Drinking and What You Thinking. We do it every Friday at 5 o'clock here on The Fan, and we're back with you here in the nation. I want to chat Frankels with you before we do anything else, though, because if you are hurt in an accident due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels first right there roadside. They can begin to advise you on what to do, not do, what to say, not say, in order to help you make a full recovery. And these full recoveries can be a tremendous amount of money. 6 or 7 figures is quite common. Hit by an 18-wheeler, hit by a commercial vehicle, your entire life turned upside down, literally and figuratively. And the cost to put it back together is skyrocketing. You know, you're looking at medical expenses, you're looking at lost wages, vehicle replacement. You might have pain and suffering for decades, and you might not be able to get around the same way you used to. Like, how do you put a dollar figure on not being able to play with your grandkids that are 10, 15 years down the road? That's what the Frankels specialize in. So get compensated for all that. Hurt, not your fault. It's going to be cold again this weekend. 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online, FrankelFirm.com, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Chick-fil-A's new Frosted Sodas and Floats. It's a 10 out of 10. Hey, this is Lizzie, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new Frosted Sodas and Floats is how well they go together. You will love having your favorite soda blended with our creamy ice cream to make a new Frosted Soda or Float. With the mix of the ice cream and soda fizz, it's so delicious, I call it Fizzalicious.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new Frosted Soda and Float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
The Fan is proud to partner with the Nexo Dallas Open. Some of the highest-ranking tennis players in the world will face off at the Star in Frisco, February 7th through the 15th. For tickets, go to DallasOpen.com.
Revitalize your bathroom with big savings at Lowe's. Get up to 40% off select vanities and free delivery during our bath savings event. Plus, get up to 40% off select shower heads. No matter what style you're looking for, we've got you covered. Shop for your bathroom refresh at Lowe's. We help, you save. While supplies last, selection varies by location.
Hey, it's Chia Follow. Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Now, what to do with your unwanted bills? Maybe turn them into a paper airplane headed to see you never. AT&T and T-Mobile. Jokes aside, their best 5G network has you covered with the most ways to save on plans, streaming, and phone deals. So just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on the Root Metrics Root Score Report 1H 2025. Results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer bill within the past 45 days and in the name of the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
Hey, Tolo's RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It is Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Adam Vinci, they're Tolos, taking care of you, the Tolo, each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. I am proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, and more. Start the process right now online. PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
The big game is here, and now you can trade on football legally nationwide on Kalshi. Right now, New England is trading at 34% to beat Seattle. $100 trade pays out $281. Use code FAN to get $20 when you trade 100. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Oh, yeah. Welcome back, Nation. Here we go. It is time for the G-Bag of the Day in LA Live as we hit the expressway. It is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Bobby Carrella's coming up in less than an hour. Bobby Carrella, 6:20, talking Mavs, talking Cooper Flagg, talking NBA trade deadline here coming up at 6:20 from All City. It's Bobby Carrella. Right now, here's Lucius in the Pimp Cup and your G-Bag of the Day.
Yeah. G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan 5:30. Sometimes a little later when Polo wants to get in this bag. He wants to get this bag. Polo. This is the NFL. Have you not been paying attention? They even had to have a rule for you to just an interview.
Yeah. Hired a black defensive coordinator in Dallas. First time they ever did it.
You got to lower your expectations is what I'm saying. Yeah. If you want to enjoy this thing, you got to lower your expectations. Anyway, my name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. If you've seen everything this weekend, you think I should be playing on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, whenever, hit me up at Lucky Lucius, P-L-U-C-I-O-U-S over the weekend. Our winner and champ is a church clip right here. Youth pastor, saving souls, bringing little knucklehead kids to the Lord. Shout out to Ben, learned a lesson.
In Calvary, his name was Ben. And I was running a youth group. I was there for a few years. And he was a nice kid, but he was one of those kids that was always he's a real smart aleck. Oh. Was a bright kid, which didn't help things, right? Made him more dangerous. And we were outside one day at youth group, and he was just trying to push my buttons, and he was just, kind of not taking the Lord serious. And I walked over to him, and I went, bam! I punched him in the chest as hard as I crumpled the kid. Dang. I just crumpled him. And I said...
He's so proud.
Yeah. I leaned over and I said, Ben, when are you going to stop playing games with God? I led that man to the Lord right there.
Right there.
He said, I leaned over. That kid was in pain, dude.
That kid couldn't breathe.
I assaulted this little kid in the name of God.
Oh, man, I love that.
What in the world?
I love that. All right, let's see here. What else I got for you boys?
I missed that part of the Bible where Jesus was like, hit people if they're not paying attention to my teaching.
Spare the rod, baby.
And he was smart, part of the problem.
Let's go to the Fan After Dark. Fatty's on the phone. This was definitely some what you drinking, what you thinking vibes.
Let's go.
It's during the freeze. Everybody was at home drinking, eating food or whatever. My man Chris in Fort Worth called in, buzzed up.
I'm all buzzed out. What's up, Chris in Fort Worth?
Hey, appreciate everything you guys do. Hey, you guys doing it well.
Appreciate you, sir.
And, yes. And, as you and I know, hey, get chalkboard, that whiteboard we don't need. No.
Oh, no.
What? Sorry. But I was going to say, man, love everything you guys doing. Keep up good work and everything.
Well, thank you. Well, thank you.
And the three things. This is how I know you my guys, because this is why I love Blake.
Okay.
As well.
Okay.
Because of older age, and when you say the three things survive is You got to stay warm, hydrated, and strapped.
Yeah.
2 different things.
Amen. Chris, you're not in a vehicle by chance, are you?
It's a fair question.
Wow, that's got to be an all-timer right there.
This was loaded, bro.
Nobody's ever been on the radio that hammered.
Oh, Rodeo Ron?
No.
Me? How about me for
that guy was
5
pretty
hours?
hammered.
Me 5 hours.
This is at least 10 drinks beyond you.
Yeah, that guy is.
Maybe 5 drinks beyond Ron.
You could form sentences.
I was trying my best.
He could not.
I was not good.
You were at the top of your game.
I was so scared I was going to curse. I didn't want to make things
that was
hard for Lucius. I really was worried.
I mean, you were hammered, but it was the adrenaline of winning the championship and being there that just kind of powered it through.
It reminded me of just day drinking at its best.
It was.
Back in the day.
Exactly what it was.
Yeah.
It was a cyclone of sound for me, I tell you that. It's everywhere. Just getting beat up by sounds.
Everywhere.
Let's go to the NBA on ESPN. Broadcaster Eric Collins calls the big Cooper Flagg three-pointer. Called it. He called it.
P.J. Washington will trigger the inbound for Dallas with Gafford, Christie, Flagg, and Thompson.
The ball's going to end up in Flagg's hands.
Let him shoot a 3. Yep. Go for it. Stat sheet. He shoots 28% from behind the arc, and he smokes that one. Oh, I've seen enough.
I've seen enough. I love that that's the opposing team's broadcast, too. Crushing it.
The 214 says Dawson on 4th of July. That was actually, I think, Memorial Day.
Yeah, that was Memorial Day. Boy, you were wasted.
You had a big one? Yeah.
Was that pool party?
Yeah, pool party. On the lake there.
Who did you get to fight with? The old baseball guy, right?
The little mousy one, respectfully.
Josh Lewin.
Yeah.
Josh Lewin, at UCLA now.
Let's go.
Yeah. Want to see me put Josh Lewin in a sleeper hold?
I was gone.
Yeah.
I woke up the next morning and I was like, wow. I don't think I remember anything since like last night at 5, you know?
You kicked Stephanie off the mic. You said you're not interesting. Give me the mic. I was like, good God.
Okay, well, that's what you say.
All right, let's see right here. How about this one? New Jersey News 12 reporter spoke with a man named Devontae. Wagwan Devontae. Devontae Wagwan. He's a city worker up there in Jersey, clean up the snow and ice for all the residents.
All right, so Devontae, you've been out here shoveling. Tell me what's it been like outside for you?
The conditions is unbearable conditions. The snow just keep coming down harder and harder. No matter how you push the snow, it just keep coming. The snow is a devil. Yes.
And you guys have been out here for a while. About how long?
We've been out here since last night.
Ooh. And how do you feel personally about the snow? I know you said it's unbearable right now. Is there any moment where you've enjoyed it at all?
Yes, I've enjoyed it.
Yeah?
Because the money is good.
It's good because you make money, right?
Yes, I enjoy it.
Okay, Devontae, thank you so much for stopping to talk with us, and go put your gloves on. You're doing a great job out here.
Okay.
Appreciate you.
Yes, and big up to my friends in Jamaica.
Oh,
there we go.
Wish we were in Jamaica.
Big ups. Yeah, man. Big ups, man.
That was
making
That's a hard-working dude right there.
That money's good, man.
He said the snow is the devil.
I love that guy.
That was terrific.
Now, I just have to play this one because I just can't take it over another week. His heart's been sitting in there a week. Texas Longhorns men's basketball right here, the head coach. He sees one problem with his squad. One problem. Oh, well, we got more than one problem.
Man, a few words.
Here we go. Yeah.
What our team, and this is a Texas problem, is we have a virus called fouling. And it has plagued us from the opening tip of the first game until tonight. It's not the officials. It's not Kentucky. We will foul the living out of you. We will foul a three-point shooter. We'll foul at the end of the clock. We'll leave our feet on drives. We'll reach. You described the foul and the team that I'm coaching will commit it.
Just describe it.
The living S out of you, man.
Sean Miller. Sean Miller?
Yeah. Sean Miller. Sweaty Sean Miller.
Very
Damn.
sweaty.
Oh, God. That's what he.
Sweaty Sean Miller.
Sweaty Sean Miller. This guy will sweat through his shirt.
Seriously,
this man's whole life he had to hear that.
Sweaty Sean Miller.
Lucia's like,
Sweaty Sean,
hey, Sweaty, get out of here. My guy was like, he'd be on the sidelines and he'd have on his coat, and he'd sweating through his coat. Him and Bruce Pearl.
Oh, Bruce Pearl, he's wet, pause.
And my man's got like the white dress shirt on, and he just drenched like he's been in a club all night dancing.
Yeah, he's got to get some sweats. The swishy ones.
Yeah.
Got to get those.
Man, it's the college coaches that are the most toxic, and I think it's the college basketball coaches. They're holding that torch.
It's the NIL stuff, man.
Yeah,
it's making these coaches, they're wore out, man.
They've always been, those college basketball coaches always been a little cantankerous.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, like Gino Auriemma went on a rant about the pizza they're getting post-game. This pizza's terrible. Pizza capital of the world, my ass.
He did. Yes, he did.
I'm Italian. You call this pizza?
Just cantankerous, man.
My podcast partner, New Bear, How About Wow on YouTube, by the way, Cowboys fans, if you want to sub, I would appreciate it. How About Wow? He sweats so much that he's got to wash and put on new deodorant every 2 hours, literally, or it will ruin the shirts that he's got.
So we got yellow problems.
Okay.
He's got a thing. He's got a condition, right?
Yeah. I'm like, dude, that is toxic.
Yeah.
Get to the doctor.
That's every 2 hours is a lot.
He only buys cheap shirts because he's got to throw a lot of them away.
Yeah.
He's going through shirts like they're paper towel. Unbelievable. He is part bear. What do you say, Lucius? Time to vote?
He needs that John Thompson towel.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, he needs to just wedge towels up there.
Yep. Yeah, that's it, brother.
All righty. It is your champ is Ben got punched into respecting the Lord there. You got Chris in Fort Worth on with the fatties. Says there's 3 keys: be warm, hydrated, and strapped. He's texting right now. I'm asking him some follow-up questions on exactly, what all contributed to just being totally out to lunch like that. Cooper Flagg hit the 3 the opposing announcer was daring him to shoot. They know that his 3-point ball is not quite there yet. When it is, I think that's going to be the ascension into
face.
Maybe top 10 player.
Yeah,
maybe a top 10 player by the time he's 20. That'd be something. Devontae, the city worker. That was tremendous audio. Or Longhorns coach Sean there. We have a Texas problem called fouling. Man, it's so hard to call. I guess that's going to be my vote. Just because I could vote for any of these though. Lucius, who are you going with?
Don't play with God.
We're tied at 1. Wolchuk.
I'm going to stick with the Jamaican worker.
We're tied at 1. Brian.
Fatty on the phone.
We are still tied at 1, which means once again, you're going to want to jump onto Twitter at GBagNation. You can follow us all when you get there. Our handles are in the bio. I'm going to create an Insta poll. You'll vote it up. We'll announce the winner towards the end of LA Live. And speaking of that, here's Lucius in the Pimp Cup.
Get there. I'm going to try to remember to ask him at the end of this segment, too, y'all. Let's all try to keep each other accountable.
All right, we're going to check this thing.
Yeah. All right, let's get into a Feel Good Friday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
All right, you squares. It's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and make it have a toe.
Where the plug at?
It'll make you dance to some of everything.
You should have snow sails.
Everybody get high.
And another thing, to all you cats talking about I don't fight, I got a strap. After you use your strap and they send you to the penitentiary for the rest of your life, you still gotta learn how to fight. So you might as well fight now instead of talking about I don't fight, I'm gonna pull my strap. You're gonna go to the penitentiary and then you're gonna have to fight then. Your strap gonna help you, but they ain't got them in the penitentiary, fam.
Take heed. This is LA Live for Friday, January 30th. Damn, January, you're done already. 2026, done, dog. We just started. It's a Feel Good Friday here in LA Live. Another historic week of 2026 in the books. Are y'all paying attention out there? Are you paying attention out there?
I gotta turn it off.
We are living in a particular time here, people. particular time right here. You made it. We're in history. But let's wrap this cold-ass weekend up and enjoy the weekend safely. All right? Avoid the law dogs this weekend, please. Give them a boring night. They've already had enough to deal with this week. Mind your speeds. If you're pushing the car in front of you, you're wrong. You're totally wrong. You're supposed to follow at a safe distance. I'm talking about Tuesday. Me and my pops went outside. It's ice everywhere still, and there's people trying to push me on bridges. What's going on with y'all, man? Sometimes I fantasize that I was a cop. I really do fantasize that I was a cop. Not an FBI agent, not a SWAT team member, not gang unit. No, just a regular old traffic cop. Oh my gosh. I will sign so many tickets to be a surplus in this city. Oh, they'll make me a statue. Oh my God. I would wear you out as a traffic cop. Because after I'm going to give you your speeding tickets or whatever I'm pulling you over for, I'm going to undress your whole car. Oh man, look at that tint. Looks like it's a little too dark for the state of Texas. Going to have to write you on that one. Oh, in the front, your tint goes down too far. I'm going to put my hand out, my little inches and everything, and a little ruler. Yep, going to have to write you one on that. Oh, and your license plates. You don't have any lights there. Going to have to write you another ticket on that. By the time I get finished with that ticket, it's going to look like a bird off receipt. I'm telling you right now.
Get these streets cleaned up one way or another.
I'll wear them out, brother. Can I at least drive a cop car around? A real live cop car, not the ones from the auction, a real one. I need people to slow down around me, act like they have some sense. Please.
Do you want the old school cop car, or do you want like the truck they're driving nowadays?
I want the trucks where you can't even tell the lights are on it until I turn on the lights.
There you go. All right.
But you still know that's a darn cop car from the front of that grill. Hey, don't drink and drive. Have some patience out there. Consideration for other folks. Keep your emotions in check. Conflict management this weekend. Because, fam, you done had 8 shots of Repo and 2 perk 30s. You need to put that gun down. You can't aim, fam. You're just mad. All right. I don't want to see you on Dallas, Texas TV or DFW scanner this weekend. And that new one, that Dallas County mug shots. You don't want to be on that one, brother. In other words, people, keep it together. Don't crash out like this situation that happened in Fort Worth. Fort Worth, stand up. This is how y'all getting down in Fort Worth. Let's go to that WFFFA angel, Cynthia Izzy, for the report.
Police say a man was shot and killed after he did not share French fries with his friend. It happened around 6:30 last night at an apartment complex on the far west side of the city. Police say the argument began over an order of French fries and then escalated to the suspect shooting the victim. That suspect still on the loose tonight. If you know anything, call Fort Worth Police.
Come on, bro. You shooting your buddy over French fries?
That's, wow.
I'm pretty sure that was like the peak of the argument, French fries. It's probably been boiling over for a long time.
Yeah.
It started with the French fries. I've had enough.
A lot of pent-up aggression.
I was
wondering about that story. Like, did he snatch the fries out of his bag and say, I'm not giving these back to you? Like, because there had to be disrespect is what really he got shot over.
100%.
Yeah.
And he got tired of the disrespect somehow, some way, but that's not how you do it, brother.
The last straw.
The last straw. Shut up, man. Oh, my God. Somebody got shot. You talking about the last straw.
Last straw.
Yeah, don't crash out, man. Keep your emotions in check. Here's a weekend warning.
This weekend safety
The
briefing.
last straw.
Do not add to the population. Do not subtract from the population.
I'll be the one.
Do not end up in the hospital, newspaper, or jail. If you do end up in jail, establish settlement.
Okay. LA Live 105.3 The Fan. Take heed to that warning right there. Now, one of my favorite little viral videos from this new year. You remember the shooting that was going on downtown during the fireworks right off of the 35, the Margaret. What's the name of that bridge? I thought it was Margaret Hunt Bridge, but I heard something else too. I think it's something else now. And they changed the name of the bridge.
All right, on it.
Yeah, remember this though? Out there in front of everybody. Cars just parked. You can't run. And these fools had them big ass guns and they was pointing them under the bridge and just shooting right there in front of the family, scaring everybody. Well, those fools have been busted. Yep. 3 arrested. 2 young men from Grand Prairie. Grand Prairie, stand up. Got them big things out there. I see. Pause. And one of the dudes was arrested in connection with a road rage incident where multiple rounds that he was shooting went into some car that had kids in it.
Oh, my goodness.
No. What?
Yeah, take that guy off the streets permanently,
They got the right people, I guess.
Margaret McDermott.
McDermott. Well, welcome, Mr. McDermott or Mrs. McDermott, whoever you are. Shout out to you.
Thanks for the bridge.
Yeah, I appreciate the bridge. There's no toll on it. Thank you for that. Hey, we have a prize fight this weekend on DAZN. Prize fight on DAZN. Teofimo Lopez and Shakur Stevenson is fighting Saturday night, Madison Square Garden. Lopez will defend his WBO junior welterweight title against Shakur Stevens. If you haven't been keeping up with this, Lopez has been giving Stevenson nothing but zesty trolls. He's been trolling him with the zest, right? And it's really getting under his skin. I'll give you a little bit. Playing mind games with the man. Playing mind games.
Slow, right? Mentally. Oh, my God. Mentally, okay. I'm talking about I'm slow in the boxing ring, right? Mentally. I'm talking about the boxing ring, what you was talking about. I'm slow, right? Mentally.
Wait a minute. So it started a little bit, but then, it got zesty.
Gonna have Shakur jiggle my,
You said you're gonna do what?
jiggle my balls.
Oh my
Balls, bro.
Yeah, that was in the lead up during the fight when they had the final press conference yesterday. Teofimo was still trolling him with the zesty stuff.
I bet that you can't.
No, say it.
I bet that your mouth can fit.
Say what you bet.
Oh, smack the shit out of you.